Chapter 1 Opening 10 consecutive draws. Trillions of reserves. South City. Inside a cafe. A young couple was sitting face to face. The girl's name was Su Qingyue and the boy's name was Zhang Yuan. Su Qingyue lowered her head and took a sip of coffee and calmly said, "Zhang Yuan, break up peacefully." Zhang Yuan also took a sip of coffee and was not flustered. A 4-year relationship is said to be broken up. Give a reason. Su Qingyue found an excuse, no more feelings. Zhang Yuan looked straight into her eyes and said seriously, "I want to hear the truth." Su Qingyue no longer cover up. Gradually revealed in the gaze of contempt, the family arranged for me an object. 985 graduated high school students. Is now 500 powerful enterprise management training students. Just graduated from the monthly salary of at least 30,000. Zhang Yuan faintly smiled and shook his head. He graduated from a pheasant university and now works as a courier with a monthly salary of 3,000. Su Qingying straightened her clothes and calmly said, "You also know that a girl's youth is very precious. I hope you can let me off the hook and break up peacefully." The implication of her words is that the youth with Zhang Yuan is a waste. Surprisingly to Su Qingyue, Zhang Yuan was not hysterical, nor did he have any agitated look. Zhang Yuan was just as if he was looking at a little cutie. Like looking at her. "You are ready to break up with me just for a man who earns a mere $30,000 a month?" Zhang Yuan laughed. "District? Big talk, that's 10 times your salary." Su Qingyue sounded disdainful and shook the coffee in her hand. "Then have you ever heard of an old saying?" Zhang Yuan calmly sipped his coffee. "What old saying?" Su Qingyue was stunned. Zhang Yuan took out 5 red certificates from his bag. Demolition certificates. For a first-tier city, buying a suite early is better than studying for 10 years. Su Qingyue froze, her hand shook, spilling her coffee on the floor. Her lips wriggled a few times, unable to speak for a while. Zhang Yuan took advantage of the victory to pursue. "Do you know how much the latest policy subsidizes the demolition of a square foot? I've heard that it is as little as 60,000 and as much as 100,000. He said while shaking the 5 demolition certificates. "You say 5 suites. A suite is less than 100 or 80 square feet. I'm not very good at math. How much money does this add up to?" Su Qingyue didn't dare to speak. She felt like a circus clown. It turned out that the real golden son-in-law was right beside her. Hopefully, he used to pretend to be poor. All for the purpose of testing himself? Zhang Yuan was full of disinterest. "The object that your family arranged. He earns 30,000 a month. Do you think he can earn so much money if he works until his next life? 30,000 a month. A year is more than 300,000. Even if you do not eat and drink dry life, I'm afraid to earn this sky-high demolition money. The demolition of the tycoon. It turns out that even in my side." Su Qingying took a deep breath and tried her best to let herself recover her emotions. "Xiao Yuan, I thought carefully. Our 4-year relationship cannot be said to be divided," Su Qingyue said in a hurry. 4 years of feelings? This sentence was a bit familiar. Zhang Yuan gently shook his head and sighed. "My youth is also very precious. How can I waste it on someone who doesn't love me?" Su Qingying hurriedly explained. Love. I have great feelings for you." Zhang Yuan sighed again. "But I'm disappointed in you now." Su Qingyue immediately took out WeChat and opened the window of that matchmaking man. Then edited a message. "I've found true love. We don't have a chance. Sorry." She placed her phone in front of Zhang Yuan and then pressed the send button in front of him. Not long after, the other party replied, "Grass. Wasting my time." Okay, the two people were completely cut off this time. Su Qingying curtly said, "Now you are satisfied. Then when will this house be demolished and when will the demolition money be taken?" Zhang Yuan looked incredulous and said, "What demolition payment? What are you talking about?" She picked up the 5 red certificates and spread them out. All of them were blank. There was nothing at all. Only then did Su Qingying realize that she had been played by Zhang Yuan. A resentful look surfaced in her eyes. "Zhang Yuan, how dare you play me?" Zhang Yuan was bewildered and innocent. "When did I trick you? I obviously only discussed the topic of demolition with you. It's not like I said my house was going to be demolished." Upon hearing his words, Su Qingying was simply so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. The most crucial thing was that Zhang Yuan really did not utter a single word that his house was going to be demolished. It was just that Su Qingying was too poor to love the rich and was in a hurry to make a fool of herself. You poor man dare to make a demon." Su Qingyue pointed at Zhang Yuan, momentarily too angry to speak. "You wait, I'll find someone to clean up and kill you." Su Qingyue gave a harsh word and rushed to leave. As she walked away, she started to call and explain to that blind date, constantly explaining the misunderstanding just now and begging for his forgiveness. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Such a gold-worshipping snobbish woman is not worth me staying. He had actually known Su Qingyue's thoughts for a long time. Therefore, he came prepared today. Ding! Detected that the host's mindset meets the conditions. The Divine Magnificent Sweepstakes system has been bound. Name, Zhang Yuan. Age, 23. Height, 178. Face value, 9. Strength, 7. Speed, 8. Agility, 8. Intelligence, 8. Reserve, 1. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. 000. Shock points, 0. Note 1. Host can accumulate points by shocking others. Note 2. Every 100 shock points can be exchanged for a chance at a lottery. Ding! A newbie gift pack is being distributed. A free 10 consecutive raffle ticket is being given. Listening to the voice that suddenly rang in his head, Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. He had finally waited for the system. Not long ago, he had just crossed over to this world. He, who often flipped through novels, naturally knew what a system was, and his own system was somewhat unique. It could actually allow him to draw a lottery by accumulating shock points. And this newbie gift pack was quite powerful, actually directly gifting a round of 10 consecutive draws. Does the host immediately use the 10 consecutive draw ticket? Use it, Zhang Yuan commanded. Along with his command, a light blue light screen was gradually generated in front of his eyes. It was a raffle draw interface. Thump. 10 exquisite blind boxes slowly floated above the light screen. Zhang Yuan's finger gently scratched one of the blind boxes, and a white reward appeared inside. Reward, 1 million yuan. Gulp. Zhang Yuan gulped. The lowest level white reward was actually $1 million. It was just very nice. It was just very bold. Zhang Yuan simply crossed 8 blind boxes in a row. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $1 million. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, $1 million. Reward, 10 million yen. Reward, $10 million. 2 blue, 6 white. The total is 26 million yuan. Until the moment Zhang Yuan crossed the last blind box, Hera had a rainbow golden light flashed brightly. Blitz reward, a set of the most luxurious single-family villa in the East Mountain Villa area. Note, this Blitz reward is valued at about 4 billion. Chapter 2, $4 billion mansion bought by Mystery Man. A single-family house in East Mountain Villa? Zhang Yuan's heart stirred. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had still seen pigs running, having heard it mentioned more than once. The Dongshan Villa. It is the most expensive villa in the entire South City. The people who live here are either famous businessmen, superstars, or big shots. He had actually won one of the villas in the lottery. Doesn't that mean that in the future, his neighbors will all be big shots? It would be a great deal of money. It feels not bad. Zhang Yuan's heart was happy, and along with a beeping sound of his cell phone, ding! The transaction formalities for your Dongshan Villa area single-family villa have been completed. On the cell phone, information about the villa's thumbnail image, with supporting luxury facilities such as swimming pool, back garden, private theater, study room, court and so on came into view. Overwhelmed, Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, recalling the small and shabby house he was renting now. Not only was the area small but it also leaked. The soundproofing was even worse. If it wasn't for the cheaper rent, he would have wanted to move out. The gap between the two is simply a beggar's nest on the street, and the emperor lives in the palace in general. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate, immediately ready to pack up, immediately moved to this new home. And this matter few people know, but those who know, without exception, are one of the top figures in South City. The most luxurious villa in the East Mountain Villa area was actually quietly purchased by a mysterious person this morning. As soon as this news spread, there were countless people who immediately wanted to make friends with this mysterious person. After all, the person who can have the financial strength to buy this villa is definitely not a mortal, and is very worthwhile to draw in. Even according to the news, that mysterious person directly purchased it at double the price. Such a large sum of money, simply not treating money as money. This aroused the curiosity of many people. Just which big brother has taken a fancy to our South City's #1 mansion, to be so bold that he directly took it? This big brother is too awesome. We must hug our thighs and fall for this big god. Immediately prepare gifts to welcome this big brother. Quickly arrange for a few extremely beautiful women to receive this big brother. These people were all human savants who had been mixing in society for many years. How could they not know the reasoning behind throwing their weight around? And more crucially, they also understood that once they got on the line of such a big shot, the benefits could naturally be recovered exponentially. A gift given now may bring them unimaginable benefits in the future. Therefore, They were naturally sloppy when it came to favors and gifts. Old Shun, immediately contact your beautiful daughter and order her to accompany this big shot for one night. If she's willing, you won't have to pay back the money you owe us. And along with the shock of many people, Zhang Yuan's ears also rang with a system sound. Ding! Shock points plus 10. 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 Zhang Yuan touched his nose. Is he sitting at home and the points are coming from the sky? Inside a pink-themed milk tea store, Su Qingyue had a depressed look on her face as she sat face to face with her best friend Shen Lingmai. On her cell phone, the blind date guy with a monthly salary of 30,000 had officially broken up with her. She was in a bad mood, so she dragged her best friend out to drink milk tea to regulate her mood. Suddenly, Shen Lingdao answered a call and was filled with shock. Su Qingyin asked carelessly, "What's wrong?" Shen Lingmai took a deep breath and tried her best to calm down, whispering, "That most luxurious villa in the East Mountain Villa area was taken by someone at double the price," Shen Lingdao slowly said. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyue was immediately taken aback. East Mountain Villa area, the most luxurious villa cluster in the entire southern city. Any single villa in this could be auctioned off at a sky-high price of several $billion. The people who lived in this area, without exception, were all big shots in South City. There is a core villa in the entire Dongshan Villa area, which is the most special. This villa not only occupies the best location in the entire villa area, and it is said that the price is extremely expensive, is surrounded by several villas combined also not on. Whether it was the recognized richest man in South City, Su Tianhao, or today's hot financial tycoon in South City, Zhou Zicai, they all had ideas about it. It was an extremely racy villa, but someone buying it at double the price of a ho-hum cross? Su Qingyin's eyes immediately glistened upon hearing this. Lingdao, you quickly tell me, where is this person a big shot? Ah, Shen Lingmai shook her head. Specifically not clear. Seems to be a very young single male. Seems to be surnamed Zhang. Young single male? A big shot with the surname Zhang. Su Qingyin swallowed a mouthful of water. Not only is he a male, but he is also single. Isn't this a proper golden bachelor? This kind of superb man was simply the male god-level figure that Su Qingyue had dreamed of in her heart. If one was able to marry such a top-class mansion top-stream, then wouldn't one's life be a life of food and clothing without worry, and enjoy endless glory and wealth? Su Qingyu hurriedly asked. Then what are you doing? Shen Lingmai was a bit silent. My father owes someone money. The other party said that if I go to accompany this big shot once as repayment of the debt. Su Qingyue knew her bosom friend very well and knew that she was clean and didn't like to do this kind of thing. But, Su Qingyue doesn't have this kind of burden. She had two glowing eyes. Lingmai, why don't I go instead of you? Shen Lingmai was a bit surprised. Light speech. Are you really willing? Su Qingyue's eyes were fiery. With my good looks, what man can't handle it? This is a great opportunity to marry into a rich family. Shen Lingmai's heart was a bit intolerant, but you just broke up with Zhang Yuan. If he knows that you went to do this kind of thing, he should be very sad, right? Su Qingyue waved her hand. Zhang Yuan? Ghosts don't even know this kind of poor guy. What the hell is he sad about? I'm about to fly to the branch and become a phoenix. I still have the time to care if he's sad or not. Seeing that she was so persistent, and that she was really unwilling to trample on her own body, Shen Lingmai finally agreed to her best friend's request, and Su Qingyue's heart was simply bursting with joy, thinking that she can also have the opportunity to get a big money, fly on the branch to become a phoenix. The future days is to enjoy endless glory and wealth. Paper drunkenness. This kind of day is simply the gods cannot change the pleasure. She simply couldn't wait to immediately change into the most tantalizing clothes and run to the front of that big shot to offer her everything. I wonder how to get a ride with this big shot surnamed Jiang. Humph. Watch my 36 stratagems of chopping men and play a handful of lustful takedowns. Or maybe playing a trick of spilling water and widening clothes is not bad. Su Qingyin's mind was full of ideas on how to hook up with big shots. As for Zhang Yuan, he had already been put behind Su Qingyue's mind and flung away in 100,000 and 80,000 miles away from her thoughts. Chapter 3 Big Brothers Give Gifts to Make Friendships. Zhang Yuan had already packed up his things and was ready to move inside his brand new detached villa. However, as he was about to enter, he was stopped by a few men in suits who had been waiting for a long time. You guys are? Zhang Yuan was a bit puzzled, and the few men in suits smiled. Don't get me wrong, sir. We are all the men of the owner of the East Mountain Villa. They heard that you are moving in today, so they specially asked us to send a little gift. It turned out to be a human interaction between neighbors, giving some gifts. Zhang Yuan nodded, signaling that he understood, and several suited men took out their own gift boxes respectively, and handed them over to Zhang Yuan with an extremely respectful demeanor. Sir, you can personally open it and take a look. Feel the sincerity of our master's neighborhood. The man in the suit smiled. Aha, Zhang Yuan said. He then opened one of the light blue gift boxes, Inside the gift box, a white luxury wristwatch was lying quietly. Ding! System detection in progress. Item name, Jaquette Draws White Gold Watch. Market price, 300,000. If an ordinary person saw this kind of expensive gift, I'm afraid he would have been overjoyed. But Jiang Yuan's vision is not what it used to be, and his own assets are far beyond this figure. In his eyes, this was just a small gift. He casually replied, "Nice gift. Please say thank you to your master on my behalf. I will come up with a gift back later." His attitude was calm and his face was composed. This poise of his immediately impressed these men in suits. Even the security guards in the distance were a bit shocked. Ding! Shock points plus 10. Ding! Shock points plus 10. Ding! Shock points plus 10. This hundreds of thousands of watches. How can this person receive this kind of gift without even blinking? You're a pig brain. People are living in this kind of place. This kind of watch is nothing? That's right. Look at my brain. It's just not very good. But his outfit seems not too good. What do you know? It's possible that people just like to keep a low profile. The richer the person, the more they like to keep a low profile. After that, Jiang Yuan put the watch on his hand. Not only did this watch look good, it felt quite comfortable to wear. Jiang Yuan felt quite nasty, and such gifts, at least a dozen of them had been received. But he was going to turn around and check them out one by one. Right now, his heart wanted to see what this villa, which was known to be the most luxurious villa in the East Mountain Villa area, was really like on the inside. He was already a bit impatient. The men in suits were very informed and sensible, and after offering their gifts, they took their leave. However, one of them quietly came to Jiang Yuan's ear and whispered, "Mr. Jiang, we have prepared an extremely beautiful woman in advance for you, and she is waiting for you right now. I wonder if you are interested." Saying that, he immediately revealed a look that all men know. An extremely beautiful woman? Jiang Yuan's mind moved. Since he had broken up with Su Qingyue at the moment, he did not have any moral burden. Going to meet the so-called extreme beauty would be a pleasing thing to the eyes. Jiang Yuan also smiled heartily as he looked at him. Everyone was a man, and Jiang Yuan was not a decent man. We all know what is in our hearts. And under the leadership of Shen Lingdao, Su Qingyue also quickly arrived at a room in a villa, quietly waiting for the big shot's arrival. At this moment, she had already changed into a brand new outfit. The cute little shoulder straps revealed her round shoulders, and the rather boldly designed clothing revealed a large area of snow-white skin. Her entire person exuded a strong feminine charm. Shen Lingdao hesitated, whispering, "I'd better leave here. I don't think I'm suitable for this kind of scene." Su Qingyue smiled. "That's fine. With me here, you don't have to worry about yourself being chastised by your dad. I'll make sure to satisfy this big shot." At the same time, her heart was already secretly looking forward to it. What exactly did this golden bachelor look like? If he was ugly, it would be fine. Seeing as he was so rich, it wasn't like he couldn't accept it himself. But if he was not only rich, but he was also handsome, he would be killing two birds with one stone. Earned a lot. Jiang Yuan waited in place for a little while. Meanwhile, a call came in. "Mr. Jiang, we have already arranged for someone to receive you. Please come this way." Jiang Yuan followed the instructions on the phone and walked to a room. He placed his hand on the door handle and pushed the door in, and there was a woman sitting inside. It was none other than Su Qingyue. When she heard the creaking sound of the door opening, she immediately changed into an extremely flirtatious smiling face. But the person who greeted her gaze was unexpectedly the poor man's ex-boyfriend Jiang Yuan. Four eyes met, wide-eyed. Both of them were taken aback and spoke in unison. "How come it's you? Why are you here?" Su Qingyu's reaction was quick and immediately floated off. "Jiang Yuan, you can't get enough of me. So you quietly followed me to this place? You're here to retain me, right? But I advise you to die. We are no longer possible. I'm about to meet a big shot, so hurry up and get lost." Hearing this, Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Chapter 4, Wanting to be a big shot. Jiang Yuan looked at her and said indifferently, "I didn't come to look for you, nor did I follow you." At those words, Su Qingyue snorted. "Manly man, dare to do but not dare to admit. If you didn't come to look for me specifically, then why did you suddenly appear here? It's impossible that the golden bachelor surnamed Jiang is you." The poor man Jiang Yuan. "One has already fallen for your demolition tycoon's trick once. Can one fall for it a second time?" At the same time, the corner of her eye caught a glimpse of the expensive watch on Jiang Yuan's hand. At once, her eyes glared and she almost screamed out. She pointed at the watch on Jiang Yuan's hand and rebuked, "Not only did you sneakily follow me here, your hands and feet aren't clean, are they?" Jiang Yuan frowned, a little displeased. "This watch is a gift from someone else. It came from an honorable source." Su Qingyue was infuriated and laughed. "A gift from someone else? So you stole something and have this kind of excuse, right?" Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes. Feeling that there was really no way for him to communicate with this woman, he simply stopped talking. As for Su Qingyin, when she saw that he didn't say anything anymore, she thought that her words had poked her heart and made him speechless. In the bottom of her heart, she couldn't help but be more certain that this watch was stolen by Zhang Yuan. This thief. Su Qingyue's heart despised Zhang Yuan even more. Immediately after, Su Qingyue glanced down at her cell phone. The time from that big shot's arrival had almost arrived. It was better to hurry up and get rid of Zhang Yuan. This thief. If that big shot saw herself and Zhang Yuan, a strange man, alone in this room, wouldn't it be misunderstood by the big shot? Su Qingyue hurriedly urged. Zhang Yuan, get lost after you took advantage. Don't let me see you again. Zhang Yuan was speechless. This is my home. Where am I going? Seeing that he was so insistent, biting the bullet that this was his own home, Su Qingyue could not help but get anxious. Looking at the situation, Zhang Yuan seems to want to be a scoundrel and rely on himself. Su Qingyin inhaled a deep breath and tried her best to calm down. She slowly spoke. Are you trying to blackmail me with your ex-boyfriend's identity? Say it directly. How much money do you want? Say how much you took before you hurry up and get lost. Zhang Yuan was already too lazy to bother with her. He sat down graciously and calmly poured himself a cup of tea. I came back to my own home. Why should I explain so much to you? Su Qingyin saw him in this posture. Her heart couldn't help but become more anxious. He can't be determined. Just don't want to go. Could it be that Zhang Yuan is not able to let go of himself? Does not want to let himself evening big money, deliberately come to make trouble? Thinking of this, Su Qingyue was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. That big shot was about to come. Su Qingyue's persuasion to Zhang Yuan also gradually became helpless from her initial vocalization. Even after a while, she had begun to emit a pleading tone, revealing a pleading expression. Zhang Yuan, count on me to beg you, on the basis that I've spent 4 years with you, just let me go and hurry up and take the money and leave from here. I'll have a chance to marry into a rich family soon. This may not be my only chance in this life. I promise you, after this is accomplished, if I really marry into a rich family, I will give you a large sum of money as a reward. Okay? Zhang Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her. Do you want to marry the owner of this house that much? Su Qingyue couldn't help but nod her head repeatedly when she saw him finally speak. This villa is the most luxurious one in the entire Dongshan Villa area. Even a few famous bigwigs in South City want it badly. But today this villa was bought by a big shot at double the price. How much energy do you think this big shot must have? How rich must he be? If I fall for such a big shot, my life will be worth it. So please, just go. Don't let that big shot see you, or he'll misunderstand the relationship between you and me. Double the price of the purchase? Zhang Yuan's heart jumped. This system is so powerful? It had actually bought this villa as a reward for itself, or bought it at double the price. This double price isn't not treating money as money. This system, when it comes to it, is a bit of a hoax. Zhang Yuan cannot help but look forward to his next can draw to the golden reward up. If he drew the gold reward again, the system does not know what kind of reward will be given. It wouldn't be worse than this villa, right? However, if he needed to draw, he would have to accumulate shot points. This was a problem. Looking at the gold-worshipping woman in front of him, and then thinking about the number of shot points he needed to make a lucky draw, Zhang Yuan suddenly had a plan in mind. Su Qingyue, if you think I am a thief, now you can go outside and expose me. Zhang Yuan took a sip of tea. I think the owner of this house might appreciate a woman like you who is not afraid of burglary thugs. Su Qingyin was a little shocked in the bottom of her heart. Zhang Yuan, you can't be crazy, not only being a thief, but also asking me to report you? Our breakup gave you such a big blow? Are you not quite in your right mind right now? Don't blame me for being heartless, even if we once had feelings for each other, but that was after all a thing of the past. Zhang Yuan spread his hands, signaling her to go ahead. Su Qingyue didn't hesitate to grab the door and go out, ripping her voice to startle the security guards. Thief, there's a thief here, she shouted with this voice and immediately startled the outside world. Clang! In an instant, a dozen or so stout, bright-eyed security guards swarmed in. The captain leading the group shouted, Thief? Where is the thief? Su Qingyin stretched out her index finger and pointed straight at Zhang Yuan's head. This is the man. Not only did he sneak into this villa, but his hands and feet are not clean. Look at that watch on his hand. It's stolen. Quickly send him to the police station. Zhang Yuan took a sip of tea in a calm manner. The security guards around him had seen when those suited men gave themselves the gift just now. They were recognizing themselves. Therefore the crowd of security guards glanced at Su Qingyue with extreme suspicion. Then they tightened their stomachs and bent over to Zhang Yuan, respectfully saying in unison, Mr. Zhang, who is this woman? Mr. Zhang, what's the situation? Su Qingyue's heart beat violently. How things didn't seem right. The attitude of these security guards, why are they so humble? What exactly is Zhang Yuan's identity? Chapter 5 Extreme Beauty Yao Wenwen. Why are these people treating Jiang Yuan so respectfully? Su Qingyue hurriedly said. Are you guys mistaken about something? This person is trespassing and stealing. You guys quickly arrest him and send him to the bureau. When the security crowd heard this, they burst out laughing. You woman is sick, right? This is our Mr. Zhang's home. He went back to his own home, also called trespassing? The watch on Mr. Zhang's hand, that's also a token of appreciation from the other homeowners. It came from a bright source. As for who the hell are you? Why are you slandering our Mr. Zhang as a thief and claiming to send him to the police station? Facing the security congregation's questioning, Su Qingyue was confused on the spot. For an instant, she simply couldn't accept this reality. This big shot who had bought the most luxurious villa in South City was actually her own poor ex-boyfriend Jiang Yuan? She could not associate these two people, whose identities were vastly different, in any way. Her mind was in chaos. Ding! Shock points plus 50. Ding! Shock points plus 50. Ding! Shock points plus 50. The poor guy's ex-boyfriend, Jiang Yuan, is actually the golden bachelor who bought the most luxurious villa in the East Mountain Villa area. Then isn't breaking up with him the equivalent of throwing a winning lottery ticket of tens of millions of dollars into the water? Loss. Dead. Dead. Su Qingyin swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and confirmed again and again. Are you guys mistaken somewhere? Jiang Yuan is a very cunning person. He even tricked me into being some kind of demolition house. Did you guys fall for his trick too? The security congregation looked disdainful. Mr. Zhang's identity, we have already verified it long ago. We will carefully check the identity of every owner in the East Mountain Villa area. On the contrary, who exactly are you? Su Qingyue was a little embarrassed by the other party's cross-examination. She couldn't just bluntly say that she had come to accompany this big shot in place of her best friend Shenlingmai, could she? This would be too humiliating. But a bad explanation for this kind of thing would be that she was trespassing and being treated as a crazy thief. Su Qingyue was at a loss for a moment. She instantly looked at Jiang Yuan helpfully. However, Jiang Yuan just lowered his head and sipped his tea, not wanting to pay any attention to her. I don't know how she got here. The security congregation was instantly ready to send Su Qingyue to the police station. Su Qingyue was so anxious that she shouted, Jiang Yuan, you can't send me to the police station like this. Have you forgotten our 4-year relationship? Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and said lightly, Su Qingyue, when you broke up with me just for a blind date guy, it seems that you didn't think about our 4 years of relationship, right? When you just broke up with me and couldn't wait to offer yourself to a big money man, it seems like you didn't think about our 4-year relationship either. You just wanted to call the police to arrest me as a thief into the police station to the head of the time, as if even less thought about our 4-year relationship, right? And now you're asking me to think about our 4-year relationship? On what grounds? Su Qingyue was momentarily speechless, unable to speak. Her heart was weak. At this moment, even she herself felt that she was a bit excessive. She even gave birth to the idea that she was to blame. If she had known, she would have lived a practical life with Jiang Yuan. Wouldn't it have smelled good? In the past, he might have really just tested himself by pretending to be poor. I didn't realize that not only did I break up with him because of a blind date, but I even ended up in this situation. Everything seems to be the result of his own poverty, love of wealth, and eagerness to make quick profits. Su Qingyue's heart was green with remorse. Jiang Yuan waved his hand. Throw her out, I don't want to see this person. Thus, Su Qingyue was driven out by the security guards without any face, even though she still wanted to open her mouth to stay and pray again. And still, she was directly driven out to the street, and was seen by many onlookers with their own eyes. How did this person get kicked out? Couldn't be a thief, right? Growing so pretty at such a young age. I didn't expect to be a thief. Listening to the whispers of the people around, Su Qingyue could not wait to shrink to the ground and hurriedly ran away in shame and indignation. And the system tone was still ringing in Jiang Yuan's mind. Ding! Shock points plus 10. Ding! Shock points plus 10. Ding! Shock points plus 10. It seemed to have shocked Su Qingyue to the point where she couldn't calm down for a long time. Jiang Yuan shook his head, continuing to visit his villa. The property of the East Mountain Villa was also very uptight, and after the incident, immediately arranged for another superb beauty to accompany the tour. Soon, an OL beauty with a white shirt on her upper body and a wraparound skirt on her lower body appeared in front of Jiang Yuan in a swaying manner. This OL beauty had a cute bun face and a pair of charming and moving peach blossom eyes, full of teenage charm. In particular, her figure was extremely hot, and she looked like she had a big bosom, living as a superbly beautiful thing. Hello Mr. Jiang, my name is Yao Wenwen. The higher-ups assigned me to serve you. I can meet all your requirements. The OL beauty smiled sweetly and introduced herself. System detection in progress. Name, Wenwen Yao. Age, 22. Face value, 9. 3. Body, 9. 2. Status, housekeeper. Monthly salary, 40,000. Note, a face value of 9 points or more is a department flower level beauty. 5 points or more is a school flower level. And 9 points is a goddess level. Jiang Yuan nodded and faintly said, good. He himself was a bit impatient to visit his luxurious villa now. Anything else? There was plenty of time to do it any time anyway. Looking at Jiang Yuan's weighty attitude, Yao Wenwen's heart was a bit unwilling. This was still the first man who was not shocked by her figure and appearance at first glance. This man is a bit unusual. Yao Wenwen led Jiang Yuan around the villa. First, the two of them came to the extremely spacious living room, which was at least 500 square meters. There was an emerald crystal chandelier hanging overhead, and below was a gray-beige sofa. Item name, Emerald Gemstone Crystal Chandelier. Item price, market price of about 7 million. Nice guy. Just a few chandeliers alone were encrusted with gemstones, worth a total of $7 million. A little bit Ness, a little bit hoity-toity. Then the two of them came to the dining room. Not only was it large, but it had all kinds of brand-name kitchenware. But Jiang Yuan frowned. I don't know how to cook. Hire a chef. Yao Wenwen immediately made a call. After a short while, more than 100 chefs who were both young and high-faced appeared in front of Jiang Yuan. This is 100 chef candidates provided by our property. Please select them yourself. Jiang Yuan looked at the 100 chefs of all shapes and sizes and stroked his chin. He took a fancy to one chef at the first glance. It was because she was simply too big. Too big. Too big. Name, Xiao Ye. Age, 21. Face value, 9. 1. Body, 9. 4. Identity, chef. Culinary level, 3. Monthly salary, 20,000. Note, culinary grade 1 is an ordinary chef. Grade 2 is a junior chef. And grade 3 is an intermediate chef. And as the grade rises, the hiring salary will also rise significantly. Good lord, this Xiaoya's face value wasn't as high as Yao Wenwen's, but her body was a big step ahead. Worthy of being a big. Jiang Yuan immediately took his hand and pointed. She's it. Be my personal chef. Chapter 6, Choosing a Chef, Lucky Draw Again. Yao Wenwen nodded. Okay, have you decided to hire just this one? Jiang Yuan immediately shook his head. Where is one enough? Of course one is not enough. Only children make choices. Adults want them all. A few more beautiful chefs, not only to feed the eyes but also to satiate the stomach. Doesn't it smell good? Jiang Yuan picked through the 100 or so people. Male, sift out. Female, ugly, sift out. Female, those with high face value, high figure, good temperament and good cooking skills. Keep them for observation. Jiang Yuan initially screened out 36 beautiful chefs. All of them had a face value of 9 points or more and had a cooking skill level of 3 or more. However, Jiang Yuan did not have a concrete concept of their cooking skills. Why don't we do this? You guys make a dish on the spot for me to taste and try. Jiang Yuan said directly. Upon hearing this, Yao Wenwen immediately asked these 36 beautiful chefs to start preparing. Jiang Yuan thought about it and added, I will pick 3 of the most delicious dishes, award them as beautiful cooks, and give you guys a salary of $500,000. $500,000 salary. As soon as these words were said, the 36 beautiful chefs were immediately all filled with shock. Such a generous salary. I'm afraid this was a salary that only a chef of a state banquet restaurant could get. Ding. Shock points plus 20. Ding. Shock points plus 20. Ding. Shock points plus 20. Fire sprang from the bottom of the eyes of the 36 people, and they were filled with a sense of competition with each other. Yao Wenwen was also taken aback. Mr. Jiang, I actually know how to cook as well. Why don't you let me join in as well? Jiang Yuan was dumbfounded. How can you cook anything? Sit beside me and taste the food with me. Don't worry, if you perform to my satisfaction, $500,000 is nothing at all. When Yao Wenwen heard this, a shy smile immediately appeared on her face. She sat beside Jiang Yuan and leaned closer to him. Soon an exquisite dish was served. First was a pot of red, spicy and fragrant boiled fish. Jiang Yuan picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. Then he felt that the fish was tender and springy. The flavor was very fresh and delicious. Then a plate of sweet and sour squirrel mandarin fish. A cup of luxurious and rich Buddha jumps over the wall. Delicious and incomparable open water cabbage. Wenshi tofu, kung pao chicken, longjing shrimp. With a beautiful woman by his side and endless food on the table, Jiang Yuan's heart was happy. The 36 beautiful chefs looked at Jiang Yuan nervously, wanting to know the result of the competition. It was only after about an hour that Jiang Yuan selected the 3 people with the best flavor of the dishes. Name, Yi Yan. Age, 19. Face value, 9. 4. Body, 9. 5. Culinary rank, 4. Monthly salary, 40,000. Name, Jiang Shishir. Name, Jiang Shishir. Age, 23. Face value, 9. 3. Body, 9. 4. Culinary level, 5. Monthly salary, 60,000. Name, Xiao Xin. Age, 24. Face value, 9. 4. Body, 9. 6. Culinary level, 5. Monthly salary, 60,000. With a command, Zhang Yuan directly ordered these three to be promoted to beauty god of cookery. In their profiles, the culinary grade immediately rose 3 levels in a row. The salary also became $500,000. Shock was immediately written all over Jiang Shishir's 3 faces. This master is serious. He's not joking, giving us a salary increase just like that. A monthly salary of $500,000. Just how rich is this master? Yao Wenwen was also secretly shocked in her heart at the side. Poverty has really limited her imagination. Ding! Shock points plus 10. Ding! Shock points plus 10. Ding! Shock points plus 10. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel in a good mood after tasting the food and looking at these beauties. When you are in a good mood, your luck is never too bad. Therefore he called out the system and casually tried a single draw to celebrate. But unexpectedly, the luck was surprisingly good. This single shot unexpectedly went straight into the soul and came out on the spot. As his finger crossed the blind box, a golden light shone brightly. It was accompanied by a brilliant rainbow flash. Blast reward, 51% of the shares of the Faith Carlton restaurant. Zhang Yuan looked at the golden reward he drew out and couldn't help but let out a low cry. What a guy! It was also a golden reward, but this time, the reward was clearly a lot better than the last time. As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. It certainly felt good to have won a luxury villa in the lottery last time, but that was, after all, just real estate that couldn't consistently bring in income. This time, the reward was a large number of shares in a restaurant. According to the rules, once one holds more than 50% of the shares, one is the largest shareholder. That is, it was equivalent to the true owner of this restaurant. Every once in a while, one could get a large amount of dividends from this restaurant's revenue. This is equivalent to money that has the ability to reproduce. Being able to generate money from money. This system is also too powerful, right? Zhang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. This was equivalent to saying that he had drawn a chicken that could lay golden eggs. Just by lying down, he could also get money. This was much more fragrant than drawing any luxury goods. One could earn money just by breathing. Is there anything more comfortable than this? Just sit down and wait for the company's dividends. He idly continued to wander around the villa accompanied by Yao Wenwen. Within the back garden lawn of the villa, the many gardeners and maids saw him and bowed their heads respectfully. Good day, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Yuan smiled and responded one by one. Inside the private pool, he had the maids change into beautiful swimsuits and accompany him to splash around in the pool. The maids who were able to join this luxurious villa, each one of them had a great figure and face value, especially one of them named Sun Yahan. That figure even made Zhang Yuan a little surprised. Su Qingyue's own condition was good. Zhang Yuan felt that way after seeing more. But Sun Yahan belongs to the extremely durable type. Not only is it quite stunning after seeing it initially. Name, Sun Yahan. Age, 22. Face value, 9. 6. Body, 9. 6. Identity, maid. Maid rank, 5. Monthly salary, 50,000. Every time he saw her, he seemed to be able to find a brand new and wonderful temperament in her body, especially after Sun Yahan changed into her swimsuit. Zhang Yuan had a feast for his eyes. Mr. Jiang, what are you staring at me for? Sun Yahan shyly lowered her head. Zhang Yuan laughed loudly and kept chasing and playing with him in the pool, envying many other maids. Sister Yahan is so favored. Mr. Jiang is playing so high with her. That's not true. Sister Yahan's body and face value are not comparable to many teenage stars out there. We have to work harder, or else Mr. Jiang's attention will be snatched away by Sister Yahan. Sunshine, breeze, beauty, pool. Zhang Yuan's little life was very comfortable. Chapter 7, Getting High on Vacation. Zhang Yuan had been enjoying himself for a few days, only to feel that every cell in his body was pleasant and relaxed. The family's several beautiful cook god is not only the value of the body first class. Cooking is not to say. Sichuan, Lu, Huaiyang, 8 dishes they are extremely good at. Occasionally tired of eating, to a few sweet and sour pork ribs. Soy sauce tofu and other home cooking is also very comfortable. The maids are also multi-talented. Accompanied by his swimming, fitness, playing golf, life is boundless. However, after a few days of living in the house, Zhang Yuan kept making them work, and didn't give them a break. Today, Zhang Yuan made a decision. Let's take a vacation today and go to the most luxurious restaurant in South City for a potluck dinner together, Zhang Yuan announced. The moment he said this decision, he immediately caused a burst of cheers. Hooray! A staff get-together. Long live the boss. The most luxurious restaurant? Which restaurant is Mr. Jiang inviting us to eat at? Stupid you. You don't even know. The most luxurious restaurant in South City is of course the downtown Faith Carlton. It's so expensive there. I don't even dare to go there a few times a year. One dish is worth a month's salary. The boss is awesome. I can't believe he brought us to such a nice place for a staff dinner. Ding. Shock points plus 20. 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 Yao Wenwen's heart also had a warm current surging through it. Other people's bosses, even if it was for the team to have a reunion, at most, they would go to an ordinary hotel to order a table of food. A slightly larger company might go to a better hotel to order a meal. But the top stream of luxury restaurants like the Faith Carlton often only makes sense to take your partner to eat once or twice in a while. Taking so many of one's employees to a gathering at the Freescale Carlton was an extremely unthinkable thing to the ears of onlookers. To know that the consumption there is extremely exaggerated. A per capita will be over 100,000 yuan of super luxurious restaurant. This kind of restaurant, which boss dares to bring a large number of people under his command to eat, but not live to eat poor? But Boss Jiang was so relaxed that he said that every maid and female chef could enjoy the staff meal for free. As a reward for their hard work these days, Yao Wenwen had never seen a boss who was so sympathetic to his employees, and she couldn't help but be a bit touched. At the same time, she was also a bit shocked. There are at least 100 or so people under her hand, and the restaurant's per capita consumption is a super high luxury consumption of 10W+. That is to say, the matter of eating the boss poor is really possible to happen. One person is 100,000. 10 people is 1,000,000, and this is still calculated according to the minimum consumption situation. Boss, do you want to reconsider? I can carefully calculate the expenses of this staff dinner for you, Yao Wenwen said with uncertain concern. She was a little afraid if her boss was not very good at math. Otherwise, how could he make such a bold decision? Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan directly waved his hand and graciously wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Look at your buttoned-up look. Not atmospheric at all. This vice must be corrected. The next one will not be an example. Today's entire consumption, all by me to pay the bill. Nothing to be stingy. Yao Wenwen blushed in Zhang Yuan's embrace while listening to his bold and confident words in her ears. In an instant, he felt that Zhang Yuan, the way this man is generous with his money, is just too handsome. Even though Zhang Yuan's original face value was close to a perfect score, he was the golden tortoise in the field, the brightest star in the night sky, and the prettiest cub on a street. But at this moment, Yao Wenwen was still shocked by his handsomeness. Ding! Shock points plus 50. Ding! Shock points plus 50. Ding! Shock points plus 50. So, in the crowd's joyful atmosphere immediately ready to go. But transportation, also became a problem. It was only at this time that Zhang Yuan slapped his head and said indistinctly, "These days I've been focusing on tasting food and having fun with the maids. How could I have forgotten to buy a few good cars?" Yao Wenwen comforted very sweetly at the side. "Cars can be bought next time. This time we'll rent a few cars to go for now." Zhang Yuan helplessly spread his hands. "Let's just rent a few cars to go first and buy a few luxury cars later." Thus, Zhang Yuan took the lead in renting an ordinary open-top Dabong E-Series sports car, followed by a dozen sports cars together to the restaurant. Along the way, Zhang Yuan mentally exclaimed his pity. Originally, if he had bought a dozen luxury cars this time, he would have attracted the shock of the passers-by on the surrounding roads. This time can certainly harvest a lot of shock points for the lottery. But now, I'm afraid that has been. Ding! Shock points plus 10. 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 Meow meow meow. What's wrong with the passers-by around? Why are there so many shock points? Zhang Yuan himself was shocked. He drove despite being the most expensive Grand Prix E-Series in the rental car store. But this kind of car is not particularly luxurious. The street can still see a lot of. There was no reason for the passers-by to be shocked at all. He gazed and listened carefully to the whispers of the people around him. This little brother is so handsome, although the car he drives is a bit average. It's still a bit of money. This fangirl arsonist. No wonder he drives a convertible sports car. If I had this face, I would want to drive a convertible too. Zhang Yuan stumbled on his feet. Emotionally, these people were shocked because of their face. These face dogs. But who is not a face dog? In the beginning, the reason why the vain and gold-worshipping Su Qingyue was willing to stay with Zhang Yuan for 4 years. The figure, that is Zhang Yuan, this one face value close to full marks. Otherwise, with Su Qingyue's view of money, it is simply impossible to be with Zhang Yuan. She is an unapologetic senior face dog, especially greedy for Zhang Yuan's face. Unfortunately, Su Qingyue was ultimately overwhelmed by money, and now she has ended up with a regretful and remorseful ending. Thinking of Su Qingyue, Jiang Yuan could not help but shake his head. This is all in the past. One still needs to learn to look forward. Jiang Yuan thought. Yes, one must always learn to say goodbye to the past. As the saying goes, if the old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. A better sister is still waiting for her in the future. Chapter 8 Targeted by a rich woman. A dozen or so cars soon arrived at the Faith Carlton restaurant one after another. However, instead of being a restaurant, it was like a modernized palace due to the extremely luxurious and extravagant decoration. It was brilliantly golden and rich. Jiang Yuan stepped down from the car and looked at the opulent restaurant. This place was decorated just like a palace. No wonder it was an ultra-luxurious and luxurious zone with a per capita consumption of more than $100,000. And as the biggest shareholder here, wouldn't he be able to share a large sum of money every quarter? I wonder how much money I can share every quarter. Kind of looking forward to it. Jiang Yuan thought secretly. He couldn't help but look at the restaurant with a glint in his eyes. And on the third floor of the Faith Carlton restaurant, two noble women were drinking afternoon tea, talking and laughing with each other. When they glanced downstairs out of the corner of their eyes, they couldn't help but be taken aback at the same time. What a handsome young man. This man's face value is so high. The two of them had very poisonous eyes. Even though they were separated by a big distance, they took a glance at Jiang Yuan, the emperor of Yen. In an instant, both of them had a rush of blood. Somewhat unable to hold on, Jiang Yuan's face value was just too much to make these two noble women's hearts sway. These two noble women were one fat and one thin. One was nationally beautiful, young and pretty, named Su Jinxiu, but the other one was old and fat, aged, and named Su Jinfeng. Within 3 minutes, I want all the information about this little fresh meat. Su Jinxiu's eyes glowed, and after about a few minutes, Jiang Yuan's basic information was presented by his men. The information showed that Jiang Yuan was a courier with a monthly salary of 3,000. Seeing this, not only did the two of them not show a disappointed look, instead, they had an expression that was just what I wanted. Such a man is the only one who is easy to get hold of. Su Jinfeng grabbed the first to speak. Sister, this is what I saw first. You are not allowed to grab it with me. Su Jinxiu was in a difficult situation. In her heart, she also couldn't let go of Jiang Yuan, the face value of this fresh meat. But the thought of her sister, this condition can be too shabby. Himself is not good and she robbed. After all, they do not lack suitors. But the sister is not the same. Su Jinxiu remembered in the sisterly love, also had to nod extremely reluctantly. Good. Sister, then you have to help me call him up, Su Jinfeng shyly said. Su Jinxiu nodded and ordered one of the suited henchmen beside her to go downstairs. While Jiang Yuan was about to enter the interior of the restaurant, he was stopped by a man in a suit. Hello sir, my hostess would like to invite you upstairs, the suited man said respectfully. Jiang Yuan was a bit puzzled. Your hostess is? The man in the suit pointed towards the upstairs. Jiang Yuan followed the line of sight and moved upstairs, and really saw a young woman of national color smiling at him. This beauty's face value was not low, at least around 9.6. Even Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel a flash of light amongst the crowd of school flower-level beauties these days. A bit pretty. I wonder what is looking for me for, Jiang Yuan thought secretly. The man in the suit saw that Jiang Yuan did not follow him immediately, so he whispered in his ear. This sir, my master perhaps appreciates your face value and would like to have a brief word with you. Jiang Yuan suddenly realized that it was another face dog. This was looking at his own face value. But how was Jiang Yuan himself not a face dog? He glanced at the 9.6 beauty upstairs and was instantly interested. Okay, I'll go up with you, Jiang Yuan said. He instructed Yao Wenwen to lead the crowd to their seats for the time being, and he would come later. Then, Jiang Yuan followed the man in the suit upstairs, but as soon as he reached the upstairs, he felt something was wrong, because an old woman with an obese figure was sizing herself up with narrowed eyes, and the young sister of national color from the party was sitting beside this old woman in a docile manner. May I ask who you are? Jiang Yuan asked suspiciously. My name is Su Jinfeng. She is my younger sister Su Jinxiu. Su Jinfeng held a nail clipper in her hand and kept rubbing her nails. Su family sisters? The Su family was a famous financial family in South City, and the successor of this generation was this pair of sisters. Their names often appeared in newspaper headlines or on financial boards. Jiang Yuan had heard of them. Then I don't know what the two of you are looking for me for. Could it be that you have some business matters? Jiang Yuan asked. Upon hearing this, Su Jinfeng glanced at him with interest. I'm a person who doesn't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. Then, the man in the suit under his command took out 3 things and placed them in front of Jiang Yuan. A car key, a red real estate certificate, and an entry notice. This one is a Lamborghini car key, top of the line. Oh, this one is the real estate certificate of the Ming Lake Villa area. This is a high-class villa in South City second only to the Dongshan Villa area. The houses in it should start at $10 million at least. This one is Su Denny Company's entry notice. 500 enterprises O. Inside the staff education at least 985 to start. Su Jinxiu pushed these 3 things in front of Jiang Yuan. Then she said with a smile, as long as you are willing to be my brother-in-law, then these are all yours. Seeing this, the suited henchmen around him could not help but look at Jiang Yuan with expressions of incomparable envy and jealousy. As long as he agreed, he would be able to struggle for 50 years less. The suited henchmen wailed in the bottom of their hearts. We don't want to work hard either, but nah, we're not Emperor Yen. We don't have this capital. But when Jiang Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but be shaken. Dare it be that this is taking money to smash my face, letting me join the family as a gigolo? If it was the Jiang Yuan of old, facing this heavenly temptation, perhaps he might still waver. Or if the one who made this request was Su Jinxiu, who had a face value of 9.6 points, Jiang Yuan might have considered struggling for a while, but it was different now. So what if it's a top-of-the-line Lamborghini? It's only a few tens of millions at most, not as much as the money from a 10 consecutive draw. The Minghu Villa area was certainly luxurious, but compared to his own house in the Dongshan Villa area, it was garbage. As for the entry letter from a top 500 company, we are rich people, but we still want to work for others as a laborer? Moreover, the one who made the request was still the old and fat Su Jinfang. So, Jiang Yuan smiled very nonchalantly. I'm afraid I can't promise you guys. Su Jinfang continued to fiddle with the nail clippers in her hand while speaking. Mr. Jiang, as a courier with a monthly salary of 3,000, you should not have any reason to refuse. She was unconcerned, and in her heart, she thought that Jiang Yuan was merely being reserved. Jiang Yuan, however, shook his head and said solemnly, no, you are wrong, I have a reason. The Su sisters were stunned for a moment. What reason? Jiang Yuan said with incomparable seriousness, I can't accept that my wife walks like she is riding a pig. When Su Jinfang heard this, she was so angry that her fat face turned white and her fingers trembled as she pointed at Jiang Yuan. The surrounding men in suits somewhat stifled their laughter once they heard this. Su Jinxiu also held back her laughter a little. She felt that Jiang Yuan's statement was a little amusing, but seeing that her sister was going to make things difficult for Jiang Yuan, she hurriedly rounded up the situation. Sister, since he's not willing to do it, just forget it. At the same time, she hurriedly gave Jiang Yuan a wink, signaling him to leave quickly. Otherwise her own sister would have to make things difficult for him. After all, she couldn't afford to let her own sister hurt Jiang Yuan. The Yen Emperor. Chapter 9. I'm in my house. Why should I leave? Su Jinfang's eyes flickered with anger. I can't accept my other half walking like riding a pig. Jiang Yuan's words were like a knife poking into Su Jinfang's heart. She was almost about to open her mouth loudly and ask the men in suits to catch Jiang Yuan and beat him violently. Seeing this, Su Jinfang hurriedly said, if you don't want to, forget it, just go. At the same time, she caressed her sister with her hand, comforting her not to be angry. But Jiang Yuan didn't want to leave. He sat down graciously, while pushing back the 3 items he had just taken. Su Jinfang, who was overflowing with rage, had instead calmed down surprisingly. She stared at Jiang Yuan and said word for word, you still don't want to leave? Jiang Yuan was generous and smiled cheekily. It's not like I'm staying for you. He stretched out his right hand and held Su Jinxiu's hand incomparably naturally. This little beauty doesn't know what her name is. Is it alright if we get to know each other? Jiang Yuan's simple one action one sentence, but it left everyone stunned. Ding! Shock points plus 10. Ding! Shock points plus 10. Ding! Shock points plus 10. This kid doesn't want to die. Pissing off the Su family's big sister like this and still not leaving, he still dares to reach out and molest the Su family's second miss? Too crazy, right, this guy? But a courier. The guts are too fat. Brothers are really fierce. Kaoman. Let's give him a call to order a coffin. I feel like he's going to have a big event. The young and beautiful Su Jinxiu blushed. Her palm was held by Jiang Yuan, and she only felt a warm big hand wrapped tightly around her small hand, filled with a sense of security. If it was any other man who dared to be like this, she would have already had someone break him into pieces. But Jiang Yuan, the Yen Emperor, was different. She couldn't wait for Jiang Yuan to hold it for a while longer, but she felt that her sister's eyes were about to kill. Therefore Su Jinxiu hurriedly let go of her hand and said in a bit of panic, my name is Su Jinxiu. You'd better leave now or something big is going to happen. Jiang Yuan smiled. Why should I leave? Su Jinfang sneered. Not leaving? You treat this place as your own home, right? To everyone's surprise, Jiang Yuan nodded his head with incomparable solemnity. This is my home. Su Jinfang laughed in anger. Your home? Looking so handsome. It turns out that you're not quite sober in the head. When Su Jinxiu heard this, she also couldn't help but look at Jiang Yuan worriedly. Such a good-looking little brother. Wouldn't he be a little cutie, right? This is also too much of a riot. The suited male henchmen around them even revealed an incomparably sympathetic look. I told you how this kid could refuse those three things. So it's a little cutie, a house in Minghu Villa, a top-of-the-line Lamborghini, and a job in a top 500 company. It should indeed only be a little cutie. It's only a little cutie who would refuse. Hey, this little cutie. Life is really good. Obviously the mind is not sober but looks so handsome. It's a pity. If he had a normal mind, he would probably be able to struggle for 50 years less. Everyone unanimously recognized Zhang Yuan as a little cutie. After all, someone who could say that the Faith Carlton restaurant was his own home indeed didn't look like a normal person. But just then, there was a knock on the room door. Knock knock knock. The Su sisters were stunned. The dishes they ordered had been served long ago. Who would come knocking on the door rashly? Su Jinqiu beckoned, and a man in a suit went forward and opened the door. A red-clothed waiter entered the room. The waiter was holding a bottle of wine, a bottle of incomparably precious wine. Hello, this is your National Collection Fun wine. Please smile. The waiter smiled politely. National Collection Fun wine. The Su sisters were stunned. They had extraordinary insights, so they naturally knew that this was a super famous wine worth a full $2 million. However, this kind of wine was usually priced without a market. A good thing that could not be bought even with money at all. Is it a mistake? We didn't order this bottle of wine. Su Jinfang was a little confused. Although her worth was extraordinary, she wasn't corrupt enough to drink a $2 million bottle of wine. The waiter, on the other hand, bent down and respectfully said, "This is gifted to you by our manager." A gift? For nothing? The moment this was said, the Su sisters were even more dumbfounded. Was the manager of the Faith Carlton restaurant crazy? Actually gifting a $2 million bottle of famous wine to us for free? Just when the Su family sisters were a bit bewildered and confused. This was still just the beginning. Immediately after, one after another waiter kept entering the house. Hello, this is a limited edition Islay whiskey from our manager. Hello, this is a tequila lay from our manager. Hello, this is the Grand Champagne Cognac brandy presented by our manager. Bottle after bottle of precious and incomparable famous wines were served on the table. From $1 million to multi-million dollar famous wines. It was overwhelming. The Su sisters almost stared out of their eyes. Rather, they had quite a lot of assets, but where had they ever seen such a luxurious manager? To actually lift their hands to give away even these superb, heavenly priced famous wines was simply too crazy. Who is your manager and why are you giving us wine? Su Jinfang was a bit bewildered. She felt as if she had staked out some kind of misunderstanding. While Su Jinqiu quietly glanced at Zhang Yuan, she caught something with her woman's intuition. Could it be that all this has something to do with this handsome little brother? A bold idea bubbled up in Su Jinqiu's heart, but immediately afterward, she shook her head, thinking that it was too absurd. How could a courier be related to the Faith Carlton restaurant? And right in the midst of the Su sisters' incomparably shocked gazes, bottle after bottle of superbly famous wines filled the dining table, and a chubby middle-aged man walked in with a big smile. He was the manager of the Faith Carlton restaurant, surnamed Wang. As soon as Su Jinfang saw Manager Wang coming, she hurriedly got up and said, "Manager Wang, what's going on?" However, Manager Wang did not pay any attention to her and just walked straight to Zhang Yuan, chest out, stomach in, bending over. His attitude was incomparably respectful. "Boss Jiang, these famous wines are a little bit of the little one's intentions. Please taste them with your friends. Boss Jiang." As soon as these three words left his mouth, it was like a thunderous explosion. Ding! Shock points plus 50. 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 Su Jinfang's lips quirked a few times, her eyes twitching as she froze, not knowing what to say. Su Jinqiu, on the other hand, had a pair of beautiful eyes that continuously sized up Zhang Yuan, as if she wanted to see him through. The jaws of the men in suits were about to drop in shock. So this is the real Big Brother. He said that this is his home. It's surprisingly true. Big Brother is awesome. On the surface he's a courier who earns $3,000 a month, but in reality he's the owner of a top restaurant. Chapter 10, It's Really Your House. Gulp. Su Jinfang swallowed a mouthful of water violently. She cautiously glanced at Zhang Yuan and said expectantly, "Manager Wang, may I ask who this Boss Jiang is?" "This is the biggest shareholder of our Faith Carlton restaurant. Boss Zhang Yuan Jiang. He is the person in charge of our place. This so-called manager of mine is just a part-time worker, and has to completely listen to the arrangements of Boss Jiang." A few days ago, Boss Jiang acquired the shares of several major shareholders of our Faith Carlton restaurant at several times the share price, so it can now be said that this restaurant is his. Manager Wang followed up with some confusion. "You guys don't know Boss Jiang, so why are you eating together?" Originally, Manager Wang and a group of executives from the Faith Carlton restaurant had gotten the news that Zhang Yuan, the largest shareholder, had come to the restaurant. At the same time, Jiang Yuan was dining in the Su sisters' room and subconsciously assumed that they knew each other and were having a drink. Therefore, they had specially prepared a lot of famous wines to come to the restaurant to give them a boost. However, the current situation seems to be different from what manager Wang imagined. The Su sisters, it seems, are not too familiar with Jiang Yuan, the Jiang boss. Manager Wang looked at Jiang Yuan inquiringly. Without Jiang Yuan's instructions, he did not dare to speak casually. He was a man of character. Having been in society for many years, he was very good at what he did. Jiang Yuan smiled. Manager Wang? Manager Wang's body trembled. He hurriedly said, just call me Little Wang. What are Boss Jiang's orders? Jiang Yuan casually took a bottle of fun wine, opened the cap and drank. After he drank a few mouthfuls of it, he wiped his mouth and casually said, Little Wang, I have no orders. Remember not to be so high profile next time. Keep a low profile, you go down. When Manager Wang heard this, his feet immediately stumbled in fear. Low profile. Boss Jiang turned out to like low profile. He didn't like us sending him famous wines to support him in such a high profile manner. He secretly remembered this, and at the same time hurriedly retreated with a fawning smile, fearing that he would cause any more trouble. If he offended Boss Jiang, he, Manager Wang, was just a paperman who could be broken at the first poke. No one could save him. After Manager Wang left, immediately after, the room was silent. Deadly silence. The sound of a needle falling on the floor seemed to be clearly audible. The men in suits looked at Jiang Yuan as if they were looking at a monster. Just now, Jiang Yuan was just a small courier in their eyes, just like a small ant crawling on the ground. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuan had transformed into a dragon, turning into a top-level bigwig who owned an entire free-scale Carlton restaurant. The transformation between these two identities was just too great. So we are the little cuties. The downright big and small cutie. I told you. This handsome young man is not an ordinary person at first glance. No wonder he immediately refused Big Sister Sue's request. It turns out he's the real big brother. This Faith Carlton restaurant. It turns out that it's really his family that owns it. A group of people looked at each other in disbelief. Ding. Shock points plus 10. Ding. Shock points plus 10. Ding. Shock points plus 10. Jiang Yuan kept listening to the system voice in his ears, immensely enjoying himself as he opened another bottle of fine wine and savored it. This fine wine is extraordinary. Soft in the mouth, a line of throat. This tequila and whiskey was the top match amongst the top matches. The fragrance of the wine was overflowing and refreshing. Jiang Yuan was like no one else, sipping the wine at ease. For a while, the Su sisters didn't know how to open their mouths, and didn't dare to speak. They felt a little bit nervous. Saying too much was wrong. At this moment, they did not dare to open their mouths indiscriminately for fear of offending a big shot like Jiang Yuan, especially Su Jinfeng. Her fat and chubby face was filled with fear and confusion. The aggressive aura that she had just displayed had long since disappeared. At this moment, she only felt like a clown. A top-of-the-line Lamborghini, a house in Minghu Villa, and a job offer from a top 500 company. Just now when she pushed these three things in front of Jiang Yuan, she had an extremely overbearing attitude. It was as if her eyes were higher than the top, and the feeling of smashing people with money was very refreshing. But now once she thought back, she felt like she was simply a fool, the kind that was dumb enough to go home. So what if it's a top-of-the-line Lamborghini? I'm afraid it's not even 1% of the monthly water flow of the Faith Carlton restaurant. Jiang Yuan was afraid that he would buy several of these luxury cars without batting an eyelid. The top-of-the-line Lamborghini simply cannot enter his eyes, not worthy of his identity. There is also a house in Minghu Villa? Jiang Yuan, this kind of big brother. Living is bound to be the East Mountain Villa kind of top house. Minghu Villa, this kind of second-class garbage. Completely worthless. As for the so-called 500 enterprises job opportunities, it is even more boring to the extreme. This kind of big shot would still be a laborer? Being a laborer who was being ordered around and working for someone else? What a joke. The more Su Jinfeng thought about it, the more she felt that she was a clown beyond Party's seemingly grandiose and generous behavior. It turned out to be nothing more than a scandalous appearance, which could not be on the stage at all. She was like being cast a petrification spell, like fixed in place. Not dare to speak. Instead, it was Jiang Yuan who spoke first, only he didn't even look at Su Jinfeng and directly ignored this old and fat woman. Instead, he turned his head to speak to the young and beautiful Su Jinsho. Ms. Su, these remaining wines are for you. In the future when you have time, you can come to East Mountain Villa to play with me. I'll be more than happy to be a guest to receive you. But I still have some things to do right now. I have to take my leave first. East Mountain Villa. Upon hearing these words, the Su family sisters were unable to help but glance at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Ding! Shock points plus 10. Ding! Shock points plus 10. Ding! Shock points plus 10. East Mountain Villa. This is the gathering place of bigwigs in South City. The Su sisters certainly have a small asset. but it's far from the level of staying in the East Mountain Villa. This boss Jung, he really does live in a house in East Mountain Villa. No wonder he was disdainful of the houses in the Ming Lake Villa. So there was a reason for it. And Jiang Yuan actually gave away all the famous wines on a table. How much money must this all add up to? This was too ostentatious. Just very generous. Su Jinfang swallowed hard. She thought that when she had just introduced those 3 items, she was already very ostentatious. But now she realized that she was just a frog in the bottom of a well. A small witch. Those things of hers were said to be gifted to Jiang Yuan, but in reality, they were just taking out her own to share with him. But Jiang Yuan, this is the real gift. This table of famous wine adds up to a heavenly price. He sent up. Even lazy eyes blink. Compared to Jiang Yuan, he was not worth mentioning at all. And the young and beautiful Su Jinshu blushed and kept nodding. Good. She felt like a shy little daughter-in-law, unable to raise her head in front of Jiang Yuan. Too blushing. Jiang Yuan smiled broadly and left the room with incomparable panache, only leaving behind the Su sisters who were too shocked to speak for a long time. Chapter 11, Sky High Price Menu. After Jiang Yuan left from the Su sisters, he went straight to find Yao Wenwen and her group. Only at this moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant was somewhat frozen. Jiang Yuan took a closer look and felt a little unable to hold back his laughter. It turned out that it was because of the housekeeper Yao Wenwen, the 3 beautiful cook goddesses Yi Yan, Xiao Xin, Jiang Shishir, and the great Xiaoya, Sun Yahan. On weekdays, these department flower, school flower level beauties were rare, but today, they all sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain, and sat at a table. Because of the appearance of these goddesses, the room seemed to brighten up immediately. One goddess was already eye-catching enough. A group of goddesses eating together was like a beautiful painting. This really attracted the gazes of quite a few men, who kept sneaking glances at Yao Wenwen and her group out of the corner of their eyes. And the key thing is that these men all came with their female companions, which really pissed off the female companion. The female companion was so angry that she slapped the table. What are you looking at? The man with a perfunctory face said. Did not look at what? Pay attention to the image. You do not be so petty. I did not just look at 2 eyes. The female companion angry 7 orifices of smoke. I'm petty? This kind of scene, abound. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. The ancients said that a red face is a scourge. So it was true. Just one beautiful woman alone could cause the society to topple. There were dozens of goddesses here. This destructive power is really not small. However, after Jiang Yuan appeared and entered everyone's field of vision, the atmosphere suddenly changed again. Who let Jiang Yuan be a yen D with a face value close to perfect? And there are no face dogs in the world. Or perhaps everyone is a face dog. When Jiang Yuan, the Yen Emperor, appeared within the restaurant with dashing steps, he immediately attracted the gazes of all his female companions. Woohoo! The situation immediately turned upside down. All the female companions couldn't help but sneak a look at Yen Di Jiang Yuan, and couldn't help but blush after looking at him for a long time. This little brother how to look so good. Skin also so white. I don't know how good looking little brother looks when he smiles. When the men saw this, they were furious. The man was so angry that he slapped the table. What are you looking at? The female companion said with a perfunctory face. Didn't look at anything. Pay attention to the image. Don't be so petty. Didn't I just look at it twice? The man was furious. I'm petty? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but touch his nose. So it's not just the red face that is a scourge. Blue face can also be a scourge. However, when he walked to Yao Wenwen's table, he realized that the crowd had not ordered a single dish. Jiang Yuan was a bit puzzled. Aren't you guys hungry? Hurry up with the dishes. The goddesses looked at me and I looked at you. A little anxious, not quite daring to speak. In the end, it was Yao Wenwen, as the big sister, who reminded, Boss, the dishes here are too expensive. We can't afford the consequences of ordering privately. Expensive? When Jiang Yuan heard this, he immediately took a look at one of the menus on the dining table and gave it a cursory scan. Good fellow. Tang scorched wild big rattlesnake. Unit price, 2880/PC. Yangtze river crab, 8 tails, 3880/serving. Sake frozen half-head abalone, 12800/PC. Authentic Kobe steak, 38888/serving. Golden Phoenix cupcake, 88888/portion. Supreme white lobster, 988888/PC. After reading this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It's true that poverty still limits the imagination. He had only seen $12 a snail, did not expect to actually have an adult arm as big as the big loud snail, to be more than 2,000. Although this abalone and steak is expensive, but he also heard about it before. Just a small piece of Kobe steak will cost a few $1,000s. A complete Kobe steak tens of thousands of dollars. A complete Kobe steak tens of thousands of dollars. A complete Kobe steak tens of thousands of dollars. This price is still within his expectations. But this so-called golden phoenix cupcake actually close to 100,000 yuan? Zhang Yuan took a closer look. It turned out that this is 23 carats of edible gold foil, a large number of edible gold powder, plus placed on a 24-carat gold tray of chocolate cake. Boy, this cake is really made of gold. This is really eating gold. This is undoubtedly luxury, purely for show. This blue lobster is even more impressive. It is the most honorable lobster species in the world. The unit price is close to $1 million. It is simply worth a house. If it is the former Zhang Yuan, see, this menu is afraid to be scared out of the heart. But times are different today. Zhang Yuan waved his hand in an extremely bold manner and called for a waiter. Zhang Yuan sat down with a big grin and ordered. This menu has too many words. I'm too lazy to read it. Come with a few servings of each. Especially that abalone, come a few hundred more. We have so many people here. Less is definitely not enough to eat. And that what Kobe steak also come dozens more. That little meat is not enough to stuff your teeth. That gold-made cake also come dozens more. Everyone eat more gold. Tonic body. That blue lobster also come with dozens more. Remember to have the same in all flavors. Especially more of the spicy ones. After he finished these few words, the waiter was confused on the spot, almost unable to believe his ears. What the hell? Meow meow meow? I didn't hear it wrong. Such expensive sky-high dishes. A few servings of each? And the sake frozen half-head abalone costs more than $10,000 a piece. You say just come a few hundred. Golden Phoenix cupcake, come a few dozen? The most horrible thing is that the blue lobster is close to $1 million a piece. Do you think this also comes to dozens of portions? The waiter, who has been working in the Faith Carlton restaurant for many years, is still the first time to see such an outrageous guest. Sir, you're not kidding, right? The waiter said incredulously. Chapter 12, a luxurious $10 million banquet. Kidding? Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment. There is indeed a bit of a problem. The waiter let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that this guest was really joking. Who would have thought that Zhang Yuan spoke again? With this little, it might not be enough to eat. Let's get some more king crab, caviar, shark's fin, matsutake mushrooms and the like. Hurry hurry hurry, I'll be angry if I starve my babies. The waiter stumbled on his feet and nearly fell to the ground. Boy, this is not enough? This table of food must add up to over $10 million, right? I'm not very good at math, so I've done the math right. This isn't just a big shot. This is a big shot. In all my years of service, I've never seen such a big shot. The waiter took a deep breath and bent over, revealing a fawning smile. I'll go and order the back kitchen. Sir, you wait a moment. Ding. Shock points plus 20. Ding. Shock points plus 20. Ding. Shock points plus 20. The three beautiful kitchen gods were a bit flustered. Boss, do you think that our cooking is not good, so you've come here today to vent a bit? Zhang Yuan laughed out loud. His fingertips picked over their chins. Thinking too much. Your cooking is very good. It's just that the ingredients are a bit cheaper. Let's change our tastes and have a good meal today. Zhang Yuan's intimate gesture immediately made the three beautiful kitchen gods blush with shame. Yao Wenwen swallowed a mouthful of saliva violently. Boss, if we order so much, can we eat it? Zhang Yuan generously wrapped her waist and said boldly, you have to correct this bad habit of being petty. We come out to have fun. If we can't finish it, we can throw it to the beggars. The goddesses felt a little shocked by the three views. Can not eat? Throw to the beggar? Beggars eat these things. I'm afraid they will be too weak to make up for. Overnutrition nosebleed it. This Zhang boss is also too bossy. Point. The goddess's three views were ruthlessly refreshed. And the waiter's movements are fast. And the speed of serving food is also very fast. A dish of exquisite delicacies was brought up. Big rattlesnake, Yangtze river crab, half-head abalone, Kobe steak, golden phoenix cupcake, blue lobster, king crab, caviar, shark's fin, matsutake mushroom. Zhang Yuan opened his chest and said loudly, eat eat eat. In the future, the vice of eating staple food must be corrected. Eating lobster steak is just as filling. This blue lobster is said to be worth a suite of rooms. Let's have one for each of us. A suite of rooms for each bite. This cake with gold to do it. Or what edible gold dust? We eat gold today to eat full. This plate of delicacies served on the table. Even the three big female kitchen gods were a little excited. Their cooking skills were certainly superior, but they hadn't seen such luxurious raw materials. Worthy of being boss Zhang. Awesome. The first reunion was actually extravagant like this. Following such a gold daddy boss was simply an incomparable sense of security. The original surrounding women, who were constantly sneaking glances at Zhang Yuan and coveting his face value, were filled with shock. Ding. Shock points plus 50. 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 They were only paying attention to Zhang Yuan because they were craving for his handsome face. It can't be helped. Who let the emperor of the face just easily attract people's attention? But what they didn't expect was that this little brother with a divine face was actually so rich. The icing on the cake. Perfect. I'll go. So many blue lobsters. So many golden phoenix cakes. This is a super luxurious level state banquet, right? Who the hell is this person? His table of dishes is also too luxurious and extravagant. Heaven actually bestowed perfect face value and endless money on the same person. Love. Love. This kind of little brother is too nice. The surrounding women constantly swept Zhang Yuan back and forth with adoring, admiring gazes, as if they wanted to look Zhang Yuan through and through. In an instant, Zhang Yuan became the well-deserved center of attention in the entire place. At some point, the entire restaurant's pace of eating slowed down. It was because their entire mind was pulled away by Zhang Yuan. This infuriated the men. They spent a lot of money to invite girls to eat here. What did they want? What they wanted was to act like a big pussy and leave a good impression on the girls. But now things have changed. Almost all the female companions were caught by Zhang Yuan. These men were instantly sour. This man ordered so many and so expensive dishes. I think it's just his show and hype. Right? Who would be so wasteful in a decent person? I guess this person is from a certain Netflix company, specially coming here to shoot short videos to clamor for attention. That's right. There should be money behind this person to support the Gold Master's father, especially hype packaging. Nowadays, people are really shameless for the sake of traffic flow, netting these underhanded tactics. Wake up, there is no such coincidence. And handsome and so rich, there are a large group of goddesses around. This is the Net Red company packaged fake goods. When the female companions heard this, there were a few points of truth. However, this did not affect their appreciation of Zhang Yuan. Regardless of whether Zhang Yuan had money or not, they didn't care much, because the handsome little brother, even when he was eating, he looked so charming. Even if he was just sent out on a mission by the Gold Master's father, that didn't stop them from appreciating the handsome man. Those men's faces were going green with anger and they were gnashing their teeth. After spending a large amount of money on a dinner party, they didn't expect to run into this. The pussy didn't come true, but instead, the limelight was stolen by someone else. The most critical thing is, this person is also damn near all goddesses. Not one or two, but a whole table of goddesses, that randomly pick one out, all to be completely exceeded their own side of the female companion. This value, this body, live and fairies like. It was very angry, very sour. The eyes of the men looking at Zhang Yuan were almost on fire with jealousy, gritting their teeth, but Zhang Yuan automatically chose to ignore everything around him. Just kidding. A table full of luxurious food and a group of goddesses at his side for company. How could he have any other mind to pay attention to other people? He was eating and drinking. At this time, a chubby middle-aged man walked over. It was Manager Wang. He walked with a rich face. Many of the men who were eating immediately put down their knives and forks and took the initiative to greet Manager Wang when they saw him come over. Manager Wang, it's been a long time. Don't come back. Well, long time no see. Enjoy your meal. Manager Wang's face was not small. He had worked in this restaurant for almost 20 years, and all the familiar customers here knew him. Moreover, he was generous and hospitable. If one got acquainted with Manager Wang, a discount on this meal could save tens of thousands of dollars. This is a big profit. Therefore, the men are careful to deal with the relationship with Manager Wang. The attitude cannot dare to be bad. Manager Wang naturally also knew it well, so his attitude towards these people was not salty. But when Manager Wang walked to Zhang Yuan's table, it was a different story. His face was like a Sichuan opera face change, and he immediately changed into a brand new attitude. A humble, well-behaved, obedient attitude. However, he did not intend to easily reveal that Zhang Yuan was the owner of this restaurant. After all, Boss Jiang had just instructed that he must keep a low profile. The words of the boss, that was the holy decree. The needs of the boss, that was a request for himself. Jiang customer, have a nice meal. This is our restaurant's highest specification congratulatory card with flowers. Manager Wang smiled respectfully. He took out a bouquet of blooming carnations with a congratulatory card made of pure gold on top. The flower language of carnations was the feeling of respect, and they were often used as table flowers. What's your name again? Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and realized that he couldn't quite remember this person's name. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang hurriedly introduced himself. My name is Wang, that little Wang ah. I see that you didn't come over just to send flowers. What else do you need? Have something to say quickly. Chapter 13 Ancient Beauty. Ballad Lead Singer. Little Wang. The corners of the eyes of the surrounding men twitched as they listened to Zhang Yuan's address. What the hell kind of address is this? To call Manager Wang like this? If another person called him that, it would definitely be inappropriate. But when Zhang Yuan called him that, Manager Wang instead revealed an expression of immense enjoyment. Boss Jiang actually called himself Little Wang. Such a close name. This was really a supreme honor. Did this mean that he had drawn closer to Boss Jiang? Just very nice. It's like this. I'm afraid that your meal will be monotonous, so I've invited one of the best bands in the South City to perform to cheer you up. Manager Wang straightened his chest and said, "This is our most famous band in South City. Both lead singers have won many international awards. I'll make sure you're satisfied." As if he was afraid that Jiang Yuan was not interested in music, Manager Wang also quietly walked to Jiang Yuan's ear and whispered, "Boss Jiang, one of the lead singers of this band is a superb ancient-style beauty." After saying that, Manager Wang also winked his right eye at Jiang Yuan, revealing an expression that all men understand. Jiang Yuan gently nodded his head. "Alright, it's not easy to come out for a trip. Just eating is indeed a bit monotonous. I'll enjoy the music service of a high-class restaurant." Manager Wang sought his permission and hurriedly made a call with a smile on his brow. "You wait a moment, the band will be here soon," Manager Wang respectfully said. "Until then, please enjoy our restaurant's limited edition dessert golden sundae." Manager Wang clapped his hands, and instantly 3 red-clothed waiters carefully carried a dinner plate up. Once the dinner plate was uncovered, inside was a sundae filled with about 24 carats of gold foil. This golden sundae is made with the world's rarest vanilla handmade chocolate, sugar-coated almonds, and mango caviar. This is only used to entertain the highest profile customers and is limited to only 50 servings per season. Jiang Yuan hummed, but he wasn't too fond of sweets, especially chocolates and the like. Therefore he casually rewarded Yao Wenwen with the golden sundae and let her distribute it. Yao Wenwen's heart instantly warmed. This boss had given himself the power to distribute such valuable things, so he really trusted himself. In the future, she must work harder to repay Boss Jiang. And after about 5 or 6 minutes, a band slowly walked into the center of the restaurant. This band was in their mid-20s or so per person, but had a battle-hardened demeanor and extremely bright eyes, especially the 2 people at their head, a man and a woman. The male's temperament was unrestrained, but unfortunately, his looks were a bit sorry for the audience, and his face was ugly. At a glance, he was a powerhouse, relying on his strength to eat. The female is a beautiful woman, dressed in ancient style, a living colorful ancient-style beauty. As soon as this ancient-style beauty appeared, immediately the entire chamber seemed to brighten up. A long pink dress, pavilion, temperament ethereal, fairy full of fairy awe. The surrounding men couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of water. Jiang Yuan also slightly side-eyed. System scanning in progress. Name, Yi Still. Age, 21. Face value, 9. 7. Body, 9. 6. Identity, folk singer. Music theory level, 4. Monthly salary, 100,000. This 9. 7-point face value is really high. Ancient style fairy. Something. Manager Wang's brow was delighted. Coming. This will start the performance for Boss Jiang. The other patrons around them whispered and exchanged words. Surprisingly, it's the Absinthe Band. Manager Wang actually invited the Absinthe Band, the winners of the last Grammy Music Grand Prix, the famous band that's going to tour the world next year. Who the hell is this person that Manager Wang actually flattered him so much that he even invited this kind of top band over to perform on purpose? Which Netizen company's newly accepted fresh meat, right? I don't know if he's going to shoot a video for hype in a while, so he specially invited the Absinthe Band to support him. Everyone was sizing up this band, and quite a few members of the Absinthe Band were also constantly sizing up Jiang Yuan. There were 2 reasons for this. 1. Yendi's face was just so two-eyed, even in a crowd. Jiang Yuan was a pretty boy who simply could not be ignored. The second was that they were extremely curious as to who Jiang Yuan actually was. Just an hour ago, the Absinthe Band had received an urgent invitation from the Faith Carlton restaurant, an urgent invitation that could not be delayed. The executives of Faith Carlton restaurant had used all the interpersonal networks they could mobilize to bring the Absinthe Band to the venue. They've invited the Absinthe Band here on an emergency basis. It was said that they were going to perform for an honored guest. In the Absinthe Band, 2 young girls who were new to the band whispered and flirted. This little brother is so handsome. Could the guest of honor be him? There are so many goddesses around him. He must be extremely rich. I wonder how much honorarium this kind of big brother will pay us. Not only these 2 young girls, even the ancient-style beauty Yi still looked at Jiang Yuan a few more times. It couldn't be helped. The hottest boy on this street was such an attention grabber, provoking others' favor value. Of course, there were individual people with a darker mentality who were the exception. For example, Du Fei, one of the lead singers of the band. In fact, it was because he was a powerhouse with an ugly face that he was very jealous of a big handsome guy like Jiang Yuan. He practiced music theory day in and day out with the aim of attracting the attention of the ancient beauty Yi Still. But unfortunately, even though he had risen through the ranks to become the lead singer, Yi still didn't pay much attention to him. As a senior licking dog, Du Fei was very annoyed. Jiang Yuan actually didn't have to do anything and attracted Yi Still's attention just with his face. This was really too unfair. Du Fei's heart was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip out of it. But on the surface, he deliberately put on a breezy look. Manager Wang lowered his eyebrows and bent over. You can order a song. We guarantee your satisfaction. Jiang Yuan casually ordered. Any pop song. A pop song. A very common request. Unexpectedly, the lead singer Du Fei flatly refused. I'm sorry, we're musicians with our own pride. We only sing ballads. We won't sing pop songs. Du Fei had the pride of a literary youth written all over his face. Manager Wang was anxious and hurriedly said, we will pay a large honorarium. Du Fei's tone became even more disdainful, looking at him with a look that regarded money like dirt. People nowadays just take money too seriously and are too fickle. We are pure musicians, and will never have our souls corrupted by money. We only sing ballads. Other things are exempt. Even more money is exempt. Du Fei spoke with great righteousness, full of the pride and backbone of a musician. Because Du Fei, a lickspittle with a deep heart, knew that Yi still liked this kind of literary youth's character, the character of the rich and the poor. As expected, after Du Fei said these words, Yi still nodded slightly in agreement. Licking dog Du Fei's heart was instantly beautiful. For a while, Manager Wang was a bit unable to get off the stage. It was too difficult to encounter this kind of tempered literary youth. If he offended Boss Jiang, Manager Wang almost cried out, and Jiang Yuan sized up Du Fei with interest, then slowly revealed a meaningful smile. This little brother. I heard that money can't corrupt your soul, right? Chapter 14, Smashing People with Money. It feels so good. Du Fei straightened his back. That's for sure. This gentleman, please don't think that money can buy everything. This is an extremely wrong value. Of course, this kind of topic is too high-end for you to understand. The more Du Fei spoke, the more energized he became, already deeply substituting himself into the role of an indomitable literary youth. He knew that this kind of role was what his high-flying goddess Yi still appreciated. Therefore, he performed with extra effort. Sure enough, Yi still glanced at Du Fei with some surprise and nodded in appreciation. This made Du Fei happy. A single look from the goddess almost hooked his soul, and his little heart thumped violently. In the bottom of his heart, he admired himself immensely. He was really witty. Immediately, he won the favor of the goddess, the lead singer of this absinthe band. Du Fei is said to be not only a singer, but also an orator and educator. Yes, he often goes around giving speeches and preaching the transmission of positive energy. I've heard that he also often goes to charity. Seems like a good young man with a positive outlook. Yes, although he is a bit ugly. A smile gradually appeared at the corner of Du Fei's mouth. He had been running his image for a long time, waiting for this day. Jiang Yuan smiled and clapped his hands for him. Clap. Young man, give your acting skills a pat on the back. With that, Jiang Yuan raised a glass of Lafite and said with a smile, have a glass? Du Fei immediately refused. I'm sorry, alcohol can mess up your sex, so I don't dabble in alcohol. Jiang Yuan owed. I heard that you like to do charity? Du Fei spread his hands, purely a personal hobby. I am a person who just cannot see the poor suffer. Jiang Yuan nodded. Good point, then in that case, I'll do some charity too. He turned his head and said to Yao Wenwen, What? Let's sponsor some money for the absinthe band. Not too much, just sponsor 100 million. Let them be our private band. Sing for us when they are free. $100 million. This astronomical figure was like a sledgehammer hitting Du Fei's head all of a sudden. How? Much more? Du Fei's voice trembled a little. 100 million. What's wrong? Too little? Jiang Yuan spread his hands helplessly. No. Du Fei hurriedly shook his head, shaking it like a rattle. Jiang Yuan pretended not to hear what he meant and showed a puzzled look. What are you putting aside here? No. You don't want it? Du Fei hurriedly replied immediately. No shame. He is the lead singer of the band, and this money, if he really gets his hands on it, wouldn't it be equivalent to going into his pocket, and it wouldn't be up to him to decide how it should be used. In an instant, he only felt that his eyes were full of gold stars surrounding him, and his mind was full of the dizzying feeling of happiness. The ancient-style beauty Yi still had a deep frown on her brow. She, who hadn't opened her mouth all this time, finally spoke. I'm sorry, we can't have this money. Before Jiang Yuan could say anything, Du Fei grabbed the question first. Why don't we want it? This is a piece of this boss Zhang's heart. How impolite for us to reject it outright. Yi still frowned deeper. It's not like we're singing for money. Du Fei immediately said. We sing to expound the true meaning of life to people who are in pain and confused. This Mr. Zhang looks like he is in pain. Jiang Yuan immediately matched. Painful. I'm especially painful. Put. Some of the goddesses on Jiang Yuan's table did not hold back and covered their mouths and laughed lightly. A sulky look gradually appeared in Yi Still's eyes. This Du Fei. What a soft bone. A little bit of money made him show his true colors. On weekdays, He even goes around giving positive energy speeches. It turns out that all of them are his pretense. This hypocrite. Du Fei's mind was filled with the number 100 million. He immediately left the goddess Yi still behind. $100 million. Doesn't it smell good? With this money, what kind of goddess can't be found? The dog licking and so on. Master quit. Du Fei's nature was released in an instant, and he only felt that his whole body was much more relaxed. Immediately after that, he took an arrow step and stepped in front of Zhang Yuan, drinking the glass of Lafite that he had just had. Didn't you say you don't drink? Du Fei immediately said. As the saying goes, a glass of wine is not enough for a friend. And meeting such a magnificent confidant as Boss Jiang is really one of life's great fortunate things. Wouldn't it be one of life's great regrets not to have a cup? Zhang Yuan laughed out loud. Good. What a great way to meet a confidant. Do you want to have a few more cups? Du Fei sniffed, hurriedly lifted up a bottle of Lafite, and blew directly into the bottle with his head held high. In a few moments, the bottle of Lafite was consumed by him. Zhang Yuan praised with his hand. Good capacity for wine. Why don't you give us a section while you're still in the mood for wine? Du Fei had a big bottle of Lafite in his stomach. He was suddenly drunk and his face was red. He picked up a guitar and began to expose his nature. Loudly sang a song. Come on, be happy, there's plenty of time anyway. Come on, love, there's plenty of fooling around. Come on, wander, there's plenty of direction anyway. Come on, make it, there's plenty of scenery. The other members of the absinthe band almost glazed over. Was this the same alcohol-free, clean-cut Du vocalist they knew? That orator, educator, philanthropist, why was he acting like a clown now? No regard for image at all. Just holding a guitar and singing this kind of pop music. The absinthe band, for a moment, felt humiliated. Yi still couldn't stand it any longer, and snapped, I declare that I, Yi still, will quit this band from now on, and will no longer have anything to do with this idiot lead singer. At this time, the other members of the absinthe band also spoke out. Sister Still is our backbone. If she quits, I'll quit too. Me too. I'm quitting too. I'm quitting too. In an instant, this elegant band fell apart. The culprit, Du Fei, was overwhelmed by the alcohol and was still singing there. Zhang Yuan said with immense regret, alas, it's a pity. It looks like this band is going to disband, and I'm afraid that $100 million can't be paid. Du Fei was originally still drunk. As soon as he heard $100 million, he immediately felt that he had sobered up a lot. His eyes glazed over. What? It won't be paid? Zhang Yuan said helplessly. I gave the money because I wanted to buy your band, but now that the band has disbanded, what else am I going to spend? Du Fei was instantly enraged. He roared out towards his other teammates. You guys are going to revolt, aren't you? You all signed a contract to join the band. I'll make you pay for the breach of contract, believe it or not. Yi still sneered and directly slapped his face. Slap. The force of this slap was extremely strong, immediately slapping Du Fei to the ground. A little bit of liquidated damages. This young lady paid it all out. I don't want to see you scumbag anymore. Get lost. Chapter 15. It's on the hot search. Yi still didn't lack money. To be exact, she was much richer than most people. The Yi family was a famous antique family in South City. It was only in Yi Still's generation that she chose to pursue her own musical dreams and didn't choose to inherit her family's mantle. Instead, she chose to join the absinthe band and became the lead singer of the band. However, she hid her family history and did not tell anyone in the band. She is independent and proud by nature, and does not like to flaunt by virtue of her family. This is a self-respecting and self-reliant rich girl. Only at this moment, she wanted to show her cards, because the despicable and shameless Du Fei actually wanted to threaten her important teammate with a breach of contract. Yi still stretched out her slender hand and pointed at Du Fei angrily. If you want the breach of contract money, come to the Yi family on Antique Street to get it. Antique Street, Yi family. When Du Fei heard this, his face immediately changed drastically, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Give him 10 guts. Also dare not go on the Yi family to ask for money. This is not tired of living. As soon as he heard the Yi family, a burst of shocked voices rose up around him, one after another. Even Yao Wenwen, who was beside Zhang Yuan, could not help but change her color abruptly. It was hard for her to control herself. Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Antique Street Yi family? Yao Wenwen took a deep breath and tried her best to calm down. She whispered in Zhang Yuan's ear. The Yi family, one of the famous rich merchant families in South City, specializes in the antique business. On the Antique Street, there are countless antique paintings and calligraphy for sale. Among them, there are a large number of authentic paintings, but there are also a lot of fakes. It is said that the Yi family is as discerning as a torch, and has their own set of specialized techniques for identifying antiques, so much so that they have acquired antiques for auction. And over the years, it is said that their assets have already exceeded $10 billion. When Yao Wenwen said tens of billions, she couldn't help but tremble a little. According to the latest world survey, the number of millionaires in the whole world is as high as 18 million. But the number of millionaires was only 1,700. The head of the Yi family was undoubtedly one of them. As the heir of the Yi family, Yi still was equivalent to a future 10 billionaire. This was a truly wealthy woman. That pair of Su family sisters were nothing compared to her. Nothing worth mentioning. Zhang Yuan also couldn't help but slightly side-eye Yi still twice more. This little ancient-style beauty actually had a bit of originality. It seems that it is not so easily smashed down by money. It's not bad. Something that is too easy to get hold of is not much fun in the end. Zhang Yuan thought. Those bigwigs who gave me gifts in Dongshan Villa before. One of them is surnamed Yi. I wonder if there's any relationship with the Yi family in Antique Street. Maybe this Yi and I are still neighbors. We both live in the East Mountain Villa area. We don't see each other with our heads down. Just when Zhang Yuan was thinking about lining, Du Fei touched his face that was reddened by a slap and looked at Yi still with a face full of shock. You're actually from the Yi family? He had mixed feelings in his heart. All kinds of remorse. Originally, he was doing well as a licking dog. But in a moment of profit, he lost out with the rich woman. Du Fei's heart wanted to die. He was only interested in Ye's face value, but could not have imagined that she was still a top-ranking rich woman. If he follows through with the dog licking, he might still have a chance. Maybe they are good at what they do. But at this moment, everything is already too late. Du Fei was on the verge of tears. The Absinthe Band was facing disbandment, and he had offended Ms. Yi. How could he still hang out in South City in the future? Yi still didn't bother to look at Du Fei anymore. She turned her head to the other members of the band and said, "Don't worry, I'll solve the problem of liquidated damages. And if any of you still want to form a band, you can come to the Yi family to look for me at any time." For a moment, the other members of the Absinthe Band were actually so moved that they were speechless. It turned out that the big sister who had been taking good care of them, her real identity was the eldest lady of the Antique family, the Yi family. However, they showed hesitation on their faces. "Big sister, we don't dare to go to you. The Yi family must want you to inherit the family business. Those of us who are in the music business will definitely be held in grudge by the Yi family if we go." Yi still sniffed and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The family did oppose her engaging in music. If it wasn't for today's incident, perhaps she could still be the lead singer of the band for a few more years and make a name for herself. But it was also because of today's incident that made him see Du Fei's face. Being in a band with this kind of person was a complete disgrace. In her heart, she was somewhat grateful to Zhang Yuan, this handsome little brother, for making him realize the true face of Du Fei. Yi still said with some reluctance in her eyes, "See you later, farewell." Zhang Yuan smiled politely, "Goodbye." Yi still left the Faith Carlton restaurant in a sharp manner. After she left, the other restaurant patrons were looking at all this with shocked faces. The impact that everything today had brought to them was just too great. Especially Zhang Yuan's move of throwing away $100 million actually directly broke up a well-known band. This throw of $100 million of bravado immediately made a lot of people take out their cell phones and send out microblogs, circles of friends, and short videos. Ding! Shock points plus 100. 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 And the disbanding of the Absinthe Band quickly spread like a virus. Weibo was on the hot search. Hashtag the Absinthe Band breaks up. Hashtag South City's mysterious tycoon threw away a lot of money. Hashtag Ye's identity is still exposed. The entire internet was abuzz. The Absinthe Band broke up. And it's still being broken up by a mysterious tycoon with $100 million. What's more crucial is that Yi still showed her true identity on the spot, and is actually the Miss Yi family. This kind of dramatic news immediately became the center of discussion for countless people. Absinthe Band actually disbanded. Master's youth is over. Yi is still actually the Yi family's first miss? Master's youth is back. I'm going to work hard and join the Yi family as a flunky. Whose urine is yellow? Hurry up and wake up that man upstairs. Can Yi still look at him? At least want me like this. In the end is which mysterious tycoon? Actually hard to take the money to smash the Absinthe Band. Really horizontal. Flow batch. This mysterious tycoon casually pulls out $100 million. It can't be the national husband. Papa Ma that level of character, right? In the information age, the internet spreads news extremely fast. For a moment, everyone was speculating about which tycoon had caused the incident. The culprit Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, continued to eat and drink like a person who was fine. Take lobster, steak with 82 years of Lafite eat until full. After he was full, Zhang Yuan looked at his system interface in a happy manner. Shock value, 4,527. Oh boy. I've accumulated so many points in the past few days. There are enough for 410 consecutive draws. Why don't you just draw them all at once? Chapter 16, The Third Golden Reward. Treasure Hunting Illustrations. John Yuan was actually a very lazy person. If he can draw 10 times in a row, he simply doesn't bother to draw a single round. If you can draw 10 in a row, then you don't bother to draw a single one. Unless the mood is particularly good, we'll only come to a single draw to help. And he also has a hamster-like habit, like to save up the resources of the lottery and use them up at once. Now, not only was he in a good mood with a full stomach, but the points he had accumulated were almost ready. Therefore, he immediately called up the system interface and prepared for a 4-shot 10 consecutive draw. But before drawing, there was always a little bit of ceremony. John Yuan's eyes glanced at the licking dog Du Fei on the ground, who was still gloomy and full of loss. Little do you know how to sing good luck? Have a song. John Yuan commanded. Du Fei was originally still immersed in the sadness of losing his band and missing out on Yi Still, a rich woman. But as soon as he heard Zhang Yuan speak, he immediately branched out. Du Fei bounced and immediately jumped up from the ground. Although the band has disbanded, and we have offended MS. Yes family, we still have a leg to hold, but we still have a big leg to hold. Boss Jiang casually just pulled out $100 million. With great bravado, and he's a big shot who can make the entire top echelon of the Faith Carlton tremble. If we follow this kind of big shot, what are we afraid of? In the future, there will be plenty of opportunities for glory, wealth and intoxication. Du Fei looked at Zhang Yuan with great anticipation, as if he was looking at a great god, almost drooling. Zhang Yuan got a chill down his spine from his look. This brat wouldn't still have any bad habits, right? Du Fei played out his dog-licking nature and said, of course I will, not to mention good luck. I can sing any ditty, as long as a majestic, handsome and dashing handsome man like Boss Jiang likes to listen to it. Shao Du, I'm good at everything. Hurry up and sing good luck. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Yuan was in a hurry to draw the raffle, so he didn't have time to listen to Du Fei's rainbow farting. The point was, his rainbow farting skills were average. It wasn't fun to listen to. Once Du Fei heard this, how dare he not listen to him? He immediately picked up the guitar on the ground and played the tune of Good Luck Come. Good luck comes, good luck comes, good luck brings joy and love. Good luck to you, good luck to us. With good luck, prosperity goes to the 4 C's. Along with the beat, Du Fei also twisted his body to help the fun. In an instant, the entire restaurant was filled with an auspicious atmosphere. Zhang Yuan nodded his head. Worthy of being a powerhouse, people who are ugly need to read more. The ancients are true to their word. And with this rendition of good luck, Zhang Yuan also closed his eyes and entered the system interface. He exchanged all his points into blind boxes in one brain. In total, it was 45 rounds. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Yuan immediately performed a 10 consecutive. Reward, 1,000,000 yuan. Reward, 1,000,000 yuan. Reward, 1,000,000 yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yen. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, $10 million. 3 blues and 7 whites. That's a total of $37 million. A round of 10 even did not ship. This is also normal. The golden light is supposed to be difficult to come out. Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to make another round of 10 in a row. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, $1 million. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, $10 million. 4 blues, 6 whites. That's a total of $46 million. And no shipments. Zhang Yuan's hand shook. I am Snow White and Purple Fairy possessed? Today is not right before not so nonetheless. Zhang Yuan felt that something was not quite right. He paused his card draw and opened his eyes. Du Fei was still howling there. Stop for a moment. Zhang Yuan said. What's wrong? Du Fei looked confused. Zhang Yuan took the guitar in his hand and put it in Yao Wenwen's hand. What? You sing good luck. Zhang Yuan instructed. Me? Yao Wenwen pointed at herself with some lack of confidence. Although she had learned a little bit of guitar and could sing, but after all, she wasn't very proficient. Not to the point of performing in public. It's fine. Sing. Zhang Yuan nodded his head. Once Yao Wenwen heard that it was Zhang Yuan's order, she couldn't push back, so she sang stiffly. Good luck comes, good luck comes, good luck brings joy and love. Good luck comes to us. With good luck, prosperity goes to the 4 C's. Yao Wenwen's voice was sweet and belonged to the category where God rewarded her with food. Although her skills still needed to be improved, it was already very pleasing to the ear. Zhang Yuan immediately seized the opportunity and once again closed his eyes and entered the system. Directly, he performed a round of 10 in a row, and this time, it finally ushered in a flash of golden light. It was even a double yolk egg, accompanied by a rainbow-like dazzling light. 2 golden rewards slowly surfaced in front of Jiang Yuan's eyes. Blast reward, 1 treasure hunting illustration, usage, 3. Note, after use, the host will be guided on a treasure hunt, and at the same time, this icon comes with an identification function, which can identify the origin and use of all treasures. Strike reward, 1 bottle of body strengthening liquid. Note, after use, the host's physical quality will be greatly improved. Even if a fat house with a weak constitution takes it, it will be able to obtain the physical strength of a national athlete. Finally shipped. Jiang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If so many rounds of 10 consecutive all sunk, then not high blood pressure, heart disease all live? However, Jiang Yuan finally understood one thing after drawing cards this time. If a non-celebrity sings good luck, he will only bring himself to the non-celebrity. And when the European emperor sings good luck, he is immediately a double-yolked egg. This kind of gap was just too big. Jiang Yuan was hit by the surprise of a double-yolk egg, so he stopped the lottery as well, because he had more important things to do. As soon as Jiang Yuan opened his eyes, he immediately kicked towards Du Fei's butt. What's a non-commoner singing good luck for? Wasting my 10 consecutive. Du Fei's heart is aggrieved. This is not what you asked me to sing. How can you kick me after singing? Jiang Yuan's heart is angry. His original 10 rounds is 2 gold rewards, but today by the Du Fei this bad luck than harm. Actually the third 10 consecutive only came to the double yolk egg, and still rely on Yao Wenwen song. This is only out of the goods. Jiang Yuan said with a disgusted face, Xiao Dua, I think we're not quite right. You'd better not follow me in the future. When Du Fei heard this, he was so scared that he almost fell on the ground. He had lost his wife and his army. In the end, Du Fei himself didn't get anything. He cried and wailed, and it was as if an extremely sad BGM sounded behind him. Snowflakes fluttering, north wind rustling. Chapter 17, Shopping for Antiques. The Faith Carlton Restaurant. A meal that was full of wine and food. The goddesses under Jiang Yuan's hand had revealed extremely satisfied expressions. This time they had had an eye-opening experience and had seen how outrageous a lavish fine dining restaurant really was. However, when it came to the time to settle the bill, they couldn't help but feel a bit distressed about the money on the bill. Even though it wasn't them who spent the money, they couldn't help but feel a bit of pain just looking at this table of luxurious dishes. On the contrary, it was Jiang Yuan who looked like nothing was wrong as he continued to enjoy the red wine Lafite. Settle the bill. It's time to go, Jiang Yuan commanded. When manager Wang heard this, he immediately whispered, Don't bother, we will automatically deduct it from your quarterly shareholder dividends. Jiang Yuan's heart stirred as he asked, About how much dividends per quarter? Manager Wang hemmed and hawed, made a gesture of 8 and said, At least this amount. $80 million? 800 million. Jiang Yuan hummed, very calm. A few hundred million was just a few more 10 consecutive draws. The key thing was actually the golden blitz rewards. That was the big head. Jiang Yuan pondered over the 2 golden rewards that he had just drawn. Body strengthening liquid. This naturally didn't need to be mentioned. A very simple kind of magical item. After using it, the quality of the body could be improved. The body is the capital of the revolution. Health could not be bought with any amount of money, unless one gives too much. And the Treasure Hunter's Illustrated Guide. This thing is a bit interesting. Its treasure hunting function alone, I'm afraid, can be of great use, and the treasure hunting function, guides to buried antiques, paintings, jade, national treasures and so on. Each of these things can be auctioned off at sky-high prices. Jiang Yuan had a premonition that the reward of this treasure hunting illustration was probably the most powerful golden reward that he had gotten so far. The total value it could bring to himself might be far more than he could imagine. While on the side, Yao Wenwen inquired in a low voice, Boss, after we finish eating, what is the next arrangement? About what is the next arrangement? Well, Jiang Yuan's heart stirred, remembering the little antique beauty Yi still from the party. Didn't she just say that she was from the Yi family in Antique Street? Why don't we go to the Antique Street and take a stroll? Girls, doesn't that all like shopping? Jiang Yuan looked at a large group of goddesses under him and said, Let's go shopping. From the Antique Street to the Commercial Street in the city center. All of them today. What do you like to buy casually? I'll pay for it today. When this statement came out, the goddesses let out exclamations of surprise. The boss is going to take us shopping and let us buy whatever we want? The boss even paid the sky-high bill and invited us to go shopping. I'm afraid we're going to hemorrhage money today. Boss is awesome. Ding. Shock points plus 50. 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 Jiang Yuan left the Faith Carlton restaurant in the beautiful atmosphere of his men. They drove to Antique Street, which was located in the 3rd ring road of downtown South City. Just as they arrived at the Antique Street, Jiang Yuan saw a boisterous crowd that was quite lively. The street was filled with all sorts of stalls and stores selling all sorts of knickknacks without exception. From folding fans, jade, pendants, to larger antique vases, pearls and jade, everything. Just the real and the fake vary. Many people operating in this business, receiving and selling goods for more than 10 years may not have to look away from the time. This is a huge gold mine. There are discerning people, found billions of dollars worth of missing national treasures, a move on the temple of wealth. There are also people who make the pearl in the dust, sitting on rare treasures without realizing it. Zhang Yuan looked at this antique street with some anticipation, ready to go in and pan for gold. Cars and horses, people come and go. There was a downtrodden man on the street who was bawling his eyes out without regard for others. Zhang Yuan felt that this man's figure and appearance was somewhat familiar, so he tentatively asked, "Chen Xiaoyu?" The man turned his head, took a look at Zhang Yuan and immediately recognized him. Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan nodded. This man was his high school classmate Chen Xiaoyu. I haven't seen him for many years, but I didn't expect to run into him on this street today. It's really you. Zhang Yuan patted his shoulder. When they were in school, their relationship was quite okay. After a few years, everyone had gone out into society, and what they missed the most was the pure relationship from their school days. But looking at Chen Xiaoyu with a lost look, he thought that something must have happened. Zhang Yuan said, "Are you okay?" Chen Xiaoyu cried so much that he almost lost his strength and said, "I'm okay, just broke up. It's hard on my heart." But as soon as he spoke these words, the corner of his eye glanced at the goddesses behind Zhang Yuan. The three beautiful kitchen goddesses, the beautiful maid Sun Yahan, the first-class body Xiao Ya, and the beautiful housekeeper Yao Wenwen. Chen Xiaoyu was shocked by the face value of the goddesses and was confused on the spot. Ding! Shock points plus 100. He pulled over Zhang Yuan and whispered, "Zhang Yuan, who are they?" Zhang Yuan did not move and said, "They are all my friends." "Your friends?" Chen Xiaoyu's eyes glowed. "Where did you get so many goddess-like friends? Introduce one to me to recognize." Zhang Yuan was speechless. "Didn't you brat damn just say that you won't fall in love with any woman in your life again? Why did you change your mind as soon as you saw a few pretty girls? Big pig's hooves." Zhang Yuan despised him a little. However, this kid didn't know that the superb goddess in the bottom of his eyes was actually just one of his ordinary subordinates. "Tell me first, what's going on with you and your girlfriend? I failed to do business in this antique street for the past few years, and I owe a lot of money, and today I was approached by my creditors. My girlfriend saw me so down and out, so she mentioned breaking up with me." Chen Xiaoyu had a gloomy face. The business failed. The girlfriend proposed to break up. Zhang Yuan nodded. This kind of thing was common. Seeing true love in times of trouble, most people belong to the category of those who could share wealth and riches, but not suffering. In reality, this kind of thing was still quite common. Chen Xiaoyu said, "Haven't seen you for so many years. Come to my store and have a seat. You come here to play. I will also entertain you." Zhang Yuan nodded. However, he looked back at the people he had brought with him. It was just a bit much, so he instructed them to let them shop by themselves for a while first, leaving only Yao Wenwen to accompany him. The three of them returned together to an ordinary antique store. However, this store looked like it was on the verge of closing down, and there were no customers at all. Occasionally, a few pedestrians passed by on the street, and when they looked at Chen Xiaoyu's antique store, they would give out teasing and mocking looks. However, Zhang Yuan's heart was slightly moved, because he realized that his treasure hunter's atlas had a strange movement. There might be something special hidden in this store. Chapter 18, $10 million. I'll buy it. Chen Xiaoyu's antique store was a bit shabby and simple. Even Zhang Yuan felt that it was the most broken store on this street. Not only is the interior space small, the old walls are yellowed and cracked, not even painted once, and the things placed on the shelves, the appearance of a look is very inferior. Even a layman could tell at a glance that they were fakes. Yao Wenwen couldn't help but frown and whispered, "Boss, this classmate's store of yours is a bit too shabby." Zhang Yuan smiled somewhat mysteriously and said, "Although this store is shabby, there may not be nothing good inside." Yao Wenwen gave Zhang Yuan a somewhat curious look. Is his own boss? Could it be that he is playing a trick? How could there be anything good in this kind of shabby store? Zhang Yuan and Yao Wenwen casually found a wooden table and sat down. Chen Xiaoyu walked over with 2 cups of steaming tea. Zhang Yuan nodded his head and took it, lightly sipped it and found it very bitter and hard to drink. He frowned. This old classmate of his was really not doing well. The quality of this tea was also a little too substandard. Yao Wenwen was even more direct, and simply squirted out the tea directly. So hard to drink. Chen Xiaoyu's face reddened and said, "I just couldn't be bothered to change the tea leaves and brewed it a few more times." How many times? 12 times. Zhang Yuan was speechless. He somewhat understood why Chen Xiaoyu's girlfriend had abandoned him. This was also too stingy. And just at this moment, a car stopped outside the store. A new Porsche 911, worth around $3 million. In the car, an old man and a young man came out. 2 men. When Chen Xiaoyu saw the 2 men, he was immediately struck with fear. and his body began to tremble. Zhang Yuan asked, "Recognize?" Chen Xiaoyu nodded fiercely and added, "They are my debtors. The old one is called Yi Minglu. People generally call him Yi Lao. He is from the Yi family on Antique Street." Zhang Yuan let out a soft "oh." "No coincidence. I didn't expect to run into someone from the Yi family so soon. Chen Xiaoyu, you've owed us money for so long. When are you going to pay it back?" The young man, Huang Ren, laughed playfully. A flush welled up on Chen Xiaoyu's face, not knowing how to respond. He had failed in his antique business in the past few years and no longer had any cash. The only thing that could be mortgaged on hand was this one store. "Can you guys grace me for a few more days?" Chen Xiaoyu said stiffly. Huang Ren's face chilled as he said nonchalantly, "You've owed us for so long. If you don't pay us back, I'll have to take something from your store to mortgage it." "Take something as collateral?" When Chen Xiaoyu heard this, instead, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. "This Thai store of mine, isn't it all junk that I collected myself? Then you guys pick whatever you want." Chen Xiaoyu compensated with a smile. Zhang Yuan watched from the sidelines with cold eyes. He felt that something was not right. However, he did not make a sound. Huang Ren grunted and pulled out his own cell phone. "Count your kid lucky today. Our Yi elder wants to pan for something. The Yi family does such a big business in antiques every year. Just for Yi Lao personally, the tax paid to the country exceeds several $100 million. Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly. He had deducted close to $1 billion in taxes in the real estate transaction procedures for that villa in Dongshan Villa, and the tax of the Fiskars Carlton restaurant. Several $100 million was also there. It was just paying taxes. It was nothing to show off. Huang Ren held his cell phone while moving things from Chen Xiaoyu's antique store. Every time he took out one, he had to give it to Olji for a glance. "Elder Yi, how about this painting? I heard that it was painted by an abstract master, although it looks similar to what my 6th grade sister painted, but it might be good. Elder Yi, take a look at this calligraphy again. What's written on it is Tang Yin's real handwriting." Only Elder Yi was as expressionless as a clay statue of stone. He basically didn't even want to take a look at the things Huang Ren brought over. Obviously, he meant to say that these were all trash, specialized in fooling some stupid white sweet layman, but it wasn't until he glanced at the bottom of the shelf, an inconspicuous little corner, that he let out a soft eep. Only before he had the chance to speak, Zhang Yuan spoke first. "I'll take this." Yao Wenwen was startled by her boss' sudden shout. When she looked along the direction her boss's finger was pointing, she instantly revealed a crying and laughing expression. "Boss, isn't this just a broken book? My relatives back home have several copies." Zhang Yuan didn't reply. He just snatched the slightly worn-out scripture in his hands. It was because his treasure-hunting atlas reacted to this book, and right after this book was in Zhang Yuan's hands, the number of uses on the treasure-hunting illustration was reduced by 1. Treasure-hunting illustration, remaining number of uses, 2. Elder Ye's brows were locked as he looked at the scripture in Zhang Yuan's hand and thought, the material of this book, why is it a bit like those two books? Yi Lao, who was as shy as gold, rarely opened his mouth somewhat slowly. $3 million. Let me have this book. 3 million. When Chen Xiaoyu heard so much money, his eyes immediately glistened. He turned his head to Zhang Yuan and said, "Zhang Yuan, why don't you bear the pain for a bit?" Huang Ren felt something was wrong. He reminded, "Elder Yi, don't be so hasty. This person looks so strange. Could he be a trustee hired by this Chen Xiaoyu?" Elder Yi was a little hesitant. Even though he had quite a bit of experience in treasure appraisal, he had not personally gotten his hands on it to check it out carefully and closely after all. However, he still insisted. 3 million, I'll take it. He just wanted to buy peace of mind. But what he didn't expect was that Zhang Yuan said categorically, 10 million, this is what I saw first. Huang Ren arched his fire at the side and said, then you should show us the money first, otherwise we will only think you are a trustee. Zhang Yuan smiled, took out his own cell phone and pulled out his tax records. When everyone in the store saw his tax payment record, they were all shocked. Individual, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Huang Ren counted one by one. You paid over $1 billion in taxes? Huang Ren was stunned. He was so shocked all of a sudden that he almost jumped up. Ding! Shock points plus 100. 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 The amount of tax paid in general accounted for about 10% of the income and expenses of the assets. In other words, Zhang Yuan's assets were so much that he could hardly imagine. And although Elder Yi was also quite surprised, he was still mentally pondering over the origin of the book in Zhang Yuan's hand. Suddenly, a thought rose up in his mind. Could this book be the one that is on par with the Great Nirvana Sutra and the Great Treasure Accumulation Sutra? Chapter 19, worth $277 billion. However, Yi Lao's thoughts had just risen before he was dispelled. That scripture was the true work of a holy monk from 1,000 years ago, and it was said that it was still lost abroad after a certain turmoil. How could it possibly appear in this inconspicuous little store? However, Yi Lao still felt that something was not right. He looked at Jiang Yuan, who was so determined, as if he wanted to finalize the book. He could not help but feel a little hesitant. Huang Ren whispered, "Elder Yi, this kid might have come from a good place. Maybe there is something real. Could this thing really have some origin?" Yi Lao deliberated for a while and said, "Any piece of antique appraisal requires detailed and complicated steps. Even the most powerful treasure appreciation masters need the assistance of some tools to have a certain success rate." Huang Ren wasn't a cutie either. Understood Yi Lao's meaning as soon as he heard it. "What you mean is that this kid might also just be gambling on his luck, and this thing might not be genuine?" Yi old man nodded, but he was still a little shocked in the bottom of his heart that this young man surnamed Jiang, actually smashing $10 million just for a gamble of luck, was really a bold and arrogant person. And Yao Wenwen quietly pulled Jiang Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "Boss, even if we are rich, we can't act like this. $10 million to buy this piece of book?" Jiang Yuan patted the white shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I have my own plans." Confidence was not without reason. On the treasure hunting atlas, the details of this one item had been clearly labeled. Item name, Imperial Sutra of the Great Prajnaparamita. Note, the holy monk Huijin wrote gold characters. Now survives 10 volumes. Sheep's brain paper, this clay gold. The font is as clear and elegant as floating clouds. The quality is particularly good. Valuation, 2.7 billion. An old classmate Chen Xiaoyu has long been so surprised that he could not even close his jaw. Jiang Yuan, when did you develop? Chen Xiaoyu stuttered and spoke. Did you purposely buy this broken book of mine in order to help your old classmate? When Yao Wenwen heard this, she immediately felt that there were a few reasons. It was possible that her own boss had found an excuse to buy this broken book in order to help his old classmate pay back the money. After all, she had never heard that her boss had any skill in treasure appraisal. What's more, this kind of behavior of treasure appraisal has become a relatively complete set of steps of industrial assembly line operation in modern times. Jiang Yuan had not even touched the book, so how could he possibly identify anything? Thinking of this, Yao Wenwen couldn't help but refresh her perception of Jiang Yuan. Righteousness and bravado. Call the money. Jiang Yuan commanded. Yao Wenwen immediately led the order and prepared to call the money, and Chen Xiaoyu took out the transaction deed from the store. The transaction procedures were quickly completed. $10 million hit Chen Xiaoyu's account. "I owe more than $9 million. Now that I got this much money, it's great. I can pay off my debt, and my girlfriend will probably be able to come back as well." Chen Xiaoyu's eyes glowed. And Jiang Yuan also got this scripture. "Am I treating my old classmate poorly? $2.7 billion of real antiques, and I spent this much money to buy it?" Jiang Yuan's face was a bit odd. However, on second thought, he thought, if he didn't come today, the probability was that this scripture would have been bought by Yi Lao and Huang Ren at a price of $3 million. Then Chen Xiaoyu not only had to owe several $million in debt, life must be very difficult as well. Thinking about it, Jiang Yuan felt that he hadn't gone too far. However, Jiang Yuan still decided to give some compensation later. He left his phone number for Chen Xiaoyu and said, "You can look for me if you need anything in the future." With the deal completed, he and Yao Wenwen were ready to bid farewell to Chen Xiaoyu. However, before leaving, Chen Xiaoyu reminded Jiang Yuan and said, "Brother Yuan, I heard that our high school classmates are going to organize a reunion in the next few days. Remember to come then." A classmate gathering? Jiang Yuan touched his nose and was a bit vain. He had actually been purposely avoiding going to classmate reunions for the past few years. It wasn't because he was an average mixer, but because at the time he went to school, he had talked about a lot of girlfriends, and also specialize in picking his own class to start. Young and unintelligent. Ooh and ah, a lot of girls. Now it's a problem. If you go to a class reunion and you're surrounded by your ex-girlfriends, how embarrassing would that scene be? Jiang Yuan shuddered a little at the thought of such a scenario. "Let's talk about it," Jiang Yuan replied. Then, he left with Yao Wenwen and the two of them. As for Chen Xiaoyu, he got the money and immediately got a boost. He paid off the debt owed to Huang Ren in a matter of moments, while saying nonchalantly, "You are not welcome here, please get out." Huang Ren was furious in the bottom of his heart, saying that even you brats dare to talk to me in such a tone. But then he thought, that young man surnamed Jiang just now, actually had over $1 billion in taxes in his hands. That kind of big shot was actually this brat's old classmate. Once he thought of Jiang Yuan, Huang Ren didn't dare to make things more difficult for Chen Xiaoyu, so he slipped away. And Yi Lao always felt something wrong in his heart. Very wrong. To be on the safe side, he made a call towards the Yi family on Antique Street. Pay attention to the recent movement of the antique market at home and abroad. is there an artifact similar to an ancient scripture being auctioned? Coincidentally, at the same time, John Yuan also made a call. The person he contacted, on the other hand, was manager Wang of the Faith Carlton restaurant. Little Wang, I have something to ask you to do here. This manager Wang on the other end of the phone, upon hearing that it was John Yuan's voice, immediately revealed an extremely flattering and respectful voice. You command. What matter little Wang can do for you? John Yuan said. You will send a few people. Oh no. You personally come over in a while to fetch something to help me keep. I want you to help me auction an antique. Auction a curio? When manager Wang heard this, he was a bit puzzled. How did you suddenly let me help auction off an antique? But although he was confused, he naturally did not dare to disobey Zhang Yuan's command, and Zhang Yuan's tone was serious and cautious, saying, in a while, you send a few more trusted people with you to accompany you. Remember to make sure to bring the highest specifications safe. This matter must not leak out any rumors. Manager Wang listened to his tone. This antique seemed to be an extremely important thing. Even Boss Jiang felt that it was a relatively important curio. Manager Wang's expression also became serious. He mobilized his private guard and brought along the treasured safe at the same time. After about half an hour, Zhang Yuan then entrusted this scripture to him. Don't worry, boss. I know quite a few rich merchants and collectors in South City. They will guarantee to give a satisfactory price. Manager Wang said with conviction. Chapter 20, Encountering Su Qingyue. Yi Lao's shock. But we need to have this scripture professionally senior appraised and get a tasting certificate before we can get a specific valuation. Manager Wang said. Zhang Yuan nodded. The prices of antiques actually fluctuated greatly. It was not known whether the 2.7 billion price tag given by the illustration belonged to the guaranteed or overestimated. This was a good opportunity to test the function of this treasure-hunting illustration. Zhang Yuan patted manager Wang's shoulder and said, Little Wang, do this thing with all your heart, and you won't be short of benefits if you do it well. Manager Wang hurriedly nodded and agreed. Zhang Yuan's command was a holy decree to him. He carefully collected the scripture and put it into the storage box. Then he began to contact the relevant professionals, ready to make a senior appraisal for it. And after finishing his business, Zhang Yuan continued to rejoin the goddesses. He started a whole day of shopping. The destination, naturally, was the busiest downtown shopping street. This street, locals also call it Golden Street. The reason, naturally, is that this is the city's most luxurious grotto. Many foreigners traveling will come here to shop for a long time. The entertainment of Golden Street was very rich, among which Century Mall was the most famous and expensive. Zhang Yuan took the goddesses and started a vast sweep. The first stop, naturally, is to buy bags. Hermes, LV, various brands of famous bags can be seen everywhere here. Buy. All you can buy, Zhang Yuan said boldly. After the goddesses had just seen Zhang Yuan's bravado in the restaurant, they were naturally no longer polite this time. A woman's spending power was terrifying, especially a woman who was shopping. Within a short time, bill after bill came out, but Zhang Yuan naturally didn't care at all. He didn't even glance at the price tag of the bill and directly started punching in money. There was no way. Being rich was just so arrogant. The surrounding customers and cashiers were stunned. Ding! Shock points plus 100. 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 This person didn't even look at the price tag and just bought it? This person is also too arrogant. This is the family opened a bank or digging gold mine. I've only seen it on TV. Some royalty buy things just like this. They don't even bother to look at the price tag. They just swipe their cards. And how come he has so many girlfriends? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My God, can't even count. A lot of beautiful goddess. This will not all be the girlfriend of this big money, right? His last life did he save the world? Rich is really good. Acid dead me. And as the bag bought more and more, the surrounding shocked onlookers are also more and more. Coincidentally, Su Qingyue was also being one of them, and there is a man by her side. It is the 985 matchmaking man introduced to her by her family before. After being swept away by Zhang Yuan, Su Qingyue was disheartened and knew that her dream of being in a luxurious family was shattered. Therefore, she has a thick skin and good talk, only to continue to get back together with this blind date man. But never thought, the first in dating man dating, actually ran into Zhang Yuan. And look at Zhang Yuan for those goddesses throw money. Su Qingyue simply jealous teeth itchy. Originally, all of this belonged to herself, but because she was too poor to love the rich and was too eager to get rich, she had lost Zhang Yuan, the top money man, in the end, and this matchmaking man beside her at the moment, not to mention to buy her a bag, even to eat a meal, watch a movie or to AA with her. Also beautiful name is equality between men and women. This petty strength, Immediately and at this moment the luxurious Jiang Yuan formed an extremely sharp contrast. You also buy a bag for me, Su Qingyue said unwillingly. When this matchmaking man heard this, he immediately became unhappy and said, my monthly salary is so little. You let me buy you such an expensive bag. Are you crazy? Really buy you? We will drink the northwest wind to go ah. Besides, our relationship between men and women is about equality. I buy you such an expensive bag. What gift can you give me? Su Qingyin listened to this blind date man, said the head of the road, but also a look of self-righteousness, immediately regretted. How did he find such a bastard? To put it bluntly, it is not just petty stingy. If this is Jiang Yuan, which so much nonsense, directly buy. Su Qingyue heart that remorse almost even intestines are repenting. If I had known that I would have lived a good life with Jiang Yuan, I wouldn't have smelled it. Just now Su Qingyue herself also knowing Jiang Yuan no chance. She looked at Jiang Yuan as like looking at the sky like a big mountain. In the end, she didn't even have the courage to go forward, so she had to leave this mall in disgrace. 3 days later, Manager Wang was holding a qualification appraisal certificate in his hand, shock written all over his face. The Great Prajna Paramitha Sutra, the authentic work of the holy monk Hui Jin, and it's still of the highest grade? This was the antique appraisal certificate that his subordinates had just received this morning. According to this appraisal certificate, the sutra entrusted to him by Jiang Yuan was of incalculable value. If it was taken to auction, I'm afraid the price is sky high. Jiang Yuan entrusted the matter. Manager Wang naturally did not dare to neglect. He immediately contacted almost all the antique collectors in the South City and the rich businessmen who were interested in it. Utilizing a strong network of relationships, he began to auction this scripture, and the appearance of this copy of the holy monk's authentic scripture immediately caused a sensation. This was not only because of its extremely high collector's value, but also because it was a famous scripture of the Buddhist family. It was said that as long as it was kept at home, one would be able to obtain the blessing of the Buddha and enjoy peace and well-being for generations to come. The richer people are, the more afraid they actually are that they will lose their rich life. Therefore they often prefer to believe in it rather than not believe in it. There was once a rich businessman in the South City who spent millions of dollars just to buy a modern painting of V, for the sake of a good luck, just because the symbolism of this painting is victory, eternal victory. Just a painting, so the appearance of this holy monk authentic immediately caused a lot of rich and powerful competition bidding. The circle of antiques is not big. In fact, the people who are interested in buying antiques with money are mostly the characters who have been in this circle for many years. And this matter very quickly fell into Yi Lao's ears. Authentic artifacts of a holy monk? A bad feeling welled up in Yi Lao's heart. This description, how was it so much like that scroll of Buddhist scriptures in Chen Xiaoyu's store that day? Chapter 21, The Little Famous Jiang Yuan. If this is true, wouldn't I have lost out on a heavenly treasure? Shock was written all over Yi Lao's face, his mind constantly recalling scene after scene from that day. The mysterious Jiang Yuan, with a thunderous gesture, had swept the scroll of scriptures from his own hands in a hard and fast manner, and one was only one step away from this true scroll. If there was no meddling from Jiang Yuan in the beginning, I'm afraid that the person who had gotten the true scripture now would be himself. And at the same time, according to the latest news, the latest auction price of this holy monk's authentic Buddhist scriptures has been refreshed to $3.5 billion. And that's not even the final price. The rich merchants in South City were so enthusiastic about this ancient scripture that many speculated that the final price would be over $4 billion. This was already one of the highest record prices in South City in recent years. Yi Lao had been famous for many years, and had been in the antique world for many years, but he had never thought that he had finally lost his eyes and was taught a lesson by a young boy. In his heart, he was unwilling, confused. All kinds of emotions were intertwined. In the end, it converged into an emotion of remorse mixed with shock. What he regretted was how he had underestimated Jiang Yuan in the first place, and had not taken that scroll of scriptures into his hands to observe it carefully. He was shocked at how Jiang Yuan had managed to identify this heavenly priced scripture one step ahead of himself. Yi Lao was puzzled. He had been obsessed with antiques all his life, but he had never seen such a wizard. Light is by virtue of lightning and flint general effort, actually chattered in the treasure. And this person, on the contrary, before in the South City has not the slightest fame. He came out of nowhere. In the end, Elder Yi sat down on his chair in a somewhat disheartened manner and smiled to himself. He was somewhat convinced of old age. There are talented people in the rivers and mountains, each leading the way for hundreds of years. This young man surnamed Jiang, perhaps he also has secrets that I don't know. The matter that Yi Lao had suffered a loss on a young man surnamed Jiang quickly spread. The antique circle in South City instantly caused a small earthquake. The Yi family, which had dominated one of the higher echelons of the antique circle's discourse all year round, had actually suffered a loss on an unheard of kid. This kid, First, there is no relevant strength background to do endorsement. And second, there is no fame and achievements. In other words, a kid who had just made his debut had made the Yi family suffer a loss. Since that day, Zhang Yuan's legendary name had gradually spread in the antique circles of the South City. Many people had a strong interest in Zhang Yuan. Many people have become interested in Zhang Yuan, and have also developed a desire to make friends. A small fame. Check. Immediately investigate the details of this young man named Zhang Yuan, especially where he lives. Let's prepare all the gifts and pay a visit. This Zhang Yuan actually lives in the East Mountain Villa, and he's also the actual owner of the Faith Carlton restaurant. When did South City have such a big shot? Awesome. Such an achievement at such a young age. The ancient-style beauty Yi still had already returned to the Yi family at this moment. She had also heard about this matter. This young man surnamed Zhang is also called Zhang Yuan. Could that be the same Zhang Yuan from that day? Or is it just a mere coincidence? Yi still had her heart thumping. The name Zhang Yuan was actually not rare. If you shouted out Zhang Yuan on the street, there might be a few people responding with a hey at the same time. However, in the bottom of her heart, Yi still hoped that this Zhang Yuan was the one she saw that day. After all, the impression Zhang Yuan left on her that day at the Freescale Carlton restaurant was too deep. For one, because Zhang Yuan's face value was just too high. Secondly, the way he threw away a lot of money and immediately made Du Fei's original form disappear was just too handsome. Ever since that day, Yi still kept looking forward to meeting Zhang Yuan again, to have a romantic encounter. However, her heart had some hidden worries at the same time. If it's really him, then maybe the Yi family will propose a match or find trouble with him to get the scene back from him. I hope he's alright. Yi still prayed in his heart. This time, he has certainly made a name for himself and made a name for himself, but the Yi family will never let it go. As for Zhang Yuan at this moment, he was inside a men's designer clothing in Century Mall. He was followed by Yao Wenwen, Sun Yahan and the two girls beside him. Boss, quickly try this one. This one is the latest model of the season's famous brand Armani. This one is not bad either. It's Versace, a famous luxury brand. Boss, try it on. This set of imported Christian Dior suit is also very good. Zhang Yuan looked at the several kinds of suits brought by the two women in front of him and couldn't help but cry and laugh. He was in an extremely happy mood after receiving that one antique worth at least $7 billion. In the past few days, he took advantage of his good mood and cleaned himself up properly. At the moment, his hairstyle was created at the best stylist in Century Mall. It was a hairstyle personally requested by Zhang Yuan, who was worth $10 billion. Not 1 point more, not 1 point less. Just the right hairstyle for a $10 billion fortune. When Zhang Yuan was worth $100 billion, he was going to change his hairstyle again. And right now, he was picking out his clothes. As the saying goes, people rely on their clothes and horses rely on their saddles. When going out, a gorgeous outfit was essential. He didn't want to dress all shabby, and then intentionally be looked down upon, and then reveal his identity as a $10 billion man. That kind of thing is too early. He doesn't want to do it. However, after looking around, he didn't see any suitable suits. Therefore, he made a call to manager Wang. Little Wang hey, boss Zhang is it? Little in, you please command. Manager Wang's original treatment of Zhang Yuan was only a deliberate attempt to flatter him because of his status as the largest shareholder of the board of directors, but now it was different. Ever since Zhang Yuan handed over that overpriced antique to him for auction, he had come into contact with a lot of people in the high-level circle of the entire South City. Since this incident, Manager Wang is also in the heart began to worship and admire up Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan is the man with the ability to see like a torch. Even the Yi family had suffered a loss in his hands. Following this kind of capable man to do things, that is peace of mind. It's nothing particularly important. Help me contact the suit designer. I want to privately customize a few suits to wear. You can rest assured, this matter will be handed over to the little one to do, to ensure that you are satisfied. When Manager Wang heard this, he immediately guaranteed that this matter would be taken care of by him. Zhang Yuan nodded and hung up the phone. This little Wang is still quite reliable, but this end of the phone just hung up. Another call was received. It was from Chen Xiaoyu. Brother Yuan, last time we talked about the class reunion. You must come. As soon as he heard about the class reunion, Zhang Yuan's face couldn't help but look a little strange. Chapter 22 Street Interview. Zhang Yuan was actually quite helpless. On the one hand, he was actually a bit interested in his ex-girlfriends from his high school days. He wondered what those gorgeous female high school students of the past had become now that they had entered society. Have they become more beautiful, or have they grown disabled? But on the other hand, back then, these women didn't give themselves much trouble. 3 women are a drama, and Zhang Yuan's ex-girlfriends in high school were far more than 3. This reunion, I'm afraid to go is a constant trouble. But Zhang Yuan is not good to reject Chen Xiaoyu. After all, this roll of sky-high priced antiques was found in his store, and he himself had purchased it from his hands for just a small amount of money. I'll think about it and take a look, Zhang Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu immediately said, Brother Yuan, you are a great benefactor who helped me pay off my debt. I won't hide it from you. This class reunion is the most gathered one in so many years. Those girlfriends of yours back then, when they heard that you were coming, they all came without fail. When Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately felt two big heads. It would be even more impossible to go. But just when he wanted to rebuff, Chen Xiaoyu added another sentence, saying, and those guys from Song Xiaofeng are thinking about those ex-girlfriends of yours right now, and it is said that they just want to take advantage of this opportunity to take them down in one go. When Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately frowned. Song Xiaofeng, this was also his high school classmate. His family had a little bit of money, but this brother is a bit sad. In his first year of high school, Song Xiaofeng had a crush on a girl, for whom he delivered breakfast for a year. Later, this girl and Zhang Yuan together. The year of the second year of high school, Song Xiaofeng had a crush on another girl. He wrote a year's homework for this girl. Later this girl was with Zhang Yuan. That year of senior year. Just don't talk about it. Song Xiaofeng. On what grounds? The girls I had crushes on all ended up in Zhang Yuan's arms, and they were all different girls. This reunion, Song Xiaofeng is clearly coming for revenge. And Zhang Yuan's heart was a little bit upset. This Song Xiaofeng loved to bully his classmates when he was in school. Playing school violence, bullying his classmates and whatnot. What if he engages in domestic violence in the future? He couldn't let those female classmates fall into this devil's clutches. Moreover, Zhang Yuan also has a man's unique possessiveness in the bottom of his heart. If a man wanted to pick up his ex-girlfriend, he would not be happy about it. Although he also knew that this was not in line with reason, but this was perhaps a common disease of men. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Yuan still agreed. Okay, I'll go. When Chen Xiaoyu heard this, he immediately smiled with a big smile on his face and said, That's great, Brother Yuan. When you are there, remember to help me to calm down the scene. Don't let Song Xiaofeng snatch my goddess as well. Zhang Yuan laughed and scolded, saying, So you kid is here waiting for me. Where is that ex-girlfriend of yours? Didn't you say last time that you will never fall in love with another woman in your life? Chen Xiaoyu stammered and said, She has abandoned me. Isn't it normal for me to find another one? Zhang Yuan smiled and shook his head. After the phone call, Zhang Yuan continued to take Sun Yahan and Yao Wenwen shopping. The flow of people here on Golden Street was very high, and the number of luxury window displays was also very impressive. There were many meccas for Netflix snagging, such as milk tea stores and coffee shops. It was common on the street for many people to take out their cell phones to take pictures or record a video. As Zhang Yuan strolled around with his hands in his pockets, he could also see quite a few little-known, camera-wielding anchors or netizens, and with the two goddesses Yao Wenwen and Sun Yahan by his side, he naturally attracted a lot of attention. Especially, Zhang Yuan's own face value itself was already very high. In the past few days, he had cleaned up his face, got a haircut worth $10 billion, and added a suit and leather shoes with a good price tag. He's a real man of the world. Therefore, many people turned their cameras to Zhang Yuan's body, and a couple politely walked up to Zhang Yuan. Hello, we are a couple of self-media bloggers. May I bother you for a little while to do a simple street interview? Zhang Yuan was just wandering around in boredom when he was suddenly called out to do a street interview. He nodded with interest instead. It was idle anyway. May I ask what your occupation is? Zhang Yuan answered without thinking and said, Courier. Zhang Yuan was indeed a courier. Even though he hadn't gone to work for many days and even he was on the verge of forgetting the fact that he was a courier. Moreover, the villas and shares that he was now sitting on under his name added up to a fortune of $10 billion at least. But when others asked him about his occupation, he still subconsciously answered his own job. Courier. This is not a lie. However, the young couple was obviously very polite. They didn't show a strange look after hearing that Zhang Yuan was a courier. Instead, the girl amongst the young couple covered her mouth and laughed, saying, You're so funny, sir. I haven't seen a courier who would have such a beautiful two girls following him, and dressed in such a handsome and trendy manner. Zhang Yuan spread his hands and said that he was helpless. Oftentimes, he clearly told the truth, but others just don't believe it. This is something I can't do either. Then let's move on to the second question. If your mom and your girlfriend fall into the water at the same time, who would you save first? There was no doubt that this was a life-saving question. The two behind Zhang Yuan, Yao Wenwen and Sun Yahan, glanced at each other and felt that there was something not simple about this couple. This was arching fire. However, Zhang Yuan was not flustered and said with a slight smile, I asked my mom to save my girlfriend. When I was a kid, my mom was able to take me on several round trips to swim on both sides of the creek. Yao Wenwen's eyes lit up, feeling that her boss's answer was somewhat witty, But the couple obviously did not let Jiang Yuan off so easily. They then pressed on, saying, "Then why didn't you save your girlfriend yourself? Is it because you don't love your girlfriend enough to pay for her?" Jiang Yuan had a thick skin and said, "If I went down, then my girlfriend would be hopeless because I don't know how to swim. My mom would definitely save me first." Put. Sun Yahan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yao Wenwen was also red-faced, holding back her laughter. How come they hadn't realized before that Jiang Yuan, the boss, was not only handsome, but also spoke so funny? The young couple was also choked up, secretly sighing that Jiang Yuan's brain circuits were clear and not so easy to get into, but they obviously did not mean to let Jiang Yuan off that easily. Chapter 23, Bags? I've got plenty of them. Then let's move on to the next question. The couple blogger said reluctantly. Jiang Yuan nodded his head. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll play with you guys. Are you willing to spend $20,000 and buy a bag for your girlfriend? The couple blogger said with some heart. It was another question that was underhanded, clearly wanting to bring up the tempo. If Jiang Yuan answered no, then the couple bloggers could use the opportunity to tease Jiang Yuan for being petty, not even willing to buy a bag for his girlfriend. If Jiang Yuan answered willingly, then they would arch their fire and make Jiang Yuan go to a nearby luxury store to buy a bag on the spot, and they had already negotiated a commission with the store and could draw a lot of money. This was all a ruse. The purpose was for the number of hits and heat of the video, as well as the commission. Whether Jiang Yuan answered willingly, or unwillingly, all of them were in this pair of heartfelt bloggers set up, and all of them had ways to deal with it. The passers-by looked at this scene with some sympathy, especially showing a look of pity towards Jiang Yuan. That's the street interview of the so-called breakup master. This pair of bloggers are the infamous be-station-up masters who specialize in picking street couples to ask some sharp and awkward questions. I heard that quite a few couples have already been broken up by this pair of up hosts. This program of theirs is a copycat of foreign street interviews, and it's done even more excessively. For the sake of the video's views and airplay, they've gone too far, sympathizing with this handsome little brother. However, faced with this giveaway question, Jiang Yuan helplessly spread his hands. He did not answer directly. Instead, he turned his head to look at Yao Wenwen and Sun Yahan, signaling that they could open the shopping bag. The two women immediately understood and put the shopping bag in front of the crowd. The couple bloggers were unsure and moved their eyes to the top of the shopping bag. Yao Wenwen's slender hand gently opened the shopping bag and, good guy, when she opened it, there were all bags inside. The couple blogger was dumbfounded on the spot. This is Hermes limited edition. Take crocodile skin do. At least say also wants 6 or 7 million. This is ostrich skin. This is lizard skin. All Hermes limited edition? This is LV's summer series. The out-of-print one? Nima. Doesn't follow the rules. Ding. Shock points plus 100. 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 Facts speak louder than words. Jiang Yuan did not answer this question with words. Instead, he simply and directly threw out a hole-filled shopping bag. Inside the shopping bag, all are brand-name bags, but also all are limited edition. The price is higher than the ordinary classic models, at least 3 times higher, but also quite collectible. In an instant, are you willing to spend $20,000 to buy a bag for your girlfriend? In the face of such ostentatious wealth, the question would seem very silly. The couple bloggers' mouths opened, looked at each other and could not say anything for a while. What can I say about this? Originally a question that had been laid down, it turned out to be hard to unravel with money. Simple and rough. Have money, is capricious. The couple bloggers' eyes twitched violently. How could they have never imagined that a random handsome guy on the street did an interview that? It turned out to be a ing tycoon, or a godly tycoon. How could they talk about this day? They couldn't talk anymore. In an instant, all of their so-called words and routines, a whole shopping bag of brand-name bags, appear to be so childish and ridiculous. Jiang Yuan hands inserted in the pants pockets, quietly watching you perform. Do you have any questions? The couple blogger swallowed hard. Any more questions? How else can there be? You're such a rich courier. I've really seen it for the first time in my life. Oh. In the end, the couple bloggers found an excuse and hurriedly left from their original spot in a grayish manner. They were dumbfounded by Jiang Yuan's dislike for taking money. Continuing the conversation would only be self-defeating. More crucially, the female side of this couple blogger was looking at Jiang Yuan with increasingly wrong eyes. There was no way. Jiang Yuan, a man whose face value and wealth were both important, was too attractive. The male side of the couple blogger hurriedly pulled his female ticket away, or else something might happen. When the surrounding passers-by saw this scene, they also couldn't help but have shock written all over their eyes. At the same time, they had a feeling of clapping their hands in the bottom of their hearts. This handsome young man has done a good job. He has finally taught this pair of unscrupulous bloggers a lesson. This pair of bloggers are too selfish, always going out of their way to break up couples for the sake of their own video views. This little brother did a delightful job. But this little brother is also too rich. A shopping bag with so many goodies in it. They were somewhat relieved and shocked at Zhang Yuan's magnificent wealth. At the same time, there were some sharp-eyed and experienced masses who recognized the value of the clothes on Zhang Yuan. Wow! Is that little brother wearing Versace's latest model? The one where a top costs hundreds of thousands of dollars? That couple of bloggers really have no eyes. But I don't blame them. There weren't many ordinary people who could recognize this kind of high-class suits in the first place. Look at the white watch on that little brother's hand. Could it be the Jaquette Draws Platinum? I've heard of that watch. The market price seems to be worth $300,000. Love. This man with both face value and wealth. Seeing the surrounding crowd's praise for himself intensifying, Zhang Yuan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Pretty boys are always so attention-grabbing wherever they go, and there were some good onlookers who posted the before and after of this incident on the B site. Their captions were catchy. Famous up master on B station was disliked by the tycoon on the spot. Have you ever seen an entire shopping bag full of designer bags? Super tycoon laughs at disliking an unscrupulous up owner. With a happy ending. The clicks on these articles and short videos were all very high, and after just 30 minutes of posting they had gotten tens of thousands of retweets and attention. Countless people were extremely curious as to which tycoon was so bold and witty. It had actually taught that infamous couple of up owners a lesson. As for Zhang Yuan, the originator of this matter, he made a decision at this moment. Let's go buy a car on the way. Zhang Yuan commanded. Speaking of buying a car, Yao Wenwen and Sun Yahan both lit up. A car. They had long been looking forward to what kind of car their boss would buy. Actually, Zhang Yuan had long wanted to buy one. But these past few days, he was going crazy with fun. With a group of goddesses shopping and entertaining, this day was like a god. He put the matter of buying a car behind him. Until today, the mood came. Then let's buy one by the way. Zhang Yuan led the two girls towards the Force car line. Yao Wenwen asked, "Boss, which kind of car are you going to buy?" Sun Yahan asked, "What's your budget, boss?" Zhang Yuan replied, saying, "Look at it when you get there. There's no rush." Chapter 24, Buying a few luxury cars off of me. Inside the Force store, Zhang Yuan brought the two girls, Yao Wenwen, and walked in idly. The saleswoman of the car dealership stood politely in front of them as a guide. "Hello sir, may I ask what service I can offer you? Show me the latest sports car in the store." "Yes, please follow me." Everything proceeded with ease and pleasure. There wasn't any of those dog-eyed episodes that happened in countryside car dealerships happening. This was not because Zhang Yuan's clothes showed his wealth, but the sales within the high-class car dealerships had their own professional qualities. Even if the customer's wealth was average, they would never easily show a look of contempt for the customer. Businessmen, all that matters is personal feelings. Where would they easily show an impolite attitude? The saleswoman led Zhang Yuan and the three of them to a silver-white supercar. The supercar's shape was extremely cool and racy, like a highway monster, with a powerful design that was very manly. The streamlined body, paired with the elegant and generous silver and white color scheme, and the tailpipe that fluttered like a butterfly when it started. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but nod his head. He felt that the car's appearance was okay. This is the Flying Pusher 500. The appearance and performance is extremely outstanding, accelerating from 0 to 60 miles per hour in just 2.9 seconds. A true performance monster. The saleswoman introduced it very professionally. The features didn't seem to be bad either. Zhang Yuan was somewhat satisfied. Yao Wenwen gently pulled Zhang Yuan's sleeve and said, "Boss, this car seems good. Pay up." "Okay Lu." Zhang Yuan did not ask how much this car cost. He was also too lazy to ask. These days down, he gradually developed a habit. Buy things without looking at the price. Directly buy. To have money, is to be so bold. And Yao Wenwen, under his authorization, immediately went to handle the relevant car purchase procedures. The saleswoman was a little surprised at Zhang Yuan's bravado in her heart, but on the surface, she still forced herself to put on a calm demeanor. There's no way. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting. We're all from a high-class car dealership. We can't just show a surprised expression. It's easy to be looked down upon that way. The professionally trained saleswoman maintained her facial expression well, trying to look as normal as possible, but she wasn't able to hide it from Zhang Yuan. Ding! Shock points plus 50. Her shocked emotion still rang in Zhang Yuan's ears. After all, a godly man who directly purchased a supercar without looking at the price. That was still uncommon. The transaction formalities were quickly completed. This car's bare price plus commercial insurance and so on 7 or 8, landed to add up to about 5 million or so. These days, Zhang Yuan had already called $50 million to Yao Wenwen for convenience. After all, is his own housekeeper? Zhang Yuan still quite trust her. However, When she was going through the formalities of purchasing the car, Yao Wenwen encountered another female blogger with a lens. It can't be helped. This area of Golden Street is just full of netizens who like to make videos or live broadcasts with their lenses. Yao Wenwen didn't pay too much attention to it and returned to Zhang Yuan after finishing the formalities. "Boss, the formalities are bought," Yao Wenwen said. Zhang Yuan nodded. However, he didn't leave, but continued to stroll around the car dealership. "Boss, didn't we buy the car?" Yao Wenwen was a bit puzzled. Since Zhang Yuan had come here to buy a car, why didn't he leave after the car was bought? Did the boss like loitering so much? Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan spoke out of turn and said, "How is one car enough? Yao Wenwen, Omega Omega. The world of the rich is really unimaginable. Poverty limits my imagination." Yao Wenwen swallowed her saliva and said, "Then how many cars do you want to buy?" Zhang Yuan said calmly, "Depends on my mood." This was said. The saleswoman on the side also swallowed her saliva violently. "This customer is a bit of a posh one. Ordinary people worked hard before they could get a loan to buy the most ordinary car. But Zhang Yuan is depending on the mood to buy a few cars, and buy are also very expensive supercars. The gap between people is really too big." And Zhang Yuan's action immediately attracted the attention of many people. He vaguely became the focus of all the eyes on the scene. A camera slowly focused on Zhang Yuan. The owner of the camera was called Yang Mi, also a B-Station Up owner. Except that she didn't do short videos, instead she mainly did live broadcasts on cars. Yang Mi's looks and body are extremely cool like an actress, so she simply called the name Yang Mi for live broadcast. The number of fans in her live broadcast room had long since exceeded 100,000, and she had gotten a signing and medal from B-Station. At this moment, the entire live broadcast room was somewhat boiling because of Zhang Yuan. Pop-ups swished and floated by. "That little brother is so handsome. You guys look at his awesome body. I'm going to faint. He even bought a flying tweeter 500 and still doesn't think it's enough. He wants to buy a few more luxury cars. He's simply trenchless. I want to marry him so much. This handsome and golden little brother is just too pleasing to the eye. Our mini sister is still single now. Should we make an effort to hit on this little brother?" Some of the gossipy pop-ups immediately began to come up with ideas. They jokingly suggested that Yang Mi quickly go up and hug her thighs. Maybe if she was looked at by someone else, she would not have to work hard for the rest of her life. Unexpectedly, Yang Mi was really ready to go. She made up her makeup and showed an extremely confident smile. "Just kidding, who wouldn't be moved after meeting a male god? Maybe, he is good at what he does. If she really met him, she might not have to work hard for the rest of her life." Then she walked to Zhang Yuan's front, closed her eyes and struck an extremely alluring pose. But to her surprise, a minute and a second passed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zhang Yuan didn't open his mouth and didn't even pay attention to her. This was because Zhang Yuan's entire attention was caught by a car in front of him. A low body, a large windshield, a tapered front end, and a rear-mounted engine. All these factors combined to give an extremely shocking appearance. "Sir, this car is the latest Lamborghini Hurricane." Zhang Yuan was immediately impressed. As for that Netflix anchor woman Yang Mi, Zhang Yuan didn't even bother to look at her. Compared to a woman and a supercar, of course it was the supercar that smelled good. In front of a supercar, a woman was simply unbeatable. Zhang Yuan directly ignored Yang Mi's actions. He put his hand on this Lamborghini Hurricane and only felt an open, smooth feeling flow into his heart. "This car is good. I'll buy it," Zhang Yuan directly said. "Okay." Yao Wenwen immediately led the order. Chapter 25, Getting a New Girlfriend? Yao Wenwen moved very quickly. The formalities for yet another transaction were quickly completed. However, Zhang Yuan did not get the so-called car keys. Instead, it was replaced by a bracelet inlaid with hundreds of diamonds. "What is this? Where are my car keys?" Zhang Yuan could not help but be a little puzzled. The saleswoman explained, saying, "Sir, this Lamborghini Hurricane is the latest model using brand new technology, and is equipped not with car keys, but with this piece of bracelet, which uses technology in terms of smart bracelets," she explained while receiving this piece of bejeweled bracelet. Then using this piece of smart bracelet, she swiped it on the car door, and all of a sudden the Lamborghini Hurricane's door opened like a butterfly unfolding its wings. "Wonderful." Zhang Yuan stroked his hand in admiration. Although he knew that technology was advancing rapidly, he did not expect that a variant of the smart bracelet would be applied to a high-end sports car so quickly. And the most crucial thing was that this smart bracelet was damn well inlaid with so many sparkling diamonds. Obviously, this was luxury. "How much is this bracelet and this car respectively?" Zhang Yuan inquired about the prices with some curiosity. It was not that he had changed his style, it was purely because he wanted to know the price. "This bracelet is worth $3 million. This Lamborghini Hurricane lands at about $6 million. The saleswoman replied respectfully. "A bracelet that functioned like a car key actually cost $3 million? To know This supercar is also 6 million bar, fully accounted for half of the price. This adds up to a full 9 million. Yao Wenwen heard this price on the side and was also immediately taken aback. No way. A car key costs $3 million? Zhang Yuan stroked his chin, but felt that it was a bit out of the ordinary, but within expectation. Although a car key is half the price of a car, this matter is very cost ineffective. But with these luxury items, there was no such thing as cost effectiveness to speak of. Many rich businessmen spend hundreds of millions of dollars to buy fine arts, especially those famous paintings, that are like paintings of elementary school students, which are not cost effective in themselves either. There is no way. Money is arbitrary. The figure, that is an extravagance. And just when Zhang Yuan was absorbed in about this Lamborghini Hurricane, Mimi, the Netflix anchorwoman on the side, immediately pulled a long donkey face, feeling her face going green with anger. Why is this little brother ignoring himself? Is it because he is not pretty enough? Women and cars compare to each other. He actually chose the car. This steel-straight man. And the pop-ups in her live broadcast room were brushing fast. Boy, a smart bracelet with so many gemstones set on the top is worth 3 million. And that's just a car key. The rich man's world. It's damn scary. Poverty limits my imagination. Car keys are so expensive. I'm really convinced of these rich people. What in the world is this little brother actually even said to buy such an extravagant Lamborghini Hurricane? Our beautiful and cute Mimi was ignored by him. This little brother is also too crazy. The character of rich people. We can't catch it. Young Mimi glanced at the pop-ups in her live broadcast room and immediately felt her blood pressure soar. If this was in normal times, it would be fine if she was ignored by this little brother. But this is in the live broadcast. Their own live broadcast goddess persona cannot be ruined. Yang Mi slightly adjusted her expression and went to the bathroom to replenish her makeup. When she appeared in the hall with confidence again, she realized that Zhang Yuan was no longer here. Yang Mi's heart was a little messed up for some reason. She hurriedly asked the saleswoman from the party. The customer from earlier has already left. Hearing the news that Zhang Yuan had already left, Yang Mi immediately sighed with some disappointment. She couldn't tell whether she was disappointed because she hadn't gotten her face back, or was she disappointed because she had missed out on Zhang Yuan, this handsome and golden little brother. Yang Mi got off the air with some loss. The Lamborghini Hurricane was traveling on the road at high speed. Zhang Yuan was sitting in the co-pilot and on the side was Yao Wenwen in charge of driving. Zhang Yuan swiped through the short videos and live broadcasts on his phone, looking for content of interest. While on the side, Yao Wenwen said, "Boss, are you single now?" Zhang Yuan put away his phone and stretched and said, "Why do you ask that? You want to be my wife?" Yao Wenwen snorted out a laugh, a little blushing and a little unable to hold back. "I'm just one of your housekeepers. I can do whatever you want me to do. It's just that my status is not worthy of you, but I have a bosom friend who is much prettier than I am. It's just that it's not an easy thing to pick her up." A beauty that was much more beautiful than Yao Wenwen's face? When Zhang Yuan heard that, he was immediately interested. Yao Wenwen's face value rating that was 9.3, already belonging to the very rare school beauty level. Then what level would her BFF be? Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Why is it not an easy thing to pick her up?" Yao Wenwen explained and said, "She is a popular network anchorwoman, the kind with millions of fans in her live broadcast, and she's also the department flower of a famous theater academy. She's even already made a few movie heroines. In the future, 80% of them are going to become stars in the acting industry. Right now many rich bigwigs are all staring at this piece of fat meat of hers." When Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately said, "Tell me her live broadcasting room." Yao Wenwen complied. Zhang Yuan quickly used his own cell phone and entered her best friend's teasing fish live room. As soon as he entered, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Good guy, ing direct good guy," only to see the head of the live broadcast room, a small skirt wearing a chest halter, revealing the navel and around the body of a large area of skin of the beautiful woman is hot dance. Her dance posture was extremely delicate. Although Zhang Yuan was not concerned about this, what Zhang Yuan was concerned about was that this anchor woman's body was extremely well proportioned. It was not the kind of one-dimensional bony beauty that many girls pursued nowadays, but a plump and healthy beauty. This kind of beauty was rich in flirtatious charm and was a lot stronger than the bony beauty. Just by looking at this anchor woman's body, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but secretly marvel that this was probably the best body amongst the beauties he had seen. However, what was somewhat regrettable was that this female anchor actually covered her face, deliberately not showing her face out. Zhang Yuan was annoyed by this. That's the rule she has for live broadcasting. Basically she never reveals her face. I asked her privately. She said that if she reveals her face, then these viewers will only focus on her face and not on her dancing. Yao Wenwen arched her fire at the side and said, "Boss, if you give her more gifts, maybe she'll show her face." She was just watching the fun and wanted to make things happen. I didn't expect Zhang Yuan to hear this, but he immediately felt it made sense. Brush. If I don't see this sister's face today, I still can't think straight. Chapter 26 Rewarding Female Anchor. Zhang Yuan's feeling right now was subtle. He felt like a diner with chopsticks and a knife and fork who had just arrived at the restaurant and sat down. But all of a sudden, he was told that all the dishes in the restaurant were sold out, so please come back another day. This kind of feeling is very unattractive. Zhang Yuan was just interested in this beauty's hot body and wanted to see her face, but suddenly was told, "We do not show face. This is playing with me. I can't." Although Zhang Yuan had never played this platform's live broadcast, but he immediately signed up for a first-class live streaming account at the speed of fire. Yao Wenwen reminded the introduction from the side and said, "Boss, the viewers of this live streaming platform are categorized into a total of 7 levels: Ranger, Knight, Viscount, Earl, Duke, King, and Emperor." Zhang Yuan immediately didn't even look at the price and directly opened Emperor. Ding! Accompanied by the completion of the payment of $120,000. All of a sudden, this level 1 trumpet of Zhang Yuan's was instantly transformed into a special VIP guest of the live broadcast room. He had just entered this live broadcasting room, and he was welcomed by the crowd. All kinds of cool and gorgeous special effects, all of them displaying Zhang Yuan's ID, Yuan Zhangdi. The female anchor, Zhang Shiring, immediately noticed this newest emperor with the ID name of Source River Emperor. She politely and unobtrusively replied, "Thank you to this Emperor Yuan Zhang for opening the emperor." Zhang Shiring's tone was normal. After all, her live room was not low in heat, and there were at least hundreds of emperors here. And many of the emperors were senior emperors who had opened continuously for almost a year or more. She was someone who had seen big scenes and did not lose her temper because Zhang Yuan had opened an emperor. However, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room had the atmosphere fired up because of the opening of this emperor. Wow, it's a new emperor, and it's a level 1 trumpet that just registered and opened an emperor. This can't be the trumpet of any big brother. I haven't seen any level 1 number opening an emperor yet. My family is poor. May I ask how much it costs for this emperor to have such cool special effects? This emperor damn well costs $120,000 a month. Except for those rich tycoons, who can afford to drive it? On the pop-up screen, there was all kinds of envy and jealousy. A faint emotion of hatred towards the rich began to spread. And right at this moment, Yuan Zhangdi opened his mouth. "This anchor, show your face. I'm curious about what you look like." His account had just opened up to the emperor, and every sentence was peppered with extremely cool special effects. Instantly, everyone in the live broadcast room saw this sentence. Many people had become a bit disgruntled with dark laughter. This boss doesn't quite know what he's doing. Our sister Ying's live broadcasting room has a golden rule. Definitely don't show your face. Yeah, last time a boss opened the emperor for a year, then he wanted Sister Ring to show her face on air, but he was rejected on the spot. Although Sister Ring has made movies and shown her face, she has an iron rule that she will never show her face during live broadcasts. This boss, you'd better die. Zhang Yuan looked at the pop-up screen and understood roughly what kind of situation was going on. As expected, the female anchor Zhang Shiring was silent for a moment before she rejected the request without hesitation. "I'm sorry, this live broadcast room doesn't show your face, and even though you're a newly opened emperor, this rule applies to you as well. In our live broadcast room, we talk about equal treatment." Zhang Yuan smiled playfully and said softly, "Treating everyone equally, right? What a good one to treat everyone equally." Yao Wenwen, who was at the side, spat out her tongue in embarrassment and said, "Boss, this girlfriend of mine is such a stubborn character. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time." Zhang Yuan hummed faintly and said, "Not necessarily yet." In fact, at this time, the female anchor Zhang Shiring was a little nervous in her heart. Every emperor, that was a potential big money of the live broadcasting room, able to contribute a large amount of running water to the live broadcasting room. If it was because she was rejected by her own request and would not spend money in her own live room from now on, then she, the anchor who wanted to cha rice, also felt a bit of a loss in the bottom of her heart. Fortunately, right after she finished rejecting this Yuan Zhangdi's request, the other party did not continue to speak. Obviously, the other party should have given up. Zhang Shiring breathed a sigh of relief as she was about to continue her live broadcast, but suddenly a long string of even more eye-catching glowing special effects were displayed on the screen. Congratulations to Emperor Yuan Zhang for opening Emperor for a month *1. Congratulations to Emperor Yuan Zhang for opening Emperor for 1 month *1. Congratulations to Emperor Yuan Zhang for opening Emperor for 1 month *1. Congratulations to Emperor Yuan Zhang for opening Emperor for 1 month *1. Congratulations to Emperor Yuan Zhang for opening Emperor for 1 month *1. Congratulations to Emperor Yuan Zhang for opening Emperor for 1 month *1. Congratulations to Emperor Yuan Zhang for opening Emperor for 1 month *1. Congratulations to Emperor Genie for opening Emperor for 1 month *1. The special effect was so long that Jiang Shuri gulped violently and patiently counted down line by line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 36. It was actually a full 36 months of renewing the Emperor. Jiang Shuri felt her head spinning a bit. 1 month of Emperor, that would be $120,000. 36 months is not the price of 3 or 4 million. My god. Although there were senior emperors in her live room, the most they could do was to continuously open for 1 year. This is the first time she has seen a tycoon emperor who has been open for 3 years in a row. This is also too arrogant. Jiang Shuri was a little shaken up. She began to have some doubts about the matter of her live broadcast resolutely not showing her face. If I continue to refuse, won't I offend this super rich man? Do I have to adjust my principles appropriately? Jiang Shuri was a bit hesitant, but just as she was hesitating, an even more magnificent sea of gifts was coming towards her like a tidal wave. Congratulations to an airplane *1 gifted by Emperor Zhenjiang. Congratulations to Emperor Genie on the gift of an airplane *1. Congratulations to Emperor Genie for gifting a rocket *1. Congratulations to Emperor Genie on the gift of a rocket *1. Congratulations to Emperor Genie on the gift of a rocket *1. Congratulations to Emperor Genie on the gift of a super rocket *1. Congratulations to Emperor Genie on the gift of a super rocket *1. Congratulations to Emperor Genie for giving away a super rocket *1. Due to the sheer amount of gifts, even the anchor's screen was completely obscured. This terrifying amount was at least 1,000 rockets. This Nima, the rhythm of the entire live broadcast room exploded. ********. I'm not very good at math. How many airplane rockets did this boss send? I'm going to be blinded by these gift special effects. Nima, which big money is coming? Chapter 27 Smashing Money. Gifts that were as overwhelming as a tidal wave came in. Jiang Shuri was dumbfounded by the gifts that were as many as Gatling bullets. How many gifts is this? How much money must it add up to? Jiang Shuri felt her brain blocked a bit. She was very good at math, and was a famous math genius in the whole school during her middle school days. However, due to the overly shocking situation at the moment, it was as if her brain had lost its ability to calculate. Now, even if she was asked to do elementary school arithmetic problems, I'm afraid it would take her a while. It was really too shocking, and the indiscriminate bombardment of Jiang Yuan's sea of gifts obviously did not end there. This was just the beginning. The airplanes, rockets, and superfires continued to come from all over the world. Like the Yangtze River running into the sea, it was unceasing. Everyone in the live broadcast room had been stunned. Big event, ah, where is this tycoon? Ah, he's about to rush to the top of the list last week. Ah shucks, look at the list a few more times. He's charging too fast. He's almost on the top of the overall list. Mom, yeah, find a speed to go down. Immediately he is going to rush on the total reward list 1. As the saying goes, since ancient times, the first list is the father. The second list is not even a small hand to touch. The position of ranking 1 has been a place of contention since ancient times. Originally, Jiang Shuri's ranking 1 ID was a big shot named Human Emperor. This Human Emperor often frequented all kinds of beautiful women's live broadcasting rooms, and was extremely generous. This was an extremely famous veteran tycoon, and he was often at the top of the list of all the major beauty live streaming rooms. According to gossip, this is the son of a top domestic rich businessman, the rich second generation of the rich second generation. As long as he frequented the live room, no one dared to compete with him for the top spot. What exactly is this Source River Emperor? Is it possible that he is the Human Emperor's trumpet? Impossible. The Human Emperor's temperament is extremely impetuous and arrogant, and he never counts the consequences of what he does. So how could he possibly open a trumpet? But the Human Emperor hasn't appeared for a while. There are rumors that he went home to take over the family business. This Yuan Jiangdi really ate bear heart and leopard guts. If the Human Emperor comes back and hears about this, not only did he snatch him from the top 1, but he even let Jiang Shuri's live broadcast show her face and break the rules. Then it'll be interesting. Jiang Shuri was gradually stupefied by the roaming gifts at the moment. She was a big anchor. It wasn't that she hadn't seen many tycoons swiping gifts, but such a bold tycoon was really unheard of and unseen by her. In just 10 minutes, this Yuan Jiangdi had already swiped over $10 million in gifts. This was completely the posture of not treating money as money. It was really too overbearing. She was both shocked and delighted in her heart, and for a moment, her body couldn't help but tremble. According to the rules of Jiang Shuri split with the live streaming platform, with so many sky-high rewards, she would be able to share millions. However, this amount of money, she was somewhat less daring to accept, because this Source Jiangdi was just too mysterious. He came out of nowhere and threw away $10 million. The purpose was just to show his face. This kind of person, there is no doubt that it is the big shot among the big shots. Ah, if you don't let him stop, I'm afraid that you will leave an impression of insatiable greed on the other side. That would be troublesome. Something big has happened. Jiang Shiriying looked at the increasing number of gift special effects, but her heart became more and more uneasy. She was smart and wasn't the kind of woman who worshipped gold and had no brain like Su Qingyue. This kind of big shot is happy today. Of course, can smash money to hold themselves high. But if on the other hand, one of oneself provokes him to be unhappy, I'm afraid that his ashes will be easy for him to raise. This kind of character wants to play dead himself too easy. If it is really not dealt with well, I'm afraid that I do not even know how to die. Thinking of this, Jiang Shiriying hurriedly said, it's okay, I can show my face, but there must be a condition. When the pop-ups heard this, they became unsettled. Ding! Shot points plus 100. 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 The goddess has made an exception. This is the first time. Jiang Shiriying has been live streaming for 3 years, and for the first time, she's going to show her face on air? It's true that money can really do whatever it wants. Even the law that is claimed to be the golden rule has been broken hard. This boss is really bullish. I've just calculated the total value of the gifts, and I think it's upwards of $10 million. Less than 15 minutes. Throwing away $10 million. TSK, poverty really limits our imagination. While Yuan Jiangdi asked indifferently, saying, what conditions? Say, Jiang Shiriying carefully scrutinized her wording and replied, I can only give you a separate continuous video appearance. Zhang Yuan laughed out loud when this was said. He flirted with Yao Wenwen beside him and said, this best friend of yours kinda understands men's minds. Yao Wenwen spat and said, Shiriying, she is just smarter. She has never been in love under the strict watch of her parents since she was young. Zhang Yuan let out an "oh." This was an unexpected delight. Which man doesn't like this kind of clean girl? However, the pop-ups in the head of Jiang Shiriying's live broadcast room were making extremely disappointed noises. It's a pity. I still wanted to see what the goddess looks like at home. It's so good to be rich. Even Cha's solo food. I really don't know what the goddess looks like in private. Envy me to death. Big brother begs to share. Never eat alone. We also want to see. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but be speechless as he looked at these pop-ups like hungry wolves. This Jiang Shiriying is obviously live broadcasting at home. 80% is a vegetarian face. Don't want to show you, may be afraid of scaring you. To be honest, modern makeup technology is too powerful. Many people see the girl using makeup. The face value is enhanced very much. So far, Zhang Yuan hadn't seen a girl whose face could make him feel stunning. Despite the information provided by Yao Wenwen previously, if there was no fake, perhaps this Jiang Shiriying's face value could still be slightly expected in a wave itself. But if it was in a veiled state, I'm afraid it wouldn't be any better. Zhang Yuan held this thought and slowly sent a video request towards Jiang Shiriying in full view of everyone. At the same time, he also attached a request, saying, I want you to look like your face. Jiang Shiriying hesitated a bit, but after a moment, replied, yes. This soured the entire live broadcast audience, because Jiang Shiriying's face reveal live broadcast was actually monopolized by Zhang Yuan alone. But on second thought, this somewhat special service, but Zhang Yuan smashed a whole more than 10 million parties to get it. Their hearts were somewhat relieved again. Sure enough, money is really omnipotent. Chapter 28, Dating Jiang Shiriying. Soon after, Jiang Shiriying connected to the video request. A portrait slowly appeared in the lower right corner of the live broadcast room. The viewers were immensely looking forward to Jiang Shiriying's face. It was only a pity that the portrait was extremely blurry, and had obviously gone through a special encryption process. The real portrait was only exclusive to Zhang Yuan alone. At this moment, under Zhang Yuan's eyes, slowly emerged a fair-skinned, delicate features, like a porcelain doll, like the appearance of a delicate girl. A little good-looking. This was the first thought that surfaced in Zhang Yuan's mind. To be honest, Zhang Yuan had seen a lot of people in the world in the past few days. The goddesses at his home in Dongshan Villa alone. Each and every one of them was at the school flower level. Zhang Yuan had thought that he had been rooted amongst the beautiful women all day long, and had already had a lot of resistance to these women with high values. But today, he was also shocked by Jiang Shiriying's face value. Yao Wenwen teased from the sidelines and said somewhat sourly, Boss, am I right, Shireen? She is the best looking girl I have ever seen. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile as he heard the flavor of jealousy and sourness in her voice. He reached out and scratched Yao Wenwen's nose and said, Good, this time you helped me find a good candidate for a girlfriend. I'll reward you properly later. Yao Wenwen smiled cheekily. He headed over to the live broadcast room under the ID of Yuan Zhengdi and said, Not bad. This one simple comment represented that this woman, Jiang Shiriying, had gained his initial recognition. There was value and consideration worth taking the next step. And at this moment, The pop-up screen in Jiang Shuriying's live broadcast room had long since exploded. Countless hungry wolves were constantly wailing. This boss of list 1, you can't eat alone. Give us a look too. Goddess Jiang Shuriying's face. I want to see it too. Please, ball you boss. Boss, we want to see her face too. Please fulfill our wish. Zhang Yuan very directly ignored the cries of woe from this group of hungry wolves. Instead, he directly typed a line in the public screen. Interested in coming out to meet? Zhang Yuan's words were direct and simple and rough. A date or not? The moment this sentence came out, it was obvious that Jiang Shuriying panicked for a moment. This was a live broadcast. This boss, why don't you chat privately? When you're live streaming, how can you say this? Sure enough, the pop-up screen immediately went crazy. No date, we don't have a date. Asterisk. Even directly and openly hooking up with our goddess. Can't go Shuriying, men become bad when they have money. This kind of man can't meet with him. Don't meet with this mysterious boss. Maybe he's just playing around. You can't do whatever you want with money. Please restrain yourself. Jiang Shuriying was a bit hesitant and indecisive. To be honest, she had been live streaming for 3 years, and it wasn't as if there were no tycoons who had thrown out olive branches to her. The senior emperor in that live room, the human emperor, had once wanted her to obey all of his orders for the astronomical price of $800,000 per month. But Jiang Shuriying had refused very directly. Her own family is very good, and she doesn't lack money, and doing live broadcasts is just to make a foundation for her future debut and accumulate fans. Therefore, in the past few years of live broadcasting, she had refused the invitations of many tycoons. But today's matter was obviously not that simple. Nima, this Yuan Zhangdi came up and smashed over $10 million without saying a word. This kind of person is obviously the kind of person who won't stop until he achieves his goal. If one were to directly and hastily refuse, I'm afraid that they would incur no small amount of trouble for themselves and their families. Jiang Shuriying had never heard of many female anchors being forced out of the live broadcasting world because of the divine magnate's wrath. They were even blocked by the entire network of the live broadcasting world. She can reject the tycoon, but not directly reject the god Ho. And this kind of godly magnate would generally not casually appear on the network. Unexpectedly, this Zhen Zhangdi came out of nowhere today after all. But Jiang Shuriying wasn't stupid. She naturally had the means to protect herself. She said, I can go out and play with you, but it's just an ordinary friend kind of play, and at the same time, I'll turn on the outdoor live broadcast. Do you agree? Jiang Shuriying's words could be said to be high in emotional intelligence. On the surface, she appeared to be agreeing, but in reality, she was politely refusing Zhang Yuan. She could understand these men's minds too well. Asking a female anchor to go out alone, that could be too exciting. But if a date with a girl is still being stared at by a large group of live viewers, it's definitely not possible to let go. Normally, this Yuan Zhangdi would definitely reject this request. That would be none of his business. After all, he had promised. The live broadcast audience also let out a long sigh of relief. Right, it'll have to be an outdoor live broadcast. Live streaming a date. Something What are you thinking? What kind of date? It's just ordinary friends going out. This boss shouldn't say yes, right? 66,666. I give full marks to Shuriying for this handful of high emotional intelligence replies. Low IQ, I'm not going. High IQ, gotta go live. Jiang Shuriying looked at the pop-ups floating by and couldn't help but feel a little proud, admiring her own intelligence. Unexpectedly, this Zhen Zhangdi was extremely unconventional. He actually really agreed. No problem. This weekend you'll be on outdoor live streaming. I'll pick you up at your home. Jiang Shuriying was dumbfounded. She didn't think that this boss would actually agree to a live broadcast date. What the hell to do? It was hard not to really go on a live private date. The first time doing this kind of live broadcast, how should I act like I'm very skillful? Jiang Shuriying took a deep breath and tried her best to calm down. Soldiers come to block. Water comes to cover the earth. Must be calm. Must calm down and deal with it properly. The head in the live broadcast room also exploded on the spot. My goddess is going to date another man. Master's youth is over. Humph. Under our noses, let's see what waves he can make. Open the live broadcast. Must open the live broadcast. Can't let this Yuan Zhangdi's plot succeed. Rich people can't do whatever they want. Shuriying remember to keep the whole thing live. Mustn't let this hateful rich man have his way. This Yuan Zhangdi is simply. I also want to date the goddess this weekend. A date with the goddess Jiang Shuriying. Zhang Yuan stretched his waist and laid down somewhat comfortably in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini Hurricane. And Yao Wenwen teased. Boss, you're dating Jiang Shuriying. Do you want to bring a glamorous goddess on the day of the class reunion? Chapter 29 Crazy Lucky Draw. Zhang Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her and said, You're the one who knows more. Yao Wenwen smiled cheekily and was smart enough to keep quiet again. Bringing Jiang Shuriying to the class reunion. This was Zhang Yuan's intention. There is no way. Ex-girlfriends gathered together. If you are still single, I'm afraid that there will be constant trouble. When I was in school, this group of women didn't let myself worry less. If you bring Jiang Shiriying with you, you can avoid a lot of trouble. At least his own name has a master. Will not let those ex-girlfriends blatantly find their own trouble. They would always be a bit more restrained. As for whether he could take her on a date and then bring her to the reunion, Zhang Yuan was confident. Zhang Yuan was confident. The self-confidence of a pretty boy is so strong. Afterwards, Zhang Yuan's consciousness sank into the system. The flurry of actions he had done in the live broadcast room had already accumulated quite a lot of shock value for him. Jiang Shirin was a big anchor. Although today was a working day, so the number of people in the live broadcast room did not reach its peak, but there were still a lot of people there. Although the distance between them was too far, the shock points would be reduced accordingly. But it's still a big number. Zhang Yuan checked the balance. Shock value, 5,032. Together with the points that hadn't been drawn last time, the total could be exchanged for about 50 draws. Seeing that he had accumulated almost enough, Zhang Yuan immediately prepared to conduct a draw. Ding! The points were all redeemed successfully. In front of Zhang Yuan's eyes, about 50 blind boxes gradually appeared. With a wave of his hand, he immediately crossed 10 blind boxes. The first 10 rounds in a row. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $1 million. Reward, 1 million yen. Reward, $1 million. Reward, 10 million yen. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, $10 million. 4 blue, 6 white. The total is $46 million. The second shot of 10 in a row, and suddenly there's a flash of gold. Reward, $1 million. 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 Reward, 10 million yen. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, $10 million. Congratulations on your blitz reward. 1 divine guard, 4 blue, 5 white and 1 gold. The total is 45 million yuan with 1 god grade guard. Seeing that the goods were out, Zhang Yuan stopped for the time being. He looked at the brief introduction about this guard unit. Divine Guard, an invulnerable and invincible modernized security team, with an extremely excellent sense of detection and counter-detection. Proficient in criminal psychology, the host's safety will be greatly guaranteed. Zhang Yuan was puzzled in the bottom of his heart. Then how many people are in this team? Currently there are only 3 people. The host can upgrade this team in future draws. Current team members, Yi Yuhan, Zhang Tianjie, Lei Qianlin. Yi Yuhan, female, 26 years old, proficient in all kinds of martial arts, especially specializing in Baji Quan and Wing Chun. Zhang Tianjie, male, 31 years old. Zhang Tianjie, male, 31 years old, former bodyguard of the President of North Lilis, with excellent counter-surveillance techniques and combat experience. Lei Millennium, male, 30 years old, Guli's National Honorary Detective, graduated from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, postdoctorate in criminal psychology. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but be secretly shocked as he looked at the introduction of this 3-man guard unit. Nima, so fierce, a master of national arts, a postdoctorate in criminal psychology, and a former bodyguard of the president. This damn with these 3 people. Who can still move me? This system, awesome. Zhang Yuan had actually been feeling a sense of insecurity in his heart after he became so rich. After all, if someone were to kidnap himself for the sake of money, that would also be an extremely dangerous thing. Although the body-strengthening liquid that was drawn last time was very good, it was also just for a normal health. Against the possibility of thugs appearing in the future, it was obvious that a super guard unit would be the best guarantee of safety. Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with the goods that came out of this 20 consecutive draws. After all, life safety came first. If you have money, you need to have a life to spend it. But since there were 50 draws, it was better to continue. He continued to cross over the remaining blind boxes. Third round of 10 in a row. Reward, $1 million. 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 Reward, 10 million yen. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, $10 million. 5 blue, 5 white. The total is $55 million. No gold rewards. Fourth round of 10 in a row. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $1 million. Reward, 1 million yen. Reward, $1 million. Reward, 1 million yen. Reward, 10 million yen. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, $10 million. 5 blue, 5 white. The total is $55 million. Still no gold reward. Another round of 10 in a row. Finally a long-lost golden glow emerges. Reward, $1 million. 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 Reward, 10 million yen. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Congratulations on your Blitz reward. 60% of the shares of Royal Century Casino. 4 blue, 5 white and 1 gold. In total, it was 45 million yuan with a large stake in Royal Century Casino. Zhang Yuan looked at this golden reward and immediately called out, "Good guy." Royal Century Casino. That was a famous place in South City. Many foreign tourists or rich businessmen who came to South City to travel. Then they must go to this casino to play a trip. Otherwise, do not say that you have come to the South City. This Royal Century Casino has another name, called Eternal Night City. As the name suggests, this is an entertainment center that is only open at night. The main theme here is sleepless entertainment and madness. And the entertainment facilities cover almost every aspect of the city. From street entertainment, which is a favorite of children, to modern and high-end games, which are a favorite of teenagers. Even the adults love the bars and other dating places. It was a collection of modern entertainment, and its quarterly turnover was so terrifying that it was even comparable to that of the Faith Carlton. The main revenue target of Faith Carlton restaurant was the high-end crowd, while the target of Royal Century Night City was the general public. Zhang Yuan looked at the rewards he drew out and was extremely satisfied. Chapter 30 The Luxury Yacht. 2 days later, South City Harbor, 14:23 p.m. Zhang Yuan sat calmly on a yacht, quietly waiting for Zhang Shiriying's arrival. Behind him stood 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. The eyes of the 3 people were shrewd and bright, obviously not ordinary people. South City Harbor. This was the location of their date. Obviously, the location was chosen by Zhang Shirin. It was a place with extremely high foot traffic, surrounded by pedestrians and yachts coming to sightsee. Zhang Shiring's idea was naturally to choose a place with a lot of people to avoid being victimized by this mysterious tycoon. Yuan Zhangdi. The world was a dangerous place, and people's hearts were unpredictable. Zhang Shiring naturally had to take extra precautions. What if this Yuan Zhangdi was an ugly pervert? If he was handsome, it would be fine, at least it wouldn't be a loss. But if he's ugly and wants to force himself on you, then we'll lose out. We have to be on guard. Zhang Yuan is not stupid. Naturally know what she thinks, but also let her. Only she does not know is that if Zhang Yuan really have bad intentions, as long as the order, I'm afraid she will not even have the speed to react, will immediately fall into the cage. Zhang Yuan turned his head and looked at his 3 guard members, Yi Yuhan, Zhang Tianjie, and Lei Qianqi. Yi Yuhan, a female national martial arts master whose force value was off the charts. It was only yesterday that Zhang Yuan tested her strength and paid more than 20 professional Muay Thai fighters to fight her. As a result, within 10 minutes, they were all knocked down. This woman was really capable of fighting. Zhang Yuan mentally judged her. Moreover, due to years of exercise and actual combat, her surrounding skin was a layer of extremely healthy wheat color, full of wild charm. Previously, the women around Zhang Yuan were almost all clear and smooth-skinned. This kind of dark-skinned young girl immediately brightened Zhang Yuan's eyes. Moreover, Yi Yuhan's face value also had a full 9.1 points, although it wasn't so much that it could be described as a stunning color, but it was still an extremely eye-catching existence. And there were 2 other excellent warriors like her by her side, Zhang Tianjie and Lei Qianliang. These 2 uncle is extremely silent, body always surrounded by cold and cruel temperament, and the initial loyalty of the 3, each of them was above 90. As long as one didn't do extremely many insults to them, then this loyalty could be maintained forever. With such 3 powerful fighters around, Zhang Yuan felt a sense of security in his heart, and after waiting for about 7 minutes or so, the time gradually came to 14:30 p.m. A young girl wearing a small pink halter neck short skirt gradually came into Zhang Yuan's eyes. It was none other than Zhang Shiring. At this time, her face was painted with a layer of light makeup, which was both charming and attractive without losing her innocence. When she saw Zhang Yuan, her eyes clearly lit up and she said with some surprise, "You are Emperor Yuan Zhang?" Zhang Yuan spread his hands generously and introduced himself. "Yes, you can call me Zhang Yuan." Zhang Shiring was still a bit incredulous. How could she have never imagined that the man who could throw away thousands of dollars in her live broadcasting room would actually be such a young lad? Moreover, this young lad had such a high face value. Zhang Yuan's features were angular, plus the fact that he had undergone some exquisite grooming and hairstyling in the past few days with the help of Yao Wenwen, as well as Zhang Yuan's power and wealth. He had a seemingly superior temperament that was like a hormone that attracted the opposite sex. Zhang Shiring immediately said in the bottom of her heart that she had known that she would not choose a place with so many people. If she had chosen a place with fewer people to date, even if she had been taken advantage of, she wouldn't have lost any money. Immediately, Jiang Shiriying was shocked by her own thoughts. How could she have such horrible thoughts? To be reserved. While Jiang Shiriying had a miniature button on her neck, it was a miniature HD camera of the latest model. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, the pop-up viewers were calling out, "What a great guy. This Yuan Zhangdi Nima is so handsome. Is there any justice left? This face value. I can. This Zhenjiang Emperor's face. Why does it seem like I've seen it before in another livestream? Me too, but I can't remember for a moment." Jiang Yuan graciously pulled over Jiang Shiriying's hand and said, "I've already booked the boat. Let's go." Feeling her small hand being suddenly held tightly by a big, broad hand, Jiang Shiriying's face suddenly turned red. Suddenly being held by a big handsome man's hand made her blush a little. Of course, if the one who suddenly held her hand was not Jiang Yuan, but a passerby ugly guy, she would probably just scream pervert and send the other person a hard slap on the face. However, she now had an impulse in her heart that she just wanted to follow Jiang Yuan, no matter where she went. As a tourist destination, one of the most famous items in South City Harbor Bay was the boat tours. Travelers could choose boats of different sizes according to their financial resources, and take a tour of the beautiful scenery around the South City Harbor. Jiang Yuan was very direct and arrogant. He directly booked the most luxurious yacht. Inside this yacht, there was a comfortable and cozy bed, a refrigerator and restaurant with countless delicacies, and a small private KTV. This kind of luxury yacht was also called a private villa that could be moved. Its biggest advantage was that it could enjoy both the natural scenery of the open air and the luxurious services on board. Jiang Yuan poured a glass of red wine for Jiang Shiriying and poured a glass for himself. As he looked at the wonderful scenery of nature around him, with green hills and a pleasant breeze in his ears, he could not help but reveal an extremely enjoyable smile. However, his smile fell into Jiang Shiriying's eyes, but it was a different flavor. Jiang Shiriying's face flushed scarlet, and her mind was even more gradually confused. Why is he smiling so happily? Why is he handing me red wine? Is there something wrong in the red wine? Should I drink it? She didn't know what was wrong with her. Just seeing Jiang Yuan's face, she instantly felt her heart was in turmoil. To know, they only just met not long ago. The viewers in the live broadcast room even brainstormed. Is this Yuan Zhangdi putting something unspeakable in the red wine? It's 80% that he's asking our goddess to the boat in order to disadvantage her. And he deliberately booked such an expensive vessel in order to make Shireng let her guard down. Yuan Zhangdi's mind is too deep. It's a good thing that Shireng is on a live broadcast. If there's any movement in a while, let's call the police immediately. However, Jiang Shiriying looked at the glass of red wine in front of her, and after hesitating for half a day, she still drank it stiffly. She didn't know why she drank it. Just looking at Jiang Yuan's face, she drank it in a daze. Chapter 31, Robbing My Woman? With a glass of red wine in her throat, Jiang Shiriying, who was not able to win, looked at Jiang Yuan's face. I don't know whether it was under the effect of the wine or not, but her cheeks were gradually tinted with a layer of extremely beautiful scarlet color. This appearance was both flattering and tantalizing, instantly making the entire audience in the live broadcast room feel a moment of dazzling. Goddess drunkenness is so beautiful, too beautiful. This is also too available. This face values 666666, regardless of men and women. At this moment, when they saw Jiang Shiriying's drunken state, they couldn't help but feel a wave of stunning charm. However, there were also quite a few dog-licking pop-ups that started to worry anxiously. I'll go. How can Shireen let her guard down so easily? It's easy to get into trouble if you drink too much. It's over. Today the goddess won't have to be gotten by this Yuan Zhangdi. Fortunately, these people also realized after a while that their worries seemed to be redundant, because Jiang Yuan himself didn't think too much at all. He was just savoring the red wine and enjoying the scenery around him. Yacht, beauty, breeze, cozy as hell. Just when everything seemed to be calm and leisurely, an uninvited guest suddenly broke into the live broadcast room. The system's prompting special effect suddenly popped up. Congratulations to the live broadcast room Emperor Human Emperor for entering. Welcome. The entire audience in the live broadcast room saw this prompt. The expressions of many of the viewers were immediately wonderful. This fan whose live room ID was called Human Emperor was the same fan who had directly opened a Year of Emperor in Jiang Shiriying's live room. He was also the emperor who had occupied Jiang Shiriying's ranking 1 for years. It was only due to the fact that he was extremely busy in reality during this period of time that he disappeared from the live broadcast for a period of time. And naturally, the position of No. 1 on the list had also been taken away by Jiang Yuan. But today, when Jiang Yuan was dating Jiang Shirin and the atmosphere reached a feverish pitch, he suddenly returned to the live broadcasting room. Oh wow, this is really a spark that has hit the earth. The human emperor was silent for a while, looking at the live broadcast room where the top one had been replaced by a person with the ID of Emperor Jiang Yuan. At the same time, the goddess he had been picking up for a long time was currently on a date with another man, and even had the appearance of drinking quite a lot of alcohol. Just seeing Jiang Shiriying under the effect of the alcohol, she had a look of almond eyes, hazy cheeks, and red lips that wanted to drip. The human emperor immediately felt like his lungs were going to explode with anger, furiously asking in the live broadcast room, "What's going on here? I've only been gone for a few days. Why is she like this?" Jiang Shiriying was a little less conscious because of her drunkenness. She didn't even notice that human emperor had entered her live broadcast room, and the melon eaters in the live broadcast room immediately felt that they were in for a good show. Out of jealousy towards Jiang Yuan, and out of love for Jiang Shiriying, they spoke out to arch their fires. "Human emperor, you finally come back. Our Shireen has been bullied. You must do her justice. This Yuan Jiangdi is so shameless. He let Shireen break the rules just because he has a smart mouth." Sister Shireen was even misled by this scheming man to show her face one-on-one with him during the live broadcast. "This is too much. This Yuan Jiangdi is the man Shireen is dating now. He's really, really rich. Human emperor, if you don't have a hard enough background, it's better not to get tough with him. Right, you see this Yuan Jiangdi just dating a meeting. Immediately chartered a mobile villa-like yacht. Very luxurious it. Human emperor, you still don't hit a stone with an egg. Human emperor, you should give up." Shireen looks like she's already been taken down by Emperor Yuan Jiang. The viewers in this live broadcast room were very capable of making things happen, for the sake of the goddess of their hearts, Jiang Shireen, not to be gotten by Jiang Yuan. They had all sorts of provocative and motivational methods coming out of the woodwork. The purpose was simple, to get the human emperor to make a move to avoid letting Jiang Shireen fall into Jiang Yuan's hands. Although they didn't understand the specific identity of the human emperor, but from the posture of the human emperor mixing with the major live broadcasting rooms, he was definitely qualified to touch base with Emperor Yuan Jiang. What is not well known is that the real identity of the human emperor is the third son of the richest man in the South City, Su Tianhao, Su Jiachong. Su Tianhao generation of lords, the name of the first tycoon in the South City has been many years. In the South City, anyone who hears the three words of Su Tianhao will have to tremble. Su Jiachong is his third son, since childhood by the Su family's incomparable doting, so developed a perverse and crazy character. These past few days, the reason why he had disappeared as if he had mysteriously disappeared was precisely because he had already reached adulthood, and Su Tianhao had decided to gradually hand over the business to him to take care of. Today, it was the first day that Su Jiachong completed the handover of his father's business. Just as soon as he completed the task, he couldn't wait to come to Jiang Shireen's live broadcasting room, ready to take gifts and go wild. The reason was simple. Once upon a time, most of his money was just pocket money given to him by Su's family, but now it wasn't the same. His money was all the money he had earned after Su Tianhao had given him the money to take care of his business. The difference between the two is like the difference between a small trickling river and a vast ocean. Su Jiachong couldn't help but swell beyond measure. He had absolute certainty and confidence that he could take the money to smash down Jiang Shiriying today, but the thing that never expected was that it had actually been given the go-ahead. A woman that the third son of the Su family, the richest man in South City, had his eyes on was actually snatched up by someone, and also had a private date that was broadcast out live. What is this? This is not looking for death. Su Jiachong's eyes had fire coming out of his eyes, and immediately ordered down, saying, "Temporarily transfer 20 or so people from Dad's guard to me. I'm going to teach this brat a good lesson." Yes, Su Shao, Su Tianhao's guard unit, each and every one of them were the elite of the elite. Most of them were special forces from warring countries. All of them had been to war and seen real swords and blood. There was even no shortage of top-notch combatants who could fight adult brown bears. However, the price of hiring these people was extremely expensive. I'm afraid that the price of hiring just one person for an hour could reach hundreds of thousands of dollars. Only a top tycoon like Su Tianhao could afford to spend money to hire these people for a long period of time. The news of Su Jiachong mobilizing these 20 people immediately reached the ears of the Su family's old butler. The old butler dissuaded. "Third young master, it's better to investigate the other party's details before considering it, and it's best not to utilize the strength of this guard. They can easily cause a death." Su Jiachong had already reddened his eyes and angrily said, "What are you afraid of? I have my measure. Besides, if something really goes wrong, isn't there still Dad to take the lead?" The old butler let out a sigh. His words of advice were not good for the ears. He knew that what he said again was basically useless. However, he still ordered people to immediately investigate Jiang Yuan's details. Su Jiachong, on the other hand, had already brought people and went to the South City harbor, bound to give Jiang Yuan some color. Chapter 32, A Kiss to Make Love. South City Harbor. On the yacht, Jiang Yuan was in good spirits. The yacht was maneuvered by the hired captain, driving on the sea in an orderly manner. The salty sea breeze was blowing in its face, and beside it was a flushed, drunken beauty with a magnificent glass of red wine in her hand. This mood, Jiang Yuan could not help but be a little intoxicated. But just at this moment, A yacht that was no lesser in size gradually caught up with him. The captain shouted in a hurry and said, "Who are you?" According to the rules here, two luxury yachts of the highest size are not permitted to travel at the same time. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Once there were more yachts of this size on this kind of harbor, then it would be very easy for things to go wrong. And as the other party was actually able to get an application to go out to sea, it was obvious that the other party's identity was extremely unusual. It might not even be an existence that one could provoke. Zhang Yuan looked at this huge yacht of the other party, which was almost on par with his own, and came in an aggressive manner. He probably had a number in his heart. The other party was bound to come from a bad place. Zhang Yuan waved his hand, signaling the captain to dock. Otherwise, it would be really easy for some dangerous situations to arise. Zhang Shiriying was already in a daze at this time due to the strength of the alcohol, losing her breath as she was half asleep and half awake. Zhang Yuan then supported her. One hand wrapped around her waist, one hand assisted her shoulders, and step by step, he got off the boat. Their posture was extremely close, just like a pair of young lovers. Not far away, Su Jiatsong saw them get off the shore, so he also brought his men over. He just happened to see the scene. His lungs exploded on the spot. He was a senior emperor, and he gave Jiang Shirin a gift for so long, and he didn't even touch his little hand. You are halfway killed out of what source, Jiang Emperor? Taking advantage of his absence, actually, and Jiang Shirin so intimate. Su Jiatsong's heart became extremely unbalanced. With a gloomy face, he brought 24 people from his own dad's guard to Zhang Yuan's face. The viewers in the live broadcast room burst into gloating. The good show was on. Ness, this person should be the human emperor. He actually made a real move. This Source River Emperor will 80% have to suffer this time. Who let this guy be so reckless, actually getting so close to our goddess Jiang Shirin? Come on, human emperor, teach this brat more lessons. Facing the raging Su Jiatsong and more than 20 people, Zhang Yuan glanced calmly at the 3 people behind himself. These 3 people behind himself were like having 3 gods behind him to protect and energize him. There was no fear at all. Su Jiatsong's voice was extremely cold as he looked at Zhang Yuan as if he was looking at a corpse on the ground and said, "You are Emperor Yuan Jiang? Taking advantage of my absence to move my woman, right? You can't even be a good human being. Learning from others to dig in and play these crooked ways. Ha!" Since he was a child, he followed his father Su Tianhao to fight in the north and south. Used to seeing the business field of deceit, was born with an air of egotism. At this moment, he spoke as if he was questioning Zhang Yuan in a series of shots, and immediately had an appalling demeanor. Only this appalling temperament seemed to have no effect on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's body was straight, just standing like a javelin. He lightly stroked his hand on Jiang Shiriying's face behind him and said, "Jiang Shiriying is indeed a great beauty, with a good figure and a good-looking face, and she doesn't seem to have admitted her relationship with you, right? It would be a good thing if I were to be with her." Su Jiatsong's eyes were dead set on Zhang Yuan's hand, the hand that was constantly stroking Jiang Shiriying's face. "If you touch it again, believe it or not, I will chop your hand off," Su Jiatsong said in a cold voice. "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Yuan laughed contemptuously. Not only did he not put his hand down from Jiang Shiriying's face, he even gently picked up Jiang Shiriying's chin. Jiang Shiriying was drowsy due to her inability to drink, and when she was half asleep, she only felt a warm and broad palm picking up her chin. She felt her chin itch a little, but she also felt a little dependent on this warm palm. Her almond eyes slightly opened and she only saw Zhang Yuan's incredibly handsome face, and immediately blushed a little. Taking advantage of the strength of the wine, Jiang Shiriying's boldness also grew. She took advantage of Zhang Yuan's inattention and quietly pecked on his lips. Even Zhang Yuan himself did not expect that Jiang Shiriying, who was sleeping, would suddenly wake up and even gave himself a kiss. Su Jiatsong's face immediately became extremely gloomy and said in a chilling voice, "Kid, you seek death. Zhang Yuan, how the hell can you blame me for this? Jiang Shiriying herself took advantage of me while she was drunk, and it still became my fault?" However, Zhang Yuan knew that it would be very difficult to settle this matter today. Even if he spoke out to explain himself, it would not be of any use at all. Look at the eyes of the other party. The other party is clearly want to give himself a horse, and also in front of a whole live audience, as well as the goddess Jiang Shirin, to put himself severely humiliated before giving up. But would Zhang Yuan be afraid? He looked at Su Jiacheng's eyes, and gradually showed an extremely contemptuous look. Zhang Yuan looked around the scene. The other party probably brought more than 20 people, and these more than 20 people, eyes sharp, well-dressed, obviously are not ordinary characters. Zhang Yuan smiled lightly, raised his hand and said, "Are we going to fight?" Su Jiatsong's eyes flickered with coldness and said in a cold voice, "You only have 3 people behind you, while I have more than 20. Zhang Yuan spread his hands and laughed loudly. "I'm afraid the one person behind me is enough to beat more than 20 of you." Upon hearing this, Su Jiatsong said disdainfully, "Big talk, If one person behind you can beat more than 20, why don't you say that one person behind you can beat an army? Zhang Yuan smiled with interest and said, why don't we make a bet? Su Jiacheng snapped, good. If my 20 men cannot beat your one man, I will lose this super yacht to you on the spot. Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, I don't care about this kind of thing. It's too cheap. Su Jiacheng thought that Zhang Yuan was deliberately provoking himself. He coldly said, then what do you want? Zhang Yuan stretched out the index finger of his right hand, pointing straight at Su Jiacheng's head, and said, I want you to give me a 90-degree bow, not missing a single degree, and also yell out that Zhang Shao I was wrong, I shouldn't have grabbed a woman from you. Su Jiacheng laughed in anger and said sternly, fine, but if you lose, I am going to let my men beat you to death and go to Hades. Zhang Yuan nodded, his face full of indifference. The three people behind him, Yi Yuhan, Zhang Tianjie, and Lei Qianqi, had already been poised for action. It was as if there was a vortex in the eyes of the three of them, about to absorb and devour more than 20 of Su Jiacheng's men. Chapter 33, sweeping across the scene. When Zhang Shiriying gave Zhang Yuan a kiss, the viewers in the live broadcast room immediately exploded. I can't accept it. Kill this Yuan Zhangdi, human emperor, get on, kill this asshole. The male water user's eyes were cracking open. Extremely angry, our family's goddess actually kissed someone else. More crucially, it was still active. It was intolerable. If it wasn't for this Yuan Zhangdi messing up, how could our own goddess become like this? It's too much of a bully. Just when they wanted to witness Zhang Yuan suffer defeat, the signal of the live broadcast room was cut off. The head in the live broadcast room instantly turned into a black screen. Anchor is on his way. The water friends were dumbfounded. The person who cut off the signal was none other than the technicians amongst Su Jiacheng's guards. Naturally, they would not be so brainless as to have the audacity to broadcast a live firefight in public. Therefore, they took out a signal shielding device that had been prepared in advance and temporarily blocked the nearby network. However, this was painful for the water friends in the live broadcast room. They were immensely looking forward to Zhang Yuan's appearance of being beaten up. But unfortunately, the live broadcast room was temporarily blocked, and they could only catch a glimpse of it when the result appeared. They prayed very unanimously in their hearts. Beat up this Yuan Zhangdi violently, actually kissing our goddess. Hateful, human emperor beat him to death. Give this Jinjian emperor a bit of a beating. The 20-odd guards on Su Jiacheng's side confronted the three people on Zhang Yuan's side. Both sides were characters who had truly seen blood, and a murderous aura gradually spread out around them. The atmosphere on the field was suddenly tense. Even Zhang Shiriying felt that something wasn't quite right. Her original confused drunkenness was washed away by a large portion of the murderous aura on the field, and her consciousness gradually regained its sobriety. What's going on here? Zhang Shiriying was immediately sobered up as if she had been poured a basin of cold water, and when she saw Su Jiacheng on the opposite side, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed, Human Emperor? She had actually seen the picture of the senior emperor of the live broadcast, so she recognized him at a glance. And looking at his imposing appearance as he brought a large group of people here, she probably guessed the situation at the moment. Zhang Shiriying whispered, let's run, that person's family has a lot of background, we can't afford to mess with them. Zhang Yuan laughed and whispered in her ear, although he found out about us, it doesn't mean we have to run. Zhang Shiriying's face immediately turned red. What's going on between us? Zhang Yuan scratched her nose and said, anything. Zhang Shiriying's face turned even redder. The whole pretty face became even more tender, and she couldn't help but lose her mind slightly when she looked at Zhang Yuan. Bringing this girl to the class reunion, she could probably be ravishing. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think in the bottom of his heart. On the other end, Su Jiacheng saw the two of them bending their heads and behaving in an extremely intimate manner. His eyes were almost glazed over. With a wave of his hand, he immediately had the members of the guard force behind this swarming around. Su Tianhao's security guard basically originated from many well-known international mercenary organizations. The advantage of the members of this kind of organization was that they were strong and exceptionally powerful. After all, they basically all had the experience of cutting-edge special forces as their backing, while there were also some characters who had retired from the presidential bodyguards of other countries. Each is a contemporary person, much stronger than the bodyguards provided by ordinary domestic security companies. But the disadvantage was that it was expensive, especially expensive. These bloodthirsty mercenaries charged a minimum of $150,000 for protecting a single person for an hour, and the highest could even reach over $10 million. The average tycoon simply couldn't afford to hire these people. Only Su Tianhao, the richest man in the South City, has the courage to hire these mercenaries for a long period of time, all year round, 24 hours a day without interruption. At one time, there were also some international wanted criminals who were not afraid to die and set their eyes on Su Tianhao's piece of fat meat. However, in the end, they were all invariably cleaned up by the Su family's legendary private guard. Su Jiaxong had an absolutely confident grasp of the combat power of this private guard. Although he had only deployed 20 people, he felt confident that he would be able to win. Su Jiaxong gave orders to command. He pointed at Yi Yuhan and said, "Blood Eagle, Shadow Tooth, Thunder Leopard, the three of you will clean up that girl first, she should be the weakest." The three of them led the order and instantly got out of the 20 or so people. These three mercenaries all came from a distant fighting nation, and it was said that each of them possessed the combined combat power to fight an adult brown bear. Martial virtues were extremely abundant and plentiful in their nation, and the three of them, as the best of them, were even more amazing in battle. The one codenamed Blood Eagle was the least merciless in his strikes. He was a cold-blooded person who only followed his employer's orders, and he was not soft at all even when facing women. He was immediately the first to move like lightning, wanting to grab the credit. Shadowtooth and Thunder Leopard were not too willing to lay their hands on a woman, but they were not good enough to disobey their employer's orders. The two of them followed closely behind. However, what the duo could not have dreamed of was that because of their slight hesitation, they had saved their lives instead, because just as the three were approaching Zhang Yuan's side, Yi Yuhan moved. No one could see how she did it. Everyone merely saw the Blood Eagle wail, then cover his head and fall to the ground in pain. On the other hand, Shadowtooth and Thunder Leopard felt a sharp pain coming from their legs, as if they had been viciously crushed by a road roller. Boundless pain swept over the two of them immediately afterward. Su Jiachon looked confused. He panicked and said, "Save the people." The three Blood Eagles were carried back, and after a preliminary diagnosis, his head was crushed and smashed by a heavy object, and he may fall into a lifelong incurable hidden disease. The two of them have comminuted leg fractures and must be sent to the doctor immediately. Hearing the results of this diagnosis, Su Jiachong swallowed hard. "It's okay, we have so many people." But before his words fell, he only saw that the guard unit of more than 20 people, actually in the blink of an eye there were merely less than 5 people left who had yet to fall, and those 5 people were filled with astonishment, almost as if they had seen a monster. Su Jiaxong was so scared that his face turned as colorful as earth. He couldn't even speak for a while, and could only freeze in place. "Nima, what is this situation?" In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people had all collapsed? It was at this time that the old butler finally investigated Zhang Yuan's details. Zhang Yuan's true identity, however, was such that he, who had been a butler in the Su family for 20 years, could not help but be shocked. The major shareholder of the Faith Carlton restaurant, the person in charge of the Royal Century Casino, the house is in our Dongshan Villa, or the most central one, and it's also a well-known upstart in the antique circle, a character who made even the Yi family of Antique Street suffer losses. The old butler was stunned. He hurriedly started to contact Su Jiaxong. "This person must not be moved. This person is a big shot." Chapter 34, Zhang Yuan's True Identity. The old butler was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He had watched Su Jiaxong grow up since he was a child, and extremely understood the character of this Su family's third young master. He was impulsive, easily angered, and did things without thinking about the consequences. A person with this kind of character was really too prone to getting into trouble, only because he was Su Tianhao's son. In the past, when he got into trouble, there was still his father who could cover his back. Even if he got into trouble, he could still get through Su Tianhao's financial power and influence. But this also developed his arrogant habit. What's even more frightening is that this time, he actually brought Su Tianhao's private guard to go. This was the rhythm of a big mess. However, the old housekeeper was well aware of the fact that he knew that with his own identity, he would definitely not be able to dissuade Zhang Yuan. Therefore he immediately dialed the Su family's second Miss Su Wanning's phone. "Second Miss is not good. Something has happened. The third young master he has brought the family master's guard to find Zhang Yuan." "Zhang Yuan is that?" The old housekeeper honestly, one by one will explain the ins and outs with Su Wanting clearly. After Su Wanting heard it, she immediately left for South City Harbor in a hurry. In her heart, she was incredibly worried about her brother's impulsive character. It would not have killed the person. If an ordinary person was killed by Su Jiaxong, perhaps Su Tianhao could still rely on his power and financial strength to forcefully suppress this matter. However, Zhang Yuan was a person who had already made his debut. Although he was not very famous in South City due to his late debut, he was definitely not an existence that could be left to the mercy of others. Hurry up again. Within 5 minutes I need to arrive at South City Harbor." Su Wanting was so anxious that she shouted. In the bottom of her heart, she kept praying that Su Jiaxong must not act out of his will. If he really hit Zhang Yuan, then I'm afraid that the Su family would be offending this rising star forever. However, when she really rushed to the South City Harbor, everything at the scene was so shocking that she was shocked beyond words, and her mouth opened into a pigeon's egg General O shape. only to see their own dad Su Tianhao that a legendary guard force of more than 20 people, even like 20 of the soil chicken and dog like lying on the ground. Some people covered their arms, some people touched their heads, and some people simply posed in a humiliating position to beg for mercy regardless of their image. On the other hand, his own brother Su Jiatsong was like a clown who kept calling for an ambulance, and also kept crying and begging Zhang Yuan to calm down and not to let anyone hit him with their hands. Su Wanting froze. She knew that she had come too late, but this result was the opposite of what she had imagined. She had thought that Zhang Yuan would definitely be on his knees on the ground at this moment, begging for mercy and wailing in pain. But what she did not expect was that the actual situation was a reversal of the poles. The roles swapped. That private guard of dad's was actually cleaned up to the point of submission. Su Wanting was actually shocked in her heart. However, she was intelligent and cunning, and her reaction speed was extremely fast. Su Wanting rushed to Zhang Yuan's front and dissuaded him. Please don't hurt my brother. Sister, you finally come. Su Jiachong was in tears. He was already almost scared out of his wits. Zhang Yuan twisted his head to look, only to see a tall sister-type beauty of about 26 years old come into view. System detection in progress. Name, Su Wanting. Age, 26. Face value, 9. 5. Body, 9. 6. Identity, second miss of the Su family. The characteristic of this Su family's second miss is that her legs are particularly long. Zhang Yuan just glanced at it and knew that this is definitely a 9-headed body level. Generally speaking, if a woman's body is at the modeling level, she will usually have a 7-headed body as the golden ratio, and a 9-headed body of a beautiful woman. Extremely rare, each is the best of the best. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but light up. It was the first time he had seen a woman with a 9-headed body figure, but looking at her identity and the words she said, this woman should be Su Jiatsong's sister. Zhang Yuan said in a good-natured manner, I haven't even harmed him yet. It's all because he made these people come against me. I'm just defending myself. Zhang Shiriying also helped out and said, that's right, it's all this man's fault. You quickly make him apologize to us. Su Jiatsong, who was lying on the ground begging for mercy, immediately agreed once he heard about making amends and apologizing. However, in front of his sister's face, he was still somewhat unable to lose face. Only when he thought that the 20 men lying on the ground were still alive or dead, he immediately knelt down. Jiang Shao is sorry. It's all this idiot's fault. I didn't recognize MT. Tai. I dared to offend you. It's all my fault. Su Jiachong was a weak person, growing up under the shelter and coddling of his family. How could he have any so-called backbone? Moreover, he realized that only 3 people had seen this miserable state of begging for mercy, so it was okay. Although it was a bit humiliating, it was better than losing his life. But what he didn't know was that due to the fight just now, the signal shielding device at the scene had already been broken by mistake. As a result, the signal in Zhang Shiriying's live broadcast room had been restored as before, and the image of Su Jiatsong kneeling down and begging for mercy, crying and wailing in pain, had been broadcast live across the entire network. The water friends were shocked. Nima, just now when the signal didn't disappear, wasn't this guy crazy as hell? Looking like he was going to annihilate the entire family of Yuan Zhangdi. How come as soon as the signal was restored, he turned into a wimp, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy? What had happened in between? The human emperor collapsed? Why is he kneeling on the ground crying so miserably? What happened? What exactly is the identity of this Source River Emperor? I suspect that this Source River Emperor might have a big origin, and the people around him might be extraordinary. I'm afraid that this human emperor will never have the face to come to major live broadcasts again in the future. And Su Wanting whispered all the various identities of Zhang Yuan to Su Jiatsong. He immediately wilted after hearing it. Su Jiatsong was originally only afraid of the force on Zhang Yuan's side, and was still thinking of enduring the storm for a while, and then relying on his family's power to settle the score with him. However, after hearing his sister talk about Zhang Yuan's true identity, he immediately trembled in fear. If a person with this kind of background wanted to find trouble for himself, I'm afraid that even his own dad wouldn't be able to protect him, so he cried and begged and wailed even harder. But Su Jiachong did not realize that his ugly face had been completely exposed to all the water friends in the live broadcast room. In the bottom of his heart, he thought that only a few people present knew. Chapter 35, Classmate Reunion. Su Wanting looked at her unproductive brother on the ground and couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. She looked at her brother with some complexity, some heartache, but also felt that it was quite good to let him suffer some pain. But more, in fact, still feel ashamed of the rich and noble families are concerned about a decent, where will let their own brother continue to be so humiliated. Su Wanting pulled up Su Jiatsong's hand and wanted to leave, but Zhang Yuan was not happy. He raised his eyebrows. You guys are coming here whenever you want and leaving whenever you want? Hearing this, Su Wanting's heart thumped. This matter, it's not over yet? Then what do you want? Su Wanting looked at Zhang Yuan vigilantly. Their Su family was not a soft persimmon either. It was just that their own brother was in the wrong first, and they were not in the right here. If Jiang Yuan gave an inch, Su Wanting was not afraid to confront him. But Jiang Yuan was not as aggressive as she expected, but calmly walked slowly to Su Wanting's side. He then said in a voice that only two people could hear, "It doesn't matter about other people. You have to leave a contact before leaving." At those words, Su Wanting couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she looked at Jiang Yuan's face incredulously. This bold fellow, who had taught his brother a lesson with his own hands, did he still want to pick himself up? But he is quite handsome. Su Wanting hesitated slightly and then reported her V signal. There is no way. The invitation of a pretty boy is really hard to refuse. What's more, this time, after all, it is still his own brother who is at fault first, and it is nothing to make a little sacrifice in place of his brother. Jiang Yuan smiled lowly after getting Su Wanting's contact information and said, "Then it's fate to meet again." When Su Wanting heard his words, inexplicably her heart beat a few beats faster and hurriedly turned her back and pulled Su Jiao's on the way. And just after the Su family siblings disappeared out of sight, Jiang Yuan's eyes couldn't help but chill. He walked towards Yi Yuhan and asked, "How much skill did you use this time?" Yi Yuhan was like a mute. She basically did not speak to anyone on weekdays, and she had never been seen showing a smile. Only facing Jiang Yuan's question, she naturally extended a finger. 10%? Jiang Yuan frowned. If a mere 20 or so people had made her expend 10% of her strength this time, then it meant that this guard unit of his might need to recruit some additional people. This time it was more than 20 people. Next time perhaps it would be 200 people, or even 2,000 people. Jiang Yuan knew deep in his heart that as his fame gradually grew, he was bound to gradually come into contact with some behemoths. Many behind-the-scenes hackers would also covet his property. Then enhancing the strength of one's private guard was something that could not be delayed. However, when Yi Yuhan heard the word 60%, she slowly shook her head. She said in a somewhat unskilled spoken language, "These people are simply unbearable." 3 days later, the Lamborghini Hurricane was traveling on the highway. Inside the car sat Jiang Yuan and Jiang Shiying. The destination of the car was naturally the location of this class reunion, the Tianling Hotel. As one of the few 7-star hotels in South City, Tianling could be said to have a unique style. The configuration inside the hotel was extremely high-end. All the latest artificial intelligence series. The one responsible for cleaning was a new intelligent cleaning robot, and the one responsible for cooking was a brand new culinary robot, which was internally configured with machine learning and big data to analyze, and the finished product was no different from a human senior chef. Theoretically, all services in this high-tech hotel can be replaced by machines, if not limited by the current technological bottlenecks. I'm afraid that in another 3 to 5 years, the breakthrough of unmanned hotels can be realized. But the side effect of such convenience is that the hotel's machine research and development to purchase funds are extremely expensive. So this kind of hotel wants to fully promote up, obviously for the time being is unlikely. Because of this, the price of this latest technology hotel is extremely exaggerated. Just to live on the night will cost tens of thousands of dollars. And not only is the price expensive, internal due to many of the equipment are in the closed debugging stage, so the open test quota is extremely limited. The people who were able to get these rare spots were each people with special doorway channels, and for those who ate at this Tianling hotel, each of them was honored. It wasn't that the food in this place was so delicious, eating was more of a status and position. Other people wanted to come here to eat but couldn't, not even after spending a lot of money and exhausting all the doorways, but they easily came here to raise their glasses and drink. What is this? This is power. This is identity and status. As a result, the reputation of Tianling Hotel gradually spread. There were quite a few people with considerable assets who wanted to come here to have a meal and be proud of it. Jiang Yuan watched the introduction about Tianling Grand Hotel with interest. There was some interest in this most luxurious high-class hotel in South City. However, in the bottom of his heart, he was even more curious that this class reunion was actually chosen here. It seemed like there were hidden tigers and dragons among his old classmates. Obviously, this was an old classmate who had gotten rich. This time, it was obvious that they wanted to use the Tianling Grand Hotel as the main venue to give us old classmates a show in front of them. Jiang Yuan's car speed was very fast, and after parking the car in the parking lot, he walked side by side with Jiang Shiying towards the Tianling Hotel. According to the agreed time, a small group of people had already gathered at the entrance of Tianling Hotel. They were all Jiang Yuan's old classmates: Class President Yang Tao, rich second-generation Song Xiaofeng, fat man Lu Feng, Chen Xiaoyu who ran an antique store, and a dozen or so old classmates that even Jiang Yuan could not name because of the time lapse of many years. As Jiang Yuan got closer, the old classmates recognized him one after another. Jiang Yuan, long time no see. You kid has become handsome again. When we were in school this kid was the school grass. Now I didn't expect it to be the same. Brat, you didn't contact us even after so many years. Among the old classmates, class president Yang Tao was warm, cheerful and generous. Fat Lu Feng was naive, and Shen Xiaoyu was even more so. They all had a very good impression of Zhang Yuan, and after not seeing him for a few years, they all missed him a bit, so they greeted him warmly. Most of the classmates, in fact, also had a good impression of Zhang Yuan and came up to greet him warmly. Only Song Xiaofeng was an exception. He saw that everyone was very enthusiastic towards Zhang Yuan, so he stood to the side with a dark face, his face extremely ugly. When Song Xiaofeng was in school, he was known as a rich second-generation kid who bullied many of his classmates because of his family's small amount of money. Relying on his own family's superiority, he despised many male students from average families. But when it comes to beautiful female students, Song Xiaofeng will become a licking dog, all day long around these girls around. Chapter 36 Yao Xin. Although Song Xiaofeng's face value was very low, and he had a very bad temper and loved to bully the students in his own class, but under his monetary offensive, there were still one or two vain and materialistic girls who fell for his tricks at first. Only his despicable nature is also gradually exposed, for people not only like new and old, and extremely like to use violence, even to his girlfriend, he is not the slightest pity, as long as a not to his liking, is always scolding. Over time, his reputation has spread, even if he had a little money. Basically no girl in her right mind would want to be with him because of his face value and personality. Zhang Yuan was different. When he was in school, he was the recognized Yen Di, and he studied well, and his personality was upright and sunny, so he was basically the dream lover in every girl's heart. Even if Zhang Yuan has talked about a lot of girlfriends, but everyone knows that Zhang Yuan has never interfered in any relationship. At the same time each girlfriend he is extremely serious to talk about. Zhang Yuan's image in the girls' minds has always been extremely positive. This is Song Xiaofeng extremely annoyed. On what grounds? Just because he was handsome. There were so many girls who liked him? Song Xiaofeng's mind was extremely unbalanced, especially the three goddesses that he particularly liked in his middle school days. He had almost licked them without a care in the world. But in the end, all of these goddesses actually started a romantic relationship with Zhang Yuan. Song Xiaofeng almost hated them so much that he had to gnash his teeth. What a Zhang Yuan! Today I'm going to show everyone how ugly you are as a punk, Song Xiaofeng secretly said. He did calculations in his heart and showed an unkind gaze at Zhang Yuan, and he couldn't help but feel even more annoyed in his heart when he glanced at the beautiful woman beside Zhang Yuan. Another young lady with an extremely high face value had been tricked by this bastard Zhang Yuan. Song Xiaofeng couldn't help it. He walked to Zhang Yuan's side and said in a conspiratorial manner, Zhang Yuan, I heard Su Qingyue say a while ago that you are now working as a courier, right? 3,000 a month salary? We are all old classmates. Do you want me to help you introduce a decent job? Don't worry, I will definitely help you find a job with a monthly salary higher than 3,000. He said this in a very loud voice, extremely eerie. On the surface, he was helping Zhang Yuan to find a job, but in reality, he was trying to remind everyone that Zhang Yuan was now mixed up in a very bad way. The man who was the toast of the school back then, Zhang Yuan, was now a delivery boy, and that was what Song Xiaofeng was trying to convey. Zhang Yuan felt something familiar when he heard what this person said. Turning his head, he realized that it was indeed Song Xiaofeng, this trashy person. When he was in school, Zhang Yuan disliked this person. In his opinion, men who casually scolded and berated women were really trashy. Moreover, he often bullied his classmates on the basis of his family's small amount of money, leaving a psychological shadow on many of his classmates. For this kind of trash person, Zhang Yuan simply didn't even bother to take care of him for a single word, and directly ignored Song Xiaofeng. However, once Song Xiaofeng saw that Zhang Yuan did not say anything, he thought that his words had poked his sore spot, and could not help but feel smug in the bottom of his heart. While he was just about to say something else to suppress Zhang Yuan, the other students were unable to look away. They opened their mouths to help Zhang Yuan. What's wrong with the courier? The work is not divided into high and low. You don't wear tinted glasses to see others. That's right, Zhang Yuan eat with his own skills. Nothing to be ashamed of. Unlike some people, they will rely on their own family's father to do whatever they want. Even if Zhang Yuan is a courier, that's still a handsome courier. Unlike certain people who are ugly managers even if they are managers. Song Xiaofeng, aren't you just jealous of Zhang Yuan? Saying something shady here with a red mouth. Is it a shame? I suggest you apologize to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan hadn't even said anything yet, but his classmates were all fighting for him. It couldn't be helped. When Zhang Yuan was in school, he was a good student and liked to help his classmates, leaving a great impression on his friends. At this time, when Zhang Yuan was suppressed by people like Song Xiaofeng, they immediately looked at it with dismay. Song Xiaofeng was furious in the bottom of his heart. However, with a turn of his eyes, he suppressed his irritation. His family's business had gotten bigger and bigger in the past few years, and when he went into the hotel in a while, there would naturally be a place for him to perform. At that time, Zhang Yuan would naturally lose face. Song Xiaofeng did not say anything. The other students thought that he was defeated and did not dare to say anything, and as time was running out, class president Yang Tao let them enter the hotel. Inside the Tianling Hotel, the decoration was in a technological style, with cutting-edge designs, rich and metallic texture all around. This technological hotel was filled with robots used for various purposes. When Zhang Yuan and the others arrived in accordance with the location they were originally notified of, they found a woman with dyed coffee-colored wavy hair already waiting for them. It's Yao Xin, so it's Yao Xin, one of the 3 goddesses from school. So it's her who invited us to the Tianling Hotel. I didn't expect her to be doing so well now. I heard that she's been working very hard these past few years. A weak woman but started her own business from nothing. I'm afraid that today's family fortune ranks high in the southern city. This is a super rich woman. I didn't expect that there is such a big shot in our old classmates. All of the male classmates looked at Yao Xin with somewhat unnatural gazes. During her school days, she was a famous goddess, and now that she had entered society and dyed a head of provocative coffee-colored wavy curls, her entire body exuded a mature big sister's charm. Almost all of the male students couldn't help but look at her twice. Song Xiaofeng was even more so, his eyes almost sprouting green light, and his eyes were almost flowing down. When he was in school, he especially liked Yao Xiner. This time such a good opportunity. He. Just when Song Xiaofeng's heart was filled with lewd and dark thoughts, Yao Xiner's gaze, on the other hand, was firmly fixed on Zhang Yuan's face. Even though she was well disguised, the flash of reluctance and nostalgia in the bottom of her eyes was keenly captured by Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's heart jumped and he secretly screamed that it was bad. He himself had a relationship with Yao Xin when he was in school. If others don't know her character, can he not know it? Today's matter, I'm afraid it's not that simple. While Yao Xiner's gaze gradually moved over Zhang Yuan, followed by a deadly stare at Zhang Shiying. Who was this woman with a few good looks? Why was she with Zhang Yuan? Could it be Zhang Yuan's new girlfriend? At that instant, a nameless fire bubbled up in Yao Xiner's heart. Chapter 37, Crazy Woman's Plan. Yao Xiner hadn't fallen in love all these years because her heart had never been able to let go of that first love with Zhang Yuan. It was also one of the motivations for her to work hard for so many years. In the bottom of her heart, she still fantasized about being able to break the mirror and reunite with Zhang Yuan. For the matter of Zhang Yuan finding a new girlfriend, her heart was a bit unexpected, yet she felt it was reasonable. After all, after so many years, having a new object is also a normal thing. It was just that her heart was still extremely emotionally attached to Zhang Yuan. So when her gaze towards Zhang Shiying, she could not help but have a flash of anger and resentment after all. In the past few years, Yao Xiner, this strong woman's business in the South City had grown bigger and bigger, and she was no longer the little girl in school back then. Nowadays, she was already a domineering and powerful woman. Any bimbo who dared to go against her and snatch her prey, she would punish with thunderous means. As for Zhang Yuan, the man who dared to like the new and hate the old, Yao Xiner would naturally also give some punishment. Only the punishment might be a little bit lighter, but only a little bit lighter. Zhang Yuan's gaze was very sharp, and at the same time, he knew Yao Xiner, this crazy woman, very well. With just a look, he immediately captured one of the thoughts in Yao Xiner's heart. If I let a crazy woman like Yao Xiner grow deeper and deeper into her feelings for myself, that would really be a huge trouble. This time, I can't just reveal my identity. Try to behave as poorly as possible, preferably so poorly as to dispel her covetous thoughts about myself. Otherwise just one Yao Xiner alone, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Zhang Yuan thought in his heart. When he was in school, not only one Yao Xiner, but also other ex-girlfriends had left a lot of bad impressions on Zhang Yuan. They would often do anything and everything in order to achieve their goal of snatching Zhang Yuan. As a party who had personally experienced the tactics of these crazy women, Zhang Yuan wisely chose to remain silent and keep a low profile. You strong, let you strong. I sense the towering immovable. At this time, some of the classmates noticed something unusual. Aren't there less female classmates coming to this party? Yao Xiner raised her eyebrows and smiled lightly. Oh, we don't have many hotel spots here. It's not very good for everyone to crowd together for the gathering, so I arranged another table for them to gather on their own. Zhang Yuan's heart jumped. Wasn't this clearly targeting himself? Everyone knew that Zhang Yuan had quite a number of ex-girlfriends in his class when he was in school. This time, Yao Xiner deliberately made this arrangement, so she must be aiming at Zhang Yuan. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan's defense deepened. The old classmates had just entered the room, and had casually found a seat. However, there were quite a few male students who hesitated to take their seats. This was because there was a vacant seat beside Yao Xiner, as if it had been reserved in advance. When she was in school, Yao Xiana was the recognized goddess of the masses, and almost all of the male students had a hint of fantasy about her. But unfortunately, during the entire 3 years, only Jiang Yuan had taken her down, and no one else had the slightest chance, although it had been many years since then. In fact, quite a few of the male students were secretly looking forward to having an unknown story with Yao Xiana in the bottom of their hearts. Especially, today Jiang Yuan came with a female companion, which also meant that in the public's perspective, Yao Xiana should probably break her heart, and she herself would have a chance. However, most of the male students, in their hearts, still had quite a few things in mind, and the expectations in their hearts were destined to be nothing more than expectations. After all, today's Yao Xiana is not what she used to be, and has long been a powerful woman with strong strength. If you go against her wishes, I'm afraid you'll only get into trouble. Many of the male students sighed in their hearts and resigned themselves to finding a seat at random. Only Song Xiaofeng, who was full of dark and lewd thoughts, was constantly thinking about how to find an opportunity and reason to sit next to Yao Xiner. As the saying goes, the nearer the water, the better the location. Wouldn't it be possible to have a chance to mooch a bit and get a little bit of a bargain? What's more, Yao Xianer's current strength was extraordinary, perhaps not as good as his own, but still a good stepping stone. However, just as Song Xiaofeng was racking his brain, Yao Xianer was directly speaking. Isn't this Jiang Yuan? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Come, sit beside me. I have a very important thing to say to you. As soon as Yao Xianer said these words, she immediately made the eyes of many male classmates dim, and her heart couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. It seemed that Yao Xianer did not let the fact that Jiang Yuan had brought his new girlfriend to dissuade her from her heart. Even many people with sharp intuition sensed that Yao Xianer might have come prepared. Song Xiaofeng's teeth were itching with hatred, and in the bottom of his heart the idea of jealousy towards Jiang Yuan had deepened another layer. Laozi's family is so rich, now then picking up girls is still better than a career? Back then it was in school. Those silly girls only look at the appearance of the boys. Their own show not to come out is just, now in society, can still let you Jiang Yuan this small career smooth? It is very angry, but Jiang Yuan's attitude is not salty. Said, it's not necessary, there is something important to say directly. Yao Xianer was also not a light. She seemed to have anticipated that Jiang Yuan might answer this way. She only saw her head lowered and smiled faintly, saying, Jiang Yuan, do you still remember your first love? Sun Tingting? First love. Hearing the name Sun Tingting, Jiang Yuan could not help but be in a trance for a moment. That was the first woman he fell in love with during his student days, and by far, the one that Jiang Yuan had the deepest feelings for in his heart. Everyone's first love is a special memory lurking deep inside. Hearing this crazy woman Yao Xianer mentioning the name of her first love, Jiang Yuan slightly pondered for a moment and had no choice but to pull Jiang Shuriying's hand and sit beside her. Yao Xianer's face gradually revealed a smile that was generally successful in her plan. On the other hand, Jiang Yuan's mood was no longer as relaxed as it was at the beginning. He had a premonition in the bottom of his heart that something might have happened to Sun Tingting. Otherwise, with his understanding of Yao Xianer, he would never speak to himself with this kind of attitude and tone. What happened to Sun Tingting? Can you say it now? Jiang Yuan asked nonchalantly. Yao Xianer covered her mouth and laughed softly, saying, you are still so monkeyish as usual. She gently buried her head in Jiang Yuan's ear. Immediately after, she said in a low voice with a volume that only Jiang Yuan and her could hear, your first love is not in a good situation right now. It can even be said that it is very bad. I believe that out of all the people you know, I am merely the only one who has the ability to help her tide over her difficulties. Chapter 38 Need for Extremely Strong Connections. Jiang Yuan's brows gradually furrowed as he said, what exactly happened to Sun Tingting? You may not be the only one who has the ability to solve it. Please speak directly. I knew you would say that. Yao Xiner smiled. The fish gradually bit the hook. Yao Xiner watched Jiang Yuan walk into her plan step after step. The corner of her mouth gradually revealed a general smile of success in her plan. Immediately after, she stood up and said somewhat heavily to all the classmates. Classmates, in fact, there is something that I must say at this gathering. Do you still remember Sun Tingting? One of our classmates when we were in school. Sun Tingting. Upon hearing this name, almost all of the classmates recalled that little angel-like girl from their school days. Her family was average, but her clothes were always the cleanest ones to wash, and her pair of bright and clear eyes were a memory that many people would find hard to forget. Her appearance was extremely delicate, and she was also one of the three great goddesses alongside Yao Xiner, except that she was very timid and unconfident, and never admitted to the title. Most of all, her character was very good. She was very kind and had a very gentle personality. This is a girl with the temperament of a princess, although her family is very average, but never any of her classmates looked down on her. Almost every student loved this little angel-like girl from the bottom of their hearts. Many of the male classmates had a crush on this girl from the bottom of their hearts, but unfortunately, only Jiang Yuan had gotten Sun Tingting's heart, while the others had only returned in defeat. This girl, Sun Tingting, was the white moonlight and vermilion sand mole in every boy's heart. Although many male students already have girlfriends nowadays, in their hearts they still have a lot of fantasies and expectations for Sun Tingting. Therefore, when they heard Sun Tingting's name, immediately their attention was drawn over. Yao Xianer slowly sat back down, the expression on her face gradually disappearing as she said, "There's an unfortunate news about her to inform you all, and at the same time, I hope that those among you who are capable can think of a solution. Sun Tingting's dad, Sun Changfeng, is suffering from lung cancer, and now their family has sold almost all of their family assets. But the matter of money is not a problem. Crowdfunding is still easy in the modern world, and although the medical expenses are expensive, they are not a problem for the time being. The most crucial thing is that there are currently only 3 doctors in the country who are capable of treating advanced stages of moving lung cancer with a certain success rate. Therefore, if we want to save Sun Tingting's father, we must have extraordinary connections." Hearing Yao Xianer's words, the boys present almost immediately changed color, unconsciously revealing a somewhat heartbroken expression. After all, the female student who was once so quiet and well-behaved and kind had suddenly suffered such a nightmarish thing. It really can't help but make many students feel sorry and heartbroken. Even Jiang Yuan could not help but frown deeply. After many years of no contact, his first love in the past, now actually encountered this kind of thing. Only Song Xiaofeng, this dark and lewd fellow's heart gradually became pleasant and expectant. Instead of having a little bit of heartache in the bottom of his heart, he was feeling that his chance had come. In the past, Song Xiaofeng was also one of the suitors who had pursued Sun Tingting. Unlike other pretty girls, Sun Tingting's character was recognized to be the best, and thus Song Xiaofeng had put the most thought into her. Not only did he buy gifts and ask for warmth, but he also looked for every opportunity to show off, in order to win the smile of the beauty, in the hope of capturing the heart of the beauty. But even so hard for more than a whole year, ultimately Sun Tingting is and Jiang Yuan together. Talk about a relationship. Song Xiaofeng, after knowing the result, simply on the spot to the heart of the old blood are sprayed out. Lungs are going to blow up. His heart was really harboring a grudge, itching to curse both Jiang Yuan and this woman to hell. And now after hearing the bad news about Sun Tingting's family, Song Xiaofeng immediately his own divine warrior heroically rescuing the beauty. He rescued Sun Tingting from the hellish situation, helped her and her father to get rid of the difficult situation, and then he could rightfully put Sun Tingting in his pocket. Thinking like this, Song Xiaofeng immediately stood up and patted his chest to make a promise. "Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter." Song Xiaofeng's move immediately impressed the other male students. I've heard that Song Xiaofeng's family song group has gotten bigger and bigger as a medical company over the past few years, and it's now at the point where it's as big as the sky. Indeed, although Song Xiaofeng is not a good person, his family's business is really doing better and better, especially in the medical field. Song Xiaofeng's family can almost be said to be one of the very vocal few in South City, as many of the students were extremely attached to Sun Tingting's matter, but they were more than willing to do so. At this moment, Song Xiaofeng suddenly stood up and packed his bags, immediately causing many people to hold a sense of anticipation for him, and this feeling of attracting the attention of everyone in the room, as if they were all starry-eyed, simply made Song Xiaofeng so comfortable that he was about to scream out. Yao Xianer, on the other hand, glanced faintly at this Song Xiaofeng and revealed an intriguing smile. She opened her mouth and said, "Oh, if you can help, please contact the relevant people and try to see if you can help book an appointment with Dr. Jiang Weishan." In full view of everyone, Song Xiaofeng was filled with confidence. Although he basically didn't care much about his family's medical company business, he hadn't heard of this Dr. Jiang. However, he was confident that within the medical field of South City, this Dr. Jiang would definitely give himself face. Therefore, he immediately took out his cell phone confidently and dialed his relative and dad's number. "Dad, help me make an appointment with a doctor. One of my old classmates' dad is seriously ill. Yes, it's lung cancer." With a few simple words, Song Xiaofeng hung up the phone with confidence. The students present looked at him with incomparable anticipation. "Don't worry everyone, there will probably be a call back in a little while," Song Xiaofeng said with his head held high. Yao Xianer smiled lightly and had quite a few good wines and dishes served on the table for everyone to eat while waiting. After about 17 minutes or so, Song Xiaofeng's phone rang, but after he picked it up and listened to it, the voice on the phone was a little apologetic and a little low. The more Song Xiaofeng listened, the uglier his face became, and in the end, he could only hang up the phone powerlessly. Watching this scene, the hearts of all the students couldn't help but clench. Chapter 39 Song Xiaofeng, who was slapped in the face. On the other end of the phone, an apologetic voice kept coming. "Young master, I'm sorry, we've really exhausted almost all of our contacts. We've gone and tried to communicate with everyone we could get a hold of, but this matter is really undoable. This Dr. John's identity is extremely special. He is one of the top medical experts in the country. There are countless medical problems that have been overcome by his leadership, and many of the medical patents in the country are enough to break the world record. Even he is the only one who has been published as a medical expert in the well-known foreign magazine Time in recent years. We certainly have some business connections in the medical community of South City, but it's still not practical to hire this kind of medical expert. Song Xiaofeng's face became more and more ugly the more he listened. In the end, he could only hang up the phone with some annoyance. This Dr. Zhang is currently the top technical expert in the country. There are countless people looking for an appointment with him every day. In fact, with all of us in South City we shouldn't be able to get an appointment, Song Xiaofeng said cheekily. In fact, how would he know if all the people in the South City can't even invite this big man? Only in order to save some face, he purposely made it difficult to make an appointment with this Dr. Jiang. Otherwise, with his majestic appearance just now, but did not get things done? Would not it be very humiliating? So he simply and dryly came to the conclusion that it should be difficult to get an appointment for anyone in the South City. All of the students couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Not only were they disappointed because they originally had great expectations for Song Xiaofeng, they also lamented the fact that Sun Tingting, a little angel-like person, had to meet such a bad fate. It was really an unfair fate. Among the old classmates present, Song Xiaofeng was already one of the best, although he was relying on his old man. But this was also a fact. Even Song Xiaofeng is so helpless. I'm afraid that the old classmates who can help and talk are almost very few. Zhang Yuan glanced at Song Xiaofeng and did not say anything. He just silently took out his cell phone and dialed towards manager Wang of Faith Carlton Restaurant. Song Xiaofeng had just lost someone on this end, and his face was feeling a hot flash. But when he saw Zhang Yuan's action of making the call, he immediately snorted in disdain. Even I can't handle someone. What can you do to get through to the phone? There's no point in your heart. Not self-important. Yao Xianer looked at Zhang Yuan's appearance on the phone and could not help but reveal a helpless gaze. You're a courier. What else can you do? It's better to obediently ask me for help. In this class reunion, Yao Xianer was the one who grabbed Zhang Yuan's soft underbelly. His first love Sun Tingting. She purposely prepared this killer app to tell Zhang Yuan about this matter at this point in time. At the same time, she also told everyone about this matter, with the purpose of letting Zhang Yuan understand one point, a very important point. This time, the only person who could help was merely Yao Xianer. She had complete certainty that Zhang Yuan would inevitably rack his brains for his first love, Sun Tingting, and she herself would then reach out to help him when he was desperate and depressed and in pain. As for the price, naturally, Zhang Yuan must get back together with her. Yao Xianer lightly sipped a sip of red wine in her glass and calmly looked at Zhang Yuan on the phone, waiting for the look of him who had used all his strengths but was unable to do anything about it. On the other end of Zhang Yuan's phone, manager Wang. At the moment, Mr. Wang, thanks to Zhang Yuan's blessing, has auctioned off the real antiques at a price of $6 billion. Although the money is all Zhang Yuan's, but manager Wang also got a lot of benefits. For example, during the auction process, he got to know many of the top antique enthusiasts in the South City, all of whom were leaders in their respective fields. Now manager Wang had not only opened many doors, but also got many opportunities for cooperation. Therefore, manager Wang was both grateful and admiring to Zhang Yuan. In the beginning, manager Wang had only treated Zhang Yuan as an ordinary boss, and although he had been respectful on the surface, he had not thought so, but he is now at this moment. Manager Wang's attitude towards Zhang Yuan has been thoroughly grateful and admiring. At this moment, a phone call came. Manager Wang picked it up, took a look and realized that it was Zhang Yuan's, and immediately said respectfully, "Boss, what do you want?" "Boss, do you have any orders? Everything can be left to me." Zhang Yuan briefly explained about Sun Tingting and his father's lung cancer, and ordered manager Wang to contact a doctor named Jiang Shengtian. As soon as manager Wang heard about this, he immediately patted his chest and assured that he would do his best to contact this doctor. Zhang Yuan hung up the phone with a hum. After hanging up the phone, manager Wang immediately started to mobilize his contacts to help contact this doctor. At the same time, he also ordered his men to start investigating the matter of Sun Tingting and her father's lung cancer to see if they could help Sun Tingting's family from other angles. Right after Zhang Yuan hung up the phone briefly, Zhang Yuan looked up and realized that there was something strange about the gazes of the people around her, especially Song Xiaofeng, who had almost exuded naked contempt and disdain. Everyone knew in their hearts that Zhang Yuan was nothing more than a courier with a monthly salary of only 3,000. Even if he wanted to help Sun Tingting work overtime, it would be as difficult as heaven. Seeing this, Zhang Shiying immediately wanted to say something to Zhang Yuan from the side, but Zhang Yuan calmly waved his hand to stop her. Song Xiaofeng immediately started to lash out. He felt that Jiang Yuan's action of making this phone call was targeting him, even mocking him. Yo, what's the matter? Could our young master Jiang Yuan still get this doctor? I'll have to open my eyes then. His tone was filled with flirting and playfulness. Song Xiaofeng's appearance was abominable. Although the students all wanted to open their mouths to say something on Jiang Yuan's behalf, they were not in a good position to do so. This action of Jiang Yuan calling on the spot was just too provocative to Song Xiaofeng. After all, Song Xiaofeng had only just shown his failure. Jiang Yuan actually immediately made a phone call. Wasn't this just a naked attempt to hit him in the face? Just when the smell of gunpowder on the scene was a bit thick, Yao Xiner still spoke up. Actually, I might have a way to contact Dr. Jiang. She said this while staring at Jiang Yuan's face with her eyes. The meaning of this was already very obvious. It was a naked threat and deal. Yao Xiner's purpose was to make Jiang Yuan come and beg her personally, shattering Jiang Yuan's high self-esteem. Next, to completely make Jiang Yuan her plaything. This crazy woman. I didn't expect that after so many years she would still be unchanging. Jiang Yuan shook his head slightly in the bottom of his heart, feeling that this matter was indeed very much in line with Yao Xiner's style. Jiang Yuan glanced at him very calmly and did not say anything. After about 5 minutes or so, finally a phone call came over. Jiang Yuan picked it up and saw that it was Manager Wang calling. A voice also came from the other end. Boss, it's done. Chapter 40, Jiang Yuan. What exactly is your identity? Jiang Yuan faintly hummed. Just do it. 5 simple words. Just do it. Jiang Yuan's voice was not loud, but it landed solidly in almost everyone's ears. The expressions on almost everyone's faces were inconsistent. Most of the students actually didn't take it very seriously in their hearts, believing that Jiang Yuan was merely trying to provoke and mock Song Xiaofeng. After all, they were all aware of the strength of Song Xiaofeng's family. Even though Song Xiaofeng's character was extremely poor, the medical company that his family operated was already a large company that could be ranked among the top 5 in South City. If even he couldn't do this matter well, then how could Jiang Yuan do it in such a short period of time with a single phone call? Yao Xiner in particular was even more disbelieving in her heart. After all, she was the one who first came into contact with this matter. She deeply understood how much energy and connections were needed to make an appointment with Dr. Jiang, and even with her strong power, it was quite a struggle to deal with this matter. How could Jiang Yuan possibly do it? The most intense reaction belongs to Song Xiaofeng. He immediately exploded. I begged my grandpa and grandma. Begged for half a day if things are not done. You a phone call after 5 minutes to get it done. This who ing believe ah? Jiang Yuan, you this courier is not just want to pretend, and then hit me in the face. Also do not look at their own qualifications. Song Xiaofeng was so angry that he tore off his fake mask on the spot. Nonchalantly and full of ridicule, said loudly, pretend, you pretend again. A monthly salary of 3,000 courier here to pretend what big tail wolf ah, but also done, you did what ah? Come, when the face of the big guys say, what exactly you did well, what let you do well? In the face of Song Xiaofeng's almost unceremonious, unfriendly, face-breakingly intense questioning, Jiang Yuan still had a calm face and chose to not even bother with this kind of trash person. When he was in school, Jiang Yuan had already thoroughly seen clearly the face of this kind of trash person like Song Xiaofeng. There is no need to waste words on this kind of person. Anyway, ignore is also for nothing. Jiang Yuan's side hadn't spoken yet. Instead, Yao Xiner raised her eyebrows angrily and said, Jiang Yuan said it's done, then naturally it's done. As for what is it, then do you need to shout here in a yin and yang manner? Today this meal is me inviting everyone to this hotel. If you are not happy, please get out. I don't think anyone here welcomes an unreasonable person with a mouth full of yin and yang. Yao Xiner was very direct with these words, and immediately gave her expulsion order, indicating that if Song Xiaofeng continued to be so unreasonable to Jiang Yuan, she would directly tell him to get out. Song Xiaofeng's face turned green and white. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene, there was some tension. There was no way Jiang Yuan was Yao Xiner's scales. Song Xiaofeng actually dared to dislike Jiang Yuan so unceremoniously in front of her. This was simply nakedly hitting Yao Xiner's face. And just at this time when the atmosphere was somewhat frozen, Song Xiaofeng's cell phone rang. He picked it up and realized that it was his dad calling. Son, the thing you just begged me for has now taken a turn for the better. Upon hearing these words, a look of ecstasy immediately surged across Song Xiaofeng's face. Dad, how did you manage to get it done so quickly? Did you contact some character? You're too good. It's also a coincidence. Just a moment ago a big shot from South City contacted this Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang said that he wanted to make a special trip to South City, and that he might be able to do you a favor if he had some spare time, and I just received this news, so I immediately notified you. Song Xiaofeng's face froze a little when he heard this. Just a moment ago, A big shot had contacted this Dr. Jiang? Song Xiaofeng somewhat nervously shifted his gaze sight to Jiang Yuan's face. Looking at Jiang Yuan's unsalted, cloudy face, an extremely uneasy premonition suddenly surged in the bottom of his heart. Could it be that? No, it can't be. It must just be a coincidence. It must just be a coincidence. Song Xiaofeng already had a guess in his heart, but he was adamant that he didn't believe it. He could only keep using the word coincidence to comfort himself. After all, anything more coincidental could happen in this world. Right after Jiang Yuan made a phone call, his own dad informed himself that a big shot has contacted this Dr. Zhang. This matter was a bit bizarre though, but perhaps it was nothing more than a simple coincidence. Song Xiaofeng kept telling himself, and as Yao Xiana watched his face change drastically, she couldn't help but feel a little puzzled in her heart. What had happened to this guy? Why does he look like he's seen a ghost? Just at this time, Yao Xiana's phone also rang. She picked it up and listened to it, and after a while, at this time, even her face began to change drastically. Miss Yao, a big shot has contacted Dr. Jiang one step ahead of us, and he will be coming to South City shortly. Who contacted Dr. Jiang? Is this person's surname Jiang? Is it called Jiang Yuan? This we are not quite sure. We need to investigate a little more. The expression on her face as she looked at Jiang Yuan to the side became extremely wonderful in an instant. Jiang Yuan, on the other hand, was still in a cloudy demeanor at this time, and Jiang Shiriying, who was beside him, was flirting and drinking wine. The many old classmates present almost all looked at Song Xiaofeng and Yao Xiana with confused faces. It was very difficult to understand why after these two people just followed up with a phone call. The gazes they looked at Jiang Yuan were filled with an indescribable meaning. There was shock, there was fear, there was doubt, there was incomprehension, and there was also a kind of deep horror. However, Jiang Yuan did not take the initiative to poke through this layer of window paper. He didn't want to take the initiative to expose his identity, because it would only create a strong sense of distance between himself and his old classmates, which he didn't like. Old classmates, let's sit down and have a simple meal. This was the simple and plain idea in his heart. However, Yao Xiana was somewhat unable to sit still, and for a moment she felt like she was on pins and needles. If her guess was true, that would mean that all his plans for today seemed a bit absurd and nonsensical. After all, if Jiang Yuan really hid his identity, then wouldn't he look like a clown today? Having to threaten him with such a simple condition. Chapter 41 Borrowed. Must be borrowed. During a meal, the crowd ate with their own thoughts. Only Jiang Yuan and Jiang Shiriying were the only two who simply enjoyed the meal without much other thoughts. Song Xiaofeng and Yao Xiana, on the other hand, were a bit stunned. Yao Xiana's heart was a bit complicated, both surprised and delighted. She was both surprised and amazed at Jiang Yuan's true identity, yet she was somewhat unsure if this was merely nothing more than an ordinary coincidence. Song Xiaofeng could only keep brainwashing himself that it was all just a coincidence. Jiang Yuan was very relieved about his first love and wasn't very worried. According to manager Wang, Dr. Jiang Huixing had already been contacted, and it was expected that it would only take 2 days at the earliest to summon him to South City. This doctor's medical strength seemed to be extremely strong, and there was no need to worry about Sun Tingting's father's life being in danger. Even though lung cancer was an extremely threatening disease, this Dr. Jiang had his own unique understanding of the disease, and had also achieved very significant academic results, with his surgeries having a very high success rate. As for Sun Tingting's father, Jiang Yuan actually had a very good impression of him, a very enlightened and open-minded middle-aged man. When she was in school, her father actually did not stop Jiang Yuan from dating Sun Tingting. He even quite encouraged his romantic relationship with Sun Tingting. But unfortunately, Sun Tingting's mother was too fierce and strictly prohibited Sun Tingting from having a romantic relationship, and that too with a boy from an average family like Jiang Yuan. Therefore, under the effect of Sun Tingting's mother forcibly beating the lovebirds, Jiang Yuan had to unwillingly end this first love. This matter once became a knot in Jiang Yuan's heart, and now there seems to be a chance to untie the knot. Jiang Yuan's memories of his youth were like a tidal wave rushing in his mind. In a trance, he had returned to that youthful era, living a carefree life with his first love, whom he had once loved deeply. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan wanted to visit this first love of his, Sun Tingting, in the hospital. This meal was eaten very quickly, and many of the male classmates held the same thought. How about we have to visit Sun Tingting in the hospital? Sun Tingting's family suddenly suffered this kind of change and should be in great need of help right now. Let's go to the hospital together and see if we can help in any way, and raise some money for her along the way. Even if we don't have much money, but there's strength in numbers, and we can also work together to perfect the start of crowdfunding. I believe that his family will definitely be able to tide over their difficulties. Listening to the words of his classmates, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but nod his head with some emotion. Song Xiaofeng, on the other hand, was full of obscene and dark thoughts. The moment he thought that he would soon be able to meet Sun Tingting, the goddess of his dreams during his student days, he immediately felt some excitement and impulse. At the same time, he also thought of a very interesting thing. This large group of people would always need to take a car on their way to the hospital. It was always impossible to take a taxi to get there. Then he could take the opportunity to show off his luxury car. Song Xiaofeng thought smugly. His family's business had been doing great in the past few years, and his father had already replaced it with a Mercedes-Benz series latest sports car. Thinking of this, Song Xiaofeng immediately spoke. I happen to be driving today, so why don't I just drop a few people off on my way? But there can only be a mere 3 people. Oh. The students more or less knew what he had in mind. Wasn't he just trying to act tough? To act so obviously, it was really a bit annoying. As for Song Xiaofeng, almost at an extremely fast speed, he went to the parking lot and drove out his Mercedes-Benz series latest Model X type sports car. The landing price of this car on the market was a full one, $7 million. Song Xiaofeng sat in the driver's seat and slowly drove the car out, his heart bursting with excitement at the thought that this car would later appear in front of everyone's eyes and would inevitably become the center of everyone's attention. As expected, when his classmates saw the car, they also couldn't help but sigh that the same person has a different life. This is really a time to fight for their father. This kind of car I'd probably have to work for 30 years to be able to afford it. Alas, the pressure of the car is too great these days. I really envy these rich second generation, not to mention the house. They even have to take out a loan to buy 100,000 or so. Probably the top of the sky. This Song Xiaofeng or this look. When he went to school he liked to show off his wealth so much. I did not think that after so many years is still unchanging. Alas, back then there was Zhang Yuan who could cure him. Only now, alas, he does have the capital to pretend. This car is feared to be millions of it. Really luxurious. Under the extremely envious gazes of all the students, Song Xiaofeng's heart enjoyed a great sense of pleasure. Song Xiaofeng was extremely arrogant and said loudly to everyone, "Who wants to sit in my car can line up to sign up." Oh, ladies first. His appearance was extremely detestable, causing many male students to be speechless and annoyed for a while, but there was nothing they could do about his behavior. Right at this moment, an extremely cool and stylish Lamborghini Hurricane walked out next to him. This Lamborghini Hurricane styling was extremely windy, and when the car door was opened, it was like a butterfly spreading its wings. Very, very nice to look at. In comparison, Song Xiaofeng's latest sports car from the Mercedes-Benz series was simply like a beggar on the street who met the emperor. There was no way to compare it to it. It was dwarfed by it. When this car appeared in the students' field of vision, everyone couldn't help but light up. The focus of the students' sight was immediately attracted firmly by this Lamborghini Hurricane. If you take a woman's face value to make an analogy, Song Xiaofeng's Mercedes-Benz luxury car is at most a class flower level of small beauty, but this Lamborghini Hurricane was definitely a school flower level, super beauty. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This car is so dazzling. Could it be our classmate's car? Possibly. Look at him parked in our place and not leaving. Obviously, it's our own classmate's car. Awesome. So we have a classmate who is so powerful, this time not showing off. Song Xiaofeng's heart was extremely unhappy. He hadn't thought that he wasn't the only center of attention in the room. He had just driven a luxury car out, and on the other side, someone had driven a car that was much better than his own. This simply made himself too faceless, and when everyone saw Zhang Yuan stepping down from the driver's seat, immediately everyone's eyes went round, especially Song Xiaofeng. He almost stared out of his eyes. It was actually Zhang Yuan. This car was actually driven by Zhang Yuan. Ding! Shot points plus 200. 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 This car must be borrowed by Zhang Yuan from someone else. How can he have money to afford this kind of luxury car as a courier? He must have borrowed a car from someone else in order to participate in the class reunion, to puff up his face and come over here to prop up the scene. This shameless bastard. Song Xiaofeng's eyes were red. Yao Xiner had a very keen eye. She was not the kind of idiot that Song Xiaofeng was. Seeing Zhang Yuan in this incredibly cool Lamborghini Hurricane, she immediately associated it with the phone call she just made. At the same time, her heart couldn't help but be more skeptical. Could Zhang Yuan have really concealed his identity? Then what exactly was his real identity? Chapter 42 Hospital Visit. The group drove the car very fast and soon arrived inside the First People's Hospital of Nanchang to visit Sun Tingting. Led by Yao Xiner, Zhang Yuan soon met Sun Tingting, and there was also her mother Tang Yuqin sitting beside her. Although he had made some mental preparations before coming, Zhang Yuan was still slightly stunned when he saw Sun Tingting. In his memory, Sun Tingting was a vibrant, lively and cute little beauty. She had a slender body with a delicate face, fair skin and a melon face, but after many years had passed, Sun Tingting had completely grown up. As the saying goes, Women change. Now Sun Tingting is beautiful. Super pretty. Sun Tingting has obviously grown a little taller. Her temperament has become much more mature and calm, while her body has become much more flavorful, with a convex front and curved back. Her features were even more charming, and with her coffee-colored hair, she was a superb beauty that was not inferior to Jiang Shuying. Even Jiang Yuan, who was used to seeing beautiful women these days, couldn't help but secretly give Sun Tingting a nod in his heart when he saw her. This girl has grown more and more beautiful. She was quite a bit of a scourge. Almost all of the male students saw Sun Tingting. They could not help but brighten up. Nowadays, information is extremely developed. No matter where you can see all kinds of net red-face beauties everywhere. But Sun Tingting this kind of no powder, but can rely on their own exquisite features and body temperament to stand out. Eye-catching beauty is really not much. When many of the male students saw a great beauty like Sun Tingting, their hearts immediately rose. Especially Song Xiaofeng's eyes were almost as if he nakedly wanted to eat her up. The corners of his mouth were almost coming out, secretly saying that his vision back then really wasn't wrong. Back then, that little girl who was still slightly green but a complete beauty embryo had become so good looking in the past few years. Green melon, finally ripe. This time, he had to find a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take her down completely. At the same time, he also had to avenge the arrow of that year in front of Jiang Yuan, especially when he associated it with the fact that just now Jiang Yuan drove that Lamborghini Hurricane and compared him on the spot. Song Xiaofeng's teeth were almost itching with hatred. Pauper Jiang Yuan, don't think that you can really threaten me just because you borrowed a luxury car from someone else. Song Xiaofeng thought grimly, but what was a bit regrettable was that this beautiful Sun Tingting, because of her father's life and death from lung cancer, at this moment, her eyes were red and her face was full of haggardness. It looked as if she hadn't eaten much for several days, and she had a pitiful appearance. When Jiang Yuan and his group looked at this scene with some heartache, Sun Tingting also discovered them. Brother Jiang Yuan, it's you? Sun Tingting said in surprise. As soon as she saw Jiang Yuan, she practically jumped into his arms without saying a word and began to cry loudly. In fact, she had not been looking for another man to fall in love with in these few years. The reason being that her heart had not been able to let go of this first love with Jiang Yuan. At this moment, she was already at a low point in her life, and needed an embrace to comfort her. Never thought that Jiang Yuan would appear again like a miracle, so she couldn't help but be a little surprised. The other male students looked at Jiang Yuan with envy. Jiang Shuying, on the other hand, was very understanding and did not open her mouth to say anything, even though looking at Jiang Yuan holding a young girl in his arms made her heart flood with sourness and jealousy. But after all, this little girl was so pitiful right now that she was justified in her urgency. Song Xiaofeng became extremely upset when he saw this, but just as he was about to speak out to stop Jiang Yuan from hugging Sun Tingting, but it was Sun Tingting's mother, Tang Yuaqin, who spoke with a frown. Xiao Ting, what are the masses doing in public? It's not too embarrassing. Let go of him, she said in a rather unpleasant tone. Tang Yuaqin actually remembered Jiang Yuan. Back then, she was the one who had personally separated Jiang Yuan from her own daughter, Sun Tingting. In her impression, Jiang Yuan's family didn't have any money and didn't have any prospects at all. Now her family is in a critical situation. Her husband has lung cancer and needs a large sum of money for the operation. The only hope for the whole family is Sun Tingting. She can't let her daughter and Jiang Yuan rekindle their old feelings. Otherwise the only hope of the family will be destroyed. However, Sun Tingting's mind was not so complicated and did not realize this at all. She still thought that her mother was just trying to make her a little more reserved. Her pretty face left Jiang Yuan's chest with a flushed face. Honestly, she had just felt very secure in her brother Jiang Yuan's shoulders and chest, and couldn't wait for her to lie down for a while longer. In these days, she was really a little haggard because of her own father's matter, and was almost on the verge of a depressive breakdown. There was a great need for a warm chest to protect her. The moment she thought about her father's matter, Sun Tingting's face became a bit gloomy. Song Xiaofeng suddenly had a bright brain at this moment. He saw a needle in the eye and said, Auntie Tang, Ting, don't worry. I might be able to help with this matter of Uncle Sun's. As soon as he said these words, he immediately attracted Tang Yuaqin's attention. Do you really have a way? Tang Yuaqin said with extreme surprise. Song Xiaofeng nodded with extreme confidence. Immediately after, without blushing or jumping, he said, I've already contacted Dr. Jiang Huaishan. He's the most experienced lung cancer research expert nationwide. I'm sure he'll be able to solve Uncle Sun's condition. As soon as Tang Yuaqin heard this, hope immediately surfaced in her eyes. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but frown slightly. This Song Xiaofeng was really brazen. This Dr. Jiang was clearly the one he contacted to invite to Nanchang. He was good. He directly started to grab the credit. However, Jiang Yuan was too lazy to break him down. He would naturally see the results in a while. And Tang Yuaqin said with some concern, but this still requires a large fee. Our family's situation may Song Xiaofeng immediately packaged guarantee. Auntie, you don't worry about it. The money thing I can think of a way. Not to mention that it is not difficult to call for crowdfunding fundraising now. I just happen to have contacts. When Tang Yuqin heard this, she immediately looked at Song Xiaofeng differently, with appreciation and gratitude. This time, it's time for me to play hard to get, Song Xiaofeng thought happily in the bottom of his heart. Chapter 43, Song Xiaofeng exploded with anger. As soon as Tang Yuqin heard that there was a solution to her husband's illness, or that a particularly powerful medical expert had been invited over, and that it would also help her raise money to help with the sky-high medical payments aspect of the problem, she was immediately surprised and happy, and her heart relaxed a great deal. Tang Yuqin immediately looked at Song Xiaofeng with a very favorable impression. In fact, Tang Yuqin's memory was very good, and she still remembered Song Xiaofeng's passionate pursuit of Sun Tingting back then. At that time, she had also deliberately inquired from people that Song Xiaofeng's family was a famous medical enterprise in the southern city, and their business was doing very well. Back then, if her daughter was with someone like Song Xiaofeng, who had a promising family and background, he would definitely not have made a move to break up the lovebirds. But the heavens are not willing. His daughter Sun Tingting has fallen in love with a poor man Zhang Yuan. It is really no vision. But, it seems that it is not too late to take the opportunity back now. Once one's own daughter could marry into a rich family, then one's mother-in-law since naturally could enjoy a privileged life in the future as well. Tang Yuqin was smart. She was a shrewd and worldly middle-aged woman. Song Xiaofeng naturally will not come to help his family for nothing. He must have something to ask for, and the purpose of his request is very simple. It should be his daughter Sun Tingting. Tang Yuqin's eyes flickered, and she began to think about how to make her daughter Sun Tingting accept Song Xiaofeng. Yao Xiner took all of this in, but she didn't open her mouth. The thing she really wanted to understand was what exactly Zhang Yuan's identity was today. What kind of cards did he have? And just how many cards Song Xiaofeng could make Zhang Yuan exert? That was what she was concerned about. Everything today had actually gone far beyond Yao Xiner's plan. Originally, her original plan was to rely on Sun Tingting's matter to blackmail Zhang Yuan into agreeing to her demands. But now it seemed that things had entered another turning point, and she was now extremely curious about Zhang Yuan's true identity. She did not intend to intervene in this matter for the time being, intending to watch from the sidelines to see whether Zhang Yuan was capable of anything, or whether it was merely bluffing. To her, Zhang Yuan was a prey, and the more valuable the prey, the more exciting it would be. She was now looking forward to her prey that was actually valuable. Song Xiaofeng was very good at reading people's words, and at the same time it knew about lighting a fire while it was hot, so he immediately patted his chest and assured, "Auntie, please don't worry. This Dr. Zhang will only need to arrive merely tomorrow if he's the fastest. I believe Uncle's condition will soon be alleviated." Hearing Song Xiaofeng's assurance, the big stone at the bottom of Tang Yuqin's heart finally fell down. But the issue of medical expenses, how should? Tang Yuqin was a little worried. "Please rest assured on this point. Just leave it to me," Song Xiaofeng immediately assured. At the same time, Song Xiaofeng's eyes turned, and a good idea to squeeze Zhang Yuan suddenly came to his mind. So he spoke loudly, "Classmates, although my family has the connections to mobilize the outside world to donate, but as the saying goes, distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. The experts are coming tomorrow, but the medical expenses are obviously not too abundant. So I propose to collect charity funds on the spot to help Sun Tingting's family, and I will personally take the lead and donate 100,000 yuan first. 100,000 yuan. Hearing that Song Xiaofeng was going to donate so much money, the faces of the other students were all shocked. Song Xiaofeng was clearly doing this because he wanted to show off, because he wanted to be in the limelight. This was a whole $100,000. According to each person every month, even if they worked in a first-tier city, even if they were highly paid, they only had $20,000 to $30,000 in salary. This instantly was the equivalent of donating 3 months of their salary out. Song Xiaofeng is really a bit rich, easily donating that much money out. He's got something else in mind, right? Look at Sun Tingting's face. Isn't it much prettier than many female netizens? I'm afraid he's really going to get it this time. This Song Xiaofeng isn't too stupid, knowing that Sun Tingting's family is in trouble right now. He just needs to see a needle in the eye to get a good result. Under Song Xiaofeng's leadership, the other students were also too embarrassed to stand by and started to donate more or less. "I'll give 5,000. I'll give 8,000. I'll give 7,000. I'll give 10,000. Everyone's eyes were focused on Song Xiaofeng. Only Yao Xiner looked at Zhang Yuan, somewhat expecting how much he would offer. Song Xiaofeng, on the other hand, was also quietly skimming at Zhang Yuan from the corner of his eyes, expecting Zhang Yuan to reveal a terrified expression. But unfortunately Zhang Yuan had a cloudy look on his face and didn't seem to be affected in any way. "Bastard! His face is quite good at pretending. Song Xiaofeng's heart burst with displeasure. He hated seeing Zhang Yuan with this look. Pretending. The most irritating thing was that Sun Tingting's gaze had never left Zhang Yuan's body. Even after she had announced her donation of 100,000 yuan, she had never even taken the time to even look at herself. Song Xiaofeng couldn't stand it any longer and he decided to start taking the initiative. Zhang Yuan, all the other students have donated. You see, you more or less donate a little bit. Otherwise we have this big group of people coming here today. It seems not too good for you not to donate money. Song Xiaofeng said loudly in a conspiratorial manner. In the face of Song Xiaofeng, Zhang Yuan was actually too lazy to chit-chat with this kind of person, but it was better to open his mouth a little to explain. Money, I will naturally donate, only it's impossible to donate through your hands. You seem to have done quite a lot of embezzling class fees from your classmates when you were in school, right? Zhang Yuan said indifferently. Zhang Yuan's words were not salty. He did not suppress Song Xiaofeng through his financial power. Instead, he spoke a piece of truth. Many students recalled Song Xiaofeng's despicable character when they were in school. In an instant, the students looked at Song Xiaofeng with hesitation in their eyes. He couldn't be a deadbeat and still be thinking about embezzling the money, could he? Song Xiaofeng's face couldn't hang on and he yelled, "It's fine if you're petty and don't donate, but don't throw dirty water on me." Zhang Yuan's face was calm and said word for word, "First of all, I didn't say I won't donate. The money I will naturally call Sun Tingting's family's card. Secondly, it doesn't seem reasonable for me to donate money. It has to go through your hands, right? You're looking at yourself as too important. Lastly, I am not throwing dirty water. Merely recapitulating your old stories. If you also consider this as throwing dirty water, then I can only say that your IQ is too low." Zhang Yuan's tone was calm, but the more Song Xiaofeng listened, the more his face turned red, almost like his lungs were going to explode from Zhang Yuan's high blood pressure. On the contrary, he couldn't say anything back, which was the most infuriating. Chapter 44, Zhang Yuan. You're too powerful. Tang Yuqin couldn't look on from the side. Song Xiaofeng was the intended golden son-in-law of his daughter in his heart. How could he be knocked off his face by a poor man like Zhang Yuan? This would tarnish his image in Sun Tingting's mind. This Jiang student, please be polite. Please don't suspect Xiaofeng for no reason like this. Tang Yuqin accused. Mom, what are you talking about? Zhang Yuan is also doing it for our good. Sun Tingting felt that there was something wrong with her mother. Tang Yuqin said with a dark face, "People, Xiaofeng donated money to us with good intentions. Look at what he's saying. Is this human talk? Mom, how can you say that? Zhang Yuan, he also has good intentions. How can you say that about him?" Sun Tingting was a little exasperated. As soon as Song Xiaofeng saw that Sun Tingting's mother was so helpful to him, he immediately gained back his strength. He toed Zhang Yuan's ear and said in a voice that only two people could hear, "See, you're bound to lose. Sun Tingting's mom is helping me so much. Where do you get the backbone to go against me?" The expression on Zhang Yuan's face gradually reduced a bit, gradually moving towards an expressionless face. Anyone who was familiar with him knew that this meant that his heart was already slightly moved with anger. Originally, this time he just wanted to simply get together with his deceased friends, but he did not expect that things would go against his wishes. For Ting Ting's sake, I will pay $3 million for this matter. Zhang Yuan showed his cards. Song Xiaofeng immediately laughed out loud when he heard what Zhang Yuan said. Zhang Yuan, there's no need for you to speak in anger. Bragging here just to get angry with me. Do you think everyone is a fool with a negative IQ? Now that something has happened to Ting Ting's family, we are all worried. You shouldn't be talking nonsense with this either. It will hurt Ting Ting. I suggest you apologize to Ting Ting's family immediately now. Otherwise even I won't forgive you. The expressions on the faces of the students varied, but they all largely felt that Zhang Yuan was merely speaking in anger. After all, the $100,000 donated by Song Xiaofeng, it was still within their affordable range. It was 3 months of their salary, but $3 million was different. This was a salary that they couldn't earn in 30 years of work, but Zhang Yuan casually said that he would donate it. Who could believe it? It was simply too unbelievable, too outrageous. Sun Tingting exclaimed, "Brother Zhang Yuan will donate so much money when he says he will. There's no need for you to be conspiratorial here." Zhang Yuan looked at Sun Tingting helping herself so much. He somewhat doted on her and touched her head, smoothing the hair on her head. Touching her head killed. Song Xiaofeng's face was green for a while and white for a while, just when the atmosphere was somewhat tense. A doctor in a white coat walked in with a spring in his step, arching his hand in congratulations. "Congratulations, our hospital has received the latest news. The top medical expert in the country, Dr. Jiang Huaishan, will come to our hospital tomorrow to operate on Elder Sun. Elder Sun, also known as Sun Tingting's father, Tang Yuqin's husband." As soon as she heard that her father was saved, Sun Tingting's eyes couldn't help but redden again, and she directly cried out, flinging herself into Jiang Yuan's arms and letting out a sob. Jiang Yuan kept touching her head, softly soothing in her ear. Tang Yuqin was also extremely happy, revealing a smile as if she was relieved. And this white lab coat doctor added in passing, "You all have to thank Manager Wang, he arranged all of this." Manager Wang? Hearing this completely unfamiliar name, the expression on Song Xiaofeng's face froze a little. He had just swollen his face, and in order to grab the credit, he had insisted that it was all arranged by his family. If this Manager Wang happened to come, then he would be exposed on the spot. Then the shame can be lost big time. Song Xiaofeng's heart began to tense up. It's fine. It's not that coincidental. This kind of big shot is usually very busy. How would he have time to come to the hospital to visit an old man who's about to die? Song Xiaofeng kept reassuring himself. Unluckily, right at this moment, a fat middle-aged man had already walked to the door of the room. This chubby middle-aged man was also carrying quite a few things in his hands, which were full of nutrients such as party ginseng and oaken chicken, which were specifically used to comfort the patients. It was the Fei Si Carlton restaurant's manager Wang. The white lab coat doctor also pointed at this Manager Wang and said, "Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil, this is Manager Wang." Everyone's eyes were also focused on this Manager Wang. "Young Jiang, I've done everything you ordered." Manager Wang lowered his voice and revealed his signature fawning smile to Jiang Yuan. At the same time, he held out the items in his hand to mother and daughter Sun Tingting. "This is all a little bit of my small token of appreciation. Please keep it." Manager Wang laughed. Once Tang Yuqin opened it and looked at it, hurtingly, she realized that inside this bag, it was actually full of extremely expensive nutrients such as party ginseng and chicken. This kind of thing, even if the quantity is scarce outside, are going to be a few thousand. Under such a huge quantity here, at least say it's going to be more than 100,000. You are my husband's friend?" Tang Yuqin's voice began to tremble. Asked. He didn't recognize the strange man in front of him at all, and didn't know why he was being so helpful to his family. "I'm Jiang Xiao's subordinate. All of this is under Jiang Xiao's instructions," Manager Wang replied. Jiang Xiao. Hearing this title, the faces of everyone present changed in unison. Among the people present, the only person surnamed Jiang was Jiang Yuan. Judging from Manager Wang's behavior towards Jiang Yuan just now, it should be him that he was talking about. Tang Yuqin was petrified on the spot. Shock was written all over her face, looking at Jiang Yuan as if she was looking at a completely strange monster. The pauper Jiang Yuan back then. Could it be that he had already fought his way out in the past few years? Then wouldn't she have directly missed out on her daughter's golden son-in-law if she had beaten her lovebirds back then? The most crucial thing is that her attitude towards Jiang Yuan just now was still so cold and rude. If she offended Jiang Yuan, wouldn't she have to lose this opportunity for the second time? Thinking of this, Tang Yuqin's heart immediately felt remorseful. Song Xiaofeng's face was extremely ugly, as if he had died as his own father. The changes that had appeared before his eyes were simply too fast, making him somewhat unable to hold his ground. The poor man Jiang Yuan in his eyes, surprisingly seemed to be not as simple as he had seen. The most crucial thing was that the students around him started pointing at him, with contempt and disdain gradually appearing in their eyes. So this Song Xiaofeng is really bragging and grabbing credit. The rivers and mountains are easy to change, but the nature can't be changed. I didn't think that after so many years, he'd still have this old look. This Song Xiaofeng's character is really bad compared to Jiang Yuan. Song Xiaofeng had lost a lot of face. He was so disgraced that he couldn't wait to drill into the ground immediately. Sun Tingting, on the other hand, was looking at Jiang Yuan with a proud face, looking at Jiang Yuan with adoring little stars inside her eyes. "Brother Jiang Yuan, you really didn't let me down." Chapter 45 hit hard in the face. Ding. Shock points plus 500. Ding. Shock points plus 500. Ding. Shock point plus 500. Ding. Shock point plus 500. Ding. Shock points plus 500. Song Xiaofeng's face turned ashen. His lips quirked, but he couldn't say a word. After all, this was just too humiliating. Just a few minutes ago, he was still boasting constantly to Sun Tingting's mother, Tang Yuqin, claiming that he was the one who found Dr. Jiang. But he hadn't expected the slap in the face to come so quickly, and her lie was immediately pierced through. He now hated to find a hole to drill down. Faced with the surrounding students constantly projected contempt and disdain for the eyes, plus others whispering and pointing, he hated to leave the spot immediately and died on the spot. However, the person who regretted the most on the spot was not him, but Sun Tingting's mother, Tang Yuqin. She had just thought that letting her daughter Sun Tingting and Song Xiaofeng, this rich second generation, together would not only save her family's fate, but also allow her daughter to soar. In this way can piggyback on. Even she as a mother can also be the mother of the daughter. Live a good life and have a face of the day. But now it seemed as if this was all a huge misunderstanding. Jiang Yuan, whom she had always looked down upon and had even beaten up during her student days, was actually the real rich man. And this Song Xiaofeng seemed to be nothing more than a clown and a liar. The other students also looked at Zhang Yuan with extremely shocked and stunned gazes, as if they wanted to see through her. A few classmates who were closer to Zhang Yuan had laughed and cursed. Zhang Yuan, you brat, didn't think that after so many years you would mix so well. At first you were planning to hide it from our brothers, right? Really not righteous enough. I had a premonition back then that Zhang Yuan, you definitely won't be a pool of things. After all, back then you were the most famous man of the hour in our class. I felt at that time that you kid must be very powerful. I didn't think that you would have mixed so well now. You brat even hid your identity and got along with us for so long. Are you afraid that a few of us will be jealous of you and not get along well? Honestly, what exactly has this brat of yours been through all these years? Didn't you hear others say that you were just a mediocre courier a while ago? How is it that you have become so famous now? You, this brat, would not be looking for a rich woman. It. Zhang Yuan, you brat, just how rich are you now? Was the 3 million said just now not a joke? You shouldn't really want to donate so much money outright, especially Yao Xin. She almost opened her mouth into an O shape, looking at Zhang Yuan's face like with an extremely complicated expression on her face, although all the previous signs had allowed her to catch the clues. With her woman's sixth sense of intuition, she had already predicted that Zhang Yuan's identity was not that simple. However, she never expected that the person who came was actually the Fiskars Carlton restaurant's manager Wang, such as the same as a fellow member of the restaurant industry. But the Fiskars Carlton restaurant could be much more famous than the one under his banner, the Technology Hotel. No, instead of being more famous than that one Technology Hotel under her, it would be better to say that Fiskars Carlton restaurant was originally a super restaurant that was the leading restaurant in South City. As long as it is to do the catering industry, there is no one who does not know this one restaurant. This is the real South City tycoons will go to the party place, and the manager of the manager Wang is rumored to read countless people, is unattainable, godlike existence. But it was this kind of character who was groveling in front of Zhang Yuan with a fawning expression. How terrifying should Zhang Yuan's real identity be? Instantly, Yao Xin only felt a chill gradually radiating from her neck to her whole body. She began to be afraid, and was somewhat annoyed at how she had underestimated Zhang Yuan. Ever since she was in school, Zhang Yuan had shown extraordinary qualifications, very different from the other boys. That's why she had looked at Zhang Yuan. Yao Xin thought that Zhang Yuan would eventually achieve a career with her help, but she had never thought that Zhang Yuan was actually not what he used to be, and was simply not an existence that she could mess with. Only Jiang Shirin and Sun Tingting were the most calm amongst the entire crowd. Especially Sun Tingting's gaze towards Zhang Yuan had always been filled with admiration and fondness. She had never changed the slightest bit because her family was a courier or a rich man. Zhang Yuan naturally knew this only too well. This was also the reason why he was willing to take out money to help Sun Tingting. Zhang Yuan looked around, seeing that the atmosphere around him was fired up because of himself. He simply made an invitation to have a meal with everyone as well. The place to eat was naturally the Fei C. Carlton restaurant, and when everyone heard Zhang Yuan's invitation to go to the Fei C. Carlton restaurant, there was immediately a burst of joy. Anyone who lived in the southern city would understand one thing, and that was that the Fei C. Carlton restaurant was the well-deserved king of the catering industry. But the consumption was extremely high, and only the truly rich business tycoons or first-class celebrities and big shots of the stream would go there. Hearing that Zhang Yuan had invited them to eat at such a place, immediately everyone felt a little excited. Only Song Xiaofeng's face was full of shame and indignation. He really didn't have the face to go. He had already lost enough people today, and now he just wanted to find an excuse to hurry up and leave. And next, Zhang Yuan chatted with manager Wang about Sun Tingting's father's condition and about Dr. Jiang. Manager Wang patted his chest and guaranteed that he would take care of everything, and that Sun Tingting's father's condition would be a piece of cake for the doctor. So Sun Tingting's mother and daughter could rest assured that she would be fine. As soon as Sun Tingting's mother and daughter heard this, they immediately became grateful and almost kneeled down to thank Zhang Yuan. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's cell phone rang. When he picked it up, he realized that it was his mother calling. Zhang Yuan's mother lived in a small town under the South City mountain, living a self-sufficient, uncontested life. The old man's greatest hope was that Zhang Yuan would get married as soon as possible and take a wife and children to visit him in the countryside. As expected, Zhang Yuan picked up the phone and heard his mother's familiar nagging voice. Son, do you have a girlfriend now? Why don't you go back to the countryside? I'll introduce you to a few good girls in the village. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately cried and laughed a little. He now officially has no girlfriend, but the alternatives are a whole lot. He himself is also having a headache. Chapter 46, Lucky Draw Again, Game Company Shares. Fine. I will go back to the countryside to see you in a while. After hurriedly dealing with his mother's nagging, Zhang Yuan hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuan looked at not far away. Song Xiaofeng had the expression of a dead father. He had been punched in the face on the spot because of the fact that he had been punched in the face, and at the same time, after revealing Zhang Yuan's identity, At the moment, his entire body was almost wobbling, his eyes dodging around, not daring to look at himself at all. Tang Yuqin was also no longer placing her gaze on him and instead placed it on Zhang Yuan, directly ignoring Song Xiaofeng. Moreover, the surrounding students were pointing at Song Xiaofeng as if they were looking at a criminal who had committed a crime. Today Song Xiaofeng could be said to have lost face. Not only had he been severely slapped in the face, but he had also lost in every aspect, especially his favorite Sun Tingting, who was currently in his arms grateful for his help. Zhang Yuan recalled all the frictions and disagreements he had with Song Xiaofeng when he was in school, as well as the various beams he had formed. At this moment, looking at this miserable state of his, one's heart was suddenly filled with only one feeling. That was cool. Very, very, very comfortable. Since he was so happy in such a good mood, why don't he smoke a few rounds of 10 consecutive to celebrate and have a few more parties? Zhang Yuan thought like this, and immediately afterward, he sank his consciousness within his system space. He exchanged all the huge amount of decent points that he had accumulated over the past while into blind boxes, and looking at the extremely large number of blind boxes in the sky, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The first 10 consecutive shots. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $1 million. Reward, 1,000,000. Reward, $1 million. Reward, 1 million yen. Reward, $1 million. Reward, 10 million yen. Reward, 10 million yuan. Blast reward, 80% of Yuanmei Game Company's shares. Blitz reward, divine hacking talent. Zhang Yuan watched as two eye-catching golden lights flashed out in the sky, and he was slightly stunned in front of his eyes. How could he not expect to be so lucky today? It's only just opened and actually gave me a double yolk egg straight out of the ING gate. And these two double yolk egg rewards. Seems to be very powerful. Look. The first golden reward was clearly another share of a company, but this one had some meaning. Yuanmei Corporation. This was a game company that could be said to be the hegemony level company that occupied the largest number of shares within the top 10 game companies on the sales charts in the market right now. It is said that the programmers within this company are very strong. Each is a foreign country back to the brand name school graduated super senior programmers, and the most powerful is their game creative and supervisory director. The strength of each is also after decades of technical accumulation of the industry to fight down. It is also because they have strong technical barriers and perfect supply chain of talent, so they produce games are all fine. There is a saying in the market that Yuanmei's productions must be of high quality, and in the current global sales list, almost all of the top 10 are produced by Yuanmei Company, and the same is the company's shares. Zhang Yuan previously drew Fisker Carlton Restaurant's pure profit dividends, may not even be able to compare to the mammoth profits brought by this one game company. After all, the Fiskar's Carlton Restaurant only operated amongst the high-end people in South City, and its audience was relatively narrow. But this game company is different. He is facing the game users all over the world, and due to the booming game market now, the profit of the hand game is extremely horrible. The flow of water is very exaggerated. Every game that can enter the global sales list, the top 10 games can almost bring sky-high profits for each shareholder. And this kind of phenomenal level of game, Yuanmei Game Company so far, a total of 4 developed. Which meant that even if Zhang Yuan did nothing right now, lying flat on his back, he would still be able to enjoy a very large quarterly dividend. This kind of degenerate life of waiting for death is simply Zhang Yuan's favorite. In his heart, he couldn't wait to have a few more shares of this kind of company. Only the company's shares is certainly a very good reward. Quarterly dividends show superior advantages, but at the same time there is a fatal shortcomings. That is, once the company went bankrupt, his identity as a shareholder will also go down the drain. At the same time, he as a shareholder will have to lose a large sum of money, which can be said to be the blood money. Lose a wife and lose a soldier. However, generally speaking, this kind of thing will only happen to some small and medium-sized enterprises. Large enterprises, even if 1 or 2 games are not too smooth, but as the saying goes, the camel is bigger than a horse, and the worm of 100 feet is not stiff. They, the shareholders, shouldn't need to think about that either. Then the second reward was a bit more interesting. The reward was actually a magical hacking talent. This was the first time Zhang Yuan had drawn a talent of this practical nature. Prior to this, even though Zhang Yuan had gotten some magical golden rewards, they were only limited to transforming the strength of his body to such a mediocre level. This was not the case with this reward and a talent. What this talent was able to change were the abilities in Zhang Yuan's own head. This was awesome. The most important part of a person's body was the brain. Being able to make some modifications to the brain meant that this reward was absolutely extraordinary. Zhang Yuan was extremely happy to receive these 2 golden rewards. At the same time he looked at the system, so many remaining blind boxes also rushed to extract the remaining blind boxes continuously. Only a little less lucky is that the rest of the blind box opened out almost all the colors or some ordinary money rewards. There is no big roll. It was possible that he had used up all his chi. Jiang Yuan smiled to himself. It was better to be contented. He had already drawn such a good 2 rewards, so the rest should be considered as the icing on the cake. After receiving the rewards, Jiang Yuan immediately returned to reality, but at that moment, a phone call immediately came over. An extremely elegant and noble female voice came from the other end of the phone. At a glance, she was highly educated and at the same time professionally trained. Jiang Dong, I'm the secretary of Yuan Mei Corporation. There's an urgent matter that requires you to come and deal with it right now. What kind of urgent matter? Just say it directly. Jiang Yuan replied. As the saying goes, a new official is a new official. What Jiang Yuan did not expect was that it was only this identity that he had just received that he actually already seemed to be stumbling upon a major event. But the current Jiang Yuan was extremely confident that he could deal with all the difficulties. The elegant female secretary on the other end of the phone also seemed to have hesitated before opening her mouth. A large number of our company's documents have been leaked, while many extremely secret documents have been exposed. I'm afraid that if it's not handled properly, our company may suffer unimaginable losses. Please deal with it quickly. Chapter 47, Must Fight Back. Jiang Yuan's brows frowned. What exactly is going on? Speak to me clearly in person. Okay, if it's convenient for you, I will report back to you face to face in an hour's time. What he hadn't thought of was that he had actually encountered this kind of trouble just after receiving this status reward. Rather, it was a coincidence. But since there was trouble happening, one had to step in and solve it. Otherwise, that consequence was not something to talk about. And most situations like this kind of trouble should be caused by peer competition. Peers are enemies. This reasoning Jiang Yuan understood a long time ago. However, the specific things should be said after the meeting. After simply agreeing on a location with the secretary, Jiang Yuan hung up the phone and looked around. Today's reunion was a unique event. First, everyone had a simple meal, and then they met their first love. Sun Tingting. Jiang Yuan is actually quite satisfied with this result. He is more of a kind of Sun Tingting out of his first love's remembrance, and does not have that kind of once feeling. After all, time had changed and many things were different. I have something temporary to do. If you guys want to go to Facey Carlton restaurant for dinner, just report my name. After Jiang Yuan briefly bid farewell to Sun Tingting and other old classmates, he was ready to take Zhang Shuriying and send her back home. However, Sun Tingting pulled his sleeve, full of fondness and unwillingness for Jiang Yuan to leave. For this reason, Jiang Yuan also had some headaches. Jiang Yuan might have something urgent. Let him go. Fortunately, Yao Xianer stepped in at the right time and stopped Sun Tingting. Her intuition was very sharp and she felt that something big seemed to be about to happen to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan glanced at Yao Xianer with some surprise and nodded. Sun Tingting also had no choice but to let go of her hand reluctantly. Then, Jiang Yuan sent Zhang Shuriying back home. Then, he drove to meet his secretary. After about 30 minutes, inside an office on the 10th floor of the Huafeng mansion, Jiang Yuan looked at the woman in front of him. It was a standard urban OL-dressed woman, a wraparound skirt covering a hot body, a pair of clean black glasses, looking both sensible and competent. Hello Jiang Dong, first time meeting, my name is Yi Yuyo. Jiang Yuan nodded, memorizing the name Yi Yuyo of this sensible and capable secretary. Yi Yuyo didn't say much nonsense. She took out the folder and laptop PPT from her bag, and started to explain the beginning and end of this incident for Jiang Yuan. She knew that this incident had a very big impact, and if it wasn't dealt with as soon as possible, perhaps the entire Yuan Mei company would be threatened with survival. She made a long story short. At the beginning of this year, our game company's market share in China had reached its highest point, so we decided to publish 3 games overseas. Unsurprisingly for us, these 3 games, all of them earned very good revenues overseas, earning enough money from foreigners, but this was consequently hated by the overseas game companies. Therefore this time they spent a large amount of money and hired an extremely prestigious overseas hacker organization to steal a large amount of information from our game company. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan nodded. This matter was quite simple and normal. After all, peers were enemies. Yuan Mei Game Company was already one of the top companies in the country, and continuing to explore the overseas market was obviously the right business choice. But what was not expected was that due to the superior quality of the game, the rise in foreign countries was surprisingly so short, and the rise was too rapid. As a result, it was met with jealousy from foreign game manufacturers, so they purposely sought out well-known hacker organizations, hacked into Yuan Mei game servers to steal a large amount of information, and publicized the information to the public. Yi Yuyo spoke with a somewhat angry expression on her face. Not only did they steal our company's information, but they also released rampant words, claiming that our company's server technology was simply unbeatable. They even put out words claiming that we simply don't have any technicians in our country that can fight against them. So rampant and arrogant. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but slightly clench his fist when he heard this as well. What was this equivalent to? It was equivalent to a thief entering your home, and after stealing all the valuable things in your home, he still had to taunt you, saying that your home's anti-theft measures were really garbage. These people even claim that there is no one in the country who can compete with them in terms of technology. Simply unself-conscious assholes. Jiang Yuan frowned and said, "What is our initial loss estimate?" Yi Yuyo was silent for a while and slowly said, "Due to the fact that a large number of our secrets have been exposed, I estimate that the core loss for this round is around 5 billion. 5 billion. The anger in Jiang Yuan's heart towards these hateful foreign vendors and arrogant hackers rose even higher. All of this money was the company's salary paid to the employees. Every employee had their own family members, children, wives, and parents who had to fulfill their responsibilities. If this threshold has not been passed, I do not know how many employees' families will be broken and suffer. The source of all this is due to the greed and selfishness of these foreigners. These people have committed heinous crimes that are too numerous to mention." Yi Yuyo continued. "There is actually another key problem right now. Their hands are still holding our core information that hasn't been exposed, and they want to use this as blackmail to blackmail our families' 3 games to withdraw from the foreign market and not compete with them. Otherwise they're going to expose the most core information. Then I'm afraid our losses won't be able to be measured at the current level. I'm afraid even the company will be on the verge of bankruptcy." An angry gaze gradually appeared in Jiang Yuan's eyes. These greedy hackers have not only caused huge losses to our assets, they are not even satisfied. They also want to hold our lifelines and threaten to not compete with them. That's more than shameless. Instead of competing in an honorable manner, they are actually thinking of these crooked ways. Counterattack. We must counterattack. Find a way to gather all the technical experts in the country. We must mete out punishment to them. Jiang Yuan snapped. "I will pay for everything. Money is not a problem. We must give these bastards color." When Yi Yuyao heard this, a glow gradually appeared in her eyes. She said somewhat incredulously, "Dong Jiang, this may cost an astronomical amount. If you choose to sell your shares at this time, you may be able to stay out of this. Why do you have to do this?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan was immediately displeased. Chapter 48. If people offend me, I'm an honorable dragon nation. These shameful foreigners, instead of engaging in fair competition with us, are using despicable hacking techniques to steal our company's secrets and reach the goal of market monopolization. At a time like this, how can I, as a dragon nation man, stand by and do nothing? Jiang Yuan said this with a firm and decisive voice, without a single moment of hesitation. These words were all out of his true heart. Yi Yuyao seemed to have sensed his determination as well, so she didn't say anything more, but turned her head to start contacting some famous technical experts in the country. And in fact, early on, after Yuan Mei had encountered this matter, it had already begun to start contacting some well-known technicians. But unfortunately, when the other party heard that the opponent this time was the infamous foreign hacker organization Muse, they backed off and didn't dare to accept the order. Muse, founded in the 1970s, is a group of talented hackers from different countries who have been famous for a long time. The biggest characteristic of this organization only had 2 creeds. One was that they only looked to start with profit, regardless of good or evil. They had accepted commissions from many world-renowned powers to build extremely strong defense and security networks. And to this day, no hacker has been able to contribute to the security networks they have built up. But they had also been, because of their interests, had helped some big countries do quite a few unthinkable things. This was a team of geniuses who only recognized benefits. The second was that they absolutely did not accept commissions from the Dragon Kingdom. This was quite intriguing, and it was said that their top management didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards the Dragon Kingdom before they privately customized this rule. Increase the money, increase the price. I'll privately offer a heavenly bounty of $500 million. Since ancient times, folk produce experts. As long as the price offered is high enough, there will always be someone who is willing to come and take our bounty. Jiang Yuan gave orders. Yi Yuyao immediately nodded his head and began to urgently contact them. The time left for them was running out. The other party's message said that it would arrive at the earliest by 12 noon tomorrow, and if they still could not reach what they were asking for, then they would make all the core secrets public, and everything would be irreversible by then. Jiang Yuan was also well aware of this, and was now in a race with the Grim Reaper. Whoever is able to take down the other party's server one step faster will be the final winner. Fortunately, nowadays is the information age. Information is transmitted very quickly. Jiang Yuan privately funded a 500 million heavenly bounty to attack the infamous organization Muse, and the matter quickly spread to the ears of China's private cybermasters. A number of people were soon invited to the location Jiang Yuan had agreed upon. Jiang Yuan glanced over the number of people who had come was not a small number, around 17 people. Most of them were middle-aged people around 30 to 40 years old. There were also some talented hackers in their early 20s who came. The secretary, Yi Yuyao, held a document and introduced Jiang Yuan to the identities and past achievements of these people in his ear. Yao Feng, one of the earliest batch of red hackers in China. He has helped the officials crack many computer information leakage cases. His own technical strength is extremely strong. Zhu Cheng, once imprisoned for 10 years, now released after his sentence. He is a recidivist who has stolen a lot of hidden computer information, and his own strength is also a ranking figure in the country. Yi Ying, he is the same as Zhu Cheng. The same was once imprisoned as a prisoner, but his sentence is longer, up to 20 years, but due to their own strength is strong, had helped the official made a lot of great achievements, so got a reduction in the sentence, but released earlier than Zhu Cheng. Zhang Yongqing, like the above two people, is also. Hearing the introduction of these people's identities, Zhang Yuan could not help but frown. He realized that apart from the earliest patriotic rednecks in the country like Yao Feng, most of these people were all prisoners who had once entered the prison and committed heinous crimes. However, after thinking about it, he thought that it was normal. After all, most of the technically strong and well-known people were in the hands of the officials. He privately proposed this kind of bounty. In fact, only circulated in the private sector, so all the people he found were some difficult to control, tricky and troublesome, but simply strong and powerful characters. However, Zhang Yuan did not care too much about this. After all, the hero does not ask for the source, as long as he could use it for himself. Then even if there was a danger of it backfiring, he was willing to pay the price to try it out. Not to mention that now is an extraordinary time. One must also go and give it a go. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan has not yet opened his mouth to come these people, but instead, the first is a lion's mouth up. The employer this time is called Zhang Yuan, right? I want to talk to you again about this bounty thing. I think 500 million to solve this thing may not be enough. I think so too. I think this matter needs at least 2 billion to be accomplished. Otherwise, our brothers and sisters might not be able to utilize their strength. Not bad. This time our opponent is the internationally notorious organization News. We won't make a move if we don't give enough money. $2 billion? Not a penny less. Yi Yuan couldn't help but frown as she listened to these people's lion's share of the money, almost wanting to angrily rebuke them. Originally, they had agreed on 500 million, but after they came here, they even opened their mouths wide and quadrupled the price. It was clear that they wanted to sit on their hands and raise the price. It was simply too shameless. However, Zhang Yuan had a calm face. He had actually anticipated this situation. The bounty price at the very beginning was just something he had used to throw in the towel. Yes, money is not a problem. As long as you guys can help me solve the problem, any more money is negotiable. As long as it could come in handy, then this money was actually nothing compared to what he was about to win over. He now hoped that there were indeed some good hands amongst these people who were able to fight against such a strong organization in a foreign country. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The most crucial thing was that the Dragon Nation must not lose. Zhang Yuan thought like this and then made his own request to them. This time, they must overcome all the heavy obstacles set up by the other party's hacker organization, News, and retrieve their company secrets that belong to them. If possible, even the secrets of the other hacker organization must be taken over as well. In a complete counterattack, if people don't commit crimes against me, I won't commit any crimes, but if people commit crimes against me, I will kill their entire family. After hearing Zhang Yuan's plan, these people couldn't help but show an extremely appreciative look towards Zhang Yuan as well. Good boy, you have guts. Chapter 49, The Experts Fall in Defeat. A cyber attack battle soon began. Zhang Yuan watched from the wall, calmly observing the battle between his side and the other side. It had to be said that the strength of his side was not to be underestimated. After all, each of them was a ruthless character who had once committed a heinous crime, and even in the face of the top foreign hacker organization, News, they still did not have the slightest intention of being timid. The expression on each of their faces is extremely confident, although there is some sense of nervousness as the enemy, but more of a challenge to the excitement of the strong. The tougher the opponent, the less it could destroy their self-confidence. Instead, it would make them feel a sense of challenge. These people's psychological quality was extremely tenacious, and their faces were filled with an indescribable frenzy. Everyone in front of their own laptop computer, as the fingertips have a genie general constantly knocking on the keyboard. One after another command is like a sword in the hands of the swordsman general swing out, and the other side of the invisible competition. But the battle continues. The expression on their faces is also gradually heavy up. There are some original face relaxed people, also cannot help but forehead covered with soybean-sized beads of sweat. Obviously the situation is more and more not optimistic. With the passage of time, the atmosphere in the field also gradually tightened up. Yi Yuyao's heart could not help but pull up. Looking at the field of these people's expression has been not small changes. Is this a world-class level hacker organization? It's too scary. No, our domestic computers started too late. Even if there are one or two top gods, they can't fight against the accumulated computer gods that have been developed abroad for so many years. It's really too difficult. I'm afraid I won't be able to earn this money. This is the strength of the muse. I'm afraid they can't find an enemy at all. Many of the computer experts who had originally boasted about this could not help but reveal sighs of despair at this moment. Their faces were ashen, apparently gradually realizing the huge gap between their side and the other side in terms of strength. Some of the ones with slightly poorer mental quality were even ready to give up. They shook their heads and put away their laptops, and were ready to get up and leave from here, seemingly with the intention of becoming a deserter and fleeing. Looking at his side's disadvantage, Zhang Yuan clenched his palms. He never wanted Dragon Country to lose. Fortunately, just at this moment, just when most people thought that Zhang Yuan's side was set to lose, the lofty figure of a middle-aged man, however, slowly appeared in the arena. As soon as he appeared, it seemed as if everyone around him had become shorter. It was also unknown whether it was an illusion or not. It seemed as if the entire room was quiet. Even the sound of a pin falling on the ground could be heard. This is an unusual person. His body temperament is extremely extraordinary. Seems to be a long time in a high position to develop an extremely large potential. Zhang Yuan merely glanced out of the corner of his eye, and realized that this person was extremely unusual, and was by no means a nobody. As expected, as soon as this man appeared on the stage, the computer experts who had just appeared earlier had horrified gazes in their eyes and exchanged words. It's Yi Nantian. Back then, it only took 30 seconds to capture the computer network of the three major enterprises in the country. The absolute genius Yi Nantian. Hasn't he long since washed his hands of his business? I didn't expect that he would reappear today. In the end, who invited him here? A character like him, money is nothing but numbers to him. What is he doing here? Yi Nantian coldly looked around. When he glanced at the experts on the screen, just by sweeping with his eyes he immediately saw the gap between this person's level and the other parties, and couldn't help but snort coldly. You losers are a net disgrace to the Dragon Kingdom. If we lose today, we simply have to throw you trash into the sewers to be flushed away. History will remember you sinners, nailing you to the pillar of shame permanently, so that future generations will constantly laugh at the fact that you purebred trash wastes were even produced amongst our generation. Yi Nantian's voice was cold, and his tone was even extremely arrogant as he reprimanded these computer experts present. Originally, Zhang Yuan thought that these computer experts with extremely high self-esteem should have been annoyed and even cursed when they heard this. However, he found that these people not only did not dare to talk back, they did not even have the courage to look at Yi Nantian. After all, Yi Nantian was the real top big brother in the country. He had been famous for many years, and had long been beyond the reach of these junior sisters. Even to exaggerate a little, to be able to be reprimanded by Senior Yi, this was what many people could only dream of. Yi Nantian glanced at Zhang Yuan, and he didn't say much less mention a word about the bounty. At his level, how much money he wanted was just a matter of his thoughts, so he didn't care at all about how much the bounty was. The purpose of his coming here today is also very simple. He absolutely can't tolerate his own Dragon Kingdom to lose to these despicable and shameless organizations in foreign countries. He was a patriot of the old generation, willing to dedicate every drop of blood to the motherland that raised him. Anything that dared to insult the Dragon Kingdom, he would never let that happen, and his strength and pride as a senior would not let him lose to any foreigner. Zhang Yuan looked at Yi Nantian rather expectantly, expecting him to display extraordinary strength. As expected, right after Yi Nantian joined this cyber attack, the surrounding experts had a general look of horror on their faces. Is this the strength of the domestic seniors? I didn't realize that our Dragon Kingdom still hides such a supreme expert. It's really too strong. With Senior Yi we're sure to win this time. Ha 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 ha. Yi Nantian's strength has gotten much stronger again. Our Dragon Kingdom might not lose this time. Just as the crowd was full of hope, ready to watch Senior Yi take the other side down in one fell swoop, things didn't seem to be as simple as imagined. After another 10 minutes had passed, yet it was still a long attack. At the same time, the other party seemed to have sensed that there was an expert on their side and used one of their secret weapons, which was one of their bottom cards. Yi Nantian's brows furrowed as he said, the other side has utilized a supercomputer, with thousands of times the arithmetic power of our side. A supercomputer possessed a strong arithmetic power that ordinary computers simply could not reach. To put it in layman's terms, an ordinary computer was equivalent to a wooden sword, and a slightly better computer was equivalent to a sharp iron sword. But the supercomputer is different. This is the equivalent of an airplane cannon general existence. The fundamental significance of the complete explosion of the ordinary computer. Completely not a level things. Chapter 50, Zhang Yuan strikes. Yi Nantian was naturally confident that he could never lose to the other party in terms of technology. But the problem now was that the other party was an extremely shameless hacker organization. Not at all decent people who use technology for a fair fight. there was only one thing they pursued, and that was profit, which was eternal victory. For the sake of victory and profit, they could give anything. In every drop of their blood, there is naked greed and desire for money. In their minds, the result was greater than anything else, and only eternal victory was the unchanging truth. Therefore, after learning that their side may have a top expert, they immediately used their own collection of supercomputers, wanting to utilize the advantages of weapons to directly reach a crushing victory. Fast, accurate and ruthless, quick to kill. This is the Muse organization's style of action. Faced with this tricky situation, Yi Nantian couldn't help but frown. He was certainly very powerful, a long-established and truly top-notch bigwig, but facing this almost shameless general offense from the other party, he also felt somewhat helpless. After all, a person's strength was strong, meaning that both parties were competing under fair conditions, but the other party actually took out a supercomputer, and it might even be more than one, but many supercomputers in the case. Then the individual's technical strength obviously had some not enough to look at. Yi Nantian informed Zhang Yuan of the situation in full. This group of scumbags. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists. Something like a supercomputer was not something that could be bought with money. It was a rare resource that was very difficult to get, and was basically a case of having a price without a market. Even if Zhang Yuan immediately issued a bounty, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to get his hands on this kind of thing. Faced with a huge shortfall in hardware, the situation was in an extremely anxious state. Fortunately, at this time, Yi Nantian proposed a rather reliable solution. I have channels where I can buy it, but it might require a very expensive price. One unit will cost around $1 billion, Yi Nantian said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan did not hesitate at all and said, let's buy 10 units first and see if it's enough. If the company doesn't have enough funds, then make it up from my account. And if I don't have enough in my account as well, then I'll sell my shares. And I'm going to beat these foreigners to the ground today if I say anything. Ding. Shock points plus 100. 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 This Jiang is so ruthless. He's a bold and cruel man. 10 supercomputers. Isn't this a $10 billion gamble? Hasn't he thought of the consequences if he fails? This kid really has guts. I think this person has a lot to offer. Crazy. Really crazy. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words immediately attracted the gazes of all the computer experts around. A layer of fervor gradually surged in their eyes as they looked at Zhang Yuan. This was definitely a madman. This was taking a huge gamble. As a matter of fact, Zhang Yuan was indeed preparing for a big gamble in his heart. As long as he was able to win this battle, the great benefits that Yuanmei Games would be able to bring to himself in the future would not be comparable to what he was paying in front of him. What's more, as a Dragon Nation native, Zhang Yuan could not swallow this breath no matter what. The other party's tone was too rampant, not putting the Dragon Kingdom in his eyes at all. Zhang Yuan could not tolerate this kind of hateful thing at all, and must give the other party color. In public and private, this was a battle that absolutely could not be lost. Chapter 51 Head of the Muse. Yi Nantian also felt Zhang Yuan's will, the fervor of being willing to give his heart for the sake of his motherland. He also couldn't help but feel his heart blaze a little. The prestige of Dragon Country must not be ruined by his hands. Those rampant foreigners claimed that the computer technology of the Dragon Kingdom was far inferior to theirs, and even invaded the servers at will to steal information. This kind of behavior did not put the technical experts of the Dragon Country in the bottom of the eye. Yi Nantian also strengthened his self-will. This was a battle that absolutely could not be lost. This battle must be won. Zhang Yuan and his patriotic fervor soon infected everyone present. After all, everyone was a native of the Dragon Kingdom, holding the deepest feelings for this land. And now it came to a battle concerning the prestige of the Dragon Kingdom. They also have all the energy, waiting in the wings, nurturing their strength and waiting for their side of the equipment to be ready. And Yi Nantian's speed was fast. His way of contacting the channels was special. The equipment was quickly purchased. About 3.5 hours passed. Dozens of brand new supercomputers were placed in front of Yi Nantian and Zhang Yuan and the others. The arithmetic power of this kind of super calculator exploded ordinary computers. And each one was a powerful model that was enough to sell for a sky-high price. Having the same configuration as the other party, Yi Nantian was confident that his side would never lose. Yi Nantian quickly took out 12 points of spirit to carry out the battle of data attack. And this time, the goal was not only limited to getting back Yuanmei's secrets, but instead, he wanted to attack the other party's servers as well. News organization. Inside the organization were many well-known hackers had gathered. These hackers came from all countries, all regions, and all sorts of looks. At this moment, when they looked at this list of the Dragon Country Yuanmei Company, their faces could not help but show a smile, which could simply be described as an extremely contemptuous cackle. These Dragon Country people are really not self-importance. They think that out of 1 or 2 strength is still strong master. Can and we this large group of people against, simply ignorant, ridiculous stupid. Dragon country's computer started so late, even if they have more people so what? We these people are not these goods can be compared. We can earn a lot of money from this order. These so-called dragon people want to stop us from earning money. It is simply a frog in the well, not self-importance. His server technology level is simply unbearable. The world's most powerful server technology is in our hands. How can they possibly fight against us? However, that one top expert of theirs was quite strong, and actually forced us to use a supercomputer, which was personally gifted to us by them back when we were helping the major countries to establish a cybersecurity Skynet. But just when they were complacent, thinking that they were winning, but things quickly took a turn for the worse. Damn it, something's wrong. Someone screamed in fear. His shriek was like a pot of cold water splashed on everyone's head, and in an instant the atmosphere became a little weird. They carried out checking treatments, but the more they looked, the more panicked they became, and the smiles on their faces gradually stiffened. Quite a few people gradually perceived a somewhat grim fact. They seemed to be gradually losing control of the Dragon Kingdom's computer network in this battle. Beads of sweat gradually trickled down from the foreheads of quite a few people, and everyone's expression was extremely grim and grave. Supercomputer? It's actually a supercomputer. They actually have a supercomputer as well? Their hardware level is no worse than ours. There are actually channels and sufficient funds to get so many supercomputers. The Dragon Kingdom actually has such experts. It's us who underestimated them. The bounty for this mission is tens of billions of dollars. We must not fail. Please take action, boss. Indeed, the other party is too strong. Go call the boss. There was gradually some uneasiness within the Muse organization. However, some uneasiness was quickly and forcefully suppressed. After all, for the Muse organization to be able to hold such a lofty position in the international arena, it was not insignificantly linked to their boss. The leader of the Muse organization was a powerful figure who sat on the name of the #1 renowned hacker in the international arena. However, he had a very strange fetish. That is, he often locked himself in a dark room and did not meet with the people of his organization. Even the top management of the Muse organization, only 2 people had seen the appearance of the head of their organization. But it was such a leader rich in some mystery and legend that was like an unbeatable sword. On the list of invasion results, he had never miscalculated, and he was equivalent to a sword that was bound to win. As long as he struck, there was absolutely no time when he missed. There was a rather strict rule within the Muse organization. That is, the head of the Muse organization should never be allowed to make a move until it was absolutely necessary. Right now, this critical moment had undoubtedly arrived. After a long time had passed, the head of the Muse organization delivered a message. Leave it to me. 3 simple words, but coming out of his mouth, it was like a heart-strengthening and calming agent, immediately putting all the members of the Muse organization at ease. After all, this leader had never missed a beat. That was equivalent to a surefire bottom card. Once it was used, it represented the arrival of victory, and his group members had great confidence in him. These Dragon Nation people are proud enough to actually be able to get the boss to make a move, but that's only as far as it goes. Once the boss is willing to make a move, they don't have the slightest chance at all. These Dragon Nation people think that just because they have hardware that they got from somewhere and some people who are fairly strong that they want to win over us. We are still too naive. The last time the boss made a move was a year ago. The boss must be even more powerful now. The Dragon Nation has no chance of winning at all. On Jiang Yuan's side, it was obvious that he was also feeling a huge pressure. Yi Nanshan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "We still underestimated the other side. There are real experts in the other side." Jiang Yuan's brows gradually furrowed. He had already taken this huge gamble. If he lost, he was afraid that he would be plunged into a place of no return. Luckily, at this time, his mind moved and thought of the divine hacker talent rewarded in his system. Talent didn't represent ability, so he didn't think he could achieve anything with his talent without the help of hardware or talent. But the situation now was different. Perhaps at this juncture, this talent could be of some use. Chapter 52. After Jiang Yuan activated the godly hacker talent within the system, he only felt that his head suddenly felt as if it had been stabbed by a needle. Some memories gradually appeared within his brain, but it would take some time to digest these memories that suddenly appeared within his brain. Jiang Yuan casually found a seat and sat down, closing his eyes as he digested these memories. The other people were not curious about his strange appearance. After all, everyone thought that he was just looking at the situation that was already not too good, so he was just a bit unable to bear it. After all, everyone's mental capacity was different, and everyone assumed that Jiang Yuan's mind was a little blown out of proportion. As time passed, the battle situation for the Dragon Nation represented by Yi Nanshan's side became more and more unfavorable. If this continued, there was no doubt that what awaited would be a complete defeat, and Yi Nanshan, as the representative of the Dragon Nation, he would be permanently nailed to the pillar of shame. Zhang Yuan's game company would also go bankrupt straight away, and together with the huge amount of money paid for today's huge gamble, it would owe countless debts. Thinking of this consequence, both Yi Yuyo and Yi Nanshan's hearts were extremely heavy. No, it's too difficult. The other party's strength is simply far above us. His understanding of technology is simply beyond our reach. A look of despair gradually appeared on Yi Nanshan's face. In an instant, it was as if he had aged dozens of years, and his entire face was dry, as if it was covered in a layer of gray mist. This was the first time in his life that he had met such a monster-level character with such a bizarre and strong strength, and it really made him somewhat discouraged and desperate. This was not something that could be achieved by any effort or struggle. It was a horrifying strength brought about by an innate super talent and an acquired talent for perfect excavation. I'm afraid that the other party's understanding of technology has already reached an unimaginable realm. Rao Yi Nanshan thought that he had seen the world all his life, and had seen countless geniuses with all sorts of bizarre and incomparable techniques. But today, this leader of the Muse organization was the first time that he felt somewhat convinced. It was a feeling of looking up, like a person facing a mountain that simply could not be climbed and conquered. The only thing he could do was to look up and not be able to raise the slightest bit of fighting spirit at all. Surprisingly, even Elder Yi Nanshan said so. It seems that today is a lost cause. Even old Ji is already planning to give up. Then we juniors can't do much at all, right? Alas, I didn't think that our Dragon Kingdom would lose again today. These people are really the sins of the ages. How should we face our children and grandchildren in the future? Hateful. Even Elder Yi is no match for this person. How powerful is this organization? Just when everyone was all disheartened, almost giving up, Zhang Yuan's eyes that had been tightly closed finally slowly opened, and a bright light flickered in his eyes. But no one noticed him. After all, he had just sat down as if his mind had exploded, and everyone assumed that he was the first one to give up. There is still hope. Don't give up so easily. Zhang Yuan spoke. Only his words were what made the people around him felt a bit ludicrous. If this sentence had been said just now, the crowd might still feel that there was still some hope, but now the big picture was already set. Defeat was almost a foregone conclusion. Even Elder Yi already felt that there was no hope, so how could there be any chance? Everyone agreed that Zhang Yuan was merely holding on when he said such words, not to mention that Zhang Yuan didn't know any technology at all, and didn't even realize how bad the situation was right now. Even Yi Lao, who had the strongest technical skills among them, had already lost the battle and had even uttered words of despair with a face like ashes. There was no hope at all at this time, and they all felt that Zhang Yuan was just a stiff upper lip, unwilling to admit defeat. Therefore, they did not really want to pay attention to Zhang Yuan either, so they were just silent. No one was willing to open their mouths. Instantly, the atmosphere became a little stiff, and everyone fell silent. Each eyesight was scattered all over the place. It was obvious that the hearts of the people had been scattered. After all, everyone was unwilling to accept the fact of this defeat. However, Zhang Yuan calmly looked for a supercomputer and started inputting commands. Give it up. You don't know anything about technology. What kind of instructions are you blindly inputting here? Will you stop it? Mr. Zhang, I can understand how you feel right now. I also understand the huge investment you have paid to bring us so many supercomputers, although this gives us one such ability with the other side. But the situation is really not optimistic right now. We advise you that it is better to accept the reality as soon as possible. The current situation does represent that we don't have the slightest chance of winning. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, although me reminding you now will definitely make you very unhappy. We still advise you to accept the reality as soon as possible is better. This battle is indeed ours to lose. Let's just resign ourselves to our fate. Even Elder Yi already thinks that we don't have the slightest chance of winning, and these people of ours won't be of any use. So why should you, a layman, waste your efforts in? Don't waste your efforts. Lying down. How did you do this? But just before everyone could finish their words, they saw a scene that stunned them. On the supercomputer in front of Zhang Yuan, a file was downloaded, and this file was automatically destroyed and backed up after being downloaded. This document was precisely the document of Yuanmei games that had originally been stolen. Although there was only one file, it meant that Zhang Yuan had successfully found the other party's loophole and opened the backdoor into the other party's server, downloaded a complete file and destroyed the information on the other party's server. This was unbelievable, just like a miracle. In an instant, even Yi Lao's eyes had stared straight. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him, rubbing his eyes constantly, almost unable to believe that this was reality. The others were even more dumbfounded, looking at Zhang Yuan as if they were looking at a monster from an alien planet. What was happening in front of their eyes had completely exceeded their cognitive range, making their brains go blank for a moment as if their brains were down. The crowd did not see how Zhang Yuan did it, but that was no longer important. What was important was the result. Zhang Yuan had actually done it. Ding! Shock points plus 500. Ding! shock points plus 500, ding, shock point plus 500, ding, shock point plus 500, ding, shock points plus 500. Chapter 53, The World's Buzz. The Muse organization was defeated. The defeat was so simple, and the process and principles involved were so complicated. Inside Wall Street, the world's 8 largest internet companies held an emergency meeting. The news that the company from the Dragon Kingdom had defeated the Muse organization immediately went viral. What? You're saying that the Muse organization lost, and to an organization from the Dragon Kingdom? No, that's impossible, my dear. I would rather believe that this is merely an April Fool's Day joke. Otherwise, how could something so outrageous and comical happen? This is the age of the internet. Mastering internet technology is equivalent to controlling everything. So if this is all true, then we must remeasure the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. But the Dragon Kingdom has clearly only developed computer technology for less than 30 years or so. How could such a powerful organization be born? It doesn't matter. History has its inevitability. Once it happens, then it is reasonable. Now we must seriously think about a question. Even the Muse organization couldn't stop this company from the Dragon Kingdom. So once one day we are on the opposite side of the enemy from him, is it possible for us to defeat him? And how much loss will we suffer? The stakes of this matter are very high. Once we don't handle the relationship with the Dragon Kingdom well, the ones who will suffer losses in the future will probably be us. This meeting lasted for 7 whole hours, and the result of the meeting was that from this day onwards, the world's 8 major internet companies temporarily opened an emergency program. They decided to join forces to train a special organization that specialized in network security attack and defense. Once upon a time, they thought that as long as they had the network security defense network set up by the Muse organization, they would be able to rest easy. But now even the Muse organization had lost, and to an unknown company in the Dragon Kingdom, which gave them a great sense of insecurity. The internet era. Information determines everything. Once who mastered the more powerful information computer technology, then represents also has an indestructible sword, which gives other people's sense of deterrence is too powerful. Once upon a time, they thought that the Muse organization possessed the strongest technology, and it was in from the same camp with them, so they didn't panic. But now that the Dragon Kingdom had killed out such a powerful organization, there was no way for them not to panic. From this day onwards, they began to reconceptualize the strength of the Dragon Country, sighing that the Dragon Country is so big and rich that it has given birth to such talents. These 8 internet companies are also the world's leading technology companies. Technology companies are most afraid of things is in their hands, and the hands of the patent secrets are leaked out. This is the only card they have to develop their business operations. Once these secrets are leaked out, regardless of whether they are leaked into the hands of business rivals, they will suffer huge losses. Therefore, it was inevitable for them to unite and train a special organization, but they still had a vague concern in their hearts. This organization from the Dragon Kingdom was too mysterious, and had defeated the Muse organization right out of the gate. No one knew how many real undercards this organization had, and that was the most frightening thing. The thing these Wall Street businessmen were most worried about was nothing more than monetary gain. But there was also a large portion of people who were also having a heated discussion at the same time. And then the discussion centered on how terrifying the threat from the Dragon Kingdom really was. Even our Muse organization, which has been famous for so many years, actually lost. Could it be that there is really a so-called national fortune sheltering the Dragon Kingdom? Is the Dragon Kingdom really going to rise? This era is just too crazy. Even I can't keep up with the rhythm of this era. The Dragon Kingdom is actually sitting on such a powerful organization. Is this an expert in their folklore? Or is it actually something they secretly single-handedly invested a large amount of resources to cultivate? Does this mean that as long as they have the will, they can invade the computer networks of every major country in the world at will? If this is true, then the consequences are too horrific, and we have to be careful and on guard. At the same time, there were also many people who began to blame those game companies that were trying to monopolize the market for this incident. After all, the cause of this incident was that these game companies wanted to carry out monopolization. So they sent out the Muse organization to carry out improper acts against the Dragon Kingdom. But it didn't occur to them that they were such losers that not only did they fail in bullying others, but they were also bullied by others in turn. There were even rumors that they even had their core secrets taken away by the other party, which was too much of a shame. Dear God, I never dreamed that such a comical and humiliating thing would happen to our country, bullying others without succeeding in bullying them, and even being bullied by others in return. It's unimaginable that such a thing could happen to us. All of you should be nailed to the pillar of shame in history and be roasted by the roaring flames to pay for your sins. Unconscionable. Simply unconscionable. Rashly striking without even figuring out the strength gap between the two sides. It's hard to imagine how you people's heads grow. At the same time, there were also many people who began to fear the Dragon Kingdom, a great power that was about to rise. After all, this incident might just be nothing more than a sign. And there might be many secrets lurking within the Dragon Kingdom that they simply didn't know about. Even the Muse, the world's #1 hacker organization, had already lost to them. And this was still under the premise that the Dragon Kingdom was something that was simply unbeatable in the eyes of the Muse organization. It was hard to imagine if the Dragon Kingdom still had any undercard that was not known to the outside world. And just as people all over the world were rushing to start a heated discussion around this one, the people who were truly dumbfounded were actually the group of experts including Yi Nanshan Yi Lao. No matter what, we could never have imagined that it was Zhang Yuan, this seemingly ordinary and unimpressive rich merchant who had merely paid to bring them here. In fact, but the deep hidden, the critical moment even brazenly out, will be the other side in one fell swoop. This matter is really too legendary, so much so that they are now somewhat incredulous. Someone finally asked with trepidation, saying, Jiang Dong, may I ask why your strength is so strong? Why don't you directly strike, but also bring us these few goods? Jiang Dong, can't you just directly strike to solve the problem? But before Jiang Yuan could answer, Yi Nanshan spoke as if he had come to a realization. Jiang Yuan, are you just trying to show your hand in front of us people in order to recruit us all? Chapter 54, Tang Yueqin's matchmaking. In reality, Zhang Yuan was only because it was limited by the utility of its divine hacker talent. Without the assistance of these supercomputers along with others, it would actually be difficult for it to utilize its abilities even if it was too strong on its own. This matter was naturally impossible for him to say out loud. Since Elder Yi had voiced out this reason, he nodded his head and acquiesced. As soon as they saw Zhang Yuan nodding, the others could not help but come to a realization. So that's how it is. Dong Jiang is trying to throw a brick to attract Jade and build a team of his own. We're still in a small pattern. Only a person of Yi Lao's level can guess Zhang Dong's mind. I signed up for the first time, doing things under a rich and capable person like Zhang Dong. That's peace of mind. A burst of rainbow farts kept blowing. Zhang Yuan touched his nose and took it as a default. And this matter was finally resolved. Not only did it solve Yuanmei Game Company's peril, but he himself was able to obtain a large amount of shareholder dividends from it every quarter. Zhang Yuan had also managed to harvest a team of many computer experts, recruited into his command, ready to be called upon at any time. The next day, Zhang Yuan received a call from manager Wang, stating that Dr. Zhang Huixing was ready to operate at any time. Zhang Yuan then also informed Sun Tingting's mother and daughter about this matter. Inside the hospital room, when Tang Yueqin heard that her husband's lung cancer might be saved, her eyes instantly reddened and she turned to Zhang Yuan with a burst of gratitude. Sun Tingting was also so grateful to Zhang Yuan that she almost knelt down, but Zhang Yuan held her in time. The old classmates looked at this scene. They couldn't help but give Zhang Yuan a heartfelt thumbs up. Old classmates help when they are in trouble. Good job. But there was also a villain with a dark heart, who at the moment was constantly praying for the surgery to fail. It was none other than Song Xiaofeng. Humph, what's the big deal? The surgery hasn't succeeded yet. This what's his name Dr. Zhang blew so godlike. If the surgery fails after Sun hiccups, I'll see if you, Zhang Yuan, are disgraced. Maybe this what Zhang Doctor is Zhang Yuan to find someone to pretend, in order to pretend to be a force to fill the scene. If this is the original appearance, then there will be a good show to see. At that time, wouldn't Sun Tingting hate Zhang Yuan to death? Song Xiaofeng's face was full of darkness as he viciously why-whyed in the corner, his mind full of thoughts on how to hit Zhang Yuan's face in a while. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, only glanced at Song Xiaofeng out of the corner of his eye and directly ignored it. According to his understanding of Song Xiaofeng in the past, this kind of garbage person's head would not be full of good things anyway, so he just had to ignore him. Tang Yueqin was originally very optimistic about Song Xiaofeng, but after Zhang Yuan's identity was revealed, she completely lost interest in Song Xiaofeng, not to mention that Sun Tingting only had Zhang Yuan in her sights, and the other old classmates didn't treat Song Xiaofeng very well either. So for a while, Song Xiaofeng was like an outsider, being left on the other side by everyone. When Sun Tingting's father was sent into the operating room, almost everyone was praying for a smooth and successful surgery, and the surgery went on for about 4 hours. After the surgery was completed, when Dr. Zhang appeared in front of the crowd, a relieved smile appeared on his face. The surgery went well. Don't worry. Mother and daughter Tang Yueqin and Sun Tingting burst into tears. They had endured too much these days. Zhang Yuan hurriedly supported the mother and daughter. Sun Tingting mother and daughter hugged and cried for a while before stopping. And when the emotions calmed down a bit, Tang Yueqin immediately began to move the heart. Now in her eyes, Zhang Yuan is undoubtedly the best candidate for a son-in-law. A 24K pure gold son-in-law. If she could get her daughter Sun Tingting and Zhang Yuan together, then she would be able to make her family live a superior life. Moreover, because of her husband's lung cancer, the whole family has already emptied their family fortune, and now basically have no money. The only hope is their daughter Sun Tingting. Tang Yueqin was very shrewd and realistic. she immediately had a plan. However, she did not speak directly to Jiang Yuan. Instead she turned her head to Sun Tingting and said, "Ting Ting, you're tired of taking care of Dad these days, find a place to rest today." When Sun Tingting heard her mother's words, she instantly didn't know what to say. Find a place to rest. Their family's house has been sold for the sake of treatment. To live in a hotel, that also had to have money. These days, both their mother and daughter were spending a hard time in the hospital. Jiang Yuan obviously saw Sun Tingting's dilemma. He spoke at the right time. "Let me arrange Tingting's accommodation." Tang Yuaqin said heartily, "How can this be good? Living in a hotel requires quite a lot of expenses, right? We can't just let you spend money for us for no reason." When the surrounding students heard this, they immediately felt that Sun Tingting's mother was very polite. But unexpectedly, Tang Yuaqin's next sentence was, "Why don't we let Tingting go to your home for a few days temporarily? I'm also relieved to have someone as warm-hearted as you to help take care of Tingting." Snap! At once a large number of students around them fell down. It's really not polite, directly letting live in the house. This was giving away a daughter. When Sun Tingting heard this, she immediately blushed her cheeks and pulled her own mother's hand to signal her not to talk nonsense. And Jiang Yuan was only slightly stunned before he nodded his head and said, "That's fine. Just come to my home for a few days temporarily. Anyway, my home is also big. One more person living there is just one more pair of chopsticks." Jiang Yuan was also a bit tired after last night's battle, so he didn't think much about it. His own home was indeed big, and having an extra person living there would not have been a big deal in the first place. As for the surrounding students, when they heard this, they immediately had extremely gossipy smiles on their faces. This was all going to live together. How could it not rub off a little bit? They were obviously very optimistic about Sun Tingting and Jiang Yuan getting back together. As for Song Xiaofeng, his face was green with anger and his body was constantly beating. This is going to live together? This absolutely can't happen. What good can come from a lone man and woman? Song Xiaofeng immediately exclaimed, "Jiang Yuan, why don't you take us to your home for a tour? We all know that you've gotten rich, so why don't you let us open our eyes as well?" He was drunkenly not interested in wine, but actually did not want Sun Tingting to be alone with Jiang Yuan. God knows what will happen once Jiang Yuan leads Sun Tingting back home alone. At least if we let this large group of people follow us, nothing will happen for the time being. As soon as Tang Yuaqin heard this, she immediately frowned and said, "Xiao Ting has been emaciated from taking care of the patients these days. I don't think it's too suitable for crowded occasions, so it's fine to let Jiang Yuan take care of her by himself." When Song Xiaofeng heard this, his hands and feet immediately went cold. It's too realistic. Chapter 55 The Road to Billionaires. Sun Tingting was blushing and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? What's wrong with classmates getting together to have some fun after not seeing each other for so long?" Although Sun Tingting heartily wanted to spend time alone with Jiang Yuan, but after all, she was a young girl with a particularly thin skin. In public, her own mother blatantly setting herself up with Jiang Yuan in front of so many classmates, it inevitably made her a little embarrassed. Tang Yuaqin secretly sighed. She knew that her daughter was thin-skinned, and that she would probably suffer a great loss in the future. But since she had said so, she couldn't say anything more. Song Xiaofeng's heart cheered. Damn, it's good that the little girl is thin-skinned. Otherwise it would be cheaper for Jiang Yuan. In the face of all these fights, Jiang Yuan was actually too lazy to pay attention. He was now a little tired and wanted to return home to rest comfortably. Jiang Yuan casually said, "You guys can come if you want to. You haven't seen each other for so long. It's time to get together." And the thoughts in the hearts of the many male students present actually varied. Go ah, definitely go ah. Sun Tingting is my goddess. How can I let Jiang Yuan take care of her alone? A man and a woman taking care of each other will definitely take care of their feelings, and it's only natural that old feelings will be rekindled. We mustn't let this kind of thing happen. This Sun Tingting's mom really knows what she's doing. Isn't it obvious that she wants to set up Jiang Yuan and Tingting? Absolutely not. Tingting such a beautiful goddess. How can she fall into Jiang Yuan's hands again? I absolutely disagree. Some men always have a unique possessiveness towards pretty girls. As soon as they heard that Sun Tingting, the goddess from their school days, was going home with Jiang Yuan, they immediately got a taste for it. So they all proposed that they wanted to get together with Jiang Yuan again. When Jiang Yuan heard this, he ordered Xiao Wang to prepare some cars at hand to bring a group of old classmates to get into the car in a frenzy, ready to go home. These cars had the Flying Pusher 500 that he bought last time, but also had Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Ferrari. Jiang Yuan is awesome. So many luxury cars. Even renting so many cars for a day would cost a lot of money, right? With Jiang Yuan being so generous, he must have bought them. Brother Yuan is awesome. Ding. Shot points plus 100. 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 Ding. Shock points plus 100. And the limousines, carrying a large group of people, soon traveled to a somewhat special road. There weren't many cars on this road, and it seemed a bit cold and empty. But the cars traveling on this road were basically all well-known limited edition supercars. And there were even Rolls-Royce Phantom and Lamborghini Poison. On this road, one could hardly see any luxury car worth less than millions. Yao Xaner's insight was extraordinary, and she immediately recognized it. Is this the so-called Billionaire's Road? The Billionaire's Road represented an extremely special and extraordinary significance. The reason for this was that this road led to the famous mansion and villa area in South City, the East Mountain Villa area. Those who lived in this place were undoubtedly 10 billionaires. According to the authoritative statistics of the World Organization, the number of millionaires in the world has 17 million people, but there are only 1,000 billionaires. This road has a significant position in the South City. People who can walk on this road are undoubtedly either billionaires or friends of billionaires. The end of this road was what some people called the gathering place of tens of billions of billionaires. The most luxurious villa area in the South City, Dongshan Villa area. Song Xiaofeng sat in his car with a dark face. He felt something wasn't quite right. This is the road of tens of billions of billionaires? How is it possible? Even if Zhang Yuan has a little bit of money, it's impossible for him to be a 10 billionaire, right? After all, Zhang Yuan was really too young. Even if he had some encounters to achieve tens of millions of dollars, this should top the sky. 10 billion worth of this level of big brother. Song Xiaofeng is really difficult to associate with Zhang Yuan to appease. Even if Zhang Yuan has some special connections, able to contact Dr. Zhang Huaishan. At the same time, some of the wealth can afford to drive a Lamborghini Hurricane. But this does not mean that Zhang Yuan is a 10 billionaire. Could this brat be looking for someone to rent a villa to fill up the scene? Specially used to coax those little girls who have never seen the world. Song Xiaofeng's eyes twinkled and immediately associated it with many things. In fact, this kind of routine was also something Song Xiaofeng liked to use very much. Renting some villas at relatively inexpensive prices and renting some luxury cars to take pictures to build their circle of friends. Even invite friends to play in their own rented homes, so that some young and unseasoned girls will be very easy to fall into the trap, mistakenly believe that they are in the hands of big money, and thus be taken down. This was the routine that Song Xiaofeng often used, and it was tried and true. But when they arrived at their destination, the detached villa in the East Mountain Villa area where Zhang Yuan was, Song Xiaofeng was instantly dumbfounded. Everything he had just speculated was immediately overturned by him, because what appeared in front of them was actually the most luxurious villa in the core area of the East Mountain Villa district. Even if the several villas around them were added up, their prices would still be far from this one. Any villa in the East Mountain Villa area would cost more than $1 billion. And the price of this villa in the most central area had even reached as much as $4 billion. Boy, what is this Zhang Yuan in the end? Song Xiaofeng's entire body was dumbfounded in place. His original speculations in the bottom of his heart were all overturned, and his entire thoughts were turned upside down by the shock. This level of villa, even if you want to rent, there is no way to rent. People who can afford to buy this kind of villa, who would still care about that little bit of rent? This villa was undoubtedly owned by Zhang Yuan himself. The housekeeper, Yao Wenwen, also appropriately appeared to greet Zhang Yuan, and behind her were several maids. Brother Yuan is awesome. This villa is actually yours. I go. Is this a palace or a villa? This is too luxurious. Is that beautiful woman the housekeeper? Nima, how does she look like a fairy? Too beautiful. More than that, you see inside there is a large group of super beautiful maids. This is where the fairies live. Right. Brother Yuan is too powerful. Zhang Yuan, please, take me as your little brother. I want to follow Brother Yuan. I had the strongest relationship with Brother Yuan when I was in school. Right, Brother Yuan. Bring me along more. Ding. Shock points plus 300. Ding. Shock points plus 300. Ding. Shock points plus 300. Ding. Shock point plus 300. Ding. Shock point plus 300. Ding. Shock points plus 300. Chapter 56. Shocked old classmate. Sun Tingting was also a little speechless with shock. East Mountain Villa District. This was a zone that was known as the gathering place of tens of billions of billionaires. And what Zhang Yuan had brought himself here was clearly a villa in the most central area, with a value far higher than the other villas around. Zhang Yuan, is this really your home? Sun Tingting swallowed her saliva, feeling a little incredulous. She really could not believe what was happening in front of her. She knew that Zhang Yuan had money and access nowadays, but how could she not associate Zhang Yuan, a young man in his early 20s, with the word 10 billionaire? Well, this is my home. Zhang Yuan nodded briefly. He lightly took Sun Tingting's hand and led her inside his villa area. The group of old classmates also followed behind with their heads full of shock. As soon as they entered, there was a large garden. surrounded by beautifully poised maids trimming the greenery. When they saw Jiang Yuan arrive, they raised their heads and smiled. Good day Jiang Dong. Good day Jiang Dong. Jiang Yuan also smiled and greeted. And the old classmates at the back couldn't help but be a little surprised. I shouldn't be dreaming. This place is also too big. And this garden is also too beautiful. What's a beautiful garden? These maids are not only all very capable, but you can't see that they are all very beautiful. Their face value is just like the class flower in the school. I'm afraid they are just a step behind Sun Tingting. Good boy. So many beautiful and capable maids. How much money do you have to pay in salary alone every month? This spending is too horrible. It's true that poverty limits my imagination. I can't even imagine the enjoyment of the rich. I go. Living here is just like the ancient emperors. The wine pool and meat forest. This enjoyment is also too good. No wonder Jiang Yuan is so calm. If I had so many beautiful women around me every day, I would also look calm when I see them. And all this was just the beginning. After the crowd passed through the small garden, Jiang Yuan brought them to a place that was perfect for an open-air barbecue. When they raised their heads, they could see that within their field of vision was a small artificial pond that had been carefully arranged. Not only was it possible to fish, but the scenery was a beautiful stroke. Eating in this kind of place was very refreshing. Jiang Yuan had people set out about a dozen mahogany dining tables and chairs, and had invited the students to take their seats. He then had people prepare a grill and oven, as well as some treasured red wine and beef, intending to have an open-air barbecue party. The beautiful cooks also wrapped up their aprons and started cooking dishes for the crowd. Xiao Ye, Zhang Shishir and the others were in charge of the barbecue, while Xiao Xian and Yi Yan were in charge of simmering the secret soup and mixing some barbecue ingredients. As soon as these few beautiful cooking gods appeared within the crowd's field of vision, they immediately caused another commotion. I originally thought that I'd been numbed from seeing so many beautiful women today, but I didn't expect that these few girls in charge of cooking would actually look a cut taller than everyone else out there. I think it's simply comparable to the face value of a goddess like Sun Tingting. I'll go. With such a capable face value like Sun Tingting, there are actually 4 or 5 of them here. Jiang Yuan's life is also too emotional. Open-air barbecue and a large group of school flower-level beauty accompanied. Jiang Yuan usually live like this? It's really luxurious and extravagant. Ding. Shock points plus 100. 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 And under Jiang Yuan's order, soon a piece of beef and red wine was taken out and appeared within the crowd's field of vision. Beef was known as the pride of meat, but it was not rare. Basically everyone had consumed beef. But this piece of beef that appeared in front of them was a bit different. Each piece of beef was covered with a layer of very beautiful snowflake texture, just like the frost in winter. And the color of these beef is bright and shiny, obviously very fresh, as well as the meat looks very tight. Take a knife inserted surprisingly like deep into the same. At the same time the fat covering distribution is very uniform, belongs to the unattainable. Obviously this was the top of the line beef. I'll go. That's Kobe beef right? I've seen it in a video before. It looks like this. It's rumored that a small piece of Kobe beef costs over 2,000. There's actually this much here. Boy, wouldn't all this beef here be equivalent to several years of our salary? This kind of luxurious beef can be eaten once. It's said that it's so fragrant and tender that even the tongue must be able to bite it off. Jiang Yuan is awesome. Jiang Yuan smiled and ordered his men to pour red wine for everyone. It was then that everyone's attention shifted to the wine. And this wine was actually an 82-year-old Lafite. This is Lafite. And it's really 82. Isn't this something that only appears in segments? It's an eye-opener. It's said that such a small bottle of 82 Lafite would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Wipe. Then I drink a mouthful is not the equivalent of drinking a few thousand. The equivalent of directly drinking a newest model of cell phone. Ding. Shock points plus 100. 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 And the beautiful cooks moved quickly. Not only were they beautiful, their cooking skills were even better. And a simple barbecue could be grilled with a twist. Strings of delicious kebabs sprinkled with sauces were then presented to the table, as well as the soup made from lobsters were also served. All sorts of extravagant aromas spread out. With so many expensive ingredients, the delicious aroma seemed to be permeated with the fragrance of money. The old classmates buried their heads at once, and were immersed in the tender and delicious Kobe barbecue beef and delicious red wine. Jiang Yuan was holding a tall glass with half a cup of red wine syrup in it. He smiled and raised his glass at Sun Tingting, saying, "It's been a long time since I had dinner with you. Have a drink." Sun Tingting's face instantly reddened and she also raised a glass of red wine before crossing her arm with Jiang Yuan's glass. Jiang Yuan also froze. "I didn't want to drink a cup of wine with you." Obviously Sun Tingting had misunderstood his meaning. Although he used to love drinking crosscups with her, only he looked at Sun Tingting had already drunk it. He himself was not good at destroying people's intentions, so he simply tilted his head and drank it as well. And this scene of Jiang Yuan and Sun Tingting drinking cross-cup wine fell under the eyes of other old classmates, immediately triggering another storm of jealousy. Chapter 57, Urge to Get Married. Blind Date. Song Xiaofeng was so angry that his face turned green. This is still in front of a large group of old classmates. This drink on the cup of wine. Then if the two of them were left alone when the old classmates left, they might still be drinking. No, I have to think of a way. I haven't lost yet. I'm not willing. Song Xiaofeng's heart was anxious. Very anxious. He had lost to Jiang Yuan once back then, and watched Jiang Yuan and Sun Tingting get together. This time he couldn't say anything to lose again. Tingting, if your father is discharged from the hospital in a few days, why don't you stay at my side? Song Xiaofeng said hypocritically. The old man is recovering from a serious illness. He just needs a good environment to regulate. My house just happens to have a place that's very suitable for convalescence. There are 3 natural gardens there. It's very suitable for conditioning your body after an illness. Sun Tingting hadn't even heard him finish. Immediately she kept shaking her head, shaking it like a rattledrum and rejecting it outright. She only believed in brother Jiang Yuan in her heart right now. All other men were big pig's hooves. She didn't even bother to look at them, not to mention believing in Song Xiaofeng, a man with an extremely bad reputation. Jiang Yuan was just about to open his mouth to relieve her, when Yao Wenwen, the housekeeper at the side, spoke up at the right time. We have 13 refined ponds and 7 natural state-grade gardens here, which I think is already very conducive to the recovery of the elderly. 13 man-made ponds and 7 gardens. Song Xiaofeng immediately choked on his words when he heard this. This is not bullying. The other students also looked sideways, feeling a bit shocked. I'll go. There are 13 ponds and 7 large national-level gardens here. What's the difference between this national-level garden and an ordinary garden? My uncle is dry garden art. He and I mentioned some. National Garden generally has 300 meters of wooden stacks, planted hundreds of thousands of a wide variety of plants. The garden also has a lot of man-made streams and sandy beaches, very environmentally friendly and safe. Such a luxurious garden here actually has so many, worthy of being a villa in the East Mountain Villa. Too luxurious. Jiang Yuan is awesome. Ding. Shock points plus 300. Ding. Shock points plus 300. Ding. Shock point plus 300. Ding. Shock point plus 300. Ding. Shock points plus 300. Song Xiaofeng was instantly deflated. He tried very hard to find another reason, but tragically realized that Sun Tingting only had Jiang Yuan at the bottom of her eyes, and she had been completely ignored. This scene had been repeated many times during his student days. At that time in school, Sun Tingting had only Jiang Yuan in her eyes, completely ignoring Song Xiaofeng. Sure enough, history was always strikingly similar. Song Xiaofeng, he wanted to regain the conversation, but he helplessly realized that he didn't seem to have any strengths in front of Jiang Yuan. In terms of face value, Jiang Yuan was properly a face emperor whose face value was approaching a perfect score. In terms of wealth and status, Song Xiaofeng simply couldn't even compare to today's Jiang Yuan. Therefore, he can only watch as Jiang Yuan and Sun Tingting talked and laughed. Soon, the fun time of the barbecue party soon came to an end with Sun Tingting's eyes overflowing with happiness. This meal, the vast majority of the old classmates were all happy and satisfied with this barbecue party. Not only was the surrounding scenery luxurious and beautiful, and the food very tasty, but also because Jiang Yuan was extremely happy chatting at the center. Except for Song Xiaofeng, who was almost biting his teeth off, watching Sun Tingting constantly browbeating Jiang Yuan. But he also knew that he had completely lost his competitiveness now and could only turn back and find another opportunity. Song Xiaofeng looked at Sun Tingting with extreme reluctance, and in the end, he could only disperse helplessly, leaving the place with a group of old classmates. And Sun Tingting seemed to have been waiting for the other classmates to leave for a very long time. She blushed and gradually colored a beautiful reddish hue. Brother Jiang Yuan, I'll be troubling you for these few days. Jiang Yuan nodded, then asked Yao Wenwen to arrange a room for Sun Tingting to stay in. If there are any problems, feel free to look for me anytime. Jiang Yuan said, well, actually I hope that you can come over often to talk to me. Sun Tingting gathered her courage and said shyly. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache when he looked at her like this. She seemed to still have some old feelings for herself. However, her father had just finished his surgery. Sun Tingting had taken care of her father for so many days and was so emaciated. It was not good for her to directly open her mouth to rebuff her. Therefore, Jiang Yuan did not say anything more and just nodded with a smile. Sun Tingting, after so many days of fear, his father's condition has finally been relieved. She relaxed. The spirit will soon fall into sleep. Jiang Yuan's phone rang at this moment. He picked it up and realized that it was his own mother calling. Son, you now talk about the object. Ready when to get married? I want to hold grandchildren it. How is it again this sentence? John Yuan heart a burst of speechless. A few days ago was not just made a phone call to worry about their own lifelong matters it. For the time being, no. Then it is just right. I trust acquaintances and relatives specially help you in the South City to find a very good girl. You two meet tomorrow. Mom, I don't really want to go on a blind date. Why don't we forget about it? All trust people about good. Several relatives and acquaintances know this matter. If you do not even go, my face where to put no matter whether there is no success. You must go to a trip. That's fine. Just meet up. John Yuan thought for a moment. Although he knew that his mother was unlikely to agree, he still opened his mouth and asked, Mom, why don't I bring you to live in the city? I'm having a good time now. Let's talk about this later. Let's talk about this when you come home for the new year. You first do the blind date thing for me. After a phone call of about half an hour, John Yuan chatted with his own mother. Most of the chat was about urging for marriage. His mother kept urging John Yuan to hurry up and find a date to get married, stating that she wanted to hold grandchildren very much, as well as constantly introducing John Yuan to how excellent the girl on the blind date was. For example, it is the return of overseas students, looks very beautiful and lovely, character very elegant and quiet, how kind-hearted and so on. John Yuan can only continue to cope with his mother. At the same time the bottom of his heart constantly spit. This girl if really have said so excellent, can still come to blind date it. 80% is some exaggerated information only, but this is something that John Yuan naturally cannot say. In the end, John Yuan agreed to this matter, and at the same time slightly reloaded a bit, ready to go to see this blind date girl tomorrow. Returnee girl, and pretty and cute, also elegant and quiet and kind. Really don't know what the situation is when we meet. John Yuan thought about it and prepared for a second-hand preparation. Chapter 58 Rich White Beauty Ye Still. John Yuan called out to the housekeeper Yao Wenwen and said, I'm going to meet a girl tomorrow. You go with me. If this girl is pretty, then you press on. If the girl is ugly, then you follow the signal I sent you to come in and find me, so that I have a reason to get away. When Yao Wenwen heard this, her fire of gossip blazed. Boss, you're going to have an online romance bend now? John Yuan shook his head. No, the family arranged a blind date. Yao Wenwen immediately understood and patted her chest to assure. Don't worry, I will improvise. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, Yao Wenwen drove the Lamborghini Hurricane on the road. With John Yuan sitting in the passenger seat, the duo quickly arrived at the agreed location, Cherry Cafe. Inside the cafe, John Yuan arrived at the location on time according to the agreed time. However, the opposite seat was empty. John Yuan waited patiently. About 15 minutes passed. The arranged matchmaking girl was late and the seat was still empty. Being late for so long on the first date, it was obvious that he didn't take this matter to heart. John Yuan's first impression of this blind date woman couldn't help but be a little worse. Even Yao Wenwen, who was waiting outside, couldn't help but frown, her heart a little unhappy. Even letting her own boss Zhang wait for so long, this matchmaking girl has a big temper. However, John Yuan was also blessed by the misfortune. Just when he was bored and looked around, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of an old acquaintance, a light blue ancient-style cheongsam, outlining thrilling curves, a simple bun pulled up on her head, and a delicate and pretty face, just like a little ancient-style lady walking out of a painting. It's Yi still? John Yuan was a little surprised. This was none other than that ancient-style little lady from the Yi family. Since the last time when they parted ways at the Faith Carlton restaurant, they didn't expect to coincidentally meet her here again. As for Yi still, she was also very sensitive to sight, and she couldn't help but turn her head when she sensed a pair of somewhat familiar gazes. This coincidentally touched John Yuan's gaze and his eyes met. When Yi still saw that it was John Yuan, he was immediately surprised and delighted, and could not help but bury his head in a light smile. Ever since that day when she parted ways with John Yuan, her heart would often think of John Yuan's appearance. She didn't think that it was such a coincidence that she actually met again here today. Could it be the fate of heaven? Yi still couldn't help but become even more shy when she thought of this. In the blink of an eye, John Yuan had already walked in front of her. Such a coincidence. You also come here to drink coffee? Yi still blushed and gently nodded, but then thought of something and hurriedly shook her head. This shy appearance is quite innocent and cute. John Yuan couldn't help but laugh out. Why did you nod and shake your head? Yi still hurriedly explained. This coffee shop is opened by my family. I came here to take a look on a daily basis. John Yuan suddenly realized and made a bow. So you are the lady boss here. Disrespect. Disrespect. Yi still looked at his action look a bit funny, and couldn't help but laugh lowly again. But then as if she thought of something, she asked a little nervously. Then what are you doing here? Dating a girl? The Chilua Cafe was a famous dating mecca in South City, where men and women came here, basically to date. The decor here was also designed in the style of couples, and with quite a lot of moody and soothing music playing. This place was also known as one of the locations with the highest dating success rate in South City. Jang Yuan was very frank and told him about his mother forcing him to come here for a blind date. When Yi still heard this, she smiled foolishly and said in her heart, "Luckily, I didn't come here with my girlfriend." But immediately afterward, she frowned and said, "This blind date that you have arranged has no sense of time at all, and obviously doesn't have you in mind." Jang Yuan didn't say anything. In fact, that was pretty much what he thought in his heart. In his own mother's eyes, he was still just a courier with a monthly salary of 3,000, and this matter should have been something she had spoken to the other party about as well. Therefore the other party's arrogant and unreasonable attitude, being late for so long but not contacting himself, not even a decent explanation, is obviously not unexpected. Yi still said generously, "People are obviously going to let you off the hook. Why don't we sit down and have a drink?" Faced with the invitation from the pretty and dignified ancient-style young lady, Jang Yuan naturally did not have any reason to refuse, but Jang Yuan was just about to agree. But at that moment a clear and loud female voice came from behind. "May I ask if you are Jang Yuan?" Jang Yuan turned around and found a fashionable woman with her face painted with heavy makeup and her hair dyed a coffee color looking at her. This fashionable woman's figure was very tall, with a 7-headed height ratio. She could totally be a model. "Hello, I'm Jang Yuan. Well, I was introduced to you by an acquaintance. My name is Yi Kier. We can start sitting down and chatting." After Yi Kier finished speaking, she walked back to her original appointment and waited for Jang Yuan. Because he couldn't afford to fail his mother's trust, Jang Yuan said to Yi still with an apologetic hug, "Wait for me for a while, we'll have a drink later." I'll wait for you." In fact, Yi still felt a little tasteless, quietly looked at Yi Kier who was not far away, and suddenly her eyes were not good. Originally, she was already on the verge of sitting down for a date with Jang Yuan's little brother, but she didn't expect this little bimbo to come out and make trouble again. Yi still quietly found a seat near Jang Yuan and sat down, perked up her ears and listened to the two matchmaking. In fact, Jang Yuan on this side is also mindful of Yi still, this fashionable female Yi still although tall, but face painted with all kinds of heavy makeup. In terms of face value and temperament, she was completely incomparable to Yi still. Therefore Jang Yuan only wanted to end this blind date quickly and go to accompany Yi still. "May I ask what is your current job and what is your approximate monthly income?" 3,000. "I'm a courier." Jang Yuan made a long story short, just wanting to get rid of this somewhat arrogant fashionable woman immediately. Usually when this kind of girl heard that she was a courier with a monthly salary of 3,000, she should have shown an impatient expression. However, Yi Kier drank a cup of coffee very calmly and said, "Courier is not bad. Running around a bit more. Your body should be very healthy. I'm very satisfied." Jang Yuan stumbled on his feet and felt a bit absurd. What kind of medicine was this fashionable woman selling in her gourd? Even Yi still, who had her ears perked up to eavesdrop, was also a bit puzzled. This girl seemed to be out of her element. Could it be that she had learned information about Jang Yuan from somewhere? Yi Kier gently took a sip of coffee and revealed a somewhat cautious look. Chapter 59, The Scheming Woman Yi Kier. Originally, Yi Kier had no intention of coming to the appointment today, although when she got Jang Yuan's photo through an acquaintance, she was immediately a little surprised at the face value of Jang Yuan, the Yen Emperor. But when she learned that Jang Yuan's identity was just a small courier, she immediately rolled her eyes and instantly lost all interest in Jang Yuan. Despite her lack of interest in Jang Yuan's small courier, it was only because of her family's face that she couldn't open her mouth directly to reject this matter. Therefore, today was intended to lie that there are things on the road cannot come. Simply put, a trip this poor little courier pigeon. But the good thing is that she improvised and showed off Jang Yuan's photo to a few of her girlfriends. This kind of Jang Yuan, this kind of yen D delay is still hard to beat. Can let oneself in front of their girlfriends to satisfy some vanity. This male's appearance, I seem to have seen it somewhere. I've seen it too. It seems to have a 7 or 8% resemblance to a rich big man who appeared in a live broadcast room before and whose ID name is Yuan Zhangdi. Really, yeah, it really looks like that genie emperor, but I don't know if it's the same person or just a similarity. Zhen Zhangdi, that super godly man who had swiped countless luxurious gifts in a single day at the live broadcast room of female anchor Jiang Shireen, the one who even made Jiang Shireen break the rules, and who even went out on a live date with him, that big brother. Yuan Zhangdi, Yuan Zhangdi, Zhang Yuan. These two names gradually overlapped together and looked quite similar. Could it be the same person? As soon as Yi Kier heard this, her heart was suddenly in a state of shock. Could it be that this Zhang Yuan was actually a rich bigot? Only this kind of rich big brother generally like to play a ruse. That is to deliberately not reveal their identity as a rich man, as a way to test whether their blind date is a woman who loves vanity. But whether this Zhang Yuan was a rich man, Or just an ordinary man with some similarities to that Yuan Zhangdi's appearance? That would require some examination on one's own. Yi Kur was actually a very high-segmented green tea woman with a heart of gold, who had toyed with countless licking dogs and rich men. She had the confidence that with her fiery eyes, she would definitely not be wrong. She held the mindset that she would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. It was an impromptu decision to come over and thus she was 15 minutes late. The blind date still continued. Yi Kur continued to ask questions. Then may I ask what your hobbies are? Zhang Yuan's side only wanted to quickly get rid of this blind date girl and go accompany the ancient-style beauty Yi Still. I like to raise some small animals, such as snakes, lizards, turtles and the like. Zhang Yuan didn't lie. This was his biggest hobby during his student days, only due to the fact that he had a lot less time after he started working, so he put it on hold for the time being. Generally girls would subconsciously be disgusted when they heard about snakes, lizards and other cold-blooded animals. But Yi Kur's face was calm but she smiled and said, "Then you are really caring. In fact, I also like these small animals. Sometime we can discuss about raising animals together." Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. This female is a bit of something. Not too easy to deal with. How many girlfriends have you dated before? Zhang Yuan thought about it and answered truthfully, "Don't remember. I don't think you'll remember how many slices of bread you've eaten in your life." Puff. Yi Still sitting at the next table eavesdropping heard this answer from Zhang Yuan and almost stumbled and fell down. Which person answered the question on a blind date like this? Isn't this an obvious rejection of people? Who knows? Yi Kur gathered her coffee-colored hair and said, "That's just right. I think boys with rich emotional experience are very considerate and good at taking care of people. I'm getting more and more satisfied with you." Zhang Yuan, what's going on? Zhang Yuan began to notice something was wrong. As someone who had talked to quite a few girlfriends, he could actually see very accurately about women. This Yi Kur was acting like a high-class green tea lady. Little bastard. Pretend. You pretend again. Fight with me. Still tender. A flash of complacency passed through Yi Kur's eyes. Zhang Yuan's gaze was sharp. He gradually sensed Yi Kur's thoughts. He also calmed down and quietly waited for what tricks Yi Kur would come up with. As time passed, after asking a few more unsavory questions, Yi Kur's foxtail was finally gradually revealed. "Can you tell me a little bit about what you generally wear? I want to understand your clothing," Yi Kur said with some heart. This question appeared to be inquiring about Zhang Yuan's aesthetics, but in reality, this was a key point to test whether Zhang Yuan was a rich man or not. When a rich person pretended to be poor, the biggest crack was in the perception of the clothes they wore. Talking about clothing brands inadvertently revealed the attitude. That is a long-term habit, can completely reflect a person's living conditions. This is something they can't pretend even if they want to. As a high-level green tea lady, Yi Kur understood this very well, but Zhang Yuan wasn't a vegetarian either. After realizing Yi Kur's ruse, he decided to come up with a will-o'-the-wisp. "I usually go to Nanchang department store to buy special-priced clothes when they're on clearance out of season, picking them up as I go, not picking brands," Zhang Yuan said while looking at Yi Kur with his eyes, completely not looking like he was lying. It was also true that he wasn't lying. This was how he used to live. Yi Kur sniffed, and immediately hesitated a little. Looking at Zhang Yuan's posture, it really didn't seem like he was a rich man. "But I see that you are not badly dressed." Yi Kur pointed to the designer Versace that Zhang Yuan was wearing, as well as the wristwatch he was wearing on his wrist. Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate to say, "That was for my blind date. I purposely went to buy a few cottage designer brands to fill up the scene." "Don't believe me. Look at," Zhang Yuan said, while casually throwing the valuable white gold wristwatch to the side like a piece of trash, without any pain. This action was flowing as if it was like saying, "Look, this is really a cottage." Yi Kur gave Zhang Yuan a suspicious look. Could it be that I've really misrecognized, and that this Zhang Yuan might merely be a poor man who looks somewhat similar to the Yuan Zhang Emperor? It's actually not a rare thing for there to be two similar-looking people in the world, and all sorts of celebrity faces can be found in life as well as their corresponding lowly versions. So this Zhang Yuan is really nothing more than a small courier, causing himself to waste half a day's effort for nothing. What a waste of feelings. Yi Kur's willingness to come over for a blind date today was all due to her suspicion that Zhang Yuan would not be the Yuan Zhangdi who had rewarded her with sky-high gifts in the live broadcast. But after some inspection, with her eyes as a high-end green tea whore, Zhang Yuan really didn't look like a rich man. Unless Zhang Yuan's acting skills were so good that even she was fooled. But how could that be possible? Who could escape her own battle-hardened fiery eyes? So Yi Kur looked at Zhang Yuan with incomparable disappointment. "Then let's stop here for today. Let's contact each other later." Yi Kur wanted to leave, thinking that she had set up a big mess today. She felt very angry. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, smiled slightly. He could finally get rid of this green tea girl and go find Yi Still. However, when Zhang Yuan looked at Yi Still, he realized that a boy was pestering Yi Still. Chapter 60, Zhang Yuan is my boyfriend. still are you free today? Let's go watch a movie together. It's your birthday in a few days, right? I prepared a gift for you. Yi still had a headache. Standing in front of her was Yifeng, the nephew of a director of Royal Century Casino. Royal Century Casino. This place was an extremely famous gold grotto in South City, covering a huge range of entertainment programs, and the annual running profits were extremely frightening. Even the Yi family, where Yi still resides, does not dare to easily offend. Therefore, in the face of this and the Royal Century Casino relationship is not very high, Yifeng, Yi still is also quite a headache. Good thing at this time Jiang Yuan had already solved his own trouble and walked towards himself. With a twinkle in her eye, Yi still immediately took Jiang Yuan's hand and said to Yifeng, "Introduce me. This is my just-made boyfriend Jiang Yuan." Jiang Yuan glanced at Yi still with some surprise, but didn't utter a rebuttal. After all, he was a discerning person and quickly saw the relationship between the two people present. A goddess and a licking dog. Quite a classic relationship. Yi still clearly wanted to borrow himself as a shield, so he would do himself a favor and help her out. Jiang Yuan naturally put his arm over Yi Still's shoulder and graciously introduced himself. "Hello, I am Jiang Yuan, Still's boyfriend." When Yifeng heard this, he was first shocked, followed by clenching his teeth, and when the fashionable woman Yi Kor, who was just about to leave, saw this scene, she immediately felt a bit ludicrous. Who is it bad to find? You find a small courier as a shield. Isn't this a shield made of plastic? Yi Kor shook her head and laughed. As a high-level green tea, she could see the relationship of the people present at a glance, and she was not surprised about the matter of Yi still looking for Jiang Yuan as a shield. After all, although Jiang Yuan's family was poor and he was a small courier, he was after all also a very good-looking ND, and it made sense that a girl would be willing to look for him to do this kind of favor. It's just that this lickspill obviously won't let it go. Just look at his pissed-off expression. This Jiang Yuan, I'm afraid he'll only be spared a bout of humiliation. Yi Kor sighed. As expected, Yifeng's eyes were dead set on the palm of Jiang Yuan's hand that was wrapped around Yi Still's shoulder. With a leathery smile, he said, "Still, when did you get a new boyfriend?" "I don't even know." Jiang Yuan took over and said, "We just established our relationship in the past few days." Yifeng instantly became angry. "I have pursued Yi Still for so long, and I didn't even get to touch my little hand. You, this third party that just appeared, actually took it in just a few days, and also embraced her shoulders. It is simply intolerable. If I don't give you this brat a little bit of color today, I want to be called Yifeng." Yifeng came today well prepared. He deliberately drove a newly bought new silver-white sports car, Lamborghini Bat, which was worth $7 million. Therefore, Yifeng deliberately made a gesture to let the driver outside the cafe to light up the car lights, and Yi Still and Jiang Yuan also looked through the glass window of the cafe and instantly saw a silver-white supercar parked outside. It was none other than Yifeng's Lamborghini Bat. "Alas, I drove an ordinary car over today. I wonder what kind of car this little brother Jiang Yuan drove. Or did you take a taxi over today? Or even walked over?" Yifeng spoke in a salty tone. He was clearly trying to give Jiang Yuan a downward spiral, showing off his wealth on the spot. "Lousy is driving a luxury car, a Lamborghini Series Bet supercar. What are you comparing with me?" Facing Yifeng's provocation, Jiang Yuan also calmly stretched out his hand and pulled up his sleeve, revealing the silver-white smart bracelet that he had been wearing on his wrist. And after everyone present saw this smart bracelet, their eyes stared straight on the spot, because this smart bracelet is full of hundreds of gorgeous diamonds, beads, obviously a good thing worth heavenly price. Yi Kor was instantly shocked. She looked at the bracelet on Jiang Yuan's wrist and immediately revealed an incredulous look. "No way. This bracelet, these diamonds will not be all fake. In order to today's blind date to fill the row deliberately get?" Yi Kor was shocked. She originally only wanted to take a look at Jiang Yuan's joke before leaving, but now she was shocked by Jiang Yuan suddenly revealing this hand. However, she was at the same time a little skeptical that this diamond-encrusted bracelet would be just a mere imitation, so she paused to observe how things would develop next. Only Yi remained rather calmly snuggled in Jiang Yuan's embrace while quietly raising her head with a red face to look at Jiang Yuan's side face. However, Yifeng wasn't a vegetarian either. He quickly calmed down after his initial surprise and spoke out in return. "This bracelet of yours is quite chic, but I don't think anyone would take a bracelet with so many diamonds and carry it around with them. Is it to make it easier for them to show off their wealth at any time? Still, this boyfriend of yours can be really dirt." Yifeng spoke out sarcastically with his lips. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan instantly laughed. "Sorry, this is not a bracelet, but my car key," Jiang Yuan said calmly. "Car keys?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Jiang Yuan curiously. This diamond-encrusted bracelet was actually a car key. When Jiang Yuan said that, he raised the bracelet. At this moment, an extremely racy and cool supercar outside the cafe suddenly lit up. The overall body is streamlined. Through the lightweight design, The body adopts the carbon fiber material to enhance the flexibility of the car. The appearance of the design is very aggressive and impact, especially the tail. Take the full LED taillights. Extremely cool. It is the Lamborghini Hurricane. Coincidentally, this is exactly Yifeng this one Lamborghini Bat's upper model. Not only was it more expensive and more aesthetically pleasing in appearance, but it was also equipped with more advanced interior equipment. The gap between the two was undoubtedly quite huge. Zhang Yuan's Lamborghini Hurricane, whether it was in terms of style, appearance, speed and power and practicality, it completely blew away Yifeng's Lamborghini Bat. Ding! Shot points plus 200. 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 Zhang Yuan shook the smart bracelet on his own hand and said, "This smart bracelet is the latest model of car key, which can control the car through remote control. But I think your car should not have this kind of function." Sorry for saying something you don't understand. Facing Zhang Yuan's retaliation, Yifeng was furious and gritted his teeth. As for Yi Keir, her face was full of incredulity as she muttered, "This is a rented car, right? No, such an expensive car with car keys, who would take it out for rent?" Chapter 61 Showdown. My uncle is a director. Today, Yifeng brought his new car, Lamborghini Bat, with the intention of coming to the goddess Yi still to pretend to be a pussy in front of her. But he never thought that before he could pretend to be a pussy, he would be ruined by Zhang Yuan, who killed him halfway. Lamborghini Hurricane, and also added a valuable smart bracelet. These two together, at least it's approaching around $10 million. Even though Yifeng was relying on the fact that his uncle had received a fat job and had raked in a lot of oil at one of the Royal Casino's venues, he wasn't this ostentatious. The most infuriating thing is that what he drove is also a Lamborghini series, and it is still Zhang Yuan's inferior model. Women go out also afraid of collision it, the result of their own side on the crash, and they are still the next one. This appears to be very funny. Moreover, this is still in front of his beloved goddess Yi still. He drove the car is suspected of her boyfriend's inferior model, simply cannot endure. Yifeng's gaze towards Zhang Yuan became even more unkind. The things he valued most in his day-to-day life were face and women, and Zhang Yuan actually snatched his women and face. How could this make him not angry? Is a Lamborghini Hurricane great? My uncle is the chairman of the board, and he drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom of more than $10 million. Yifeng thought unwillingly. Thinking of his uncle, the bottom of his heart immediately returned. His uncle is one of the directors of Royal Century Casino. With such a powerful backer, who do I need to be afraid of? Yifeng's eyes narrowed as he said to Zhang Yuan in an extremely icy tone, "This Mr. Zhang, right? I have to kindly remind you that there are some things that you'd better not get involved in blindly. You may be very complacent right now, and a little bit of a snicker inside, right? But I have to regretfully tell you that there are some people that you can't afford to offend. No more pretending. I'll show my cards. Actually, my uncle is the Yi Dong of the Royal Century Casino." Yifeng's mouth was the same as a succession of beads, constantly spitting out 3 sentences, and each sentence was louder than the previous one. Obviously his heart was very confident in his uncle's strength. After saying that, he put his hands behind his back and was filled with pride. As a matter of fact, when the surrounding onlookers of the passers-by heard the words Royal Century Casino, their faces instantly changed dramatically as well. Royal Century Casino. Could it be that South City's topmost entertainment gold dissipation grotto? No wonder his tone is so horizontal. So his uncle is the chairman. Then he does have horizontal capital. His uncle is actually the director of Royal Century Casino. This identity is simply crushing to ordinary people. Let's just keep our voices down. In case we say the wrong thing and are missed by him, then we might not be able to take it in our stride either. This young man called Zhang Yuan, he's going to have a hard time this time. Alas, although this lad drove a luxury car, but this is precisely the reason why he was unlucky. Letting others lose face. This is not a small thing. Even when Yi Keir heard about Royal Century Casino's Yi Dong, she was secretly shocked in her heart. The strength of Royal Century Casino, she had also heard from her girlfriends. In South City, it was almost impossible to find a pan-entertainment-based supporting enterprise that could be beaten. It was a super giant with a monopoly, a behemoth with a strong capital chain. This kind of steel-flooded super enterprise was nothing short of a disaster for ordinary people once they offended them. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Yuan heard the name Royal Century Casino. Instead of revealing a timid look, he thought of something. This Royal Century Casino, wasn't it one of the enterprises that he had gotten shares from a certain lottery? Zhang Yuan's face instantly showed a smirking expression and said, "Then what exactly do you, the big shot, want to do?" Yifeng categorically said, "You immediately and still break up, and immediately give me an apology, or if you let my uncle out, you will be miserable." Zhang Yuan let out a no sound. "A little curious, I'll give you an apology. Can you tell me the reason?" Of course, Yi Feng replied. First, it's still the woman I'm looking at. I suggest you break up with her immediately if you're sensible. Second, that car of yours is very nice, but you shouldn't drive it in front of me. It's very obtrusive. Thirdly, I look at you very bad. Very extremely bad. You kneel down and apologize to me, maybe I can look at you a little bit better. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was almost exasperated by this person's bossy and robber logic. Yi still is not your girlfriend. Even if I am really with her, then what's the matter with you? You want me to break up? The last two reasons are even more nonsense. Purely for the first reason to deliberately find their own fault just. I can't believe I have to kneel down. Men's knees have gold. Their own kneeling sky and earth kneeling parents. Do not have to kneel you this waste rich second generation? This kind of despicable rich second generation not only is relying on the relationship of their own family to act arbitrarily, bossy and domineering. Even looking at his expression, it was a little bit of robbing the people's daughter. It was simply shameless. Then Yi Feng turned his head to Yi Still and threatened. Still, this your favorite cafe is actually under the scope of the Royal Century Casino. If you continue to take sides with this brat, the consequences won't be too pleasant. Yi Still heard, immediately also felt the other party's words' thick threatening meaning, cannot help but more despise Yi Feng. The surrounding passers-by were also a little hard of hearing, and felt that this Yi Feng was really too domineering. This rich second generation is also too much. What's the difference between this and the squire bullies of ancient times? I've also seen quite a few rich second generation who try to be positive, but I didn't expect there to be this kind of person. Since this man doesn't have the ability to make that girl like him, what qualifications does he have to force himself on her by relying on his family's connections? The passers-by raised their voices to fight for Zhang Yuan and Yi Still, but at the same time, their hearts were a bit chipper, because they felt that Zhang Yuan should have to suffer this time. If one agreed to apologize, then it would be too humiliating. But if he didn't agree to apologize, the things Zhang Yuan was going to face might be even more terrifying. This was undoubtedly a dead end. However, Zhang Yuan's face did not show the slightest hint of humiliation or unwillingness as they thought. Instead, Zhang Yuan looked at Yi Feng in an unusually calm manner and said indifferently, I can give you a chance. If you apologize to me right now and give Still an apology, I can let you off the hook. When Yi Feng heard this, he immediately even laughed out of his own rectum, feeling a bit absurd. You let me off the hook? Come, I beg you not to let me go. Screw me to death. Zhang Yuan sighed when he heard this. This person really strange. It was the first time he had heard such a strange request. He actually wanted himself to screw him to death. Then one would just fulfill his needs. Zhang Yuan calmly took out his cell phone and made a call. Chapter 62 Rich Kid Panic. Royal Century Casino. An internal board meeting was being held at the moment, and the atmosphere in the venue was somewhat tense. The content of the meeting was about their new largest shareholder, Zhang Yuan. A few days ago, a large number of shares within our casino were bought out by a person called Zhang Yuan at a sky-high price, but he has not contacted us in a long time. According to our internal rules and regulations, Zhang Yuan has absolute say as the largest shareholder, but if he delays contacting us, many decisions can't be made, and it will seriously affect the internal decision-making. This meeting went on somewhat silently. After all, although they wanted to contact Zhang Yuan, they didn't have any contact information for him, and Zhang Yuan was the most powerful shareholder in the entire board. This was awkward. Many important internal decisions had to be certified and approved by Zhang Yuan himself. Once Zhang Yuan didn't show up for a day, many of their important internal projects couldn't be carried out, which was undoubtedly a waste of manpower and resources. The matter of searching for Zhang Yuan was immediately listed as one of the most important matters. However, just at this time, an unfamiliar phone call suddenly came into the board of directors. The directors had their eyes lit up and picked up to listen. On the phone, a clear male voice came. Hello guys, this is Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, the current largest shareholder of the Royal Century Casino. It had finally appeared. The directors had glanced at each other, and their brows were filled with elation that was hard to hide. There was no place to find, but it took no effort at all to get there. Zhang Yuan has finally taken the initiative to contact us. On the phone, Zhang Yuan added, May I ask if Director Yi is here? In the board of directors, a short and chubby middle-aged man immediately shivered with a look of ecstasy on his face. Zhang Yuan, as the biggest shareholder of the board of directors, actually came to look for himself on purpose. Could it be that Zhang Dong had something he wanted himself to do? If he accomplished something, then he would be able to climb onto Zhang Yuan's high branch. Wouldn't he take off from where he was? The other directors were basically thinking similarly, so they looked at Dong Yi with an envious gaze. Yi Dong shook his obese body and immediately trotted to the phone, saying with an extremely flattering gesture, Hello Jiang Dong, what is your order? Zhang Yuan simply gave a brief account of what he encountered. Yi Dong on the other end of the phone, the more he listened, the more ugly his face became. Yi Feng, this little is really tired of living. Jiang Dong, you don't worry. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. The other directors in the surrounding area have eyes showing incomprehension looking at Yi Dong. What's going on here? However, Yi Dong did not say much, but immediately made a phone call. On the other end of the phone, when Zhang Yuan hung up the phone, Yi Feng was still screaming without knowing what to do. The call is over? You invited some heavenly soldiers to help, right? I suggest you make a call to the hospital or funeral parlor to collect your body. Zhang Yuan was calm. Looking at Yi Feng's face was like looking at a cold corpse. About a minute had passed. Yi Feng's phone suddenly rang. He took a look and realized that it was a call from his uncle. That is, Yi Dong of the Royal Century Casino. And when he picked it up and listened to it, he was instantly scolded by his own uncle with a chopped face. You this little, you are really tired of living. Do you really think that I found you a good job and you can be lawless? Even Zhang Yuan you dare to offend? You really don't know what to do. Do you think I really don't know those little hooks you do behind my back secretly? That's all because I usually turn a blind eye. I didn't realize that my tolerance for you has turned into connivance. You are simply dead today. I tell you, you are finished. In the future, you don't want to do the work of Royal Century Casino. I am no longer your uncle. You'd better clear your relationship with me in the future. Let's make a clean break. Yi Feng felt stupid as a human being. He just picked up the phone and was confused by his uncle's continuous angry curses of gas. What is this situation? He felt that his mind was blank, and he had not reacted at all. His own uncle, who had covered the sky with one hand, couldn't even shelter himself this time. The reason for everything was because of that Zhang Yuan's origin, which seemed to be extremely uncomplicated. Moreover, his uncle claimed that he was not only going to be expelled from Century Casino, but also in the future, his uncle was going to cut himself off. No longer involved. Yi Feng, Omega. What the hell is going on here? However, even if Yi Feng's brain is as stupid as a pig, by his own uncle a scolding, also gave a scolding to wake up. At once he looked at Zhang Yuan with a different face. So this is a big brother, a real big brother, and the surrounding passers-by were a little puzzled. Before and after, Zhang Yuan only made one call, and then Yi Feng also received a call, but immediately after that, Yi Feng's face changed drastically, and his whole body was like a sieve constantly beating. In his gaze towards Zhang Yuan, he was filled with fear and dread, as if he was on the verge of death. What's wrong with this person? Why is he scared like this after receiving a phone call? What was said in that phone call? Wasn't this rich second-generation man bossy just now? Why is he like a mouse seeing a cat now? And in full view of everyone, Yi Feng, who had always been very much in love with his face, could not care much at this moment. He hurriedly begged for mercy in a low voice to Zhang Yuan. I'm sorry, Zhang Xiao. It's all because I have no eyes to offend you. It's all because I'm a cheap bastard. I see that you are so handsome. Only a woman like Yi still who is both classy and good-looking can be worthy of you. It's all my fault. Please spare me. Just a moment ago, the unstoppable Yi Feng was like a falling dog at this moment, constantly praying for Zhang Yuan to forgive him. Everyone was shocked. Ding. Shock points plus 300. Ding. Shock points plus 300. Ding. Shock point plus 300. Ding. Shock point plus 300. Ding. Shock points plus 300. Especially the blind date girl Yi Kur just now. She almost even dropped her jaw in shock. What exactly is this Zhang Yuan's origin? Making a single phone call to clean up the relatives of this Royal Century Casino's director. Chapter 63, Invitation from the Richest Man in South City. Yi Kur froze. She really couldn't figure out why Zhang Yuan was able to rule this rich second generation who was unstoppable just now into submission just by making a phone call. She should know that the uncle of that second generation rich man was the director of the famous Royal Century Casino. An absolute big brother level figure, and can defeat a big brother. Only more rich and powerful big brother. This is very simple logic. This Zhang Yuan's real identity. Could it be that he is really extremely uncomplicated? An existence that even the director of the Royal Century Casino would not dare to provoke. Could it be that he had passed by the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family and missed out on a giant man? Today, if she did not play small and was late, Zhang Yuan would have seriously talked to herself instead of talking to that woman? In the bottom of Yi Kur's heart, remorseful regret flashed by, but before she could think about it more, the phone rang, and she picked it up to find that it was her best friend calling. Ku Air, tonight the richest man in South City, Su Tianhao's youngest daughter's birthday party. I can piggyback on one of you, going or not? Yi Ku Air heard, face immediately a happy, hurriedly packed up things, immediately went to his girlfriend's place. Su Tianhao, the recognized #1 richest man in South City. Today was actually his youngest daughter's birthday party. Then wouldn't everyone who came then be dignitaries? Yi Kur's purpose of coming to the blind date was also in essence to hang a golden son-in-law, but now it seems that she and Zhang Yuan should have no chance. Jiang Yuan and the girl beside him are obviously very close, and still she first proposed to end the blind date. She has obviously lost the opportunity to be with Jiang Yuan. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world either. However, Yi Qiu certainly felt a little sorry for missing out on Jiang Yuan as a big brother, but her mental quality was strong and she quickly adjusted. There is no shortage of rich men in this world. What's missing is just the opportunity to get to know them. Now since Su Tianhao's youngest daughter is organizing a birthday party, and her own best friend can bring herself to attend, there is no doubt that it is a very good opportunity to get to know those high-quality rich men. She rushed off to join her girlfriends in a flash, and before Jiang Yuan's eyes, Yi Feng's face was as colorful as dirt, shivering like a chicken pecking at rice. I have eyes that don't recognize Ente. Tai, I actually dared to steal a woman from you. I beg you to be generous and let me go. My uncle has already told me. Jiang Dong, you mustn't have a general understanding with third-rate goods like me. Some people looked noble, but that was only because they had a layer of bright and shiny halo on them. When this layer of halo was mercilessly shattered, it revealed their extremely ugly nature. Jiang Yuan was somewhat speechless as he looked at this rich second-generation Yifeng who was still unbeatable just now, feeling that this person was really hopeless. Just now is not very rampant. It do not know also thought that it is really those ancient countryside gentry bullies. As a result, he easily poked his backing. The Royal Century Casino Yidong no longer sheltered him, and even gave him a scolding, to remove his position. This Yifeng was immediately scared out of his wits and kept begging for forgiveness like a coward. This rich second generation is also too spineless. His temper just now was still very horizontal, but he ended up wilting like a frosted eggplant when he met someone with a stronger background than him. Why do you guys think he became like this after making a phone call? Frightened. It's probably because someone intimidated him on the phone. Maybe it's because even the uncle behind him is afraid of this young man. After all, he knew that the reason why his uncle was angry with him was all because he had offended Jiang Yuan. At this moment, Yifeng had no choice but to do his best to pray for Jiang Yuan's forgiveness in order to make his uncle come around and withdraw his order to punish himself. In other words, Jiang Yuan was now the only saving straw in his eyes. He was willing to give anything to please Jiang Yuan. Even the goddess Yi still that he had been longing for could be given to Jiang Yuan. And Jiang Yuan said to him with a slight smile on his face, "Spare you can also, but everything has a price." Price? Yifeng was confused. What price does one have to pay? Jiang Yuan's face gradually boarded up and said word by word, "Originally today, still and I can have a wonderful afternoon and have a romantic encounter, but it's because of the appearance of you, a person who killed the scenery, spoiling Still's good mood, and also making my mood not so good. Do you think you should pay a certain price to pay for your sins?" Hearing Jiang Yuan's tone gradually turned cold, Yifeng hurriedly said, yes, as long as I can make you happy, I am willing to do anything." Jiang Yuan smiled faintly. "Then how much are you willing to pay?" Yifeng immediately replied, "Any price will do." "Then you should prepare a gift to compensate Still, as a compensation for her." Before Yifeng could agree on his side, Yi Still just brightened up and said, "Yifeng, I heard that you secretly got a cheongsam made of cloud brocade. Is that true?" When Yifeng heard this, he immediately revealed a tearless expression. This was really his secret. Not long ago he got a cheongsam made of cloud brocade at an extremely low price through an extremely secretive channel, which was extremely valuable. Originally he was planning to secretly resell this cheongsam at a sky-high price and make a big profit, but Yi Still clearly wants it now, himself, and can't not give it. In the face of Jiang Yuan's punishment, Yifeng simply did not dare to disobey. He knew that Jiang Yuan had already been merciful, merely allowing himself to spend the price to atone for his sins. Once he continued to offend Jiang Yuan, he was afraid that his own uncle, Yi Dong, would be the first to come out and make himself bleed heavily. In the end, Yifeng could only agree to this request with tears in his eyes. Suffocating himself and apologizing to Yi Still, he ordered his subordinate to go back to his home and brought over the set of cloud brocade cheongsam that he had treasured at home. Then, he respectfully handed it over to Yi Still. It was just that when he was giving it out, Yi Feng's heart ached so much that it felt like it was dripping blood. Jiang Yuan could not help but be a little curious. What is this? Yi Still, some excitement. This is worth a lot of good things. Cloud brocade is the highest level of silk fabrics in ancient times. The royal family exclusively. Clothing made of cloud brocade is extremely high in both collection value and actual value. Jiang Yuan secretly marveled that Yi Still deserves to be the family doing antique business. No, really much. Unexpectedly, Yi Still then handed over this cheongsam to Jiang Yuan's hand. What is this? Jiang Yuan was a bit surprised. I didn't want it. I specially asked for it for you. This thing can be worth a lot of money. Give it to you. Yi Still's face blushed. And at some point, Yao Wenwen also walked down from the car. She walked to Jiang Yuan's side and said, "Boss, tonight the richest man in South City, Su Tianhao's daughter, is holding a birthday banquet and invited us to go and participate. Chapter 64, Birthday Banquet. The richest man in South City, Su Tianhao. Hearing this name, Zhang Yuan's face could not help but look a little odd. This name was actually not unfamiliar to him. He had already heard many people mention it. His son, Su Jiachong. He and himself had a not-so-small friction, and Su Tianhao's beautiful daughter, Su Wanting, he himself had to pass over his number. And in fact, on the day he moved into the East Mountain Villa, Su Tianhao had already sent someone to send a gift worth a lot of money. It was only that Zhang Yuan had always forgotten about it, and general gift exchanges were a normal thing. But if this opportunity to make up for it now, it wasn't too late, and Yi still had her eyes lit up and said, Su Tianhao's daughter's birthday? Zhang Yuan looked at her with a slight smile. You are interested? Yi still nodded. Su Tianhao's youngest daughter is called Su Qingqing. I've had a meeting with her. A very cute little girl. She even did me a favor. Zhang Yuan asked with interest. Since you are interested, why don't I piggyback on you and let's attend together? Yi still blushed a little and said, then what kind of relationship are we going with? Zhang Yuan leaned down to her ear and whispered, any relationship will do. Yi still blushed even more. As for Yi Feng, who had been hiding beside her just now, Zhang Yuan waved his hand and sent him away. It was just an insignificant person. Zhang Yuan was too lazy to continue wasting his effort on him, and Zhang Yuan stroked his chin. If we go to Su Tianhao's banquet, what kind of gift should we give? Yi still immediately said, this cloud brocade Cheongsam might as well give it to the Su family's youngest daughter. Zhang Yuan was indifferent. This Cheongsam was originally given to you by me. You can handle it however you want. The cloud brocade Cheongsam is certainly precious, but Zhang Yuan has more precious things around him, and he doesn't care about these one or two things. The key was that since he still liked the Su family's little girl, there was no harm in giving a gift to the Su family. Moreover, since Su Tianhao had already gifted himself a platinum wristwatch, it wouldn't be good for him not to return the favor. Zhang Yuan and Yi still discussed for a while, then got into the Lamborghini Hurricane, driven by Yao Wenwen to the Su family. Su family, a grand birthday party is being held in full swing. In front of the Su family's door, the traffic is busy, the crowd is endless, lively and extraordinary. The Su family's second young Miss Su Wanting, dressed in a noble and elegant red evening gown, was skillfully entertaining the guests who came. That's the Su family's second miss. She's also too good looking. She is Su Wanting proper 9-head body, excellent body. This if go to participate in modeling contest, guaranteed to win the prize excellent body, and face is also so beautiful. This face value at least is a school flower level. It is said that Su Wanting is still unmarried. I really don't know which man is lucky enough to marry such a beautiful and powerful woman. Good boy, if you marry Su Wanting, you'll really be able to fight for 10 less lifetimes. That's Su Tianhao's daughter. Which man wouldn't want to marry her? Not to mention that Su Wanting is so beautiful and has such a good figure. Even if she's an ugly woman, there are countless men who would want to marry her. Many of the young men present, especially those who were successful in their careers, actually coveted Su Wanting. Firstly, because Su Wanting's face value and body shape were all of a first-tier standard, and she was a goddess of the highest quality. Secondly, because she is Su Tianhao's daughter. Once married to her, it is like a step to heaven. The average man looking for a rich woman less struggle for 10 years. If you marry Su Wanting, that is less struggle for 10 lifetimes. Such a goddess who took into account all the advantages was undoubtedly the star in the eyes of all the men present. Su Jiachong was also dressed in a suit and was courteously interacting with the guests coming and going. Only he was obviously slimmer and slightly more mature. Not as domineering as before, but more introverted, because last time, he suffered a defeat at the hands of Zhang Yuan, and at the same time, after returning home, he was severely punished by his father, Su Tianhao, because of the matter of privately utilizing the private guards. He was punished by being grounded for many days to meditate on himself before he was released. Now as long as he thought of Zhang Yuan, he could not help but shiver, praying that he would not see Zhang Yuan again in the future. The loss he had suffered from Zhang Yuan was just too great, and looking at the eyes of the boys around him, all of them seemingly drifted towards his second sister Su Wanting. Su Jiatsong for this kind of thing is also quite accustomed to. After all, since childhood are accustomed to seeing this kind of scene. Su Wanting has always been a million people, never lack of suitors. For Su Wanting to be the center of attention of all the men present, this matter also caused many girls to be jealous, especially Yi Kor, who had purposely defected to her best friend in order to meet quality members of the opposite sex and asked her to bring herself here. But she didn't expect that all the men's attention was firmly attracted by Su Wanting, and it was as if she was competing with the white moon with the light of a glowing fire, and was completely ignored. Yi Kor was then furious, and her best friend asked with concern, "How did your blind date go today? Is that man called Zhang Yuan the Yuanjiang Emperor?" As soon as Yi Kor heard the name Zhang Yuan, Her mind recalled the overbearing gesture of Jiang Yuan, who had made the second-generation rich man beg for forgiveness by merely making a phone call. Undoubtedly, this kind of domineering and overwhelming stance, this kind of thunderous and overwhelming tactics, Jiang Yuan might really be that godly tycoon Yuan Zhengdi who threw away a lot of money, but after all, it was she, Yi Kor, who was the one who was blind today and did not recognize Jiang Yuan's true identity. She even mistakenly mistook Jiang Yuan for a pauper, so much so that she herself took the lead in proposing to end the blind date. Because of her own stupidity, she had lost touch with this kind of heaven's pride. It would really be very humiliating to tell the truth, and she would be ridiculed by her own girlfriends. Therefore it was naturally impossible for her to tell the truth. Otherwise wouldn't it be extremely humiliating? If now and their girlfriends and honestly say one by one what happened today, then they look like a clown. Therefore Yi Kor falsely said, "No, it's just an ordinary boy who looks like him. I chatted with him for a while and then I received your call and rushed over." The girlfriend hummed a bit and didn't ask more questions down the line. Chapter 65, Girlfriend Song Yen. Yi Kor's best friend is called Song Yen, is a full green tea gold-digging woman. She has not the slightest interest in ordinary boys, eyes only those who are rich and handsome. She and Yi Kor are also returnees, and because she received foreign education since she was a child, she looks down on the ordinary boys of the dragon country. Therefore, when she learned that Jiang Yuan was not Yuan Zhengdi, she felt a bit disinterested and simply did not ask more questions. Yi Kor, for the sake of her own face, of course would not take the initiative to move the topic back again. The attention of these two girls was coincidentally focused on Su Jiachong's body. Su Jiachong, the most favored son of the richest man in South City, Su Tianhao, there was no one. Recently, it was rumored that Su Tianhao had gradually handed over his business to him to take care of, and his career was flourishing, a rich second generation with a truly promising future. Once married into a wealthy family by him, there is no doubt that he will become a phoenix. The two green tea women are waiting for the opportunity to move, constantly waiting and looking for the opportunity to get close to him. The Lamborghini Hurricane's speed was fast. Jiang Yuan and Yi Still, who was carrying a cloud brocade cheongsam, quickly arrived at the Su family by appointment, and the security team at the entrance. As soon as they saw this luxury car, they immediately hit the ground running, respectfully welcoming Jiang Yuan and Yi Still in. They looked at Jiang Yuan with envy and longing in their eyes. That car is so expansive. Among the guests that came today, this car can definitely be ranked. I wonder who the owner of this car is. How come it looks a bit familiar? The big beauty beside him is so familiar. Her temperament is simply like a noble lady. Too pretty. This handsome man is really blessed. Jiang Yuan just entered the Su family and immediately noticed Su Wanting, who was dressed in a red evening gown and was considered the center of socializing. Su Wanting's curvaceous curves and the close-fitting clothes outlined beautiful lines, which really attracted almost all the male gazes present. I didn't have time to take a closer look last time when I hurriedly glanced at it. Su Wanting's face and body are indeed good, Jiang Yuan commented with some appreciation in his heart. However, when he just wanted to go forward to say a greeting, he noticed Yi Still by his side. She deflated her small mouth in a somewhat angry, sullen manner. What? Unhappy? Jiang Yuan laughed. No, Yi Still played up her little temperament. A look of jealousy. Jiang Yuan laughed bitterly. He naturally knew that Yi Still was not a little jealous because he had noticed Su Wanting. This time, he was not in a hurry to go up and greet Su Wanting, and just as Jiang Yuan turned his head to casually look to the side, he met the gaze of the somewhat stunned Yi Kor. Why is it him? He actually came here as well. The four eyes met, and for a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat stagnant. However, this atmosphere only lasted for a few moments before Jiang Yuan and her simultaneously nodded slightly to each other as a greeting. Regarding Jiang Yuan's appearance here, Yi Kor's heart felt a little shocked, yet at the same time, she felt that it was somewhat reasonable. Anyone who could come here to attend a banquet held by the richest man in South City would undoubtedly need a certain status. However, when she thought about the fact that Jiang Yuan had tamed that domineering second-generation rich man with a single phone call, she felt less surprised again. But Jiang Yuan, this handsome little brother, actually met himself coincidentally again. Can't it be that it's a blessing bestowed upon me by the heavens? But I don't seem to have cherished. Yi Kor can't help but be in a bit of a trance, and the emotion of regret in her heart flickered away. Her best friend Song Yin felt something was wrong. She sensed that Yi Kor was a bit absent-minded. What's wrong with you? Who is that handsome guy? She pointed at Jiang Yuan and asked. Yi Kor subconsciously replied, that one is my blind date today. However, as soon as she said the words, she felt that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly covered her mouth slightly. Frustratingly, her best friend Song Yin immediately raised an eyebrow when she heard it. The blind date you're talking about is that ordinary boy who looks a bit like Genie Emperor? Why would he appear here? Could it be that he's upset because he was just rejected by you on a blind date? So he's come to look for trouble. Or does it mean that he can't get over you and is a licking dog? So he quietly followed you here. This kind of person is really shameful. Yi Care froze. She knew that Song Yan had misunderstood now. However, she didn't know how to open her mouth to explain. After all, the one who chose to hide the truth for the sake of face in the beginning was her. If she were to make peace with it now and inform everything about Zhang Yuan, it would really be a bit humiliating. On the other hand, her best friend Song Yan's side was fighting back. Core, don't worry, it's up to me to help you out with this kind of licking dog. I have a specialized program for dissuading licking dogs. Song Yan didn't lie. As a senior green tea woman, she often encountered licking dogs that were abandoned after being toyed with by him. As the saying goes, a long illness becomes a good doctor. After being pestered by licking dogs for a long time, she herself went with the flow and summarized a set of programs to dissuade licking dogs. Licking Dog Dissuasion Program 1, Know the Difficulty and Retreat. Song Yan enthusiastically patted her chest at Yi Care and assured her that this matter would be wrapped up in her. Yi Care's mouth opened, but no words came out under hesitation. Song Yan, on the other hand, walked to Zhang Yuan's side to strike up a conversation. Handsome, I heard that the Su family's banquet today has specially invited more than 36 chefs from the Chen Fu banquet to cook according to the standards of the national banquet level. If you're not an invited guest, then if you're found out, you'll have to pay the bills yourself. Who knows that Zhang Yuan didn't lift his head and said with a calm face, I was invited. Little fellow, still quite capable of pretending. Song Yan frowned slightly, feeling that this was not an ordinary lickspittle, but a lickspittle with excellent mental quality and face skin. She had to then remind, this kind of bill starts at 6 figures at least. Who would have thought that Zhang Yuan would not take it seriously at all and simply replied, well, it's just 6 figures. Zhang Yuan really didn't care much about this amount of money at all, so he casually replied. This time, Song Yan was embarrassed. She had thought that mentioning the specific figure, which was a sky-high price of several $100,000, would make Zhang Yuan know what to do. But who would have thought that Zhang Yuan would actually treat hundreds of thousands of dollars as if it were a few dozen dollars, making her move so comical and ridiculous that it was as if she had struck a heavy blow on a ball of cotton. Song Yan's dissuasive program 1, knowing that it is difficult to retreat, was obviously a complete failure. Song Yan was then furious. Her own dog-licking dissuasion program had actually failed. No, absolutely must give this Zhang Yuan a little color. Yi Care pulled Song Yan and said with some weakness, forget it, don't look for his trouble. Let's just pretend we can't see him. Song Yan this time temper came up. Where to listen to this kind of words? She had to let Zhang Yuan original shape cannot. Chapter 66, Song Yan's shock. Licking Dog Dissuasion Program 2, 5 fans of the 3 ways. Song Yan has dealt with a lot of dog licking cases. The most frequent is the man who is easy to be 5 fans. These types of guys tend to be very weak-willed and thus become licking dogs. But if you meet a more beautiful girl to him, he will soon change his attitude, and gradually reduce to other people's licking dog. This type of person is also known as the central air conditioning, cloud licking dog, and she was quite confident in her own face value, immediately shook her hair and stuck up to Zhang Yuan's side, took Zhang Yuan's hand and said in a somewhat sweet voice, handsome guy, let's get to know each other, okay? Although Song Yan is a green tea woman, but also has not a small amount of capital, the face value is at least 9 points upwards. The body is not as hot as Su Wanting, but is also the best among the general women. Therefore, she was confident that Zhang Yuan would fall under her skirt. Who would have thought that Zhang Yuan calmly shrugged off her hand and said in a somewhat cold tone, can you please show some self-respect? I don't know you. Just kidding. The ancient-style little beauty is still by his side. In terms of face value, in terms of body shape, in terms of temperament, that doesn't smell much better than you? What's more, Zhang Yuan is really not short of all kinds of beauties around him for a while. Whether it's the housekeeper Yao Wanwen or a few beautiful cooks at home, their face value is very capable of beating. In terms of body shape, his own Xiaoya is really big. After spending a long time in the middle of the pile of beautiful women, Zhang Yuan easily became numb to beauty and had no small amount of resistance. With Zhang Yuan's fixation nowadays, I'm afraid that only a demonic-level beauty like Su Wanning can make him lose his mind slightly. As for this Song Yan, it was too weak. Her beauty had absolutely no lethality to Zhang Yuan. Moreover, there is a little jealousy still by his side. She just got a little upset because of Su Wanting, so don't stick up to her. Seeing that Zhang Yuan rejected himself so crisply, Song Yan's heart only had 2 words. Shame. Bloody shame. Or had she ever suffered this kind of being disliked? I have to teach this licking dog a good lesson today. Song Yan was then furious, but just as she was about to carry out the next step of her plan, which was licking dog discouragement option 3, she realized that not far away, Su Jiatsong's gaze actually glanced over towards her side. It was obvious that Su Jiatsong had noticed the situation on her side and was still very concerned about it. Moreover, Su Jiatsong's state was very wrong. He was quietly looking towards his side, but was somewhat less daring to come over. This look of his immediately made Song Yen brainstorm. Could it be that Su Jia-song saw me hitting on another man and he got jealous? Song Yen's heart felt like it was wrapped in honey in an instant. That was Su Jia-song, the richest man in South City, Su Tianhao's favorite son. There was no one. In the future, the probability was that all of the Su family's business would be handed over to him to take care of. This is an unquestionable pride of nature. The future heir to a $10 billion fortune. Such an outstandingly handsome man actually seemed to care about himself. Song Yan's heart was instantly filled with happiness. I didn't expect that I would be blessed by a disaster and try out that Su Jia-song has a good feeling towards me. Song Yan thought happily in the bottom of her heart. And what was even more excessive was that the frequency with which Su Jia-song glanced to his side became more and more frequent and faster. After a while, he even seemed to have made up his mind and began to move his feet towards his side. Song Yan's heart instantly thumped. She felt very nervous and a little snickered. In an instant, she thought of many things, her mind gradually brainstorming images of herself enjoying a life of luxury after joining the Su family's mansion, causing her heart to feel incomparably pleasurable. After 30 seconds, she even thought of what to call the child she had with Su Jia-song, but to her surprise, Su Jia-song didn't even look at her after he walked over. He walked quickly past her, completely ignoring her. Su Jia-song respectfully walked over to Zhang Yuan and spoke in an extremely careful, even flattering tone. Zhang Dong, it's been a long time, you haven't come back well. Last time, there were some misunderstandings and unpleasantness between us, provoking my father to punish me. You are a generous person, don't be cross with me. Zhang Yuan turned his head and realized that it was Su Jia-song, but his attitude of admitting his mistake was okay, so he responded with a faint Ding, shot points plus 500. Ding, shot points plus 500. Seeing Su Jia-song with such a humble attitude, like a licking dog with no dignity, Song Yen was petrified on the spot. Song Yen petrified on the spot. For a moment some overwhelmed. That was Su Jia-song, the most precious son of the richest man in South City, Su Tianhao, but his attitude towards Zhang Yuan was so humble. Who exactly was this Zhang Yuan? Yi Kor also couldn't help but be a little stunned. Even if she knew that Zhang Yuan was not simple, she didn't think that his energy was actually so great. Even when the son of the richest man in South City met him, he was actually like a mouse meeting a cat, and could only reveal such a humble attitude to curry favor. Himself still seems to have underestimated him, Yi Kor thought with some dismay. Song Yen, oh. Song Yen was dumbfounded, feeling like this wasn't a tiger giving a cat a licking dog? But she wasn't stupid. She quickly came back to her senses. She quickly walked to Yi Kor's side and hurriedly inquired in a low voice, who exactly is this person? Tell me the truth. Now Yi Kor knew that she couldn't hide it anymore. She couldn't care about her face, so she had to tell everything about Zhang Yuan one by one. And hearing that Zhang Yuan had tamed the nephew of the director of the Royal Century Casino with just one phone call, Song Yen was a little shocked. When she thought of Su Jia-song's humble attitude towards him just now, Song Yen's heart simply immediately had an urge to kill her good girlfriend Yi Kor. Zhang Yuan, isn't this a proper super golden bachelor? Even Su Jia-song couldn't compare to him. This is the real superb male god, the best object of one's dreams. But she had actually practiced the dissuasion program in front of him like a clown just now. Gosh. Song Yen touched her head with some pain, feeling that she had simply missed a great opportunity. If she had known Zhang Yuan's information in advance, she guaranteed that she would have utilized her many years of experience as a senior green tea to exert all sorts of schemes to take Zhang Yuan down. But now, it was simply too late to repent. Yi Kor, we can't be BFFs anymore, Song Yen said with hatred. Yi Kor also felt a bit sorry for Song Yen. Because of her own face problem, she was made to miss the opportunity to catch Zhang Yuan, an extremely good male god. Chapter 67, The Shy Su Wanting. Zhang Yuan had a calm face as he chatted with Su Jia-song in a casual manner. But despite Zhang Yuan's indifferent look, Su Jia-song kept finding various topics to talk about, trying his best to avoid a cold scene. Zhang Dong, we have specially invited the chef of the Chun Fu banquet this time, to ensure that the banquet dishes this time are definitely of national banquet level standard. In a moment, you watched that Buddha jumping over the wall and lobster to eat. Those are the dishes that are guaranteed to be the most delicious. The production of Buddha jumps over the wall is not simple. This time the master used the absolute most authentic practice to make it, very complimentary to the body. Su Jia-song's heart was extremely apprehensive and very insecure. Ever since after the last incident, he had been given a hard lesson by his own dad, and the actual punishment was far from what he had said on the surface. Even the family business that Su Tianhao had intended for him to take over had been put on hold with the issue of impulsiveness of heart. As for Zhang Yuan's true identity, he also knew a little bit about it through the information investigated by the family's old butler, the person in charge of the Faith Carlton restaurant, the major shareholder of the Royal Century Casino, the holder of the core villa in the East Mountain Villa area. So many identities, is also the reason why Su Tianhao was furious. Doing business is all about personal relationships. Offending this kind of top-level bigwigs, that's not a businessman's practice at all. And just the identity of the Royal Century Casino director alone simply let Su Jiaxong feel like sitting on pins and needles, as if a thorn in his back. Royal Century Casino. This was a pan-entertainment superpower that had risen rapidly in recent years, and its level of brilliance had never been higher. Not one. On his own side, although his own father, Su Tianhao, was claimed to be the richest man in South City, but the real estate business operated by his own family has actually been deteriorating over the past few years, and the real estate business has become increasingly difficult to do. If this momentum continues, then I am afraid that his title as the richest family in the South City will not be guaranteed. And if with the Royal Century Casino cooperation, can reach cooperation to open up their own family business, then can be transformed, then there is no doubt that he will become the merit of the family, by his father Su Tianhao's trust. And to achieve this purpose, there is no doubt that Zhang Yuan is the object that he must flatter. Su Jiaxong made up his mind. Today he must give Zhang Yuan a good impression, so as to facilitate future cooperation. Zhang Dong, what do you think of my sister Su Wanting? Su Jiaxong asked with a deeper meaning. Su Wanting. At the mention of this name, Zhang Yuan had some interest in his heart. After all, any man faced with an extremely beautiful woman with a nine-headed body would inevitably have some curiosity and anticipation. This is a common disease of men, and Su Jiaxong also went out of his way this time, in order to gain Zhang Yuan's trust and favor. He even prepared for the worst, and did not hesitate to betray his sister to seek glory. What's more, being able to be looked upon by Zhang Yuan, this kind of superb male god, that is also his sister Su Wanting's honor. While pointing at Su Wanting, who was not far away, Su Jiaxong spoke in a general manner. Zhang Dong, my sister Su Wanting I know best. Favorite animal is a cat. Its favorite thing to do is to watch Zhou Dong's concert. Most like courteous, yet elegant and gentle men. At the same time hates that kind of unseemly, arrogant and domineering boys. And she also has a little secret. Right away, Su Jiaxong told Zhang Yuan all about his sister's many circumstances. After all, everyone knew a little bit by heart. To pick up a girl, throwing yourself at her is the right way. The more information you have about a girl, the more likely you are to get her. Many of the information about Su Wanting is unknown to the outside world, and Su Jiaxong has told Zhang Yuan about all of it. It was enough to show his sincerity. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but nod slightly. This Su Jiaxong seems to really know his mistakes and correct them. No longer have the domineering appearance of that day. Su Jiaxong was also very smart. The exchange between the two had been lowered, not letting others hear. The purpose of this, naturally, is to not let the side of the leaf still overturn vinegar. This kind of rough and careful approach, but let Zhang Yuan to this kid has some good feelings. The scene of Su Jiaxong and Zhang Yuan constantly exchanging low voices also fell into the eyes of many people. Who is that person besides Su Jiaxong? He looks so familiar. I didn't see it wrong. Su Jiaxong was even acting like the rim of his cup was 3 inches lower to that person. This person is definitely a big shot. Is the female companion by his side Yi still of the Yi family? You don't say. It really does look a bit like that. Many people were very curious about Zhang Yuan and were filled with a sense of anticipation. And Su Wanting inadvertently glanced at Zhang Yuan and her own untalented brother, Su Jiaxong. It's actually him. Su Wanting could not help but be a little surprised. Ever since that day's shocking glimpse, for some reason, she would Zhang Yuan's handsome face from time to time. There was no way around it. Yan Di was like that, making an incomparably deep impression. Just one side, and it became a glimpse. And recalling the day Zhang Yuan approached her for her contact information, she would then unconsciously feel a little shy. In fact, Su Wanting had been waiting in her heart for Zhang Yuan to take the initiative to contact her. But unfortunately, the call she was expecting in her heart never came, and she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But what she hadn't expected was that Zhang Yuan would actually appear here today at her own sister Su Qingqing's birthday banquet. Is this a fateful encounter? Su Wanting's mind was churning with thoughts for an instant. She quietly glanced at Zhang Yuan and had some urge to take the initiative to go forward. But as soon as this impulse arose, it was immediately suppressed by her. No, be reserved. A girl must be reserved. This is what her mother had taught her since childhood. As soon as Su Wanting thought of her mother's teachings, she also stopped her steps forward. But she glanced at Zhang Yuan, and after 30 seconds glanced at him again, obviously unable to hide her inner emotions. And this shy look of hers naturally fell under the eyes of many boys who had been quietly paying attention to her. At once, countless teenage boy hearts shattered on the spot with a clattering sound. Who is that man? Why does Wanting look so shy towards him? So angry? Does this man have some kind of ulterior relationship with Wanting? Isn't this guy just a little bit more handsome? What's so great about it? In an instant, Su Wanting's relationship with Jiang Yuan immediately became the most wanted point in all the boys' hearts, and there were also quite a few girls who noticed this scene, and they couldn't help but blush with a floral blush when they saw the face value of Jiang Yuan, the Yen Emperor. They asked each other about Jiang Yuan's identity. Chapter 68 Top Quality Perfume. This little brother's face value is so high. It's the first time I've seen such a good-looking little brother. Su Jiatsong and him, that was directly compared. Ah, I'm dead. Song Yan immediately felt bad when she took a look at this situation. There were so many women around, and they were obviously all interested in Yen Emperor Jiang Yuan. If they were to know that Jiang Yuan was not only good-looking, but was actually very powerful, then wouldn't they instantly turn into wild bees and butterflies and drown Jiang Yuan out? Then their own chances would be slim. Jiang Yuan is the very best guy that I fell for first. These people don't want to snatch it from me. Whoever does I'll be in a hurry with. Although there was some friction between himself and Jiang Yuan because of a little misunderstanding just now, but that didn't hinder too much. But if there were too many competitors, one's own competitive pressure was not normal. And Song Yan looked around and found that very many girls were very interested in Jiang Yuan, the Yen Emperor's appearance. In scroll, this is two in scroll. Song Yan immediately mixed into the middle of those women's pile and said left and right. This person is just a very ordinary man. I heard that he loves to beat his wife. He has a tendency to be violent. He will use domestic violence at the drop of a hat. And his family is also very poor. I heard that his family can't even open the pot. He even has a wife, and more than one. Song Yan spread rumors around with the sole purpose of making these people have a bad impression of Jiang Yuan. Then this way there would be no one to snatch it from, and one's competitive pressure would be much less. The more precious something is, the more people will compete for it. This is a very simple truth. Jiang Yuan, this kind of excellent male god, that is definitely going to fall into my Song Yan's hands. Song Yan heart thought like this, but what did not occur to her was that Song Yan had just finished saying these rumors. The situation did not develop as she had imagined. It doesn't matter. Hitting is kissing and scolding is love. Love to the extreme. Also use the foot to kick it. I like to be kicked by such a handsome little brother. It's not likely that in the future he won't kick me for 3 or 2 days. I'm still not happy about it. What's wrong with being poor? Marrying a chicken follows the chicken. Marrying a dog follows the dog. Being able to be with such a handsome little brother. Even if I'm poorer, I'll admit it. Even if he has a wife. But since there's more than one, then adding me is not too much. As soon as Song Yan heard these words, her feet immediately stumbled. Feeling a bit incredulous, the brain circuits of these nymphomaniacs were also too clear. However, Song Yan thought about it for a bit more and felt that it wasn't right. After a moment, she thought with some sudden realization, the reason why these people are saying these things, couldn't it be because they have seen Su Jiatsong's attitude around Jiang Yuan, and in their hearts, they have already roughly guessed that Jiang Yuan's status is not low. As a high-segmented green tea lady with a heart of gold, Song Yan quickly detected the small minds of these women present, and just as Jiang Yuan became the hotspot of almost the entire room, a somewhat icy cold line of sight continuously swept back and forth over Jiang Yuan's body. This icy line of sight was undisguised, making Jiang Yuan feel like a slippery snake was walking round and round on his body. He could not help but frown as he looked at the person who had sent out this line of sight, and realized that it was a tall and sturdy man with a stature of about 1 meter 8. Although it was a little bit handsome, it was obviously not as good as himself. This person's name is Wang Feng, and he's been chasing my sister for a long time, but my sister hasn't agreed to him. Su Jiachong opened his mouth appropriately. Wang Feng, right? Jiang Yuan's heart was slightly displeased. Being stared at by such cold as if materialized eyes, anyone's heart would feel a little unhappy. Moreover, since this person had been chasing Su Wanting for so long, it was obvious that his attitude towards himself would not be any better. Jiang Yuan was instantly unceremonious and responded to this Wang Feng with an equally strong sight. His line of sight was not cold, but rather, he looked straight at him with a great deal of openness and boldness, like the sunrise of spring melting away the snow of winter. When they met, this Wang Feng immediately felt a little defeated. He felt that he couldn't meet Jiang Yuan's eyes. Jiang Yuan had opened his eyes in the past few days, and the people he had contacted without exception were all extremely powerful big shots in the heavenly life field. Moreover, Jiang Yuan is now in a high position, and has gradually developed a special aura over time. Even if it was a simple look, it was not something that Wang Feng, the second generation of rich people, could resist. However, Wang Feng obviously will not be so willing to give up. After being responded to a glance by Jiang Yuan, immediately became a bit annoyed, and after observing the people around him, viewing Jiang Yuan as the focus of the incident, his heart became even more indignant, so he decided to come up with a trick to save the country. He looked towards a little powdered girl sitting near Su Wanting, about 16 or 17 years old, already a pavilion of pretty young girls. She was not inferior in the slightest to Su Wanting's side, even though she appeared to be a bit childish due to her lack of years of refinement. The beauty embryo look of a stunning beauty was already showing its first signs. Today's protagonist was Su Tianhao's youngest daughter, Su Qingqing. Wang Feng clapped his hands and asked his men to deliver a small lady's makeup box to Su Wanting and her sister Su Qingqing. And inside the lady's makeup box, opening it up, it was found that it was all filled with expensive cosmetics, especially perfume. When it comes to Hermes, Chanel and other luxury brands, many people think of bags. After all, many famous and expensive bags, often linked to these luxury brands, and even almost equivalent to these luxury goods. But in fact Hermes and Chanel is also the production of perfume factory. And the prices, naturally, continue in the style of luxury goods. Chanel No. 5 perfume, which is one of the most famous perfumes in the world, mixed and blended from lemon, orange blossom, jasmine, rose and lily of the valley. Its scent is like a slap in the face and generally strong and shocking, but the corresponding price is also extremely expensive. Just a small palm-sized perfume has been able to sell tens of thousands of dollars, and Chanel No. 5, just Wang Feng sent out of the perfume. The price of a more mediocre one, Shalini perfume, recognized as the best perfume brand, has an extremely unique smell. The price is pushing 100,000 yuan. Jar perfume, one of the best perfumes in the world. The price of just a small bottle is over $100,000. Wang Feng was extremely confident in giving out a makeup case filled with these top-notch perfumes. The purpose, naturally, was to win the beauty's smile. Once he left a good impression on Su Qingqing, then his own relationship with Su Wanting would naturally have a chance to break the wall. Chapter 69 Dragon Countries Luxury Goods Finish Off Foreign Countries. It's actually Jar Perfume, the world's top perfume brand that doesn't need any publicity or advertising, but is still in short supply. It is said that this perfume has only 2 stores, and far away in the beautiful country, does not accept any online shopping, can only go to the store to buy. Due to the lack of stock and the need to make an appointment to queue up, it is very difficult to purchase. While the price is extremely high, the appearance and flavor of the design is very elegant, and the style is very high. It's not just Jar perfume, there's also Shalini perfume here, Chanel No. 5. So many kinds of luxury perfumes. This Wang Feng's family is running this kind of luxury business abroad. That's why they have channels to get so many famous and prestigious perfumes. It's good to buy things from abroad. So many of the world's top luxury goods all come from abroad. No wonder Wang Feng's family makes a lot of money doing this kind of business. I want to find a husband like this when I have the chance. The green tea ladies were instantly abuzz, especially Yi Kor and Song Yan, that small group of returnee women. Their eyes were glowing, staring at those precious foreign luxury brand perfumes non-stop. They had all had the experience of studying abroad, but as Longguo people, their treatment abroad had not been up and down. After a long time, they are used to seeing the prosperity of foreign countries, so their hearts naturally have a yearning for foreign life and culture, and have a condescending mentality towards the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing so many foreign luxury perfumes immediately made their eyes light up. Wang Feng heard the exclamations around him. He was smug in his heart, and at the same time, he somewhat looked down on these stupid women who worshipped foreign countries. However, this was not important. The key thing was whether Su Qingqing liked these things or not. Wang Feng was quite a bit nervous as he looked in Su Qingqing's direction, carefully observing her expression. Su Qingqing spread a smile, politely nodded, and thanked the gift. This attitude can't be said to be overjoyed, but it can't be said to be as cold as ice. It should be quite okay, middle of the road, Wang Feng thought in his heart. In reality, Su Qingqing's heart did not have much movement. There were already not a few boys who pursued her, and there was naturally no shortage of difficult second-generation famous businessmen among these boys. The gifts they gave to Su Qingqing were basically perfumes, bags and other luxury items. Su Qingqing had already gotten tired of these things. Su Wanting was also somewhat unimpressed. As Su Tianhao's favorite daughter, she had grown up in an extremely privileged environment since she was a child, and she had long since lost her mind about these luxuries. So naturally, she would not be as surprised as those green teas. Seeing Su Qingqing's attitude was not savory, Wang Feng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in the bottom of his heart. These things were good things that he had entrusted a lot of relationship channels to get. Unexpectedly, even these top-notch perfumes failed to catch the eyes of the 2 ladies of the Su family. Wang Feng's heart was a bit unwilling and powerless. There's no way out. Su Tianhao was originally the richest man in South City. I'm afraid that gifts that can impress his 2 daughters don't exist. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a little amused when he saw Wang Feng, the licking dog, suffer a loss. At the same time, he took a gift box and placed it in his hand. Su Wanting glimpsed that Zhang Yuan's side also seemed to have a gift to give to her sister, and immediately spread a smile and said, "This guest also seems to have a gift. Please bring it up." Zhang Yuan nodded and asked the people on his side to take the things to the Su Qingqing sisters. A gift box with a seemingly mediocre mold was like a gift that could be found everywhere. After Su Wanting got her hands on it, she was looking at the gift box with quite a bit of anticipation, because she knew that Jiang Yuan was bound to be extraordinary. It would never be some ordinary street goods. But her younger sister, Su Qingqing, was unimpressed. What kind of gift can I not have seen before? The green teas also felt that it shouldn't be anything good when they saw this mediocre gift box. After all, even Wang Feng's world-class perfumes were defeated. So what good things could be inside such an ordinary gift box? When Su Wanting saw that her sister was not interested, she took the initiative to open the gift box. After opening this gift box, only to see that there was a rather atmospheric and luxurious Cheongsam style inside, which was quietly lying inside. Su Qingqing could not help but light up her eyes and said with some surprise, "What a beautiful dress." The style of this Cheongsam was designed with a unique design, the improved Phoenix Fairy collar with Pipa placket, completely different from any of those Cheongsams seen in the past. The deep green color of the whole body not only looks luxurious and calm, but also highlights the richness and glory. Su Qingqing reached out and touched the fabric of this Cheongsam, and felt like she was touching the skin of a tender woman. Extremely tender and tight. This fabric is the best. And then by the expert carefully tailored, completely played out the Dragon Country traditional woman watery gentleness and elegance. The first time Su Qingqing saw this Cheongsam, she felt her eyes light up and felt that she had somewhat fallen in love with this Cheongsam. Wang Feng's face couldn't help but look a little ugly. He found that Su Qingqing actually liked this Cheongsam far better than his own top quality perfumes. The surrounding green tea ladies also felt some disbelief, thought it was some kind of gift. It turns out to be merely nothing more than a Cheongsam. How much can a Cheongsam be worth? The value of this gift seems to be far less than those top-notch perfumes of Wang Feng. Originally, I thought that this handsome little brother would send out some amazing gift, but I didn't expect it to be so ordinary. Faced with the whispering of the people around him, Jiang Yuan finally spoke up. Actually, compared to luxury goods, our Dragon Kingdom is not at all inferior to foreign countries. Have you guys heard of cloud brocade? This is our Dragon Kingdom's traditional handicraft, known as an inch of brocade, cloud brocade. Hearing this somewhat unfamiliar name, in reality, these green teas were still a bit puzzled. They were completely unable to comprehend how much a traditional crafted luxury product of the Dragon Kingdom could be worth. In the bottom of their eyes, only foreign luxuries were good. But after all, today was the banquet of the richest man in South City, Su Tianhao, and there was naturally no lack of people with extraordinary vision amongst the people he had invited. At that time, there was a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old and already bald on top of his head walked out and said with some excitement, "Yun Jin. It's actually Yun Jin, the first of the 4 famous brocades of the Dragon Kingdom. The materials used are extremely elaborate, the weaving is fine, and the brocade pattern is magnificent and colorful, as gorgeous as a cloudy haze, hence the name cloud brocade. There have been a lot of depictions of cloud brocade in the Red Mansion. This is the top silk product that was exclusively supplied to the Emperor for his dragon robe in ancient times. Ding! Shot points plus 100. 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 Chapter 70, Antique Master shocked. Cloud brocade. This kind of fabric was specialized in making dragon robes in ancient times? Hearing these words, everyone present was taken aback, although they did not understand the description of Yun Jin at all. Hearing that it was used exclusively for making dragon robes in ancient times, they immediately felt the weightiness of this fabric. But, is this a bit too exaggerated? Is this cloud brocade really that precious? It says that it is the material used for the Emperor's exclusive dragon robe, so it shouldn't be bad. I'm still a little unconvinced. This is broken is a piece of clothing, can be worth how much money ah? Hearing that there were still some people around who didn't believe in it, and even questioned the price of this cloud brocade Cheongsam, the bald man was instantly enraged. With a trembling hand, he pointed at the person who had just spoken and cursed. What do you group of foreign fawning women know? As the first of the 4 famous brocades in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, Yun brocade was once listed as an imperial tribute in all 3 dynasties, which is an extremely precious historical and cultural heritage of our Dragon Kingdom nation. It serves as a representative of the highest level of our brocade weaving skills. The craft is close to being lost. The price of truly authentic Yun brocade is simply not comparable to whatever perfume those foreigners have. The bald man burst into a rage. His aura was extremely unearthly. Among the many people present, someone had already recognized this bald man, revealing the bald man's true identity. He's Professor Qin. Ah, a professor who specializes in researching the historical and cultural heritage of the Dragon Kingdom. Professor Qin, the real big shot of the antique world in South City. It was said that anything appraised through his hands had never failed. His position in the South City antique world was pretty much equivalent to the existence of a leader. And as soon as Prof. Qin mentioned Yun Jin, the whole person seemed to be a bit excited and said in a heated manner, Cloud brocade, that is a good thing that our old ancestors researched on the basis of inheriting the excellent tradition of brocade weaving through the ages. With a full 1,000 years of history, it thoroughly blends the valuable experience of various silk weaving crafts and reaches the peak state of handicrafts. The price of a piece of superb cloud brocade is simply so high that you can't imagine it at all. Can those foreign luxuries have such a rich cultural heritage? Can they have such a high collector's value? When it comes to luxury goods, our Dragon Kingdom style of luxury is much more impressive than those foreigners. Prof. Sheen spoke as if his mouth was hanging open. His words were naturally extremely weighty, and he disliked that gang of green tea that worshipped foreigners and didn't dare to speak at all. As for Wang Feng on the side, his face was getting uglier and uglier as he listened, almost as gloomy as if he was about to wring out water. In the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but curse. Where did this Professor Qin come from, even bragging about the gift from Zhang Yuan? Then wouldn't he himself look like a clown? After all, the top quality foreign perfume that he had sent out, in the mouth of this Prof. Sheen, it was as worthless as the wastewater on the side of the road. But the Yunjin Chongsam that Zhang Yuan had sent out, that was the existence of gold diamonds in general. This contrasting gap immediately made Wang Feng's psyche extremely unbalanced, especially when he saw the gazes of sisters Su Qingqing and Su Wanning looking at this cloud brocade Chongsam, gradually becoming more and more appreciative. The jealousy desire in the bottom of his heart completely erupted. Old sir, please wait a moment. Wang Feng spoke extremely rudely and interrupted Professor Qin. I think we already understand the value of Yunjin, but since such precious Yunjin must be worth a lot of money and extremely difficult to get your hands on, then the Yunjin that this guest sent out may not be the real thing. His words were extremely vicious and ambiguous. In fact, he implied that Zhang Yuan might have deliberately sent out an impostor to abuse the situation. Upon hearing this, Professor Qin also felt a bit hesitant. After all, he hadn't personally gotten his hands on that piece of cloud brocade Chongsam to take a closer look at it, and didn't know whether it was real or fake. Prof. Qin immediately revealed an inquiring gaze towards Zhang Yuan. He wanted to make an appraisal of the brocade Chongsam with his own hands, and Zhang Yuan just shook his head. Wang Feng immediately seized the opportunity and said extremely sinisterly, "You don't want to? Are you weak-minded? Just now you exaggerated that this Chongsam is made of Yunjin. Is it all fake?" His words were like a series of cannons, continuously questioning Zhang Yuan as if he wanted to pierce him through. However, Zhang Yuan did not move a muscle and said with a calm face, "What I mean is, since this Chongsam has been given to Miss Su Qingqing by me, then it is her thing. Whether or not it is to be handed over to this old Mr. Qin for appraisal, that's also her business. It has nothing to do with me." In the face of aggressive questioning, Zhang Yuan's words were extremely atmospheric and calm, not flustered in the slightest, and very respectful of Su Qingqing. This peaceful and calm demeanor of his immediately made everyone present not help but light up. Comparatively speaking, Wang Feng's aggressive attitude, which was close to that of a ball of fire, instead made him appear to be very small and petty. This was in stark contrast to Zhang Yuan. In an instant, Wang Feng was again compared to Zhang Yuan in the minds of the crowd, and Professor Qin projected his inquiring gaze towards Su Qingqing again. Su Qingqing immediately nodded her cute little head as she agreed to Prof. Qin's request for appraisal. She was actually curious to know if this Chongsam was a counterfeit or not. After receiving the approval, the professor was like a treasure and hurriedly walked to the front of this cloud brocade Chongsam. He picked up the Chongsam and looked at it carefully inch by inch, scrutinizing it as if he was afraid of missing the slightest message. Wang Feng was extremely nervous as he watched this scene, and in the bottom of his heart, he kept praying, "This is absolutely fake. If it's really some kind of cloud brocade that can be used by him as a gift, then this person's strength is a little too terrifying." Wang Feng kept praying to the heavens. This was his last hope to turn the tide today. As long as this so-called cloud brocade Chongsam wasn't real, then he could totally turn Zhang Yuan against him. Otherwise, the clown would be himself. And Su Wanning also looked at Professor Qin's appraisal somewhat nervously. After about half an hour or so, Su Qingqing became a little impatient. She was young after all, and her personality was quite impatient as she said, "How is this thing in the end?" Prof. Qin took a deep breath, tried his best to calm down and said, "My previous predictions were all wrong." When Wang Feng heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. It turned out that the stuff was really fake. Unexpectedly, Prof. Qin's next sentence was to say with an extremely grave expression, "The value of this Chongsam is far more than I can imagine." Chapter 71, Su Tianhao. This Chongsam is named meteorology, also known as flower. When it was manufactured back then, it brought together more than 10 of the country's topmost experts in various types of work, such as design, dyeing, weaving, and sewing. This group of experts in their respective fields collectively took nearly a year to complete. This should have been collected in the Treasure Art Exhibition Hall, but unfortunately inadvertently lost in foreign countries in the past years. I did not expect to come back to life today. This is almost equivalent to the national essence of Yunjin Cheongsam collection. Collection value is very high. I'm afraid to get outside the auction. Can sell hundreds of millions of heavenly price. Hearing Prof. Chin's words, the surrounding people's faces couldn't help but change drastically. This cloud brocade Cheongsam named flowery brocade. Its value was actually so terrifying. Hundreds of millions of heavenly prices. All the people could not help but converge their eyes on Zhang Yuan's face. This casual gift actually had a price of hundreds of millions of dollars. How terrifying was Zhang Yuan's real assets? Perhaps, Zhang Yuan also did not know the true price of this flower cluster? If an ordinary person knew that the gift he had given out had such a value, perhaps his heart had already felt remorseful at this moment. However, the crowd only saw Zhang Yuan's face with a calm and unperturbed look, like the immense sea had no ripples, as if he hadn't heard the words hundreds of millions of sky-high prices. Obviously, everyone thought that Zhang Yuan knew the price of this flower cluster. But in reality, Zhang Yuan is only because of this price figure is not very sensitive, but is a few hundred million price. Their own luck a little better. Casually draw a round of 10 even will get it. Wang Feng, on the other hand, his face became increasingly ugly, almost deformed. His face was about to be swollen. Just now he was constantly clamoring for the authenticity of this cloud brocade Cheongsam. As a result, in the blink of an eye, it was identified that this was not only a real cloud brocade Cheongsam, and it is also a collection of 10 experts in their respective top fields to create it, which can be called the best among the cloud brocade Cheongsam, with an alias of the precious treasure of the flower group. Wang Feng was so angry in his heart that he cursed his mother, and his face could only put on a seam of face. His emotions were close to being out of control. Su Qingqing was already in love with this cloud brocade Cheongsam. Now that she also heard Professor Qin learn about the origin and price of this Cheongsam, she immediately loved this Cheongsam 3 times more. At the same time, she also felt a burst of surprise at Zhang Yuan who gave her this gift, and her face couldn't help but bring on 3 blushes. Why did this little brother give me such a precious gift? Is he doing this because he is Su Tianhao's daughter? Or is he actually interested in himself? But his age is 7 or 8 years older than his own, right? But this is nothing. As long as there is love then I can also be a little bit. Then besides, seeing as this little brother is so good looking, I'm also able to commit a little bit. Su Qingqing instantly fell into the state of love brain. After all, Zhang Yuan was a face emperor, and any young lady of any age could easily fall into the trap of his face value. Not to mention the fact that a young girl's feelings are always spring. Young girls are always sentimental. Seeing Zhang Yuan's facial elegance and the boldness and generosity of his outbursts, Su Qingqing couldn't help but brainstorm about an encounter she had with him. As for her sister Su Wanting beside her, the corner of her eye also swept the expression on her sister Su Qingqing's face. As her own sister, where could Su Wanting not guess what Su Qingqing was thinking? She was alerted at that moment. Her own sister wouldn't be trying to steal a man from herself, although she is still young, but after 2 years will grow up. Posture and appearance is afraid that will not be inferior to their own, and by then she is both young and beautiful. I can't guarantee that I will lose to her. No, this kind of thing is absolutely not. Su Wanting made up her mind to declare her sovereignty to her sister, to give her sister a shot in the arm. She no longer cared about any reserve. She gathered enough courage and said to Zhang Yuan, thank you for preparing such a nice gift for my sister. Since the last time we parted, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I miss you very much. Su Wanting's simple sentence was actually full of deep meaning. On the surface, it appeared to be just a polite and courteous sentence, but it was a double entendre, and those who were attentive would immediately be able to detect its meaning. Many of the men present who had originally coveted Su Wanting's beauty and wealth immediately showed an extremely unwilling expression on their faces. Su Wanting's sentence was like a heavy bomb that directly smashed into their hearts and then exploded with a bang. It blew their teenage boy hearts into pieces and pieces. Wasn't this a clear indication of having a crush on Zhang Yuan? Although Su Wanting's words were implied, but in public, in front of so many people, she directly said it. Everyone wasn't stupid. It wasn't even an explicit sentence. Wang Feng's face became even more ugly, almost incredulously looking at Su Wanting. Your own mother licked you for 6 whole years. As a result, you Su Wanting not only didn't even let me touch your little hand, but even refused to say more to me, and didn't even bother to look at me, but now actually hinted at a boy who came out of nowhere. Just very angry. Wang Feng was so angry that he was deformed, but there was nothing he could do about it, and he looked like he was going to get hurt internally. Su Qingqing also deflated her mouth when she heard her sister's words declaring her sovereignty, feeling aggrieved. The man that she had her eyes on, her own sister had actually gotten to know him before she did. I'm too hard. Su Qingqing, crying face, when he still beside Zhang Yuan heard this, she raised her eyebrows in some displeasure, feeling that her position had been challenged. Today, it was clearly her, Yi Still, who first met Zhang Yuan at the cafe. Originally, It was going to be a romantic and wonderful day, but she didn't expect to be disturbed by an idiot Yifeng first, and then to be disturbed by so many women at this banquet. Yi still at once the gaze is a bit harsh. Su Wanting also very keen to notice this. The same as not willing to show weakness in response to Yi Still's sharp eyes. Yi Still and Su Wanting nonchalantly stared at each other. On one side, she was the miss of the Yi family of Antique Street, and on the other side, she was the daughter of the richest man in South City, Su Tianhao. Whether it was wealth, status, or reputation, they were all expatriates in South City. Almost any man could not ignore the existence of these two beautiful women, and the number of people who fell under the skirt of these two people's beauty and wealth was countless, but did not think that today is because of an unknown Jiang Yuan, and on the spot to form a kind of Shulua field general situation. A mountain cannot be two tigers. Just when a storm is about to brew between Yi Still and Su Wanting, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked out in a dragon stride. Su Tianhao, it's the richest man in South City. Su Tianhao, he's finally appeared. The godly South City real estate tycoon. The lord who has been in the position of South City's richest man for many years. Today is his favorite daughter's birthday. Taking this opportunity to allow me to meet Su Tianhao once. It's truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Chapter 72 3 Luxury Cars. Su Tianhao. Seeing this man, Wang Feng immediately straightened his appearance. In fact, apart from Su Wanting, the reason he came here today was to meet Su Tianhao. This was the richest man in the South City. Once he made a friendship, then he would be able to get everything he wanted in the South City in the future. Wang Feng immediately took out his other carefully prepared gift, intending to go up and present it to Su Tianhao as a way to climb the friendship. Uncle Su, long time no see, I am. Wang Feng opened his mouth. However, the next scene made Wang Feng freeze in place. Su Tianhao completely ignored himself and turned to walk quickly in the direction of Jiang Yuan, as if he didn't see him at all. Her daughter was like this, and so was her father, completely ignoring himself, with only Jiang Yuan in his eyes. Wang Feng was almost so angry that he could spit out blood, so angry that he could die on the spot from high blood pressure. He clenched his fists tightly, his heart constantly incomparably furious. All of his popularity today had been stolen by Jiang Yuan. In fact, even Su Tianhao, who he wanted to flatter the most, also completely ignored himself and directly ran towards Jiang Yuan, as if Jiang Yuan was a treasure full of gold in Su Tianhao's eyes. And Su Tianhao arched his hand extremely politely at Jiang Yuan and said, "Elder brother Jiang, today is just a birthday of my daughter. Actually can let a character like you personally come to the door to present a gift. Old me, I am really fluffy. I have slightly prepared some thin gifts here. Please be sure to accept them." Su Tianhao's words were spoken at an unhurried pace. His voice was staggered and filled with the air of a big brother. However, the content of his speech was extremely courteous to Jiang Yuan, and he was completely treated like a guest. There was even a hint of fawning flavor in it. Everyone present, including the middle-aged figures including Professor Qin, all changed color in unison, feeling somewhat shocked. Ding! Shock points plus 500. Ding! Shock points plus 500. Ding! Shock point plus 500. Ding! Shock point plus 500. Ding! Shock points plus 500. This is Su Tianhao, the real estate tycoon of South City. On weekdays, it's always the others who fawn over him and show him the utmost respect. But it didn't occur to me that today he would actually use such an attitude towards an unknown junior. In an instant, a question constantly lingered in the minds of the crowd. Then what kind of person was this Jiang Yuan? Not only had he casually given away treasures worth hundreds of millions of dollars, he was even able to make the richest man in South City, Su Tianhao, treat him with such a humble attitude. Jiang Yuan, this person's strength was simply unfathomable, as limitless as the ocean. The more they knew Jiang Yuan, the more they were able to feel his terror. And after the initial shock, the crowd exchanged low voices again. It's unimaginable that Su Tianhao actually used this kind of attitude towards a junior. This junior's age is just about the same as his daughter. Right, Su Tianhao actually uses this kind of address of Jiang elder brother. Isn't it obvious that he wants to get close? Could this Jiang Yuan's identity be extremely exaggerated, which makes it possible for Su Tianhao to only be able to greet him with this kind of attitude? It must be like this. Otherwise there is simply no way to explain all this. If we can marry a big shot like Jiang Yuan, then won't we soar? Seize the opportunity. We must find a way to leave a good impression on this big shot. I wonder what will be the thing that Su Tianhao just said about the thin gift. Su Tianhao clapped his hands and ordered his men to take 3 golden lockets. Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed. He could see at a glance that these 3 boxes were not gold-plated, but all pure gold, worthy of being the richest man in South City. Just the boxes holding the gifts were so bejeweled and extremely luxurious. Su Tianhao extremely politely picked up the first box and opened it. Inside was a car key. Some sharp-eyed car lovers around him immediately recognized it, and couldn't help but cover their mouths and exclaimed, This is the car key of the Pagani Son of the Wind, a luxury car that costs more than $10 million at least. Su Tianhao was actually a man with a heart of gold, and had already dispatched all his men to inquire about Zhang Yuan through various channels. Zhang Yuan's current driver had a flying Pusher 500 and the other was the cool-looking Lamborghini Hurricane. These two cars were certainly good and cost-effective, but they were by no means the top-of-the-line cars. As the richest man in South City, Su Tianhao naturally knew quite a few famous car enthusiasts after years of networking. He immediately secretly purchased the three most famous cars, and today specially invited Zhang Yuan over, ready to have a favor with Zhang Yuan. The third box was actually the same car keys. One was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth over $20 million. The other one was clearly a Lamborghini Poison, worth a full $42 million. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Worthy of being the richest man in South City, he had made such a bold and generous offer. The three luxury cars added up to more than $70 million. It looks like the Su Tianhao was aware of his identity, specially came to burn money to make friends. Zhang Yuan is a person who understands, immediately understood. He didn't dawdle, just smiled and nodded to accept the three car keys. When Su Tianhao saw Zhang Yuan being so forthcoming, he couldn't help but feel some pain. After all, at a person of his level, the thrill of spending money on a worthy person was actually very high. Having a big shot like Zhang Yuan accept his carefully prepared gift, Su Tianhao felt very honored and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. But immediately after, his men came to his ears to slightly mention something about Zhang Yuan's gift just now. Zhang Yuan actually gave Ching Ching such an expensive gift. Su Tianhao was shocked in his heart. What he didn't expect was that the three big luxury cars he had carefully prepared actually didn't add up to as expensive as a piece of clothing that Zhang Yuan had casually sent out. This was too much of a blow. In an instant, Su Tianhao felt that his pattern was still small. He originally thought that he had given away three large luxury cars, which together were worth more than $70 million, was already very luxurious. But he didn't expect Zhang Yuan to actually send out a precious cloud brocade cheongsam with a price tag of hundreds of millions of dollars. Simply not treating money as money. Elder brother Jiang, how can my daughter accept such an expensive gift from you? It's better for you to take it back, Su Tianhao said politely. Chapter 73, A Gift of Courtesy. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and said, Elder Su is too polite. A small gift, but it's just to return the favor you gave me when I moved into the East Mountain Villa. To actually call the cheongsam a small gift. The crowd immediately choked when they heard this, feeling a bit shocked by the three views. This piece of cloud brocade cheongsam named flowery brocade was an extremely rare treasure that was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. This kind of gift can even be called a small gift. If other people say this, the crowd may only think that he is talking big, but if it was coming from Zhang Yuan's mouth, the crowd would only exclaim a word about Zhang Yuan's terrifying strength. But those who had the heart heard another key message in these words. The East Mountain Villa. Zhang Yuan actually lived in the East Mountain Villa, where the 10 billionaires of the southern city gathered. However, on second thought, this was unexpected but reasonable. It was perhaps only logical that a character like Zhang Yuan would live in the East Mountain Villa. On the other hand, when Su Tianhao heard this, his heart was a little uneasy. His gift today was not only to cultivate friendship with Zhang Yuan. More than that, he wanted to make up for his son Su Jiacheng's unreasonable behavior some days ago by giving him a gift. Su Jiacheng had mobilized his own manpower that day, and was extremely powerless to provoke Zhang Yuan, although the result did not harm Zhang Yuan, and Su Jiacheng had already made amends and apologized. On the surface, he had already turned over a new leaf. However, Su Tianhao thought in his heart that although Zhang Yuan did not say anything about this matter, he was not stupid and would not have forgotten about it straight away. Zhang Yuan is only to take care of his own face. Deliberately not mention this matter, but do not mention. This does not mean that people's hearts do not harbor invisible mustiness, and this kind of mustache need to pay a certain price to eliminate as well. Today he would have liked to use the public gift 3 big car to Zhang Yuan, so as to eliminate this kind of mustiness, but he did not expect Zhang Yuan to take the lead in giving such a precious gift to his youngest daughter Su Qingqing, which in turn now left him somewhat at a loss for words. But after all, Su Tianhao was the real estate tycoon of the southern city. The lord who had occupied the top of the richest list for many years, immediately calmed down and thought. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his daughter Su Wanting, who was looking at Zhang Yuan with some indescribably wrong gaze. Su Tianhao understood at that time, and his plan came to him. How could an old fox like him not know what others were thinking? And immediately said, Zhang Yuan, how about this? You young people have something to talk about when you eat together. So sit over here and let my daughter have a meal with you and treat you well. Sit over here, Su Tianhao said while pointing to a seat beside Su Wanting. That's a special seat for Su family members, and it's a seat that usually only female family members or relatives of female family members can sit in. With this hand, He is clearly trying to set up his own daughter and Zhang Yuan. Su Tianhao, this old fox, he's playing with this hand. It can't be that he wants to marry his daughter to Zhang Yuan. If he offends Zhang Yuan, he will receive a strong opponent. While befriending Zhang Yuan to give each other gifts, he will receive a strong friend. But a strong opponent and a strong friend are actually not as good as a strong son-in-law. Smart no wonder he is the richest man in South City. Su Tianhao's words immediately made Wang Feng so angry that he clenched his teeth and white gas came out of his nostrils. He, Wang Feng, had coveted that position for a long time. As the saying goes, the nearness of the water is the first thing to get the moon. If he could sit beside Su Wanting and carry out this banquet together, then there was no doubt that not only was it a supreme honor, but there were also quite a few opportunities to take advantage of the chance to express oneself. But now that this opportunity was directly in Zhang Yuan's hands, Wang Feng was so jealous that his teeth were itching. However, Zhang Yuan didn't think about that much. He heard that Su Tianhao had taken care of himself to be seated, and it was also with Su Wanting who he had a brief encounter with. He nodded and brought Yi Still along with him, and although Yi Still's face remained the same on the surface, there was already some slight displeasure in her heart. A woman's mind was always delicate and sensitive. Yi Still sensed that this old fox, Su Tianhao, was clearly trying to set up Zhang Yuan and his daughter. She naturally felt that her position was being challenged. Today was supposed to be a romantic encounter between him and Zhang Yuan, but he didn't expect to be disturbed by some unrelated people. Now that this old fox, Su Tianhao, had intervened to stir up the situation, Yi Still's willow eyebrows were slightly raised. Although Yi Still had some unhappiness in her heart, she didn't lose her demeanor. It's just robbing a man. Who's afraid of who? As the Yi family's eldest young lady, Yi Still had self-confidence in her bones. The man she likes, other people will not want to get their hands on him. Zhang Yuan brought Yi Still and sat at the special table where Su Wanting and Su Qingqing were. There were only 4 people at this table, and the dishes served were not quite the same as the other tables. It was the highest specification of the banquet organized by Su Tianhao. Zhang Yuan just sat down and felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. As the saying goes, 3 women are a play. Women more places. Strife will not be less natural. Open and secret rivalry Zhang Yuan from the past but experienced very many times. Zhang Yuan's ex-girlfriends in his high school days were all in the same class and would often go out and hold activities together. The feeling now is somewhat similar to that time. He still seemed to sit down carelessly, then reached out her slender hands to fiddle with the cutlery. In reality, the afterglow from the corner of her eyes constantly touched each other with Su Wanting, as if they could rub off sparks. Su Qingqing, on the other hand, was somewhat special. According to sisterly affection, she naturally hoped that her sister would win, but she is not too hopeful that her sister will win. After all, she also wants to have the opportunity to stage a romantic scene with Zhang Yuan. So this table, in addition to Zhang Yuan, is wanting to eat a meal in peace and quiet. The other 3 women in fact are each harboring their own evil intentions. The first dish was quickly served. Steamed butter crab. Butter crab, one of the most valuable crab species in the Dragon Kingdom. The production period is very long. This kind of crab is very precious. This kind of crab is very special. During the growing period the crab paste breaks down into golden-colored grease spreading to all locations of the body. Once this kind of crab is steamed, the inside is all filled with various kinds of fragrant and compelling butter. Very delicious. However, the butter crab at Zhang Yuan's table was a bit different. The butter crabs at the other tables were at most the size of an adult's palm, but the butter crab at his table was 3 times the size of the other tables. Obviously, this butter crab was by no means ordinary. Just by looking at its size, it was extremely extraordinary. Su Wanting smiled faintly and explained, "This is the head-hand top butter crab. Each season only less than 0.1% of butter crabs may be this kind of top quality." Chapter 74, 3 Women in 1. Under Su Wanting's explanation, Zhang Yuan also understood this special butter crab. Butter crab, itself, is renowned in the south, with the reputation of being the king of crabs, but the limitations of the origin is very great. Even after scientific artificial cultivation varieties, but also far less flavorful than the pure natural butter crab. Pure natural butter crabs are also known as sea oil crabs. Among them, the head hand, that is, the top grade, crab oil penetrates into every joint part of the body. Extremely delicious. However, the number of this kind of head hand level butter crab is extremely rare and precious. Sometimes even a season does not appear many. In front of Zhang Yuan's 4 eyes, is the head of the top hand top butter crab among the best. Not only is the crab oil perfect penetration into every inch of the crab meat, and the head is very large, the price of this kind of top quality butter crab is very exaggerated. Often there is a price without a market. Even if you have the money, it is extremely difficult to buy on the market. Only Su Tianhao sitting in the South City for many years of contacts, only to entrust someone to get a few. At the moment, Zhang Yuan's plate of butter crabs in front of him, but it became a problem. The three women glanced at each other, unspoken. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, pretended not to notice their differences and spoke. Since today is Qing Qing's birthday, then this head hand butter crab will be given to you. The corners of Su Qingqing's mouth lifted. Her heart was happy, but on the surface, she said, how can this be a good thing? Brother Zhang Yuan, you have given me such a precious gift. This crab cap will be given to you, she said while shelling the largest butter crab. Ka Qing. Along with the separation of the crab shell from the crab body, the orange and yellow ointment overflowed in full, and the surrounding area was filled with aroma. Su Qingqing smilingly put this crab cover filled with fat buttercream into Zhang Yuan's hand. However, Zhang Yuan smelled an aroma, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and realized that sure enough, Yi still had already fought with Su Wanting. Both women's eyes couldn't help but drift towards this one crab cap. Obviously both of them wanted this crab cap very much. The two of them, one of them was the Yi family's eldest young lady and the other was Su Tianhao's daughter, so naturally they wouldn't lose their decency because of a crab. However, the right to distribute the crab cover of this crab was in Zhang Yuan's hands. Then the flavor of this matter changed. Whoever Zhang Yuan took it to also represented which person Zhang Yuan cared more about in his heart. Women value this the most. For example, the classic question, I and your mom fell into the water. Who do you save? The key to this question is actually to look at the man's heart. In fact, which woman cares more? Then Zhang Yuan at this moment put his hand this one crab cap to Yi Still or to Su Wanting. This becomes a biggest problem. But before Zhang Yuan opened his mouth, it was the two women who first opened their mouths to compete with each other. Yi Still smile, said, I think it's better to give Miss Su. I heard that butter crab butter is not only nutritious but also beauty. I think it's very suitable for Miss Su. Su Wanting naturally heard that she was squeezing herself. Naturally she was not willing to show weakness and said, Where? The butter crab's ointment is said to be very tonic to the brain. Ms. Yi should eat a little more. The two women were battling each other. Quite a momentum of a needle pointing at the tip of the spear. This was just the beginning. The more the two women talked, the more they got energized, with only each other in their eyes. Miss Su deserves to be a lady of the house, and her hospitality is really first class. Where can I compare to Ms. Ye's delicate nature? As a guest, she is also so well informed and sensible. Zhang Yuan felt that his head was 2 sizes too big. These two women, Yi Still and Su Wanting, were squeezing each other, which made this meal filled with the flavor of war and smoke. Su Qingqing then took the opportunity to walk to Zhang Yuan's side. She took advantage of her sister and Yi Still squeezing each other over there. She herself had the advantage of fishing. Brother Zhang Yuan, I'm very interested in that piece of cloud brocade cheongsam you gave me. Can you tell me more about the history of this cheongsam? Su Qingqing was actually also a careful woman. She adhered well to her father Su Tianhao's mind games. She purposely took down this crab cover for Zhang Yuan just now, in order to let her sisters Su Wanting and Yi Still compete with each other, while she herself would be able to sit back and enjoy the benefits of fishing in Zhang Yuan's proximity. Zhang Yuan is also a discerning person. He also noticed this point. In front of him, the smiling Su Qingqing was also a small child, and I'm afraid that the trouble she would bring to herself would not be inferior to the other two women. These people are really. Zhang Yuan was helpless, and the scene of the three women at their table, who were fighting with each other, each playing their own game, also fell into the eyes of some people who had the heart to do so. Wang Feng was almost so jealous that he was about to break his teeth. The goddess Su Wanting that he had been pining for, at this moment, was pulling down her stance for Zhang Yuan and fighting with another woman. Song Yan was also filled with jealousy. She could crave the face of Zhang Yuan, the Yan Emperor. What's more, Zhang Yuan was more than just a Yan Emperor. He was also a big spender. This kind of man simply made Song Yan unable to stop. Yi Qier, on the other hand, lowered her head somewhat forlornly. Today was originally a blind date that her family had entrusted to her, but it was due to her own ignorance and stupidity that led to all these subsequent changes. Right now Yi Qier's heart was just regretful, very regretful, and right at this moment, a phone call came over. Ku Air, how was the blind date? Is the Zhang Yuan I introduced to you suitable? It turned out to be Yi Qier's own second aunt. Today's blind date between Yi Qier and Zhang Yuan was arranged by her. Hearing her second aunt's words, Yi Qier glanced at Zhang Yuan's direction, and all of a sudden her face was filled with a bitter smile. She herself was extremely as well as extraordinarily satisfied with Zhang Yuan. But the question was, did she still have a chance? Yi Qier's heart was slightly sour, some jealousy and some remorse and helplessness. In the end, she could only say with a 3/4 hopeless tone, the person is quite good, but he and I are not suitable. Unsuitable. These 3 words were also a true reflection of Yi Qier's heart. Zhang Yuan's configuration of top Yan D plus top Shen Hao. Where could she be worthy of him? Yi Qier felt that she was really too humble. However, her unintentional words fell into her second aunt's ears. but it was a different flavor. As soon as her second aunt heard it, she immediately thought that perhaps Yikur was thinking that Jiang Yuan was too good looking but had no money, and that's why she said it wasn't suitable. After all, these days on a blind date, when the woman said it was unsuitable, it usually meant one of two things. Either she disliked the man for being ugly or she disliked the man for being poor. Her second aunt could not say anything more at once, and hung up the phone after a couple of symbolic words. While Yikur looked at Jiang Yuan's end, her heart was very unfavorable. Such a good little brother. How did he miss it? Chapter 75, Drinking Together. Just as Su Wanting and Yi still squeezed each other, Jiang Yuan finally couldn't stand it any longer. He originally wanted to have a quiet meal. He didn't expect these women to have so much drama. It was really a bit out of his expectation. I have a solution. You guys stop it, Jiang Yuan said. As he said this, he took a table knife on the dining table, gently stroked the body and edge of the knife once, only to feel that it was very sharp, and smiled with satisfaction. Immediately afterward, with a steady and swift hand, he quickly raised the knife and cut the crab cover into two. 1 point is not too much. 1 point is not too little. Completely and neatly cut it into two. He took it to Su Wanting with his left hand and to Yi still with his right hand. Jiang Yuan said, "Is this okay?" Su Wanting raised her eyebrows, gave Jiang Yuan a face-saving smile and said, "Not bad, not bad." Yi still also collected her temperament and revealed a sweet smile, saying, "This is a really good solution." However, there were still cold flashes in the eyes of the two women, secretly fighting with each other. Jiang Yuan was also too lazy to watch the two of them fight, and turned his head to tell Su Qingqing about the origin and history of the Yunjin Chongsam. This somewhat special battlefield at the dining table also temporarily calmed down, but the good times don't last long. After the second dish, bluefin tuna was served. The problem came back. Tuna itself is an extremely valuable ingredient. Wild tuna is classified by the World Conservation Union as a critically endangered species, rarer and more precious than pandas. 7 years ago, the South City's Tiangong auction house had auctioned off a 222 kilograms of the finest bluefin tuna at a price of 11 million yuan. Su Tianhao had also gone through a lot of effort to acquire a few of these superb tuna. The meat quality and taste of different parts of the tuna are worlds apart. The belly of the fish is fat, the back of the fish is strong, the head and neck of the fish is fat, and the meat of the tail is the most lean. The most expensive part of a tuna. The most expensive part of the fish, then the fish's midsection to the front of the abdomen between a small piece of fish meat showing a light pink color. The texture of the rich and tender. It is a whole fish is the most delicious place, and also has a common name called big fat. In fact, there is also an unwritten rule that only the highest ranking woman at the table can be the first to use chopsticks on the fish in this position. Su Qingqing, Su Wanting and Yi still looked at each other and tacitly chose to remain silent. They gave Jiang Yuan the right to choose, to let him decide who should be allocated this big fat part of the tuna. However, Jiang Yuan thought that he had never eaten pork, but he had always seen a pig run. He had once heard before that the most delicious position on a tuna's body was the fish face meat. Rumor had it that once upon a time, after bandits captured a child, they would first starve him for 3 days and then place a steamed fish and a pair of chopsticks in front of the child. If the child first picks a big piece of meat from the back of the fish and eats it, then it is released. If the child came up and dug into the belly of the fish, then he had to be held back for a few days. If he came up and picked the meat from the face of the fish to eat, then there was no doubt that he was the most favored child of the big family. Jiang Yuan naturally did not know that the doorway of tuna was not quite the same as traditional fish. It was Su Qingqing who spoke up and reminded Jiang Yuan, there is a most precious place on the tuna that is in the belly of the fish. Only the woman with the highest status on the table can move her chopsticks on this place first. Who do you think is better for the three of us to move first? Delivery question. When Jiang Yuan heard this, he immediately heard the trick. Previously the dish of butter crab Su Qingqing could still use the fact that today was her birthday as a reason to move first. But now this dish of tuna was clearly meant for the woman with the highest status. Then the question arises, in Jiang Yuan's mind, who exactly is the higher status of these three women? Is it the Yi family's eldest young lady? Or is it the two daughters of Su Tianhao, the richest man in South City? Even if it is the two daughters, whether it is the elder sister or the younger sister is more important in Jiang Yuan's mind. In an instant, Jiang Yuan became the soldier of the battlefield. Moreover, Jiang Yuan's reaction speed was fast. He replied dryly, actually, there is also a rule in my old hometown that only women of the lowest status will eat this part of the fish. So do you want to abide by the rules of my hometown? Jiang Yuan skillfully solved this problem with a simple sentence. As the saying goes, when you enter a hometown, if you want to become Jiang Yuan's partner, there is no doubt that you have to abide by the rules of his hometown. Then once this rule was followed, the question they asked would lose its meaning. A look of unwillingness flowed from Yi Still and Su Wanting's eyes. He had dodged another bullet, and was quite resourceful. Right at this moment, Yi Still spoke up again and said, Zhang Yuan, then can you help me clip the tuna fish? I don't seem to have enough here. Upon hearing this, Su Wanning also raised her eyebrows and said, I'll just come and clip it for you. I'm still a bit closer to your position. Yi still smiled without smiling, and immediately said, then how can I have the pleasure to trouble you? Su Wanning sneered and said, then are you good enough to trouble Zhang Yuan? Yi still turned her head and asked Zhang Yuan, do you think it's troublesome to help me with my food? It was another life-sending question. Zhang Yuan felt a little anxious for a moment and held his forehead. It seems that today's wish to eat a meal in peace is impossible to fulfill. These two women were causing trouble for themselves. All sorts of life-giving questions came out frequently, and he himself wasn't able to skillfully solve every life-giving question. At this time Su Tianhao walked over with several bottles of red wine worth a lot of money. Elder brother Jiang, this is my private collection of Romani Conti Grand Cru red wine, a famous wine known as the king of the world. Let's not get drunk today, Su Tianhao said in an extremely generous manner. Zhang Yuan had found a chance to get away. He no longer wanted to be caught in the middle of several women and watch them fight. He immediately raised his glass and said, Elder Su is polite. Let's have a few drinks. As the scarlet wine syrup was presented into the goblet, a strong aroma of wine permeated his heart. Zhang Yuan took a sip and only felt that his teeth and cheeks were fragrant. It was simply not a good wine comparable to ordinary wines. With the company of three beautiful people, and holding a beautiful wine in his hand, Zhang Yuan was in a good mood. Unable to help himself, he raised his wine glass and Su Tianhao continuously exchanged cups and laughed and talked. Zhang Yuan here and the richest man in the South City and drink and have a good time, like brothers and sisters in general. If this is spread out, I'm afraid it is going to be shocked off a large group of people's jaws, and Su Tianhao's private collection is really worthy of the world's wine king. Zhang Yuan thought that he did not dare to say that he could not get drunk from 1,000 cups of wine, but he was still a lot stronger than ordinary people. But at the moment, just one more bottle of more than a few will have some unconscious flavor. This wine strength, thief enough. Zhang Yuan also took advantage of his good mood to simply sink his consciousness into the system's space. Today, I will take advantage of the good mood to draw a lottery. Chapter 76, Crazy Lucky Draw. Rewards keep coming. Zhang Yuan was very straightforward and immediately exchanged all the shocking points that he had accumulated over the past few days for the blind box. These past few days, he had gained quite a lot, and without realizing it, he had already accumulated an extremely large amount of points. Remaining points, 7,235. At this instant, the front of his face was filled with about 70 blind boxes. Inside each blind box could be an amazing surprise. It could be real estate, an expensive luxury item, or some kind of unique skill. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but be filled with a sense of anticipation. I wonder what can be opened. Zhang Yuan was somewhat hopeful. If it's possible, I really want more golden rewards, preferably in the rarest skill category. Zhang Yuan couldn't wait and immediately crossed the 10 blind boxes with his own right index finger. Ding! Unfortunately, the blue sky was white. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $1 million. Incentive, 1 million yuan. Incentive, 1 million yuan. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $10 million. 1 blue, 9 white. The total is $19 million. I can't believe I'm out of my league. Zhang Yuan frowned. This was the most unlucky draw he had ever made. There was only one blue light in a row, and the rest were all white lights. Zhang Yuan even suspected that the only blue light was also because the 10 consecutive draws were guaranteed. Otherwise, if the 10 consecutive draws are all white light, then it is not cardiac arrest, blood pressure pull full. But before he had time to get frustrated, Zhang Yuan's heart immediately surged with another idea. Wait a minute, after a big fei is often followed by a big O. Could it be that today is not actually the day of my big fei, but the day of the big O? Zhang Yuan guessed. Things like drawing cards were extremely metaphysical. Zhang Yuan had encountered this situation before, where he was late in shipping in what seemed to be an extremely non-common situation, but the next round of 10 consecutive draws was often the day of the big euro. Could it be this setup? Zhang Yuan held this thought and immediately ran his own fingertips across another 10 blind boxes. Reward, $1 million. 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 Incentive, 1 million yuan. Incentive, 1 million yuan. Incentive, 1 million yuan. Reward, $1 million. Surprisingly, it's 10 white. In total, it's only 10 million yuan. Zhang Yuan is furious, feeling just uptight. No way. If I don't ship today, I won't believe it. Zhang Yuan accumulated the flame of anger and immediately crossed the 10 blind box. Finally, Hurricane has a rainbow golden light flashed brightly. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $1 million. Reward, $1 million. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, $10 million. Blitz reward, 1 graph diamond watch. Note, this reward is worth about $1.5 billion or so. 5 blue, 4 white and 1 gold. A total of $54 million. Finally out of the goods. But looking at this Blitz gold reward, Zhang Yuan was a bit dissatisfied. He glanced at the detailed notes about the watch. A watch made by Graph, the world's largest diamond brand, consisting of 153 carats of white diamonds, with a 13-carat flawless pear-shaped diamond in the center. It didn't look too bad. However, Zhang Yuan knew that this kind of luxury reward undoubtedly belonged to a very average class amongst the Golden Storm rewards. Among the golden rewards, the company's shares certainly didn't have as much short-term gain as this kind of luxury reward, but it was undoubtedly something that could be eaten in the long run, and every quarter there was a considerable dividend, which was much better in the long run. The reward of personal skills is relatively rare. Even if the lottery to date, Zhang Yuan only got a skill, the value of this reward is even more incalculable. Compared to this kind of golden rewards that directly rewarded luxury goods, it was obviously somewhat dwarfed. Zhang Yuan was even more uptight. No, I just don't believe it. Which can be so today. Zhang Yuan's fingertips trembled slightly, clearly extremely unsettled inside. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 1 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, 10 million yuan. Reward, $10 million. Reward, 10 million yuan. Incentive, 10 million yuan. Reward, $10 million. Reward, $10 million. Blitz reward, 1 Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom, 7 blues, 1 white and 1 gold. The total is 72 million yuan. And when Zhang Yuan saw that it was another such direct luxury reward, his first reaction felt average. However, after carefully inspecting the luxury car, he was slightly taken aback. This is actually one of the most expensive sports cars in the world? Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom, the world's most recognized top-of-the-line luxury car. This car was produced exclusively for the royal family of the Eagle Kingdom, and there were no more than 10 of them in the entire world. If we were to talk about the value, I'm afraid it would never be lower than billions. This was a divine car that was completely no less than a luxury villa. Although in the golden rewards, the luxury rewards were the lowest grade, there was no doubt that this luxury car was already the topmost reward in this grade. I also don't know if this is considered to be OU or non. Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. There was some unwillingness in the bottom of his heart. He had been extremely looking forward to today's lucky draw. But luck, it seemed, was not that good. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. Calm down, calm down. The big deal is to draw again in the future. There's no need to get on top. After making up his mind, Zhang Yuan's spirit instead relaxed, no longer having such a big obsession with the lottery. As the saying goes, if you plant a flower, you can't plant it, but if you don't plant a flower, you can't plant it. Zhang Yuan finally adjusted his mindset. His hand crossed 10 blind boxes. Another round of 10 consecutive draws went down. This time, it was 3 colored lights. It was actually a triple yellow egg. Reward, $1 million. 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 Reward, $10 million. Blast reward, Lawrence International High School School Trustee status. Blitz reward, Airbus A380. Note, the world's most expensive private jet, worth about $3 billion. Strike reward, Divine Driving Technique. Note, the host will master all driving skills of vehicles and airplanes, and all of them are god level. Chapter 77, Hometown. 10 consecutive draws. There were actually 3 yolks, a full 3 golden blitz rewards coming together. Zhang Yuan looked carefully at the 3 yolks and felt a little unbelievable. After the big fei, there is really a big OU. OU chi burst. Just very nice. Just very comfortable. Lawrence International High School, which is an extremely well-known aristocratic private school in Xia City, Xiacheng. Its economic strength is much stronger than Nanchang. The number of rich people is also much more than Nanchang. This school was undoubtedly ranked first in Xia City. Not only was it rich in teachers, but it also had top-notch equipment. The students who were able to attend this aristocratic school were undoubtedly the second generation of some big shots. Every year, just the personal expenses at the school were not less than $1 million on average. This aristocratic school was not only extremely terrifying in terms of revenue, more crucially, it is able to make many well-known rich businessmen give gifts to please flatter. The power is very great. This school's school manager status, the value of natural self-evident. What attracted Jiang Yuan's attention even more was the other two rewards. It's actually a private airplane and the accompanying piloting skills? Jiang Yuan was shocked. Airbus A380, the most expensive private airplane in the world, worth about $3 billion. It was expensive not only because of its own excellent flying ability, but also because the interior had supporting decorations that were no less than a luxury villa as well as very adequate entertainment facilities. It is not so much a high-performance airplane as it is a large-scale entertainment castle that can fly in the sky. This was something that could be enough to shock any rich man. God-level piloting technology. Note, the host will master all piloting skills regarding vehicles and airplanes, and all of them will be God-level. This one is awesome. Not only is it something that will allow the host Jiang Yuan to have the ability to be able to pilot private airplanes, and also to be able to drive any kind of luxury car to a level that many professional racers cannot reach. A great harvest. A super bumper harvest. Jiang Yuan only felt himself surrounded by a dizzying sensation of happiness for a moment. He hadn't thought that his luck today would actually be this good. A full 5 golden rewards. This was already the most rewards he had ever gotten in one go since he started the lottery. It was really too generous. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel even more joyful. He exited the system space. Then he continued to drink with Su Tianhao and the others, until he was so drunk that he broke off. In a daze, he seemed to have been sent back to his room by 2 women. When he regained consciousness again, there was a phone call that woke him up. Son, the once-in-a-decade ancestor sacrifice assembly is about to begin, so remember to take the time to come back. People should take good care of themselves outside. Everything is fine at home. At that time, all your childhood friends will be back. You remember not to be late. It was his own mother's voice that came from his ears, and Jiang Yuan's consciousness gradually sobered up. His drunkenness had not yet fully sobered up and his brain hurt a little, so he subconsciously replied, okay. Jiang Yuan said a few more words to his own mother slightly, and then hurriedly hung up the phone. Continuing to touch his head that was swollen due to his drunkenness was a bit dazed, and because of his drunkenness, he did not realize one detail. That was his own mother. Why did she not ask herself about his blind date with Yikir? According to his mother's character, after the blind date was over, she should have asked about it. On the other end of the phone, after Jiang Yuan's mother hung up the phone, she just sighed with some disappointment. She had just received news from Yikir's second aunt that Yikir could not look at Jiang Yuan. Therefore, she purposely did not mention this matter for fear of hitting Jiang Yuan's self-esteem. In fact, Jiang Yuan's mother, Jiang Yuehua, was not surprised by this result. The matter of Jiang Yuan being a courier was something that she had also heard from a few of her fellow countrymen's elders. After all, there were many young people who came to South City to work, and news traveled fast. Other people, Yi Kier, was a rich white beauty who had returned from overseas studies, and her own family's son was just a courier. It was only natural that other girls could not look at their own son Jiang Yuan. Alas, but no matter if there is good fortune or not, this is after all his own son. Jiang Yuehua thought somewhat tenderly while cleaning the room for Jiang Yuan once again. During these days when Jiang Yuan had left home, his mother would come to her room to clean it once a day. Even if there was no one living inside this room, when a mother missed her child, she would always go to his room to clean it. Over time, this became a habit, and Jiang Yuan's hometown, Qinghe Township, Yun County, it was a place where the people were simple and the customs were emphasized. Every 10 years, an ancestor worship assembly would be held, and any young man working outside would come back to participate in this ancestor worship assembly. Don't look at this place as small, but the aura is abundant. The children's brains are very good. The examination went out a lot of people. Many of Jiang Yuan's fellow countrymen are now working in some large enterprises or important positions. Jiang Yuan's mother, Jiang Yuehua, went out a few days ago and heard many of the neighbors discussing with each other. Old Zhao's son got into a foreign university, and is now working as a vice president in a large company, and is said to be worth hundreds of millions. This kid is really smart since he was a kid. Looks like he's going to make a name for himself. And Xiaolu's daughter, that girl doll I heard is now beautiful, in Xiaoqing an aristocratic school as a teacher, a monthly salary of tens of thousands of it. Old Zhu's son, Old Li's son I heard that a piece of partnership set up a company, now in the south of the city to wind rain it. That old Zhang's son. I remember Jiang Yuan the child can be smart when he was a child. That Jiang Yuan can be no good, now is a courier it. Really? There can be false. My grandson and I said, he is working in the South City. Last time or Jiang Yuan hand delivery him express it. Jiang Yuehua heard it at that time, and in the bottom of her heart, she was just a little helpless. Other people's children are so competitive. They went abroad to study, became vice presidents, or became teachers in good schools, or went into partnership with companies to earn a lot of money. It is a pity that his own son is just an ordinary courier, and for this ancestor sacrifice assembly, all the young people will return to Qinghe Township. I hope Xiao Yuan won't be too inferior by then. He's so high-minded. If he sees his childhood playmates developing so much better than himself, I'm just afraid he won't be able to stand it in his heart. Jiang Yuehua thought with some concern. Chapter 78, Honorable Return. East Mountain Villa. Jiang Yuan's house. Jiang Yuan rubbed his swollen head, feeling that he still had some hangover after effects. The housekeeper, Yao Wenwen, carefully served a bowl of ginger tea soup and said, "Please drink it. It has a great effect in relieving alcohol." Jiang Yuan smoothly took the ginger tea soup, tilted his head and drank it. After about 5 minutes or so, he finally felt that his head was no longer in so much pain, and he also remembered that his mother had called him and asked him to go back to attend the ancestor sacrifice assembly. This time, I have to go back and keep a low profile. I can't make too much of a fuss, lest I make the others feel too inferior, Jiang Yuan thought. Jiang Yuan had always been a very sentimental person and was very well liked. This ancestor sacrifice assembly only came once in 10 years, which meant that Jiang Yuan was going to meet up with his childhood playmates that he had not seen in almost 10 years. He and the vast majority of his childhood playmates had a very good relationship. They were all good friends who had played since childhood and were almost like brothers and sisters. Jiang Yuan naturally didn't want to cause them to develop some inferiority complexes because of his own publicity, which was bad. One's own happiness could not be built on top of someone else's inferiority complex. The happiness that Jiang Yuan pursued was a kind of positive energy happiness, a kind of happiness that was better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Therefore, Jiang Yuan would not do that kind of thing where he would intentionally show off his wealth and act like a pussy in front of his old friends. Jiang Yuan once again pondered for a moment and said to Yao Wenwen, who was beside him, "You go back to your old home with me as my friend. Remember not to expose my identity casually until it is absolutely necessary." Upon hearing this, Yao Wenwen immediately became a little curious and said, "Where is your old home?" Jiang Yuan replied, saying, "Qinghe Township, Yun County." When Yao Wenwen heard this, her eyes immediately lit up and said, "This place is a good place with great people." Jiang Yuan hummed and asked with some curiosity, "You also know my hometown?" Yao Wenwen immediately nodded and said, "Our South City is close to this place. I've heard many people say that this place has produced quite a few famous schoolmasters." Jiang Yuan nodded. Among his childhood playmates, quite a few of them were indeed outstanding and had a very good relationship with him. However, due to the fact that too much time had passed, the ones he remembered most were a girl surnamed Lu and a boy surnamed Zhao, who had the best grades. Jiang Yuan shook his head. "I don't know what they are like now. It's been a long time. I miss them a little." Thinking of this, the thoughts of returning to his hometown intensified in the bottom of his heart. He ordered Yao Wenwen and said, "Move faster, pack up your things a little, let's drive off in the afternoon." Yao Wenwen immediately replied, "Okay, at your command." South City, the branch of Sky Enterprise Game Company. This was a game company that had risen rapidly in recent years, and in terms of development speed and scale, it was second only to Yuanmei Game Company. At this moment, on the roof of this game company's office building, there stood a man in a suit with hard lines on his face. He was overlooking South City from the top of the building, quite a feeling of grandeur. His name was Zhao Tianming, one of Jiang Yuan's childhood playmates. As a true academic bully, Zhao Tianming graduated from the world-renowned Stanford University at an age of less than 20. After graduation, he returned to the Dragon Kingdom and with the 6 founders, co-founded the Sky Enterprise Game Company. Now, he was already in his early 20s, and was already honored as the vice president of this well-known game company. An annual salary of $10 million might be an unattainable dream for other people of his age, but for Zhao Tianming, it was nothing more than a breeze, nothing to brag about. He had also received a phone call an hour ago, asking him to return to Qinghe Township to attend the Ancestor Festival. "I don't know how many years it has been," Zhao Tianming said with some emotion. "I wonder how that brat Jiang Yuan is doing now. I found someone to inquire about his situation. It seems not too good, merely a courier running a business. Alas, it's better to try not to expose my identity this time back, lest he gets too inferior. Find an opportunity. I have to pull him along." A young man in his early 20s, how can he be willing to be a courier? When Zhao Tianming thought of Jiang Yuan, a look of hatred gradually appeared in his eyes. When they were young, the two of them had a very good relationship, and even teased about growing up and doing something big together. Zhao Tianming had done it, and now he was the vice president of a well-known company, and had the wind and the rain at his back. The wind and splendor is unlimited, but Jiang Yuan has degenerated into an ordinary courier. This made Zhao Tianming extremely distressed and sorry. "I'm going to examine Jiang Yuan this time, test his abilities, and if he passes the test, he might be able to come work for my company." Zhao Tianming pondered. "If you don't pass, you can also come to my company as a security guard. At least it's much better than running a courier." "How much money can you earn running a courier?" Our company's security guards can earn tens of thousands of dollars. Let him be a security chief can also. Zhao Tianming pondered how to arrange for Zhang Yuan to enter his company while looking at the turquoise blue sky. After a long time, he sighed. Zhang Yuan has such a strong self-esteem. I don't know if he will accept my help. Zhao Tianming hesitated for a while and finally made up his mind. If it really came to the point of necessity, he might have to show off his strong financial power in front of Zhang Yuan. This way he could shatter Zhang Yuan's pride and make him accept his help and enter his company to enjoy superior treatment. Otherwise, if Zhang Yuan's self-esteem is taken into account, I am afraid that he will never agree to his help. Little Yuan, when it really comes to that time, don't blame brother. Brother is also doing it for your own good. Zhao Tianming muttered. When necessary, I'm afraid I can't keep a low profile. I have to show my strength in front of you, Zhang Yuan. And after a while, his memories drifted a bit, recalling a little girl who was powdered and carved. This little girl was as beautiful as a porcelain doll, with features so exquisite that one would even think that they were traced on with a brush stroke by stroke. When she smiled, it was as if the entire room would brighten up and fill with fresh air. And if her small mouth was deflated, watering, the whole air would seem to freeze. Every knit of her brows and smile could touch one's heartstrings. In particular, her pair of eyes were especially large, and they were filled with the flavor of spirituality and emptiness. This was a pair of eyes that made it extremely hard to forget after one glance. I wonder how that girl Lu Shishir is doing now. I heard that she has become a famous and beautiful teacher now, and I don't know if she can still remember me. Really looking forward to seeing her again. Chapter 79 Accidents. In order to keep a low profile, Zhang Yuan didn't plan to drive a Lamborghini Hurricane, let alone move a Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom. Instead, he chose to drive the plainest-looking Fay Twitter 500 back to his hometown. The brand of this car wasn't as famous as a luxury car like a Lamborghini or Rolls-Royce. At the same time, because it was a pure performance monster powerhouse, the appearance wasn't particularly refined and wouldn't make people think it was expensive at a glance. This kind of low-profile car was naturally Zhang Yuan's first choice. Yao Wenwen was in charge of driving while Zhang Yuan sat in the passenger side and dozed off. The vehicle drove smoothly on the highway, until halfway, before there were some bumps. The road construction in Qinghe Township has not been fully completed, and the mountain road is a bit rugged. However, Yao Wenwen's driving skills were quite good. In order to ensure Zhang Yuan's comfort as much as possible, she carefully controlled the vehicle to move forward. Fortunately, the distance between Nanchang and Qinghe Township was not far. The car journey was not long, and this kind of bumpy ride only lasted for more than half an hour. Soon, Zhang Yuan arrived at his destination, Qinghe Township Reception. As the Ancestor Sacrifice Conference was about to be held, quite a few young people who were outside had returned here. The reception office, which used to be cold and clear, was now a bit crowded. Quite a number of young people had returned here, looking at the changes in their hometown with some excitement. A respected old man was surrounded by a dozen middle-aged people waiting here. Some of the young people who had returned to their hometowns carried rather envious and jealous eyes. The village chief is a big old man. Why did he specially wait here today? Zhang Yuan's batch of young men will be back today. The village chief is most in love with them, and he specially stood guard here early in the morning, specifically to receive them. I heard that among Zhang Yuan's group of people, Zhao Tianming, that little doll is the most successful, and is now making a name for himself. That's right, I heard that Zhao Tianming is starting his own business after graduating from a foreign university. More than that, not only entrepreneurship, people are now the vice president of a large enterprise, can be powerful. When I was a child, Zhang Yuan and Zhao Tianming were the two people who were most favored by the village head, and they were almost the village head's beloved. Alas, but I heard that Zhang Yuan did not mix well. Just a small courier should be the worst of their group of people. Yes, I heard that Zhang Yuan's family arranged a blind date for him, and that girl is a returnee from overseas study, and she can't even look at Zhang Yuan. The same person has a different life. When they were young, they were the two with the most aura. I didn't expect the gap to be so big when they grew up. Just when the crowd was exchanging words, a Porsche Cayenne stopped at the entrance. Zhao Tianming walked down gracefully from the Porsche, and the surrounding youths and villagers looked at him with extremely envious eyes. That car label is a Porsche. He actually came back in a Porsche. This kind of car looks like a luxury car that costs millions. Zhao Tianming is really too rich. And Zhao Tianming also noticed the eyes of the others and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. This Porsche Cayenne was already the most mediocre car in his garage, but he didn't expect that it would still attract the attention of so many people. If he had known, he would have rented a cheap ordinary car. Zhao Tianming originally wanted to keep a low profile, so he deliberately drove the cheapest car back, but he didn't expect things to go against his wishes. However, before Zhao Tianming could walk a few steps, another black car stopped behind him. This car's logo was very rare. If it wasn't specialized in cars, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to recognize it. However, this car's appearance was extremely domineering and flamboyant, very much the flavor of a performance monster. What kind of car is that? I don't know, but it looks so cool. I don't know how much this car costs. I also want to have a car that is so cool and handsome. Zhao Tianming immediately felt some surprise in his heart when he saw this car. This seems to be a car from the Flying Pusher series. Even if it's a basic model, a car would cost millions of dollars. Who is the owner of this car? The car door opened and Zhang Yuan's figure slowly emerged from this car. At the same time, a girl with a beautiful face and delicate figure followed him down. Even though they hadn't seen each other for many years, everyone still recognized Zhang Yuan at a glance. There was no way around it. Yan Di's face value was just so unique and memorable. After all, this kind of face value was just too rare. This car is Zhang Yuan's? It should be rented by Zhang Yuan. After all, it's unlikely for a courier to be able to afford a car no matter how he thinks about it. Indeed, it looks like it was rented. Look at Zhang Yuan are coming down from the passenger side. He probably doesn't even know how to drive. Although I don't recognize the brand of this car, I subconsciously feel that this car shouldn't be cheap. Zhang Yuan spent a lot of money on renting a car. It seems like it's just so he doesn't lose face in front of these old friends like Zhao Tianming. The girl next to him is so pretty. She should be Zhang Yuan's girlfriend. This kid is so handsome on account of his good looks, but his girlfriend is very beautiful. Zhao Tianming also recognized Zhang Yuan at a glance and immediately greeted him with a big smile. Brat, haven't seen you for so many years. Your appearance hasn't changed at all. Zhao Tianming smiled broadly and patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Zhang Yuan also looked at him happily. It was always gratifying to meet an old acquaintance. While Zhao Tianming was catching up with Zhang Yuan, he glanced at Zhang Yuan's car, the Flying Twitter 500. His heart also had a conjecture. Xiao Yuan probably heard about my current status from someone else and was afraid of not being able to hold his head up in front of me. That's why he spent a large amount of money to rent this car back. Zhao Tianming secretly sighed. He didn't expect Zhang Yuan to become somewhat good-faced even now. The Zhang Yuan from before was not like this. It seemed that this society had indeed changed him. After people stepped into society, they eventually became somewhat materialistic and loved to compare. But with Xiao Yuan's strong self-esteem, he should have no choice but to do this kind of renting a car to support his face. Zhao Tianming secretly sighed. Thinking of this, he strengthened his determination to definitely pull Zhang Yuan's leg. Zhang Yuan must not be allowed to continue to be so degraded. A rented car, after all, was a rented car, and sooner or later, it had to be returned. Zhao Tianming immediately opened his mouth. Wanting Zhang Yuan to follow him, he guaranteed that he could help him earn money, no matter what. When a security chief can also mix a lot of monthly salary, that is not 100 times better than when a courier? But just then, there was a commotion in the crowd. It's not good. There are too many young people coming back this time, so we temporarily arranged for them to stay in the old house. But our old houses are all dangerous, and one of the old houses collapsed. There are quite a few people injured. When the village head heard this, he was immediately shocked and rushed forward to check on the injured. Zhang Yuan and Zhao Tianming also furrowed their brows one by one, and together they followed the village chief over. Fortunately, no one was dead. However, there were two women whose situation was not optimistic. The two women had suffered considerable injuries and had lost a lot of blood, and were in dire need of a blood transfusion. More critically, they were a pair of sisters, and their blood types were both the rarer type O blood. The medical clinic in Qinghe Township didn't have much of this blood type in reserve. If they couldn't be sent to the medical clinic in the nearby town in time, I'm afraid their situation would not be optimistic. I'll send them to the hospital in the town for a blood transfusion, Zhao Tianming immediately said. But, one vehicle obviously couldn't fit the two injured women. After all, they still had equipment to maintain oxygen on them. These equipments were very space-occupying, and one car could only transport one woman at most. One vehicle can't fit both of them. I'll come and deliver one as well, Zhang Yuan said. Hearing that Zhang Yuan was also going to transport a woman to the town, many people's hearts were a little drummed. This car looks like Zhang Yuan rented it. Can he drive it well? The main thing is that his car is definitely not as fast as Zhao Tianming's Porsche. The Porsche, that's a multi-million-dollar luxury car. It's definitely faster than Zhang Yuan's. But now there's only Zhang Yuan's car here. Let's beat a dead horse. Chapter 80, Time for Life and Death. In the moment of life and death, the two girls urgently needed to be transported to the town for medical treatment. If they could hitch a ride in a fast car, there was no doubt that it would greatly increase the probability of survival. Everyone felt that Zhang Yuan's car was definitely no match for Zhao Tianming's car. After all, none of them recognized Zhang Yuan's car label. In their opinion, it might just be a miscellaneous car that just looked good on the outside. But they did know that Zhao Tianming was driving a Porsche Cayenne. This kind of luxury car, the speed is always not slow. At this moment, the situation could not be delayed. Zhao Tianming immediately moved an injured woman into his car. Afterwards, he turned his head to look solemnly at Zhang Yuan. Xiao Yuan, I believe in you. Be sure to follow up, don't lag behind me too much. This is a human life, Zhao Tianming said extremely seriously. He was, after all, the vice president of Sky Enterprise Company and had extraordinary insights. He knew that Zhang Yuan's car was actually quite extraordinary, being one of the Flying Pusher series. But the question Zhao Tianming was uneasy about was, could Zhang Yuan drive a car with this kind of performance? The stronger the performance of the car, the stronger the need for strong driving skills to match. But Zhang Yuan, a courier, how can he have strong driving skills? I am afraid that Zhang Yuan weekdays are riding a motorcycle to run courier. Even touch a steering wheel of the opportunity is not. But now here only he and Zhang Yuan have a car. It could only be a dead horse. Zhao Tianming didn't say much and sped down the mountain road carrying the injured woman. And Zhang Yuan's movements were also fast. The other injured woman was soon carried to the car. The people around were a little uneasy. Is Zhang Yuan really okay? If he drives slowly, I'm afraid that this girl is going to lose too much blood due to blood loss. This is going to kill someone. It's a rugged mountain road from here to the town. It requires a very high level of driving skill. Can he really reach it in time? Let's hope the people are okay. Just don't fall too far behind Zhao Tianming's car. In fact, everyone wasn't too relieved, but after all, this was a special situation at the moment. One could only treat a dead horse as a living horse. And Zhang Yuan actually didn't think too much. Only he himself knew the terrifying strength of this Flying Pusher 500 he was sitting in. This is a real performance monster. Not to mention the Porsche Cayenne, even his own Lamborghini Hurricane might be unlikely to completely outperform it in terms of speed and performance. Zhang Yuan inserted the car key into the hole and ignited the engine. Along with the roar from the engine starting, Zhang Yuan's adrenaline was awakened. This was the first time he had used it since he had drawn the divine driving technique. Zhang Yuan immediately pulled the throttle full, and the entire car shot out like a stringed arrow. In an instant, the crowd only felt that Zhang Yuan's black car, which even looked like a black lightning bolt, rushed into the mountain road. Am I blind in my old eyes? This speed is terrifying. What exactly is the origin of this car? Why do I feel as if his speed is much faster than Zhao Tianming's Porsche? Could it be that this time when Zhang Yuan came back, he deliberately spent a large sum of money to rent a particularly good car? It should be like this. This car might just look inconspicuous, but its performance is actually quite good. Zhang Yuan should have spent a lot of money to rent it back, but his driving skills can handle this kind of car? I think it hangs. I hope Zhang Yuan won't lag behind Zhao Tianming too much and be able to send the injured to the hospital in time. Just as hearts were on edge and people were praying with folded hands, Zhang Yuan, however, was filled with relief as he realized something. His own speed was simply too fast. The scenery outside the window kept going backwards at an astonishing speed. He stepped on the gas full throttle and swept along the rugged mountain road like a hurricane. If someone saw Zhang Yuan's behavior at this moment, they would inevitably comment that this was the general behavior of looking for death. Unless it was a car god with a car that was more than 20 years old that could drive like this, only then would he dare to drive like this. Anyone else who did so would undoubtedly be looking for death. This kind of terrible road condition did not allow for such driving at all. However, with Zhang Yuan's divine-level driving technique, his current driving skills were no less than any of the current generation of car gods. The incomparably rugged mountain road might be like slogging through a quagmire for others, but for Zhang Yuan it was like walking on the ground. No different from playing bumper cars in an amusement park. Very childish, with a very low coefficient of difficulty. Zhao Tianming's side was also extremely nervous to drive. After all, it was about a human life. But because of the rugged mountain road, even he didn't dare to drive too fast. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even he would be in danger. And just as he was carefully accelerating, he realized that a black car had followed him at some point. This black car didn't seem to be afraid of the dangerous road conditions in the slightest, and drove forward with full power. The speed of this car was extremely exaggerated, and Zhao Tianming didn't even have time to react before he was already far behind. Zhao Tianming was even so surprised that he directly exploded in foul language. Having been highly educated and holding the position of vice president in the company for a long time, he had always placed great importance on his personal image, and almost never used foul language to explode. But at this moment, due to too much shock, his eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and he couldn't help but say, "Awesome!" To be able to drive at such a horrible speed in such a dangerous road condition, there is no doubt that it is a man of God. Wait a minute. This car, how does it look so much like the one that Zhang Yuan drove? Unbelievable shock gradually flowed out of Zhao Tianming's eyes. Could it be that Zhang Yuan, in reality, was not as simple as he thought?